Yo, now we do. Come on, we up in there, B. Chelsea. Yeah, man. I had to go to do a MOT on a service, man. So start a little bit late. Yeah, the link's here. Mm. All right. So big up the people them in the chat. Now we do. We got some questions today, Harry. Yeah, man. Jeez. Lord. Can you hear me? Check, 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 check. Hope you can hear me, yeah? Yeah, let me know if you can hear me. Can you can you hear me? Uh Mate. I've got to get used to the controls on this. I'm a new spaceship as I've been driving the space. I've been working the grave shift, driving the spaceship. I wish I could. Jeez. So yeah, man. Welcome to the House of Pain. We in the building. Oh shit! You know I forgot one thing. Hey, listen. Use that. So hold on for 1 sec. 1 sec. I forgot something. One thing. Yeah, I'm gonna leave you there for 1 sec. Yeah. How I did. All right. Yeah, yeah. I'm back still. Yeah, man. Yeah, yeah. I left my I left my make sure it's connected, yeah. Shit. Yo, hold on a sec. It's reconnecting. Left Yo. 1 sec. 1 sec. Yeah, yo. All right, yeah, we're back in the building, yeah? You get me again, yeah? Yes, yeah. Yeah, protection. What do I mean by protection? Is for it was hard for me to put it in a question in the lines that we've got to ask the question, yeah? So let me get my tongue from out, yeah? So all right. So one thing I've noticed about the Jewish community compared to the black community, like people will talk shit about the black community and have no issue. No there's no worry about no comebacks. Yeah, there's no consequences. It's not the same with the Jewish dons, fam. They but in their communities, wherever they are in the world, they got the same level of protection like they're in Israel. Like, what do I mean by protection? Like, you can't really go legally against the Jews. I don't know if man will find any Jewish people getting killed by police like that. And they might have. So what did they do before when the Jewish were being prosecuted? How did they get into the position now where it seems like Jewish people don't get prosecuted by by others, and them man and whoever else. You hear me? Yeah, man. Them man don't get add up like that. You hear me? So yeah, things mad still. Like, there's nowhere to put this Tom in there. Don's just blocked me in. Drop me ass. A Jew stole my foreskin. That's mad still. Yeah, it's a bad thing to say still. But like I'm saying that on a real deal, all of you. Them men ain't getting killed by police on the roads like that. Man ain't killing them like that, bro. Yeah, they're not getting killed like that. In my opinion, it seems like the Jewish community has more protection for its members than the black community. Yeah. But the question's hard, isn't it? Yeah, because I know what I mean, but I can't put it in a question form. I think some people know. Some people that know what I'm talking. I know what I'm talking about when I'm talking about the protection, the respect, the you get me, the people that's taking care, or the people that the repercussions. What's the repercussions to like a Jewish man getting choked out by the police in the street? That's what I'm trying to talk about. Because how can we make some sort of how can we get our community on protection mode like that, bro? Yo, we got Lady D.
Bless up, Betty. Morning. Grand rising, family.
I'll tell you what, yeah, I'm trying to connect to the Bluetooth. Yeah, hold on, let me connect to your phone.
Okay.
See if I can connect to the car. Trying to drive and talk and yeah.
You can't multitask, Belly. Don't try it. You cannot multitask.
Yeah. Nah, but you know what? Yeah, I got a different van. Yeah, the Tom Toms. There's no space to put the Tom Tom.
Oh gosh.
So yeah, it's just a mad thing anyway.
You'll be using your hand to hold up things, yeah?
Yeah, I just got it in the bit where the rev counter and all that is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, man.
But I wanted to touch on your subject matter and the stuff that you're just saying. And I first want to start off, like, before we even explore why we don't get all of this, I think we actually need to look at ourselves as the Black community and start taking a bit of responsibility for the shit we're in right now. Let's just be honest about it. And I have to say this, Belly, I have to put out before we start talking about outside of our house, let's look in our house, and let's be honest, we don't demand respect. We don't. We don't demand respect. We don't even we don't demand respect. No respect is given to us, and let's be honest, we don't even respect ourselves. We don't. We don't. We will quickly throw each other under the bus. We will quickly not, adhere to things. We quickly, we're quick. A lot of our people are quick to sell out. Let's just be honest about it. But the difference between us and the Jewish community, we've always demanded equality. Jews don't demand equality. They demand respect. That's why they get it. Let's be honest. They don't want to be equal to anybody. They want to be themselves. They just want respect. They're trying to demand equality. Like, where's equality ever got us? Big up, Freddie. Can you hear me?
Lady D. Blessed Lady
morning. Yeah, go, Freddie. Come through. I want to hear your point.
Big up. Yeah, bro. Like, differently.
No, I'm in full agreement.
No. You know what? One second. Let me give an answer. Let me give an answer as well. Yeah, because the same thing, like I was saying, like Lady D said, is that why I'm talking about comparison, because I don't usually do the comparison thing. But it was like I felt like it was relevant to do a comparison between the Jews and the way that the Jewish community is treated and the way that the Black community is treated, because I could never, I don't feel like I could ever see what happened to George Floyd happening to so-and-so Finkelstein. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, yeah, what's their community doing, or what have they putting in place that makes them sort of things highly impossible, where in our community it seems like it's highly likely they are going to get killed by police.
I agree with that, man. I agree with both what you said, because obviously sometimes to do the comparison thing, it's a shit thing, isn't it? Because we need to fix up quite a lot. Do you know what I'm saying? As a race. Do you know what I'm saying? So I always try and look on us first, innit? What can we do? Where are we fucking up in everything? You know what I mean? But yeah, I understand what you're saying still. I understand the comparison, because obviously the way they've situated their thing and how I was reasoning with National was it the other day? I can't remember. Me and National was reasoning about Jewish people. I can't remember. But yeah, someone was
National Racial.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. We were saying that they get their money, right? And then they go to the Labour Party, Conservative Party, and they donate millions and millions and millions and millions and millions. And maybe we as a Black people, we should stop fighting the powers that be and just donate the fucking money and get on with it, bro.
Well, I feel like I agree and I disagree. Like I do feel like there is a fight against the powers that be, but I feel like we're fighting the wrong way, sort of thing. Yeah, you get what I'm trying to get at? Like, so, yeah, we need to fight with things that so people use political power, financial gain, all them sort of stuffs, and we're just protesting, marching, shouting in the police's face. You don't care about us. But we don't need them to care.
Why do we keep doing that? Because like I said, we don't demand respect. We demand equality. We're never going to be equal. When that sinks in, when that penny drops to us as a people, then we can do better. But it's not going to sink in because it clearly hasn't all now. We're still demanding to be, can we drink from the same fountain as them? Can we do this? Can we sit at the front of the bus and of the back? Like, come on, we've not learned. Literally not learned. And we keep repeating the same mistakes rather than learning from our mistakes. That's the problem. Another problem we have, if we're going to be honest about it, we're not unified. One thing, all the things that can be said about the Jews, one thing they have got, they're unified. They're all in unison. And that's what works for them, hence why they can make progress. We are so dysfunctional as Black people, as the Black community across the world, that it's ridiculous. We can never be unified on one thing. Never. And that's another part of our downfall, let's be honest.
Yeah, that's a bit of it still, Chris. That's a bit of it, definitely, man. But obviously the money, sis, I follow the money. I like to look at money because I'm very interested in peas, innit? And I'm saying, if we was to give it to the right parties, we could never die in the street again, because the party that's in power, they would have to make sweeping changes for us, like change the law so that they wouldn't even be able to approach us in certain ways. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. 1 sec here. Big up Sankofa. I see you trying to join the panel, but your device is not connecting. So I don't know if you want to refresh your browser and try to join again, but your device is not connecting still. So big up Sankofa though still. If you can hear.
Well, you know, like Jews bought anti-Semitism. Like you can't say nothing about anything, because if you do, you're anti-Semitism. Like you're anti-Semite. You know, like
anti-Semite. Yeah.
Like they bought that word, innit? Like they bought laws to make sure you can't challenge them at any way, shape, or form. We need to buy the same laws. That's what I think, innit?
That's what. Yeah, I'm saying the same thing, Freddie. But I'm trying to see what routes do we need to start putting in place to start to make these sort of things become reality. It's another question again with the what is power and how is it attained? Do you get me? We talked about this before, you know.
Me and Realism was saying lobbying, but then how do you lobby correctly? Like we was fucking trying to figure out how you lobby correctly, and can you lobby without peace?
Nah, you're gonna have to have some peace to lobby.
Yeah, bruv, we got back for about an hour, fam. We couldn't decide what was good, because them man was saying cultural currency is sometimes the most important. Like you could have a meal, and I could have 100,000, but because I'm famous and you're not, like my 100,000 holds more weight in the room.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying, family? So we went back and forth for hours about it, bruv. It weren't just like a simple thing. We was going back and forth for a little while still. I don't know, man. I don't know, bruv. I don't know. It's hard, bruv. But obviously, I don't want to pay these people no homage. I want to fight them till I'm dead in it. But obviously, that way might not work for my daughter.
But like you see, like we were saying about the lobbying, then it's like I think what we might have to do with the lobbying, is instead of trying to lobby for everything to be changed all at once, it's like lobbying for one policy or one little step at a time sort of thing. How do you feel about that? So you're gonna have to bite your tongue with some of the stuff, and then once you get one foot in the door with that one piece, you can now make the lobbying group concentrate on the other stuff that we wanted to. You hear me? No, you mate, can you still hear me?
Yeah, no, I understand, blood. We're gonna need like a big fucking delegation, blood, like maybe 40 people that understand law and policy changing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Trust me, brother. Speak out here, you get me?
It's dumb. It's dumb, fam. It's dumb. But at the same time, I don't know, fam. I think if we get the money together, fam, because we got enough cultural currency, and we should have enough money currency to like go to these people and say, yo, we're tired of dying, innit? We'll pay you not to kill us no more, innit? We understand the rules now. Obviously, we're willing to pay, innit? Like, don't murder, man, innit? We'll set up this rule first that allows us to live in the street, and if you come next to us, we can take you to court. And if you try and criticize us and downgrade us, there's a label we can use on you and take you to court as well. So if you set it up like how everyone else has got it, do you know what I mean there?
Yeah. So what you say that? But what is it that that's what I'm trying to say. Like what? Because I don't feel like the Jewish community just said, "Rah, we're gonna get everything set up and it's all gonna fall in place all at once." It was like a step-by-step program. It was one thing at a time, innit? So it's cornered one thing. Once that's wrapped up, we're gonna try to get this now. Now we're gonna go for that next thing. Then that's wrapped up. We're gonna go for the next thing. Or you feel like we'll make more progress in general as people like that?
No, definitely we will, man. We will still, but someone else might want to say something still.
Yo, MA, Lady D, Freddie, yo, I'm just about to go through the tunnel, yeah? So it's going to cut me off in a bit still. So, but yeah, I'm going to jump back on as soon as I come back through the tunnel. Like, let the people them sort of, I don't know, man.
Wait,
try.
If it's about man, then I can talk for a little bit, innit? Obviously. Like, definitely, man, them stick. We need to just organize a bit better, man. Like, I don't know the option. I don't know. I'd ask the chat if it's fight or pay. I don't know if it's the panel. What would you do? Fight or pay them? Lady D, MA?
Sorry, Freddie, you know, I was in the chat, yeah. I got a bit lost, but yeah, what do you mean? So say that again, repeat that question. I've got
like you see where the Jews, yes, is they this anti-Semite thing, and the Muslims have got this like Islamophobic thing. There should be a thing where you're African phobia. You've got Afrophobia.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? We should have that law in place where if you try and like, I don't know, belittle a black man or try and, you know what I'm saying? I don't know, like try and belittle our cause and our plight and our history and what we've been through. You get what I'm trying to show you?
Yeah, just mocking us. Yeah, just the mocking.
There should be a law what everyone else has got, where we can say you're Afrophobic.
But that's the problem, though, Freddie. And this is why, you know, other groups or other communities demand respect. We are the only community on this whole entire planet that don't demand respect. And that's what I need people to let sink in. Everybody else demands respect, hence why they can have these labels like Islamophobic or you're anti-Semite or whatever. We don't have these titles because we don't demand respect. We don't even respect ourselves. We would allow people to disrespect us. Some of us would even join in while we're getting disrespected or sit back and let the disrespect flow and don't say nothing while it's literally happening under the guise of freedom of speech. And this is why I even typed it the other day in the chats like, yo, I'm not even going to help my people if they're going to allow this shit. They've got black men on the panel being disrespected and no one saying nothing. So why would I jump in and try and save them? You're allowing the disrespect to happen and then we're going to cry afterwards that we're being disrespected, but we allow it. We have to take responsibility at this point in time. Like, people will treat us how we allow them to treat us, innit? And we just never demanded respect. So we're never going to get respect. Nobody respects us. We have no friends. No friends, and we don't even respect our damn selves. So what are we gonna then do? I
know it's a sad one still. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm thinking we've got enough law people together and we've got enough money and social power where we could change these laws and get these laws in place. You are being Afrophobic, isn't it? You basically, what you need to do is I need to take you to court and then get the money that I deserve, innit? And then plus I'm setting up laws where my people can be and go to their own schools and do their own thing and have their own youth centers and community centers and places of worship. You know what I'm saying?
But, like, we don't even have black. You see, like how the Jewish have their Jewish schools, the Islamics have their Muslim schools. We don't even have black schools set it up like we do. I know in America they have.
We used to though, this. Yeah, we used to one at a time.
We used to. This is what I'm saying. We just want to be accepted as everybody else. We don't want to uphold our own, and that's a problem for me. And this is why I get mad and angry with my own people more so than people outside of us. My own people frustrate me the most, if I'm going to be honest. Big up Captain, big up MA Brown. I see you joined.
Big up Captain, man. Big up every day, man. You get me? And I hope you had a happy birthday, brother, man.
Yo, salute, man. Yeah,
It's finally my birthday. Yeah. All right. About now, I'm just going to touch on this topic. Very good topic. This should be. We should have had something in place like this. Yeah. Years ago. Yeah. Our community is nowhere as strong as the Jewish community. Not only the Jewish community's got government support and everything, yeah, they actually got there. They're like when you up in Stamford Hill, Muswell Hill, around them areas there, they got their community really together on everything. Like, and that's something what we lack anyway. Like, when we used to have our community events, Billy, we used to have community centres. Like you have Broadwater Farm, yeah, you would have various places in South London, like what we call our social clubs. That's when we had a little community net, yeah. But when it comes to, remember, the Jews have security. They have their own security, bro. Yeah, right. I seen the incident on a video with a traffic warden. I think you've seen it. Everybody's seen it on YouTube. A traffic warden was getting battered up. And the way how the Jewish community sticks together financially and as a community, bro, they got a lot of things in place, fam. Yeah, where tell the truth, I don't think we would ever allow to have it, bro, because anytime we tried to set up a sort of community thing, we had infiltrators, we had the cheek of it that police would set up a police station in our community and that. That's what happened with Broadwater Farm. Like, they want to know what we are doing and they don't feel comfortable without sending their agents amongst us, bro. It's like for us to, it's like this has been a subject been going on for years and years, bro. Yeah? And if we're saying how come, it's like we got, it's like, it's not to say that we don't have businesses or we don't have economics or we don't have something, we don't have stuff in place, but the way how they're set it, the way how the Jewish community set it up, don't be fooled, you know, bro. Because the same way we say, why can't the black community be set it up as the Jewish community? The Jewish community set it up in such a way, bro. It's like they got, it's basically a state within a state, bro. Like when you dealing with certain communities like Finchley and all of that, you won't see the police patrolling like how they patrol our community, bro. So when we say, when we try to match the Jewish community with our community, we have to look at I'm just saying we need to check at every avenue, bro. Yeah, because I think the way how their thing is set it up is more like a the way you say a constitution beef belly. You hear me?
Captain. Yeah, man. Like the City of London sort of stuff.
It's a bit like that, bro. Because
one second, Freddie. One second. You see, like the City of London, it's a city within a city, and it's got its own protection and this, that, and the other.
They have their own securities, bro. You can't go up to Stamford Hill and try to fuck with them little youths. Yeah, when they're wearing their hats and everything, bro. By the time you touch them, yeah, right, you want to make sure, yeah, you driving, because by foot, that community will get you, brother, and will arrest you. They could do civil arrest, bro. They do all the time. When the black youth goes up there and try to rob, they do civil arrest and everything, bro. It's like they got and they don't give a bro. And if they're doing if anything happens to their community and they don't like it, they don't run to write to the local to their local council, bruv. Like Haringey and them places there. Every day the Jews most probably complain and say they want this done, because what they do, they put a lot of money into that. I think the community put their money into the government as well, bro. Not like when you actually pay them membership premier bond. Yeah.
What I was gonna say, the question I was gonna ask is, should we continue to fight, right? Because or should we just fucking, I don't know, it's sad for me to even say this. Should we just
wait, Fred, you were gonna say like you were gonna say something there, yeah? Say the thing, innit? Like, should we fight or what?
Boy, I'm saying, should we just bow down and pay? That's what I'm saying, because obviously right now the fighting's long, bruv, and we're probably getting harassed because we're not contributing to the parties. Do you get what I'm saying, bro? There's more police in our area because we're probably not paying the right taxes. If they're emboldened because they're paying the right money, so they're thinking, what? You're doing that in our area? Fucking get him now, and put him in a Jewish van. You get what I'm trying to show you?
I think we have to ask the question of what is our end goal in all of this? Like, what ultimately what is the prime outcome in this conversation? Like, are we trying to?
See, by that question alone, M.A. Brown, that question alone will actually highlight our problem. That is a brilliant question, and that would highlight our problem, because if you was to go around this panel and ask each of us individually, I bet
can I give an answer?
6 different answers. How much you want to bet we'd have 6?
Yeah, we're gonna have different answers,
unison,
but
we have to accept it. We're not.
Yeah, we're gonna have 6 different answers. Yeah, am I on mute?
Nah.
Sorry. Yeah, we're gonna have different answers. We're gonna have different answers. Yeah.
Our illnesses and our sicknesses, only then can we move forward and fix it. But we don't even understand it. I don't think we're actually realizing what is going on, and the effects of what is going on today is a result of our illness. We have a deep illness and we need to heal. Ultra said a good thing in the chat earlier about we've got to fix ourselves. We need healing. But the thing is, how do we heal? That should be the first question. And from that, then we can start figuring out how to heal. Then we can figure out what is our end goal. But we have to do this in stages, and we've just not addressed it at all. In all these years, we've just not addressed it. We've brushed over it, patched over the little wound, and tried to come on and do this whole kumbaya thing that ain't working for us. It isn't. We see the state of our people today. It isn't. Sorry, guys, I have to be brutally honest. I'm here for it.
Yeah.
So
but that's what we want to hear, though. But I don't want to hear the whole so pat on the back and rub on the belly and all that sort of stuff. But I want to hear the real talk in it, because that's the only way issues are going to get solved, isn't it? If the real issues are brought to the forefront. But I was saying, yeah, because like I was saying, I don't really like to speak on trying to emulate other communities, yeah. But I don't mind saying, like, seeing how they made their model to get to whatever they're doing, and then making your own version of whatever model it is that made so and so successful. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, because there might be a blueprint out there, yeah, and then you just might have to make a couple of changes or whatever in the thing so it fits you, rather than working for others or whatever. So emulating success ain't always a bad thing, innit? Yeah, but it's just if as long as you can tailor it to your own style, innit?
Are you looking to stay in this country?
Sorry, go on.
Say again?
No, I'm saying, are you looking to stay?
Say that again, mate.
Are you looking to stay in this country?
Do you know what? Yeah, tell the truth. Yeah. No, but I do feel like that if you want to hedge your bets, yeah, it is better for you to try to make a sort of business or some sort of financial gain, or a place, something what's going to give you some sort of benefits before do you know what I mean? That so you can go to and from in between, and you can fund your life or whatever.
Do you know how I learned about Caribbean business, though, fam? And doing business in the Caribbean.
How?
Do you know how I learned about it, fam? Spending the 2 years out there, bro.
Okay.
That's the only way I learned the business, bro. It's like the export.
But I'm saying the same thing, yeah. I told the story already, yeah.
I had to go out there, bro. Like, we're too scared to make that leap sometimes. That's why we don't understand the connection.
I was working with you when I was 14, yeah, with family Fred, yeah. Used to work in the one shop here, making hardo bread patties and all that. You get me? The big factory in Brixton. I used to work there, do part-time work there when I was 14, like, for some extra money to buy fucking Burberry jumpers and shit. You get me? Remember Burberry factory? You could go factory and get jumpers for £20 and shit like that. Yeah, so yeah, man. Just trying to.
Bruv, I'm telling you, if all 5 of us on the panel went to fucking Caribbean or Africa, or anywhere, just pick any black place on the map, and with our experience coming from here, we'd work it out in the first month. Does that make sense?
Yeah, man. But really, obviously, man's straying a little bit in it, yeah. So, what can be done, yeah, for the black community? Obviously, the black community is bigger than the Jewish community, isn't it, yeah. But to get the same sort of protection, the same sort of respect, the same sort of fear. Yeah, listen, when I'm talking to these white supremacists on here, yeah, half of them won't even say Jewish. You hear me? Like,
because they'll be acting cool, the YouTube account will be closed, this, that, the other. They have respect. Big up Ultra, man. You're my fan. I know you're a greatest fan. One love.
Big up Ultra. I love when Freddie goes at it on the panel. I'm here for it, Freddie.
I can't lie. I'm a fan of Freddie, but like obviously we have off days, innit?
Don't get him emotional, man.
Yeah. We have off days. Everyone has an off day.
I would never get emotional at none of the brothers, you know, because I don't want to argue with none of the brothers. I swear on my mum, everything holy. I want to argue with none of my people.
Hey. Yeah, no, listen, just quickly. So obviously, big up everyone in the chat, big up everyone on the panel. I just wanted to put my little dirty, I'm going to call it £1 and send shots. I'm going to put my little £1 in, yeah. And one thing that I've personally noticed in my community, right, especially like from people who I grew up with, and like I keep hearing, don't engage with the police, don't engage in politics, bun it all out. And I'm saying, all right, but to me that doesn't make sense, because the politics and the intelligence services are the people running the game. If you want to be able to stack the deck, you either need to have a pressure group, a lobby group, you need to have heavy sway in politics or in the security services. And if our community are just coming out saying, no, ban the police, no, ban politics, then
so are you saying fight or pay? Are you saying fight or pay?
I don't understand what you mean.
We just established new bloody groups about an hour ago. So I'm saying, are you willing to pay for your freedom, or are you going to fight for it? It's up to you.
No, you're giving me two options. I will say, why are you limiting yourself, Freddie? I'm saying, why not? Why not? Wait, hold on, Freddie. Let me finish a sentence.
I'm just trying to elaborate what I'm saying, innit?
Bro, no, wait. Let me finish the sentence.
All right, ladies, come on.
You're saying fight for your freedom or pay for it, and I'm saying, what about like Plan C, D, E, and F? Like, there's not just this 2-option thing where choose one or no. I'm not about that. I'm saying we've got many problems. Right. Okay, go on. You talk.
Now, the reason why I'm saying that is because obviously, if we enter the political process, just like what you're saying, and engage funds for this engagement, you're not sitting down with politicians for nothing. or you're not trying to, you know what I'm saying? These meetings get set up with 15 grand an hour. Do you get what I'm saying? So unless you're willing to
Yeah,
pay
so
for your
what, Freddie?
finger,
So what telling me that it's going to be difficult? So what? I'm saying our children are the ones that can bust through. It might be too late for me and you. It might be. But I'm saying, why can we not invest heavily in our children to make sure that they've got a fucking place on that
I'm
board?
saying pay or fucking fight, man. I don't understand what you're saying.
I hear you. I hear you. And you might not understand what I'm saying. However, I'm saying, to make it clear, we've got many problems, and then to try and limit our solutions to just two simple solutions is asinine. It's insane. It doesn't make any sense to me to say we've got 50 problems, but we can only do one or two things to solve said problem. No, why don't we have 50 approaches? You want some Margie water?
I'm saying the topic of the question of the day is Jewish people, isn't it, brother? So we're using the Jewish model, isn't it? And the Jewish people pay to play. You get what I'm saying? So are we going to use their model? Yes or no, bro? That's all I'm asking you, bro.
And I gave you the answer. I'm saying I don't agree with just those two options. I'm saying, why can we not come up with some sort of third? What about plan C? And this is what I'm saying. If you don't, I'm saying, Freddie, my answer is, no, I'll tell you what my answer is to your question. My answer to your question is broaden your horizons. That's the answer to your question.
If you haven't got a horizon for your horizons, you're chatting rubbish. Oh, okay. Because you bring something
chatting
to the
rubbish
table,
by asking you to broaden your horizons.
No, but I'm saying,
telling me I'm talking rubbish. All right, okay, cool. No problem.
If you've got another alternative for us, go ahead, my friend.
I've mentioned it already. I'm saying, if
you said we've got 50 options, but you haven't said what options.
Freddie, let me know when you finish talking, and then I'll respond.
Bro, you said we've got options. You haven't said what options. That's all I'm saying, bro. You're just talking out your ass, bro.
Can I respond now? Freddie, can I respond? Yes or no?
Come on, option.
No, because every time I start talking, he comes back and blah blah blah. I just want to be clear that he's finished talking.
Yeah, I think.
Wait, he's on mute. No, he's on mute. I just looked at my phone. He's on mute. Okay. My answer to your question, Freddie, is broaden your horizons. I'm saying, if we've got 50 problems, to try and nail it down to we've got only two options, that's a joke. That's a joke. And I'm saying the biggest and the brightest and the most progressive minds in our community are not just coming up with two options. They're coming up with multifaceted solutions for our problems. There's so many things that we've got. Like, for instance, finances. How much fiscal influence do we have as a community? Right? We say loads, but there's none because we're divided. How much political influence do we have? None. How many black politicians do we see? And the ones that we do see, do they have our best interests at heart? The police and the armed forces and the intelligence services, how much sway do we have there? None. And I'm saying these things that I'm mentioning are things that these are the players. These are the players. And I'm saying, if you're going to narrow it down to two options, then that's your. If you're going to limit yourself like that, then fine. But I refuse to.
Oh, I'm sorry you didn't follow the argument.
No, don't be sorry. It's okay.
I'm sorry you didn't follow the argument because the sister.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
MA understood it. Very understood it. Our captain understood it. Everybody kind of had an understanding of what I was saying. The Jewish people pay in it. So it's either we're going to pay or we're going to fight them. So I'm sorry if I haven't got the right education to phrase the question to your expertise. I'm sorry, bro.
Freddie, just give it to him layman's terms. He knows what you're talking about. He's messing with you.
Yeah. No. The thing is, I'm being serious. I hear what Freddie's saying. I do get it. He's saying one of two options, and I'm not limiting myself like that. I refuse to. I'm not doing that. We've got many problems. So this fight and pay. All right, let's just fuck it. Let me just go with Freddie's fucking limited scenarios. Let's talk about the pay. We have got apparently loads of fiscal influence. Where is it? None, because we're only interested in individual wealth. how many people, like how many significant people in the community do you know will pull their money to do something positive? I'll be honest, there's a couple that I can name, but the problem is it's just a fucking couple. Right. So let's say we fight. Then what? That's the excuse they need to lick us down. I'm saying, if you're going to play the game, fucking understand the game that you're playing. And why limit yourself to one or two strategies? That's what I'm saying. Man need to learn how to play chess.
Okay, so what do you suggest we do then, Ultra? Because this is what I said earlier about if we was to ask all of us, we would all have different answers or different solutions. So what would you think is a better way and what a better strategy for us to work at and have more than one angle?
Okay.
He
Let me
did give
respond to
it.
that.
He did give that.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. No. Go on.
Go, Ultra.
No. I was going to say, I
you
did.
gave a good answer. You did give a good answers already. But
Yeah, I was literally going to repeat myself. I was literally going to say.
Sorry, because I was in the kitchen, so I must have missed it.
Oh,
Sorry.
that's where you're supposed to be. No.
Do you know I can't stand you? I cannot stand you. Why are you laughing?
You were right into that one.
Wait, listen, Lady Dean. I know you could cook anything better than that popcorn chicken if I was cooking my day.
Tell them again, Freddie. Try it.
Ultra's popcorn chicken, yeah?
It was ultra fried chicken, by the way.
Yes, the hand up. Big up, Sid. What are you saying? You got something to say?
Bless up. Yeah, sorry,
Big
I
up
was.
Sankova.
Bless up,
Queen.
Sankova, just quickly.
Yeah,
Queen, did you hear what I was just saying?
Yeah, I heard you.
What's your take on what I'm saying? Am I completely like out of touch, or I don't know? Because it's interesting to get feedback.
No,
Yes.
I think like everyone's saying, you're gonna get 6 different opinions, and that's just a reflection of where we're at as a community. That's just the beginning of the end, isn't it? Lady Divine touched on it in terms of healing, and you're touching on it in terms of, you know, having more options. All these things, to me, one of the things that is being missed out here when we're talking about the Jewish community, which is always missed out of these conversations, is culture. But all of these things are answered if we have an understanding of Pan-Africanism and the reparations movement. The reparations movement is not led without skilled professionals in law, in finance, all them the same, because we need those things. Even who's building a whole independent structure, we need those things. So to say that those things are not necessary, it's all one and the same. The self-healing in terms of understanding what we have gone through and how we heal from that. All the independent programs and projects, all of that is part of that. But we see everything as that's your thing and that's an individual thing. When it's not, it's if we overstood these principles and the ideology, then we would recognize it is encompassing of everything that everyone is saying on the panel. But like you're saying, we have been sold individualism as religion. So all right, son. So we don't recognize that is the future. That is the answer. Individual thing. When it's not, it's if we over.
How can you be on at the same time, blood? What's wrong with you, look?
Tell him to leave me alone. He's chasing me. But yeah, to me, that's we have the answers. We just don't understand the answers. We're doing the exam consistently, like Lady Divine says, and we have no friends, so we can't even say, well, if we do a bit here, then this bit here. That's not how it works. Like, we have to recognize this is warfare, innit? That's not how it works. It's not going to give a little and take a little. That's not how it works. So until we have a clear understanding of our global positioning, the nature of the people that we're dealing with, it's going to be very hard to move. But then if we educate ourselves and see what's going on globally as African people, then we realize movement is happening. We're just in the wrong current, if you get what I'm saying. It feels harder because you're looking at the situation through single lenses. Do you get what I'm saying? So I think that the answers are there. And like I said, culture is a major thing. I used to live near Southall, and the whole heap of Asian politician, and they make sure they're paying their money and all that. But
that was exactly my point, Sankofa. That was exactly my point. If you don't have players in the game, right, but you want to have someone like fight for your interest, and you're joking.
But this is the point, though. It doesn't move though without that culture. They move as a block. Whether in Southall, you can be Hindu, you can be Bangladeshi, you can be Pakistani, whatever, and they all got their own beef amongst each other because we're quick to say, "Oh, we got different cultures and we're all different." Yeah, so, but that's within us. That's internal. We can have our internal thing, but with them outside of it, they don't know we outsiders don't have no. We know no different. We just see Asian community. That's it, and that's how they deal with us. Asian community. That's it.
When you go there, because I was living there for about 2 months, about 2 years ago, and yeah, you go there and you just assume that they're all one block. You literally, when they have their festival, the whole of Southall is locked down, and there's no police, there's no nothing. It's just them, fam. It's literally just them, and they're doing their thing. It's like you don't even really too tough see police in Southall, period. Anyway, like it's like Chinatown. You don't see police in Chinatown.
No, you see police now in Southall because the Somalian community is in there. So the police in the Somalian community more than anything.
Yeah.
But other than that, yeah, they move as one. So we keep leaving. He's saying, "Mommy, you're slow. You're giving me my breakfast right now." But yeah, we're moving. Yeah. We're moving. We keep having this conversation and thinking culture is not important. When every time we look at the Jewish community or the Asian community, they're screaming culture at us, screaming it at us. And we're not going to be taken seriously for the same reasons Lady Divine said, but we're also not going to be taken seriously because
we're not in the game. We're not in the game.
One, we're not in the game, but in the game holistically, though, Ultra. We can't be in the game with just money.
But that's what I'm saying. For me, do you know what the funny thing is? For me, the money thing keeps coming up. But for me, right, you can have all the fucking money in the world. People are boneheads, right? Poor people don't know what money is, right? I'm telling you, for me, you have to get a steady foundation in the game. That means education. That means we're supposed to be churning out lawyers, pharmacists, doctors, dentists, fucking.
No, that's what the sister. Can I just say one thing over? But what the sister said is good too. It's the only way we're going to move forward, because basically to set up, I think we need a law that if you diss a black person, like I was saying, like an Afro law, we need to get that law in. And I'm thinking the only way we can get that Afrophobia in is if we obviously pay for it, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? That's the only way I'm seeing that they're gonna be able to, you know what I'm saying, put that bit of legislation in where if you try and disrespect, mock, or do you know what I'm saying, belittle our culture, you know what I'm saying, we've got a tool to use to support.
That has to be part of the reparations outcome. You know what I mean? Like
definitely. I think
everything that you're saying, brother Freddie, everything that Ultra is saying, that's what I'm saying. Both of it, none of it is. It's not an either or in it. It's all one and the same. But you have to recognize it comes in as one and the same, and it comes in under the umbrella of culture. So whether it's the Asian community or the Jewish community, again within the Pan-African ideology, your home base, your land base is Africa. We keep talking about, we know the importance of Africa to the globe. We know the importance of Africa to white supremacy. Hence and still, but yet and still, we're still here, not knowing the importance of Africa to ourselves. So we don't understand our own power base. Do you get what I'm
You know,
saying?
I have to challenge you on that, Sankofa. See, that for me is one of the biggest problems that I see is when you say culture,
Yeah.
I think that term is vague as fuck. And because as a
What makes
community
it
we're
vague?
all over the place, I don't know what you mean by culture.
But remember when we was talking the other day, a while ago?
Yeah,
when-
no, to be fair, I do. I just want you to explain it to everyone else. yeah.
I'm not gonna
No,
lie.
because
When I'm
yeah,
talking to certain people, before I
yeah,
say culture, I say value system, because
yeah.
people understand the value system that we all have as Black people. So, like we was having that conversation on Nanifa's channel, we don't know each other, but we can all relate because we grew up with a
100%.
type of value system. But the value system is embedded in the culture, innit? So, obviously, yeah, everyone knows me. I'm Shakara's queen. I'm not going straight to talking about, you know, in Ifa and even though these principles are built on it. But I want us to understand it for the rawness of what it is, if that makes sense. That it still has continued till this day. So we talk about our grandparents. We can all relate. We can talk about how he was raised. We can all relate. I heard Brother Captain talking about growing up on Broadwater Farm and all that. I'm not from North London, but in West London, Northwest London, we can relate because it was part of our culture. It was part of our value system. Do you get what I'm saying? These things, principles are the same globally amongst us as African people. There's nobody you can talk to across the planet that doesn't, as an African person, that doesn't share certain basic, fundamental African values and culture. And once
See,
we can,
so would you say Caribbean culture is the same as Sudanese culture?
as a holistic thing, there's a level. There's always going to be differences. Like I said, if you go to Southall, the Pakistani, the Sikh, there's always differences. Yeah. So we don't have to we take too much time focusing on the differences. Do you get what I'm saying? Even in West Africa, it's just a border. There's differences, and we even see that in London. You get me? How South man was moving was different to how West man was moving. Down to the trousers started when I was growing up, straights and baggies and all of that. So there's differences.
But sis, essentially, it was all the same. When you got
Like,
down
it's
to the
all the
nitty
same.
gritty,
This is the point.
yeah, well, like when I was in the boy, we all got to realize that we're all the same. We all got mums. We all love them. We all love our siblings. We all love our you know what I'm saying?
So this is what I'm saying. So when we recognize the similarities instead of the differences, and just appreciate the differences, that's the other thing. We need to just be able to appreciate the differences in terms of, you know, what one does in one culture. In the Caribbean, you might call food different things, blah blah blah, but it's still the same thing, isn't it? When we can work towards that, it's that unifying force. Because look, let's just use this latest assassination of this brother, murder of this brother. It's got this global attention. Yes, people are going to say, oh, but all races are involved, blah, 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 blah. But on a bigger scale, it's because Black people all over the world are making up a different type of noise. Do you understand what I'm saying? When we don't recognize that, when we see that, then we feel a bit, you know, oh, okay, impassioned about it because everyone is moving. It's that same mentality for everything. I shared a post today on Facebook because a brother was talking about he doesn't want to use the word opportunity, but the same thing again. The reason why this is going to happen again to another brother, unfortunately, is because the peace business. The brother was speaking about 1,800 people dying in Brazil, Africans in Brazil, since last year to today. And the same day brother George Floyd was murdered, a 14-year-old was murdered. This is what the global powers look at. They realize, okay, it's just this little thing for now. and then we jog on to the next. Do you get what I'm saying? Because we show that we have no focus. We show that we don't see the connection of us globally.
Exactly. And that's what I said earlier, Sankofa. I used some of Respect's lyrics, right, in one of his songs that he made. If we're broken people, right, how can we fix anyone else if we can't fix ourselves? And I think those lyrics are just perfect, because everywhere I look, I see people who I believe are on the right path, good for the community. And then I see people just say and do dumb things, and I'm just like, oh man. But then I'm like, at the same time, I feel like, and I've said this before, you have to have a multifaceted approach.
Yeah,
that's why that whole thing about fight or pay, I'm not into that kind of limitation.
You know what? Let me make
you fight and you pay. Well, you pay maybe at a point, but you fight. Everything is simultaneous. Nothing can stop.
And that's what I mean. It's just like the one or the other type. I'm not into that.
No, I believe that as well. If you allow me to elaborate, I believe that as well. You have to fight and you have to pay. But I'm saying there's a big emphasis on one or the other at the moment because nothing's working. And comparing to the Jewish people, because they're in the title, that's the only reason why I even come at that angle, because the Jewish title, innit?
I think
so
if we
don't feed into more.
Sorry, brother. Go on, sorry.
No, it's just.
Yeah, let me make a contribution real quick. And also, Veli, if you're there, can we do a share screen? If Sis Nahanda can share Shakara's videos that he pasted in the back chat.
Yeah. Also, Veli, there's people in the back chat waiting to get on. Veli, people in the back chat.
Yeah, Sis, I was gonna say what you said about keeping the same mentality or energy. That's a big statement, because we can see the mobilization of the people. The link that Shakara has posted takes it further and obviously discusses the idea that we need to organize, right? And that's something that I want to actually speak about to the brothers and that, because on Veli Vision we often have really fruitful conversations, but we don't necessarily have action plans, or you know what I mean?
Follow through, innit?
Yeah, we initiate. Like you, brother, I've heard you say on many occasions, Ultra, that you're someone who's willing to help fund or facilitate certain things, and that's something that I consciously do as well. Even though I'm not rich, you get me? I try and make an effort to buy them things and to, you know what I mean, contribute, whatever. So
that's the thing, M.A. Brown. I think in our community, we have to work out what it is that we can do or best do to assist the cause.
Yeah, 100%.
And I'll be honest, and I've said this. I'm not one of those guys that can put my boots on the ground. I can't, but I can try and support those that do. That's what I'm saying.
So what I was gonna also say is that one of the obstacles to people, we have to ask, okay, why is it that people are unable to keep them same energies when either, you know, one of our own gets murdered, or we realize that, you know, after the thing dies down, we are still at the bottom of the pile. You know what I mean? Why? And I think what it speaks to is the reality that our connecting, the thing that we can all connect to is obviously mortality. Like none of us Black people wants to die, and we understand that our mortality rates are far higher, right? And that we are scared in many ways. We're scared. We have a level of aggression and anger in us. You get me? And there's literally a fight out there on the roads. There's a fight inside of our houses. Yeah. And I wanted to say this as well. There's an above and beyond the, you know, police are killing black people are at the bottom of the economic ladder, whatever. We've got some now new overarching problems that we need to address as well, because we're in England, we're in the UK, we might be in America, we might be in whatever, in Europe, and we've got additional things like this. And I'm not going to try and open this conversation, but we got additional things like this 5G nonsense and all manner of crop spraying and all this kind of stuff that's way beyond our control, even if we had political power. You know what I'm saying? There's a certain level of, as long as we're in the country, on the land of the colonizer, they have a certain amount of control that we can never really address. You get me? We can never really address it as a block. We can't necessarily change. There's some things that we just have to face facts in that and know that we actually are not going to be able to change everything. And that's why I try to raise the question of what is the ultimate goal for us. There's definitely going to be people that are going to stay in the West. Yeah, there's going to be black people, black African people that stay in the West, that dip in and out of the West, regardless of how many people do repatriate back to the motherland or to the Caribbean or wherever. Yeah, but for those people, the reality is that when they are here, when we are here, we are fucking sitting ducks in many ways. We are, like, regardless of who shoots who and what you do, whatever, we can fix all of that stuff, you know. We can fix all of that stuff. But at the bottom line is, if a youth's not stabbing no one and police are not killing no black people and whatever, all they got to do is just drop a few more flipping chemtrails and boost up the, you know what I mean? There's so like that. Ultimately, for me, that's why the conversation of leaving has to be in the equation. And I'm not saying that the solution is to just leave now and whatever. No, we have to organize with the aim of leaving. If all wrapped into one project, as far as I'm concerned, all of this stuff is wrapped into one project. Some people can't afford to leave, yeah, and so the organizational foundation, the foundations that we require are also required to be able to even leave in the first place. You get me? There's going to be, in about 10 years' time, it's not going to be a surprise if we all have this new social currency where even David Cameron was talking about it before he left, about a year or two before he left. Yeah, he was saying that there was talk about people that are in debt, yeah, they have financial debt, not being able to leave the country until the debt was paid off. I don't know if anyone even saw that, but that's one of the most outrageous things I've ever heard in the political arena in this country. But we have to understand that this is where this country is going. You get me? We need to organize here, but we need to organize with the aim of solidifying our cultural values. And I think with that solidification comes the thought that, I really am not in the right place. I need to be where my culture is valued. You get me? So yeah, that's my contribution still. So that's why I wanted to know what everyone's ultimate goal is. Veli included as well. I want to know what everyone's goal is. Is it to consolidate our thing and just be here? Right? Because that in itself is still an death sentence. You get me?
Well, you don't know. For me, when you overstand the whole reparation movement, then you know the goal is a big part of it is repatriation, isn't it?
Yeah.
Recognizing, like you said, not everyone is coming, and again, there's lots of different variables as to why that is the case. Because again, as much as we're talking about an immediate sense, and we're looking at the Jewish community or the Asian community, they are in the same thing. So this is now when it's a different. That's a global Mother Nature, somewhat type of fight, if that makes sense. If I'm making sense, but I get because remember, if we know that white supremacy is global, when we're working towards something, we're working to ridding people off of our continent, out of our Caribbeans, out of our Americas, because they can still use our landmass and do these same things when we're leaving this country. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I wanted to 1 minute. I wanted to say because you said a lot though, but I wanted to say
sorry.
no, I lost my train of thought a couple of times. But no, the ultimate the everything you're saying is correct. I think it's the baby steps of how we get there is the main the main thing. And when we're talking about paying, I was gonna say I don't think it's about just paying out money. I think we have to use our money wisely. I think again, like Ultra saying, it's always said that you know, we have a whole heap of money, and we do, but we have a whole heap of money and how we spend it. And I think you know, how we spend our money, there's a whole heap of power in that. Before we be paying out anything, how about we withhold those pounds? That is a deeper pain in the pockets than we assume it to be, because the Jewish community, they pay for certain services for themselves, so they're not just paying indiscriminately just to be there. They're paying to make sure their own services are provided for. So we have to think about that properly. But what was the other thing that you said? You said
Sorry, man, that was just like an outburst, man.
Yeah, he did it to me as well. Don't worry, sis. I got
It's gone from me.
Yeah, I need to stop you.
Me. So yeah, go on. Sorry, I'll come back in when I remember.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I think that, like, from a personal perspective, I feel like
bless up Lady Divine as well. Sorry, Ame.
It's all right.
bless up.
From a personal perspective, I feel like I had that the Pan-African consciousness was around me to an extent as a child, and then moving into the world, like there was bare distractions in it, and I feel like, well, it's been what? No, I
remember now. Thank you.
Yeah, go on.
That's what it was. So two things. Organizing. Again, when we're talking about the Pan-Africanism, everything, reparations, organizing. If we're not organizing, or we're not supporting organizing in any way, shape, or form, again, this is the beginning and the end. And when you were saying something else, when you're saying, why can't we focus? Why can't we keep that same energy? Every single thing as well that you're saying in terms of what we're facing, this is part of it. Like, we're being consistently distracted and pacified and put into positions of fear. You know, historically, it's been that case, isn't it? This is a modern day lynching, isn't it? So as much as people might be fired up, the firing up is even still limited, because, you know, there's a level that, okay, I feel comfortable sharing this because I'm in the comfort of my home behind the screen. But if we say, okay, we need to do this, and, you know, some people might, it's frozen. Some people might, you know, do the whole protesting and all that, but then that's it. Yeah. I'm not saying that, like Ultra saying, not everybody is for the front line, and the front line isn't always about doing something drastic. But the front line is sometimes, like Freddie was talking about in terms of our own schools, sometimes the front line is teaching our children. The front line is setting up particular institutions that is designed to solve social problems within our community. This is a different type of front line, but the point is that we are distracted, pacified, and kept in a perpetual state of fear to not do the work, to not get involved, to not organize. And it, when we do get, you know, impassioned and have these moments, that's exactly how it's seen. As they're having a moment, and that's it.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think it's a complex cocktail of you know, strategic acts and facilities that disengage us, and that's the biggest battle. That's definitely the biggest battle, because that question of why are we unable to focus and whatever, that question on the face of it don't make no sense. Like it don't make no sense if you don't know the conditions in which Black people are living. You would be like, right, what's wrong with you lot? Why can't you lot organize and sort yourselves out? And why are you unable to do X, Y, and Z and whatever? And that question, a lot of us have that question. Sometimes thinking, right, my Black people people are not about anything.
Yeah.
Not actually understanding the deepness of the system that we're in, and the brainwashing, the mind control, the fact that we're in an environment that is automatically and all pervasively oppressive.
Yep.
I mean, if we look around your house now, I used to say that I've been saying this for 10, 15 years. If you look at your house now, there's everything that has been built in your house, apart from ornaments, been built by the land over European. You get me? And it's like, how does that have an effect on the black psyche, the black African psyche?
But M.A. Brown, but that can, how I understand the point you're making, but how I've overcome that, and yes, I do understand it has been built by the European white man, but how I've tried to overcome that is that how I've decorated my inside. So I have heavily influenced African artifacture. I have heavily influenced African doctrine. Heavily influenced my flags are all over the place. You understand that I try to block that energy and enforce it with my own, and have that energy around my household and my children. You understand? So we have ways to combat it, but we're not all on the same wavelength. Hence why a lot of us are separated. We are dysfunctional in that sense, because we're not all on that.
I want to jump on the back of what you're saying.
Yeah.
That's a really interesting and important thing to highlight, is that having the culture around you is almost like a deprogramming. I don't know what to call it. It's natural that having the visual, as well as the intellectual, and as well as the inner understanding from your studies and from your exposure, is what actually enables you to kind of break free from the prison. Whilst being in the prison, you're able to actually snatch yourself away from it. You get me? And maintain a certain level of balance and focus. You get me? Would we say it's harder to maintain that balance and focus and drive towards the outcome if you don't adorn your insides and your outsides with
sorry, M.A. Brown, sorry to interrupt you, bro. Sankofa, if you're there, if you could just hit the mute button.
Oh, sorry.
Well, yeah, because we can hear you being shouted at by a toddler.
The king is trying to speak. Yeah. The king is got a point to put across. Yeah, leave the king alone.
I can't wait for him to put
I can. I can wait. I'm patient.
Yeah, I was just saying. Do you think it's an essential? Well, we know that the inner adornment, so the decoration of your inner being with cultural fruits is important. We know that. Yeah, that comes through education and exposure. Would we say that also the visual aesthetic aspect of the culture is essential to combat what I was just talking about, which is those being inside of the imagination of European colonialism, being that all your walls were designed by these white guys and that all of the chairs you're sitting on is actually, I mean, can we say that that's really important to be able to maintain a focus when all around you there is distraction visually? Would we say that?
Yeah, I think we can if we're looking at it, because even when we step outside of our houses, again, we're stepping right back into the Western, I guess, white man's world. So you're no longer got this. You're kind of you're in a different environments, and now you adapt. Remember, they do say you adapt your environment in it. So when you go to work, you're in the white man system. You have to adapt yourself yet again. You can't even wear your hair in certain ways too tough, and they're complaining, and it looks untidy or unkept. Do you know what I mean? It's like we're constantly being reminded to be removed from ourselves, and it's a detrimental effect on our people. And I don't think we realize it. Consistently having that drilled in you 24/7, 365. We wonder why we've got all this dysfunction and why we are so removed from who we naturally are.
I 100% agree. Hopefully my son doesn't cuss me while I'm talking. But yeah, what you're saying, M.A., and even down to both of you are saying the same thing. Both of you are making valid points, what you're saying, MA, as well, because a sister Tafaz was telling me about was talking about how much even the architecture of how we live in this country plays a major role on our psyche and our homes, and we don't really realize it until we come back to our houses. Sometimes, like you've gone back home, whether it be and depending on how your family is living as well, I guess. But back home to the Caribbean or to the continent or wherever, they really utilize their space in it. So the way the houses are structured and all of that, and then you come here and you say you live in an estate, and the sizes of the homes and how we're all kind of on top of each other in that way, that it's not, we think it's a normal thing, but it's not, you know, like it's by design, if you get what I'm saying. So because if you look in rural areas in this country, I mean, I don't know if you look at, what's that program called? I don't really watch it, but benefit, whatever, scrounge. And a lot of the time, you know, because that's a European thing, generations deep on welfare system. But I'm saying most of them live in houses, you know. They don't, not a lot of them live in high-rise blocks or flats like we do. A lot of them, it might even be a one bed or whatever, but it's a roomy. I sometimes look at it like, what? They're going with things, but they don't. It's normal for them to live in a particular way. Again, when we're talking about the power of culture, Asian, Jewish is the main one we're talking about today. Like Lady Divine is saying, we are consistently being reminded and forced upon us to not be ourselves. So again, when you have your understanding of yourself, and we don't have to keep talking about, but we're all different, but you have the understanding of yourself. That's why you wear your African clothes or your African jewelry. Like she's saying, you adorn your house, you make sure your child goes to Saturday school. It's a consistent thing. And again, if we're looking at them different communities as examples, they show you that it's consistent. There's no let up room, because they recognize if you're not living your culture, you're living somebody else's. It's not up for debate. Yes. So when people act like to say, "Oh, well, I'm not really into this African thing," so it's a white thing you're on. It's not a oh, that's your opinion. That's what it is. Yeah. You understand what I'm saying? It's not a yeah, but I can have my own because people come with all kinds of, again, individualistic talk, but that's how I choose to live my life. No, it's not a choice. It's not a choice. Yeah. That's why there's Bollywood. That's why there's Asian, like, they're not ramping. Yeah. Any other community that understand the power of their culture and have a sense of pride in who they are, they do not ramp. So it's
but you just hit the nail on the head, Sankofa.
Yeah.
If you ask 12 or 20 black people, like, stand up on your culture, you'll get 20 different answers.
This is what I'm saying. So white supremacy and what's happened and the consistent oppression of us, they've done a perfect job. It's excellent. But in terms of doing that work to heal, like yourself and Lady Divine is saying, and to organize, like M.A. Brown is saying, we have to, that when he's saying what's the end goal, that is part of working towards that goal. We have to get back on that road. So we know what people will say today, but where are we working towards that unification? Because look, when our people, for us now being in this country, our people have only been here 60, 70 years, you know. I'm always getting told about this cricket game where you didn't matter where you was from, everyone was just from the Caribbean, red, yellow, and green, boom, that's it. Do you get what I'm saying? Now when we ask our children today, they're Black British. Now my daughter don't say that, bun on fire on that, but I'm saying, and most of her peers don't, because again, I've tried to do that. I've been doing that insular thing. So she don't, her friendship circle have a sense of self, because that's the work. We're talking about what we could be doing. Some of us maybe need to talk about the practical things that we do that we see manifest, and we see as part of that work. So like you're saying, Ultra, in terms of talking about the next generation, for me, I understood two things. My daughter was born up in Hounslow. I knew that that's not going to be sustainable, but coming back to the ends. Two, how we socialize them. What
But
we
not
need.
even that. So you're raising good points. Every time you say something, I'm thinking there's another problem. Like in the community, like if we're talking about how do we have the influence that the Jewish community have, when you got to Stamford Hill and all them sides, they own everything.
Yeah,
I would ask when we come back to quote unquote the ends, because you just made me realize how much of that do we quote unquote own?
Now, my thing with the ends, there's obviously that part of it, but my thing was the ends was a visual thing and just having her people around there.
Yeah.
She would have been it would have been 10 times, it would have been harder work being up there than it is down here. But now back to what you're saying, she comes on the tail end when things are being lost. So she grew up and she's seeing the things that we've lost. So she'd be like, oh, but mummy, we used to have this shop, or we used to go here all the time. And I remember when uncle and auntie had that. And she's seeing the losses. Do you get what I'm saying? But again, everything is insidious. It's not a clean cut. We just dash with business. Do you get what I mean? So,
but then that's the thing is, you know what it is? Like I said about the money thing as well. The money for me, this whole the money part of reparations is what troubles me, because I've seen people just turn fool over money, and I feel like I need to find out more about this reparations movement.
Well, Ultra, I'm sure you've heard Shakara talking about it, and one of the things that he often reiterates is that reparations is not solely about money, right?
It's really not.
No. It's not. But people don't seem to understand that, because I mean, even today I've heard people say stuff like "money I'm owed" or just things like that, and I'm thinking, like where's the long term in that?
I think there needs to be a stronger emphasis on the non-monetary aspects of reparations.
Yes, those are the words I've been trying to articulate, and I couldn't. And maybe this is why I got time for you, my brother.
You know I love you, innit?
Yeah, those are the words I've been trying to articulate for the last 45 seconds, and I just couldn't get it out. Yeah,
that happens every day, man.
But
that's it, man.
saying,
and this is why it's important to surround yourself with a certain type of people, the biggest and the brightest and the most progressive minds. Like you guys need to have the loudest voices, because all too often it's donuts who I'm hearing on these streets. Just donuts. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you. Anytime I need I'm gonna go to CC and get some positive goals and ting. That's where I go. You know what I'm saying? There's places you can go, and when you surround yourself with certain people, a certain type of mindset, people that read books, you can see the levels. You can see and I won't lie to you, for me, like, it's the likes of these people that need to be loud. These people need to be up on the fore, in the vanguard, leading the charge. Because I won't lie to you, much to my disgrace, I didn't know who Shakara was until he burst onto the Speaker's Corner scene, and even then I didn't know who he was until I just did a little bit of research. I'm like, my fucking goodness, this thing around the corner from me.
Shame on Ultra Funky.
Yeah, no.
Shame
Listen,
on...
you know what I'm saying? I don't even feel shame like that. I mean, I feel like, fuck's sake, right? And obviously it is on me, but then at the same time, obviously it's easier to blame others, isn't it? So I blame Shakara for not making his voice louder. You know what I'm saying? Like, Shakara made me have to research him, and I blame Shakara for that. I'm not gonna lie, because you know what I mean. It's easier to blame others out here, but
you know what? It's not. This is all by design, and there's a part where it's everyone's journey as well. Yeah, because even himself, there's people that he might not come across. I know he sounds like he knows the whole of the world, but there's people that he hasn't come across, and he has to look up this your person and that your person. That's just part of it, isn't it? But it's also part of by design. I grew up and raised up in West London, yeah. And you know, it's the beginning of Carnival and why
Come
Carnival
on, West. Come on, West London. Come on, Northwest. Done now.
and you know, the history of West London and why Carnival came into being and all that. Do you know I had to learn all of that, yeah, as a 26, 27-year-old woman coming into consciousness?
No. This is the thing, Sankofa. You see what you just said to me? Is not like some big surprise, because I mean, let me be honest with you. As a child, it was just, Junior, we're going Carnival. I was like, okay, Mom, okay, Dad. And then it was just pure barbecuing, pure loud music, pure people, them vibe, and then go home. Yeah, it's not until you get like mature a little bit and you're like, what is this? How did it start? What is its significance?
You know what? Yeah. You know what? I'm really sorry to cut you, bro.
No, go through, bro.
I grew up in West as well, as people didn't know, and I left to go northwest. Yeah, we lived in Harrow for a piece. Yeah, and I was desperate to come back. Like it was like my culture.
Just disclaimer, that is not Northwest. Sorry.
Yeah, that's kind of outside London. Listen,
Yeah.
Northwest is like.
Anyway, listen before I forget. Anyway, so I ripped out of my context and my culture and everything. Yeah, it was dread, fam. I didn't even know I was moving. Like I got told by my nan the day before we left. Like it was fuckery. So my thing was, I cannot wait to be independent so I can and thus, yeah. So one thing that I'm gonna highlight and advise people to do, yeah, is when I was down here, when I was like taking it for granted, I wasn't looking for no culture like that. Like the culture was already there, and I took it for granted, fam. Like I grew up on Carnival Route, yeah, in Brunel Estate, Westbourne Park. I was on Carnival Route. I grew up in Carnival Route so tough. I didn't want to go Carnival at the start when I was like 8, 9, 10 years old. I played football on the estate. I didn't want to go Carnival, yeah, because I wasn't allowed to go out, and I would just stand there with all my family, all the Dominicans outside the estate, yeah, and I didn't want to. So I would just stay in the estate, and I would play football, and I would wait for all these white people to come in and roll about on the grass and drop their money so we can go and get their money. That's what we used to do on the estate, right? What I'm saying now is that when I came back, my appreciation for my culture and for the ends and whatever had hit the roof. Like that's why now my perspective is so different from all of the people that I grew up with that are still here. My cousins, even my family. My perspective is so different. And what I did when I came back is I went out of my way to target certain people in the ends I knew had knowledge. I knew they had knowledge. Yeah, I knew that they were on something else. Yeah, I go out of my way to look for elders. Yeah, I wasn't looking to buck up with my brethren that went to school with here and whatever. They're still there, but I don't buck up with them. I went out of my way to look for elders and to look for culture deliberately because I was ripped away from it. You understand? So all too often we live in ends where there are people doing stuff already. Yeah, and we ostracize them to a certain extent, or we ridicule them, or we think, there's that mad crew that roll about with sticks and wear this and that and whatever. And this is more time the case. Yeah. So in Tottenham, in flipping Peckham, Deptford, wherever you live, yeah, there's people in your ends right now who are flexing what you need to be flexing, or who have the knowledge and the wisdom and the cultural fruits that you need to be eating, and that will answer a lot of your questions. You get me? In your ends now. So I would say that a big part of this cultural revolution needs to be to actually look around you. Yeah, look around what's in your ends. Who's that old brer that's been in your end since you've been born or whatever, that's always coming and talking all of this Africa thing, or is always wearing, you know what I mean, certain garms, or anytime there's like a beef or whatever, he comes out and he's always showing support. Like, who's that woman that's always, you know what I mean? Like, I hope everyone gets what I'm saying. And I think everyone here now probably at least now knows people in their area that are on that type of thing. But I'm saying that there's far too many of us in estates in predominantly or widely black areas that are not paying any attention to the people that are doing works in their area, and they need to. Yeah, they need to grab hold of that culture. They need to gravitate towards. Don't be scared. Yeah, if there's a meeting or there's a this or there's a that or there's a festival, like join in it. Like just go and see. Go and open yourself up to what's going on in your area that is not conventional. It's not going to the cinema. It's not the grime rave down the road, or it's not, you know what I mean, the fun fair or the arcade or whatever. Like open yourself up to something that's
no, wait, M.A. Brown, pause. You see when you just disrespected the arcade? I can't stand with you. I can't. No. You went too far. You went too far. You went too far. Yeah, you went too far. No, I won't lie to you though. The one thing I will, like, forgive me for interrupting you, but the one thing I will say is it's important that essentially what I hear you saying is we need more positive influences that can improve the settings going forward. And when you said grime rave, that kind of made me think, yeah, because I saw one the other day on Sky News where there was a party in Hackney, like all nighter thing, and I thought, all right, in the heat of the pandemic, whether you believe it's true or not, like, how did that rave improve your life? Did it? Would it not have been like more progressive, productive to go and sit with an elder and read something that's going to expand your mind? I don't know. But remember, we bruh, the stupid shit that I see my brothers and sisters fighting over is just so frustrating. It's so dumb. Man will get into fight over the new Xbox or PS5, and it will start a problem between man. It's like, what? Distractions are just everywhere, and the fact that we keep falling for it, it's like, ugh.
And this is why I changed my my image on the hang on this call here, because I noticed there was a lady in the chat called Victoria, and she was on this tip where she always hear from these people when they hear us talking about black issues and black and solving our thing. They'll come with their same old regurgitated rhetoric, and they'll be like, well, if you don't like it here in this country, why are you still here? Why don't you leave? Well, let me tell you why I won't leave. And when I do leave, I'll leave when I decide to leave and when I choose to, yeah? One, I refuse to be bullied and to apologize for me being who I am, which is African. I refuse to be here and remain anti-African, anti-Caribbean, anti-me. If I want to stay here and complain and go on about what I see, got everything that's anti-me, then I will do so. And if you don't want to hear it, you don't have to listen. I'm sure there's more channels that appeal to your way of life and your Western world and your white man this and your white man that. Go ahead and listen to it. But no one's forcing you to come here and listen to black people talking about black issues and the things we face being here. None of us were born here out of choice. Let's be very clear. So what we're not going to do is apologize for being who we are and talking about our state that we live in currently while we are here. We're never going to apologize for that. So if that's what you're looking for, lady, I'm sorry, you've got the wrong channel today. You're never going to get that. Continue.
Yeah, man, that's how it go.
Go on, tell her again.
Listen, Sankofa, another reason why I'm vexed with you now. Let me tell you why I'm vexed with you now.
Why?
You mentioned Saturday school and why it's a good idea to get our children into it, right? Yeah. But then that was it. It just like fly by. It was just, oh, Saturday school's good, and then we just moved on. No, you're supposed to be like promoting that and telling us why it's important or a good idea to give your children the tools necessary to avoid being in the same position their parents, grandparents were. Like, you have to give them a leg up. The children are like the future, which is why I explain to my daughter every day, and she's listening, so I'm going to get political. I'm hard on her when it comes to education. Am I hard on you? Am I hard on you because I care? Or is it because I don't care about you? Exactly. Do you understand what I'm saying? Right? Because, listen, my job is okay, right? You know, I can, get my family things. We can go on holidays and all this stupid shit, right? But for me, the primary goal here is you need to give your children the best leg up possible. Now, I won't lie to you. I'm from the 80s, yeah? And my parents always told me education, education, education. Now, problem is, I didn't listen, and arcades and the rest of it. But I understand now in hindsight how important it was. And I think the problem that I had is my parents, they told me education, 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 but they didn't break it down to me. It's just learn your books, join up, learn your books. And I was like, I don't want to. And then when I got to uni, it was like, I can't do this. Yes, darling. Yeah, yeah. It was just like, I can't. But yeah, go and get your apple. When I explain to the children why education is important, it's easier for them to digest. Like I say to my baby, you don't have to go and work for fucking Tesco's or be a bus driver, right? You can go and have your own company, and you can run it from your own property that you own with just a fucking laptop, if you've got the fucking savvy. That's it.
So you answered my question, right?
No, but I'm still vexed with you about not promoting the Saturday school. You're not getting away with it.
What am I gonna say? Firstly,
if it's not Saturday school, then you're in worse trouble. You're digging a deeper hole. So
wait, I have to big up my warrior queen as well. Melanated Goddess in the chat there, and I think I saw 9 for a little while ago. But yeah,
every single
what am
time.
I saying? What is so right, Saturday school? It was part of a point anyway, so that's why I never got to emphasizing it. But everything that you have said, what I do want to say in terms of our elders, we always have to put things in context, and especially in terms of the mindset and the generation. So yeah, they're just gonna say education. Depending on your particular family, they're not gonna break it down like that, because it was just about getting a good job. It's for especially depending on what country you're. I can't really say depending on what country, but my grandparents in particular, then let's say they came here. This is their mother country. That's what they was British citizens in the Caribbean. So it is just about, we want our children to get the best job they can, because get a good education so they can get the best job they can. It wasn't really about self-determination, do for self and rare. So, but however, there is a block of them that understood this country is not the motherland in that way, and it is oppressive to our children, and our children are being oppressed in schools because they was discriminated against, and racism was inflicted upon them because enough of them had their little Caribbean accents and this and that, and that's how Saturday school was born, because the education was below par as well. So Saturday school now, everything that you're saying, it empowers, it gives them a different perspective different perspective. It gives them a new holistic perspective on African history. It's still Saturday school, which all Saturday schools should have African history. But even when you learn English and maths in Saturday school, you learn it differently, and science. My daughter always used to say that she would have a better understanding of how maths was explained at Saturday school than she did at school, depending on the subject. But more often than not, that is the case, because Tafazwa is probably best place to explain this. But we have a saying in Kemet. What's the saying, Tafazwa? Or whatever. Around education. What's it, with English? It's Medjuneta, yeah? Medjuneta. You bring out what is within African-centered education. You bring out what is within, and when we're educating our children from our cultural perspective, we know that we're trying to bring out the best in our children. Western schools don't have that. They don't have no love for our children. There's no emphasis in that way. So Saturday school has a holistic approach to teaching when it comes to our children. Why I think they're invaluable. Every single Saturday school should be full. They should have a waiting list. No Saturday school should have ever been able to close, but they have, because again, the distractions, the consistent onslaught, people don't see the importance of it. And you know, it's hard. It's 5 days. You make your 5 day a week becomes a 6 day week, because you got to maintain that consistency with Saturday school. And then when your child gets to a certain age, and depending on you as a parent, I've had some parents say, oh, they don't want to wake up anymore, but then they start suffering in secondary school. So, but yeah, Saturday school. Also, again, on the peer group element, when we're talking about, you know, we're struggling to get that peer group for our children. The peer group, most of the time, firstly, Saturday school. So every parent has we all have something in common because we're all sending our children here, first and foremost. So that in and of itself is the foundation for you to, you know, build that little peer group with for your children. So my daughter's a child of the community, so she's got friends in different places, but most of her closest friendships are children that she's met at Saturday school. And my daughter started Saturday school from the beginning, from the youngest. She was, 3.5, 4? So her friendships with a lot of these young girls, they've been decades now, a decade long. So we have to take more responsibility in how we take control of the environment of our children. And Saturday school, especially if it's a good Saturday school, that will play a big role in that, because a good Saturday school recognizes that it's not just especially if it's a Saturday school that's attached to an organization. A lot of the time they recognize the complexities of the community, so there'll be other things that you can engage with the Saturday school and your children and stuff like that, but you have to take control, and that's a big part of taking control.
But sis, we also got to touch on other things that affect us regarding the Saturday schools as well, because like you said, we do have to take responsibility, because even statistics show, when you look at the government statistics, Black children, when they enter into, I guess, what we would call the Western institutions, meaning nurseries and you know, those stages, they start off at they're higher than their peers. Yeah, they're at the highest.
Yeah, 100%.
By the time they've got through primary and into juniors, they have now fallen to the lowest. So what is happening to our children while they're being indoctrinated into these institutions that we call school today? Why are our children starting at the highest? Black children are at the highest, but by the time they get to juniors, going into secondary, they have fallen way down into the bottom. When they enter into secondary, now they're hitting rock bottom, and they're now being moved into PRU and dysfunctional schools where they're getting kicked out of schools, and you know, the highest levels of being excluded and secluded and put into these PRUs and all that. Why is that? Why are we starting at the highest? We're above all other groups. But by the time our children enter into secondary school, we have now fallen to the bottom. What is happening within these institutions that our children are dropping? And this is why I embrace this COVID thing right now, because I take it as an opportunity for me to deprogram my children and get them back where they are supposed to originally be. I'm loving it. Children utilize COVID.
Well, again, the deprogramming, one, utilize the situation definitely for that, and the deprogramming, again, when we're talking about surrounding ourselves and immersing ourselves in our culture, that's part of that deprogramming as well. You know, there's lots of different things. One, the education system, it does what it's designed to do when it comes to African children. Secondly, British education we obviously, because they have conquered the world and everyone, quite a lot of people speak English, yada yada yada, but their standard of education is low, and we assume that it's high, but it is not. So there's that element, and then obviously then there's the systematic way of how they are not educating our children properly. But the other thing is that as parents, we can be very much on the ball when our children are in primary school because they're little and they're cute and we want to be involved and we can be a bit more involved. But when they get to secondary school, we see it as, oh, well, they're big now, and we leave them in charge of their learning. And for some reason unknown to me, I don't understand why. Well, again, we've bought into the fact that, oh, well, they're a teenager now and they're more independent and da-da-da-da. Yeah, they're more independent. They can wash themselves and they can cook 2 food and tear. But it doesn't mean that they're going through a different phase, isn't it? So puberty and adolescence and all that, that's an emotional roller coaster in and of itself. But you have to be on the ball consistently with our children's education. And if we maintain the same presence that we have in primary school, we would understand that presence has to be intensified when they start secondary school. My daughter was homeschooled, for the majority of secondary school, but we said, all right, let's try this secondary school thing. Her secondary school time, she was homeschooled, but we said, all right, let's try this secondary school thing. And she did year 7 and I think the first term of year 8. Now, when she started year 7, she was doing GCSE English. And if not for me running down the teachers them, or now, I wouldn't know how my daughter is doing. There was no one really marking work properly, because again, it depends on the school and it depends on the head of that school. Because with schools in this country, it's a hit and miss. There's no standardized behavior. So my daughter was, making sure they was keeping to a certain standard of her educational ability, because she reflected well on the league tables. But because the school was still wishy-washy, there was no consistency. Do you understand what I'm saying? So as a parent, if I was just like, oh, well, she's bright anyway, let me just leave her to it, then we're going down a slippery slope. And that was what was happening. Science was all over the place. There was another subject that was all over the place. So I'm just saying that we have to, the same way we have presence in primary school, we have to have presence in secondary school. And a lot of us, we do not educate ourselves in terms of the national curriculum, policies and procedures for that school. Even boroughs have different policies and procedures. What you can do in one borough can't work in the next borough. What's available in one borough ain't available in the next borough. All types of things like that. Following up on particular things that have been introduced into the curriculum, because we always think is what the curriculum is set. No, they change it up all the time. They add things all the time. All these type of things. So, we have to be on top of it. And more than anything, never stop what you're doing at home. My daughter has been doing workbooks from she was a little bit. And I'm not talking about, you can't eat dinner until you do workbooks. That's not what I'm saying. But we must be consistent. So if you're doing work,
sis, because I don't know if you're looking in the chat. I don't know if you're looking in the chat, but there's 2 good comments that were made. So the first came from the young Ottoman, TYO, and he wrote, "Don't just give your kids better than you had, make them better than you were. These things change generations. That's how they shred have got to where they have. That's how the shred." I don't know who the shred is. I'm a bit confused with that one, but he's basically just saying, don't just give your children better than what you had, make them better than you were. So in other words, in the teachings, like what we're touching upon, like we teach them better and educate them better than we had. And then Atticus Now, he wrote, agree. What did he write again? He said, try teaching your kids when you are with them. Do not leave it all up to the same state that you say is attacking you. In other words, we've got to stop with the crying and actually take action, I think is what he's trying to convey to us. Like, not just to us in the panel, but I mean to us as a people, like we have to start doing better. So I get his point. Now, Victoria, I'm ignoring you. You're ignorant and you're doofus. So I'm not even going to address you, love. Like, you can keep it moving. Ain't nobody got time for you. But yeah, I understand what TYO and Atticus Now are both trying to relay.
No, definitely. Look, if we really start doing the work that we're supposed to be doing, we're just taking our children out of their schools and we're just educating educating ourselves. We have the biggest skill set of teachers known to man, and on every level of teaching, may I add, whether it's a headmaster, whether it's any piece of teacher you can think of, we have them all. So we've had our own schools. That's the reality. And Shakara and his brothers, well, Shakara didn't, but his brothers all went John Loughborough. That was a 98% African school. Teachers, everything. Nation of Islam, New Mind School, they had their own school for what? A good couple decades in West London and South, I think. So we've done it, but again, you know, we have to know the history of certain things and why things are not no more, and how. Back to, I suppose, the original question: how we're not organizing as a block, how we're not joining organizations or supporting organizations, because organizations do need financial support at the end of the day. But how we're not doing those things to maintain what we did have. But the brother who you're talking about is right. That's why we're talking about Saturday schools. We cannot rely on the government, the same system that's oppressing us to educate our children.
That was my point, Sankofa. Like, we're always relying on people. Oh, Black Lives Matter, like begging for equality. No. You need to go out there and like impose yourself, right? And the only way to do that is to get your own players in the game. Just sitting back and asking, "Oh, recognize me, please." Man, shut up. Okay, just shut up. All right, because I mean, at some point, you know, doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. What is that called? We all know. Craziness. It's crazy. Madness. Insane. I'm saying, when the approach you use is consistently not working, maybe it's time to change your approach. And I'm saying this whole thing is a game, okay? And you have no players in said game, but you want to win. To me, madness. Madness. We're supposed to be churning out lawyers, solicitors, doctors, fucking politicians. And if we're not doing that, then just shut up.
But this is the thing, though, Ultra. There's a level that we have all of that right now.
No, I'm not saying we don't. Yeah. But I'm saying, because what I keep hearing is the thing I can't stand is the whole whining and complaining. I'm like, listen, do your bit.
Yeah.
Make sure your household is on code. And that's where, and then surround yourself with the brightest and the most progressive of us, and it'll be difficult for you to be steered wrong. Like, that was another opportunity for you to segue the Saturday schooling, but you missed the cue. Don't worry about it. It's okay. All right, that's all right. You're gonna get it soon. Don't worry. But listen, I've got to quickly duck out. I need to jump in the bath now. I smell like a homeless person. Listen, I'm gonna be listening in, but I'm gonna be on mute. Yeah.
Yeah, you know the smoke's gonna come, because I know Elron's itching to get on.
Wait a minute, hang on a second, Lady
German's
Divine. First of all, I didn't give you the man's permission to speak, and if you're not in the kitchen,
go away, Ultra. I'm done with you today. I'm done. And if I hit MA Brown laugh with you, he's gonna get a slap. Yes,
he's laughing, he's creasing up, but he's on mute. He's on mute, man. He's creasing.
Yeah, that's the best thing he can do right now. Trust me. Go on, Elron. I want to hear you talk about "Woe It's Me," "The Blacks Are Crying." We know what's coming, Elron. I'm ready. God. No, but yeah, this is the thing. We're not even. This is the problem about what I was saying initially when I first opened up and I was talking about the respect. We can't even have an open discussion on the problems that are blatantly evident to see in the UK regarding. I remember, I'm just talking about the UK. I'm not even talking about America's and nowhere. I'm just talking about where we live right here. This is things we see every single day. These are the challenges we face every single day. And just by us speaking about it, you got crying in the chat from Victoria. She can't take the truth. You got Elron talking about blah, blah. He's way in Germany, by the way, with his own issues. but he's over here listening to us black people, and he's crying. Like, what is wrong with these people? They stay listening to us. Like, what is up with it? I think there's a problem when you obviously don't like. It's adamant when you're using keywords like these people, those people, but you're here listening to these said people. Like, why are you? I don't get it.
Because we're not allowed to talk like this.
No, we're not. It's woe, it's me here, innit?
We're not
It's
allowed.
woe, it's me. Yeah. Even
So,
though these things are evident.
And I understand they're evident, but we talk as well with a level of authority and have an understanding of our situation. And we're talking about ways of solving our situation. We have a level of authority in our tone. You know, we stand with our back straight. So we can't have that confidence. When a black person has confidence, yeah, it's a problem.
It's anger. It's oh, they sound aggressive. They're emotional. They're angry. We can't just be like everybody else, because they don't say this when the Jews are talking about their issues. Nope. They don't say it when the Asians are talking about their issue. Nope. It's only when black people are talking about the issues. Now it's oh, don't talk about it. Why are you here? Go back. And let's be clear, Victoria. No one's talking to you. We're talking about you. I think you need to understand the English language, considering this is your language and it's your country, yeah? Figure it out.
That's the other thing as well, when they're being ignored. When you're being ignored, it burns, it's a fire as well, it's a bun as well. So all them type of things. And, you know, this is a everybody channel, to be honest. So they're going to feel like they have some right to voice their opinion. I just say that for us as people, we just have to pay attention. We have to pay attention, and we have to know this is the nature. This is the nature. This is what
it is. And I don't see why we need to be shut down or not allowed to voice what we literally see happening every day. Because everybody else can talk about the issues they face in the country, whether they want to talk about immigration, their country being taken over by foreigners. They can talk about it, or they can cry about the media being biased and not highlighting the issues and the girls and the trafficking and all of these things, and, you know, the underage drug, sex, rape, whatever is going on in their issue. No one can tell them then it's woe, it's me. But make us even talk about the normal basic things of the educational system regarding black children. Now it's, oh, why are you here? Go back to wherever it was. Clearly you don't like it. No one ain't said these words, you know, but this is what they've heard. No one's actually said these words, but this is how you know their brains wired all up the right way for them, which is to be anti-us. And this should highlight to us as the people what we are facing. Period.
But this is the thing, isn't it? Like we were saying, in terms of distractions, fear, oppression, part of that is to ignore. When I say ignore, yes, we can ignore it. As you were saying, you're not giving certain people any airtime. There's that kind of ignoring, but there's another ignoring where we're going to act like it's not happening. And a lot of the time, that's a behavior of ours, like, oh, it's just a few, it's not really happening, only a couple of people think like that, and all kinds of excuses. Maybe that's the word, excuses. We give excuses to a lot of nonsense, but we have to recognize, you know, we're not focusing on ourselves and recognizing that
we need to do what everybody else is doing, what every other community is doing, whether it's the white community, the Jewish community, the Asian community. We need to adapt the same, and it shouldn't be one rule for everybody else and a whole different rule when it comes to black people. Hold on, by the sec, Veli, if you're listening, can you let Elron on, because you know he's gonna come and hype up this convo. So let him on. Let's hear what he's got to say.
No, it's melanated. It's not Bob Marley. It's Midnight, the brother who passed. I mean, Midnight passed. He passed this year. And one Rasta brethren from Virgin Islands, I think. But yeah, he passed this year. So, but yeah, I got a Rasta baby here still for real, boy, because he loves all that thing there, and Janine and Chronics and all of that. Like good stuff. But yeah, like I was saying as well, innit? You educate from small, so we don't listen to no nonsense music in this house. My son is consistently indoctrinated with all rootical music. When we went to a play group, before I started waffling on, but we went to a play group. Oh, who's that? Greetings.
Hey.
Just saying quickly, United, we went to a play group here, and they were singing all these baby nursery rhymes, and he was like properly lost because he listens to Miss Lou in it. So yeah. Sorry. Anyway, as you were.
So much stuff to talk about, right? So much going on here.
Boy.
So
Yes,
much.
Mr. Nationalist. Let's
Should
talk.
we start with the educational system, because I found out something very interesting. There was a video from the Alternative Hypothesis today that was going into the education system, and something very interesting comes out there. I've opened all the stats and official data he has provided in that video, and I'm checking them right now. But what's the most fascinating is that, for example, older black people in America, thinking they are from 60 to 65 onwards, think they are getting less discriminated than younger African Americans. The same with Mexicans. Foreign-born Mexicans coming to the US don't think they're getting discriminated as much as home-born Mexicans. Well, you would think that would be the other way around, since, for example, in the case of black Africans, older black Africans, they don't have, back when they were young, right? They must experience way more racism and suppression, because you don't have all those minority laws that protects you. You wouldn't have that affirmative action programs. You wouldn't have black groups getting, or even actors, journalists on the panel that speaks out for you. You don't have that in the past, right? It was basically right after Jim Crow. So you would think it would be the other way around, that the older black people would say that they are getting more oppressed in their life than young black Americans. The same is going on, and you can compare it with school education. The higher your grades are, the more the people of minority background feel being oppressed, while it should be the other way around. Because when you're poor and when you're uneducated, you must be more oppressed and you must feel more oppressed doing job interviews, not having so much as other people, as more rich people. But it's the other way around. And an interesting fact is on that as well, to leave race, we see that in women as well. Women with lower education, they feel they are not so oppressed than a woman with high degrees, with a high status. And this just shows me everything we are talking about. I haven't known that these stats until now. This just shows me what we ethno-nationalists are talking about non-stop, the cultural Marxist education system, and how it influenced your views. When you're on Twitter, the most geeks and all those, the working class doesn't have Twitter, okay? It is a perception of reality they are pushing. They are not following this Twitter accounts that are pushing this narrative that make put a perception, basically. You're in that bubble, right? So these people, they are getting told they're getting oppressed, and this is why they feel getting oppressed more. This would be my first point to start this conversation.
Aaron, quickly, before you move on to your next part, Aaron, can you hear me? Before you move to your next part,
I can hear you.
I just want to make sure that you can hear. Before you move to your next part, can we just address the feeling oppressed and being told they're getting oppressed? How do you decipher what someone's feeling and what they've been told? Can we start there? Yeah.
When we are, for example, when we are talking about George Floyd, the George Floyd case, what is very interesting is basically all the mainstream media gave you the permission to protest. I call it rioting, but yeah, there are some peaceful protest as well. One has to mention that. But they basically told you implicitly, even the mayor, that you have the right even to riot, to be angry, right? They gave you the permission, and yet the same people that are protesting right now, I find it very funny, quite ironic. They are now attacking the media that gave them allyship, that backed them up, like CNN. You saw that video where they were attacking CNN. They have their backs. They are the allies of these people. So it is quite strange. They are saying the system is against them. I see Black Lives Matter getting interviewed by all the mainstream media, right? And yet they think the whole system is against them. And I want some proofs. I want some stats. Because as soon as you bring up stats on black on white murder, on police cops, are they really a racial bias for example, in cops shooting black people more easily than whites? No, I have a study open right here that shows the opposite. They take 1.03 seconds to decide to shoot a white guy and 1.36 seconds to shoot a black guy. Okay? So everything, every fact is against you.
Elron. Come on. I know you're not trying to sell me. So I know you're not trying to piss on my foot right now and tell me it's not raining. Elron, stop. Nobody is giving anybody any permission to write. Let's just clear that at one point, yeah? What the mayor did say, however, is it's very evident what had happened, and yes, he should be fired immediately, which I don't necessarily agree with. That I think he should have been arrested immediately, not fired. Fired ain't helping nobody. Arrested should have been the thing. And the problem is not necessarily whether there's more black shootings by the police or more white. It's the way policing is done. Let's be honest with this. Policing is not done equally. It's not done. It's when white kids are out there rioting and doing the madness, they put it down to, it's just they're misbehaving or they're misled or da. But when it's black people, thugs, gangs, big.
Should we compare the media?
Yes, we should. I'll give you a video.
For example, from Charlottesville and the media, how the media is framing the riots right now in America. Should we do that?
Yes, please, let's do that.
Okay, let's do that. Let's make a screen share. I have not done that. It's just my prediction, right?
But you're entitled to it, and that's the whole point of us having this conversation. Because I want to show you the difference in how you see the news, and how it actually is portrayed. Because what you're seeing is your opinion, but what is actually portrayed is different. Remember, when it's black people, it's always titled thugs, looting, gangs, black on black crime. All these keywords that basically are code words for terrorism. That's what's basically being done. You've heard Trump tweet, they loot, we flipping shoot. These are the things that are happening, but yet somehow in your brain you've conveyed that to it being biased and we're given permission. And what?
Yes, the mayor makes excuses even after they have burned the whole city in a police department. He said that we have to understand the anger of the black people. Is there anyone out there saying in Charlottesville, for example, we have to understand these white people because they are feeling that they're getting replaced, and that is a systematical anti-white racism. Not one media has made that example. But this is basically the whole media narrative for black people, that they have the right. They are getting oppressed. This is for once. There are police biased police brutality against them, biased police murders against them, and every data shows the opposite, and still they run with it.
Can I ask a question? You see, yes. you mentioned Charlottesville, yeah. That's where the white people then was protesting a few years ago, yeah. And the woman was run over by a car, yeah, and killed, yeah.
Yes.
Right. So that would be the same demonstration during which the president of the United States came out and spoke about people on both sides.
Yeah, I know that quote.
Okay, cool. All right, so
and he apologized for it.
So you're suggesting that that no sympathy was shown to those white people.
Yeah. Trump was the only one.
Not even by the President of the United States of America.
Yes, Trump was later cucking to the mainstream media, right? He was the only one bringing some kind of context.
People on both sides. Did he not say that? Did he not? There was good people on both sides.
Yes, and it was. I'm
just clarifying that point. That's what I want to clarify. Because the statement was made. The statement was made that no sympathy was shown to those white people. But the President of the United States of America referred to them as good people. Not to them, not to the KKK, and he was quoting. You were quoting him out of context, right? He said that yes, the KKK and these white supremacists are evil people, just as the Antifa, but there were good people on both sides, and you are only doing it to both sides. You're limiting it to both sides. And by the way, after he said that, the media took him out of context, and then he has to apologize and clarify. He has to cuck to the media, to the anti-white media, and say, yeah, the Antifa was correct, okay? They have done nothing wrong, no arrests of Antifa people. Many white people were there arrested from the white side, okay? And really, this is all what it was. Trump cucked. Trump was the only one that spoken out, bring some context to it, because all the media was just saying, yeah, the left wing to riot there, to attack the protesters that were by law permitted to be there, okay, before they, without any explanation, shut it down before it even started. That's where the violence happens. As the police force, it was a psyop, okay? The police force pushes the right-wingers into the left-wing demonstration, and this is where shit hits the fans, okay? This is all what it was. And about that murder, yeah, in the whole world was speaking about this murder attack. This was a white supremacist murder attack. The whole world was showing solidarity, okay, for this. So, but what it really was is this guy, and you see that, was throwing bottles of piss before from these Antifas, okay? He still has his shirt on. He was visible that he was in this group. His car was attacked with a baseball bat, okay, before he drove into these other cars. There were people on the sideline, and I can show you that video, standing with weapons there, okay? He was in total panic mode. They closed the Antifa, closed the only road that he could take to another road. They closed it down, so he has to go to that street. So really what it was is police were forcing that situation, this escalation to happen, okay? This is what it was, but it was framed otherwise. It was framed that the right wing has started the violence, that this guy wanting to kill many people there in the car attack, the people who drove with him in the car, there were some people that he got to the parking house lodge, or how do you say it? No one was, they weren't talking about it. The guy wasn't talking about it. There's no evidence of him wanting to kill people there, nothing. He wasn't even connected to the right-wing groups, but he had sympathy for these groups, but yet they frame it on Identity Europa, that he's a member of Identity Europa. So all those false narratives, all those false facts are out there. The Antifa, the violent Antifa were the good guys. Only violence was even saying was legitimate, okay, from all the mainstream media, because it was against these evil Nazi guys, okay? Then it's a good cause, but when right-wingers do it, it is always bad. And yeah, this is all what it was. And Trump was the only guy at the beginning bringing some context that were violent people on both sides and good people on both sides. This is all what Trump has done, and he has to be cucking later because he got so much pressure, even from
from the conservatives, he got pressure because they, of course, they are civic nationalists and they hate ethno-nationalists just as much.
Hello?
Sorry, yeah, sorry, sis. I'm here. I was just listening, letting Elron get his thoughts out with, without interruption. So, yeah.
No, same. You know, Fazil came and jumped in saying his thing. I was gonna say something in regards to the stats and all that, because I think the stats is kind of, the stats don't even make sense in terms of population and all them type of things there. But what I was gonna ask is, what is your overall argument? Are you saying, what exactly is the point that you're trying to make, that Black people have it good, we're complaining, there is no oppression, it's in our minds, you know, what is it?
My advice is that Black people should take self-responsibility for once and not blame it on everyone else. This would help Black people more than anything else. When it comes to the question of the day, how does Black community...
Wait, 1 second, sorry. When you say talking about self-responsibility, what do you mean exactly? So I don't know how long you've been listening to this conversation. We've been talking about our own self-repair for some time. Yeah.
From the beginning of the show, let's be very honest. From the very beginning, we've been talking about us taking responsibility. So this is what I'm finding. I'm struggling right now, Aaron, to hear you and this Victoria gal in the chat bawling about, oh, they're complaining, it's woe, it's me, when we blatantly took our ownership. So what is your issue?
But one second. So what Lady Divine is saying, one moment, sorry. There's everything that Lady Divine has just said. So from the beginning, so I don't know what when we're speaking. So even if you haven't been speaking if you wasn't listening from the beginning, we have been talking about our self-repair. I don't know if you understand what that means in regards to Black people, but when we're talking about it, we mean taking responsibility for our actions and how we develop ourselves and empower ourselves and utilize our power for our purposes within our community and the different things that involve. So we've been talking about that from the beginning. So I'm not sure if that's your definition of.
No, that's good. That's something good. But on the
however, unless you can point to me, unless you're erasing history and to present day and our relationships. And when I say our relationship, I mean our relationship in terms of Black African people and European, white European people. We have not had a harmonious relationship since we have known each other for the majority of our existence. So unless and up until present day, so, and there has been no peacetime. You see, like if we're going to look at, let's say, China, where when I say peacetime, because China never had a peacetime, China told everyone, we're locking our doors and we're going to focus on ourselves. If there has been a period of time where African people, globally, but if we're just looking at the West, if there has been a time where, let's say in America, because like you said, outside of the Jim Crow era or civil rights or enslavement, we keep having periods of time of brutality and barbaric behavior inflicted upon us. If there's been a time where your race of people have said, you know what, we're going to let up and we're going to leave these people to ourselves. Not the times when it has happened and you burnt it down. I'm talking about where it was left continuously and we did our own thing, but yet we still imploded on ourselves. And whether it was in the Caribbean, if you have an example of that, where you can show that's what happened and we decided to still destroy ourselves, then please highlight that for me. But if you don't have that, I need you to understand, I need you to explain to me then what it is that you find so
Yeah, let's talk about South Africa and let's talk about Zimbabwe, okay? As
You think
examples
South
for black
Africa
people
is a
said,
good
we
example?
taking over power and you self-destroy yourself after that.
Okay, so you want to use South
Break
Africa?
that down. No, let it sis. Let's let him hear and break. Let me hear this breakdown. Explain that breakdown for us, please, Aaron. I want to know exactly where you're coming from.
Yeah, GDP is going down since 1990, since black people have taken over, since Mandela, I think it was, have taken over. And yeah, GDP is shrunken. Now they have water problems in South Africa. They have race riots with other black African tribes. They have problems with whites. Huge racism between blacks and whites. Race relationships are worse than ever. Yeah, as I said before, the economy, I have to look at the stats, okay? How much worse it got.
You said, Aaron, quickly, sorry to interrupt. You said worse than ever. Ever before what? When white people were dominating South Africa? Are you trying to tell me it's worse now?
Yes, there's more murders, more rapes, more yes. There's more murders, more rapes, and everything like that. Every data that really matters. GDP, economical richness, which everyone wants to have, right? Criminality, everything is getting worse since you guys have taken over. And you can blame it on
One second. I want the brothers and the sisters to understand what he's saying. Listen to what he's saying. He's saying basically we cannot govern ourselves. We have a lack of ruling ourselves. Listen to what he's saying, you know. I hope you lot are registering what's been said here. Right. Telling us we don't have no power over ourselves, and basically we need the white man in order for us to survive. Understand what's being said, people. Let me keep quiet.
All right, so you know that there's like a small kernel of truth here, in what the gentleman has said. Let's explore what that is. Obviously, under apartheid in South Africa, for the majority of that time, Western governments, including Britain, including America, including Israel in particular, were doing serious business, with Africans in South Africa. So with Europeans in South Africa, and the Africans, because basically the Africans there were considered an enslaved population, a lot of the statistics are skewed because of that fact. The only people that were considered people in South Africa under apartheid were the white minority. So if you take those statistics and then superimpose them onto a situation whereby supposedly everybody's now liberated, everybody must be counted in the census, and so on and so forth, then you are going to get a situation that looks skewed in favor of the idea that the economic situation was better in the nation under apartheid. But bearing in mind that apartheid government was benefiting a few white people to the detriment of all of the Africans that were there. So that's one thing. The second thing, however, is that it would be true to say that according to some statistics, and according to some independent exploration, Africans in South Africa are actually poorer today. Why? Because the hand of oppression in terms of being maids in European houses and that kind of thing is no longer the modus operandi. So things have gotten poorer, but the white people in South Africa have actually gotten richer. And
I have to check
because
I don't think so.
Because the Europeans still control. The reason why Africans are poor in South Africa is because the white people in South Africa still control 80% of the economy. This is why there is a land issue in South Africa, as it has been in Zimbabwe, as it is in Botswana and Namibia and Kenya, little as it's known, because the land issue has not been resolved. When you hear land appropriation without compensation, what they're saying is these Europeans are thieves. They've stolen land and they don't deserve to be compensated for their thievery. Do
you know? Wait, I have to.
I'm not finished. I am not finished. What's it called? That is what's taking place in South Africa. What's taking place in South Africa is that the Europeans were allowed to put the ANC as the face of a revolution in progress, and silence and quiet a lot of the more revolutionary voices in South Africa that were pushing for a more robust change, a more robust economic change that would put the black people in the nation and Africa in general in better standing to solve our own problems. The reality is that European corporations have had their hand in the cookie jar, and the economy of South Africa is judged and run and recorded according to the success of these European companies. So if you talk about now, they say that 7 of the 10 fastest growing economies are in Africa. The number 1 in that is South Africa, because South Africa has more European corporations operating within its borders, not paying sufficient taxes and all kind of different things, than any other African country. Yeah, but that the black people, the African people that are there, are not benefiting from these things. Why? Because the Europeans still control most of the land and therefore dominate 80% of the economy. So the solution is, if we want to solve poverty in South Africa, is to give African people back their land and remove the European companies, from the nation. For example, the Lonmin Mining Corporation, who control the mines, the diamond mines and them kind of things there. And Africans, a few years ago, at Lonmin, Marikana miners were shot, in order to protect. Sorry, the Marikana miners were shot while they were protesting peacefully, against poor working conditions and poor pay, and they were shot in order to protect the property of this European corporation that is run in South Africa. So these are the problems that happen in South Africa.
So what I'm reading
quickly,
here.
Aaron, 1 second, Han. 1 second. I want to understand. You see what Shakara just highlighted right there? That's the difference between Africans and what's going on with the Jews. The Jews were given the land problem was solved. They gave it to the Jews. Even though it wasn't their land to give, they gave it to them. Right there was the first settlement of their issues. We still got that ongoing issue. Let's bear that in mind. Continue, Elron.
Okay. Yeah, I want to know if Shakara knows if Africans now have more land than before apartheid or less land. This would be interesting because you said it has been not solved. Has it not been solved like 10%, like 50%, like 90%? But you sure must know that now Africans have more power in South Africa than before. How much more power? This is my question. And another interesting thing is what I'm reading.
Define power.
Yeah, more land, for example, over the big farms. Right, farming is very lucrative in South Africa. They have
the white people that still own the farms.
Yes, most white people are still owning the farms, but blacks are now owning more farms than during apartheid. And the reason why you brought up that the reason that basic income in South Africa is now being lower than in.
Explain that. Why people are now?
Yeah, wait.
Explain that.
Your reason for. I think you can think of better examples, but your main reason was because they are not working as mates anymore. While I would say the reason why South Africa is now in decline is because this communist regime that is putting in place, they are putting people in power position, even let them take over some farms, and they are not capable of doing that because they are uneducated.
Are you saying that the ANC is communist?
Yes.
Yeah, you don't know politics. I'm finished. The idea that the ANC is communist is an absolute crap. It's not even. There's no metric by which you can measure the ANC as a communist organization in South Africa. Because if that was the case, they've been in power for the last 30-something years. What's it called? The nation of South Africa itself would be a communist nation, and it is not. If that was the case, if it was communist, by definition, this white minority would not commandeer what's it called? Over 80% of the land. It doesn't make any sense of the arable agricultural land. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, what you're saying. So I'm finished.
I would say
We'll leave white supremacist delusions to white supremacists.
To delay that
I will encourage
process.
everyone. I will encourage everyone, if you want to stay in tune with what is happening on the African continent, to subscribe to the New African magazine. Yeah, very, very good magazine for detailing a lot of the information with regards to South Africa and these kinds of things. And the reality is, yeah, that what South Africa really needs is something like what was taking place in Zimbabwe from the turn of the century. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to all the war veterans in Zimbabwe.
King, can you do us a favor? Can you give that information to Veli so he can post in the chat so everyone can access it? So
I'll do that in a second. I'll
thank
jump on my
you.
computer in a second and find.
Another thing I would mention is that it is very interesting because the only way that South Africa ends apartheid was by the pressures of other Western countries. They right here.
We want to shout out to the Mangalese of the Bukwe and the warriors of the Pan-African Congress of Azania. We want to shout out to we want to shout out to Mama Namzama Madikizela Winnie and who are waging an armed rebellion, against the forces of oppression in South Africa. I want to shout out to the worldwide Pan-African movement, and it was only when the worldwide Pan-African movement made South Africa an issue that these European governments decided to get involved, and they realized that it was more profitable for them because what happened was people started to divest out of Israel and boycott Israeli goods, Israeli made products and them kind of things there, and they realized this could be an economic storm. If African nations began to refuse Israeli and by implication American and by implication British products, and take a stand against their corporations and their companies in relation to the fact that they were doing business with South Africa. And so because of that, the Western world started to promote this movement, which was already rife, within the African
wait,
world.
you're telling me that international companies haven't
within the African world community, the anti-apartheid movement was already strong when these Western corporations and companies and governments started to take up the battle in the late 80s. And the early 90s. It was already strong in the black world, and it was only when black people started to promote boycott, against Israeli-made goods, and American-made goods and all kinds of different things that they decided to move on the program. So no, there was no altruistic European mass movement against apartheid, outside of being pressured by Africans to do so. So
you're telling me these Western governments have done that?
And start to bomb up places, of government buildings and them kind of things. That's when they were pushed. But before that, all they were doing business. All they went there for business, and they supported P.W. Botha in South Africa. They all lined up to support him, and his murderous, wicked regime, in South Africa. So the hell with them.
I haven't understand your point. You're telling me the Western countries have supported that movement of breaking apart apartheid because they saw a chance that then they can come in more easily and having companies built in South Africa and they control it, or what? I thought you would be against that.
No.
I thought you of all the people out there would be against something like that. That foreign companies coming in and having and not getting naturalized. So the South, are you telling me this the old apartheid system of South Africa haven't allowed other foreign companies to come in there and take their resources?
I'm not sure. I think at this point, it's just a clear example of the mindsets, really, and where you lie and where African people lie. And the reality is that this will be our relationship until it is to be, whatever it is going to be. But I don't have nothing more to expand on what he has said. It's quite clear. So we're living totally different realities.
Yeah, and I think we never can understand it. We could never do that. And the best thing to be is to understand that we never can, and to separate.
I believe I 100% agree.
That's right. I agree.
I agree.
Nationalist, I'm a black nationalist, a Garveyite, red, black, and green. We say separate. You're not detrimental to my people. You people are detriment to mine. Separate, yes.
The more I think that's what should be the case, and keep it that though, separate. Because the other thing is why people are in the chat saying certain things is because you know that white guilt. They don't want the conversation of your behavior.
Exactly.
You don't want the conversation of your behavior and your nature and the things that you.
Or you don't want us to criticize you for your behavior, for example. This is the other way around.
No one has. We have not had the power, and even if we did, it's not in our nature to inflict the things that you have against another human being. So you lot don't want to hear it. That's the point I'm making. But I'm saying that when we talk about separation, we keep it as that. You stay in your house and we stay in ours, because there was a period of time where everyone was in their houses. Yeah, we wouldn't be where we are at today if not for your behavior. This is the beginning. This is the beginning and the end of the problem.
Yeah, you wouldn't be here if left-wing politics doesn't let you in during the Windrush generation.
All of this nonsense again. Here we are again.
I totally agree with you.
This country was a bag of bricks. Yeah, you begged for people to build it up.
Yeah, that's the narrative the mainstream media is pushing. So you are getting more self-confident and pushing white people down.
And then there's reality.
Look, the point that
there's the media and then there's reality
about me is I'm saying that Africans can't build their own nation by bringing up South Africa and Zimbabwe, right? So I'm telling you right now, this is what they are doing to white people, saying that playing that narrative that we have to have foreign workers, otherwise white people, or in that case British people, couldn't do it. This is the same narrative.
At the end of the day, it's not the same narrative, but whatever. The point is, pick your own strawberries, build your own things, sweep your own stuff, be your own NHS staff, leave us to our thing, innit? So, like I said, we agree. I'm just saying when we agree in that way, I'm saying make sure though you educate yourself on some level of morality and stop being barbaric in it. So when we are separate, stay that way, because you wouldn't have this leftist conversation of, oh, well, if it wasn't for the Windrush, you're always involved in us. You're always involved. Let us separate holistically. That's the point I'm making. Let's make it holistic.
Yeah, we don't have to water. That's Elron. Quickly, 1 second, Elron. I just want to know, Veli, if you're listening, we've got people in the back chat. There's a brother in the back chat that wants to jump on, and I don't know if there's anybody else, but can you let them on, please, Veli? Also, Elron, when we're saying separate, we don't have to go towards separating now. Just give Africa for the Africans. Keep Europe for your people then. Give Asia to the Asians. Separate us then if that's the case. Cool, we have no problem. No, I don't think nobody has a problem with going and doing their own thing, practicing their own way. Give Middle East to the Middle East. Do whatever you want to do. But my thing is, when you start to impose your lifestyle, your way of life and everything else and try to wipe out everybody else's, now we're going to have a problem.
Look, and this is where we could come together, and we have in the past. For example, Malcolm X, I think it was. Wait, let me find
No. Malcolm X did nothing. I'll come into
Wait.
no.
Yeah,
I will research
personally, Elron, I don't rate Malcolm X like that. So please.
I know that I have read something a few days before where white and black nationalists have worked together in the past. Wait, I will research that real quick.
Just do your thing. What I'm saying to you is, Elron, we don't have to war or nothing. If you just go your way and let us go ours without imposing your will and your way of life and your whatever on us, we're cool. We're cool people. Like I don't subside. Yeah, I'm just saying we don't have to subside to no one's way of life or no one's way of thinking or no westernized. We don't have to. At the moment, it's been forced. That's the problem we're having.
Okay, now. I have it right here. Okay, listen to this. Historical Olive Branch, 1961. U.S. National Socialist Party leader George Rockwell attends Nation of Islam event to discuss mutual aims of self-determination, peaceful separation, and religious-based societies for their respective people. Malcolm X and Louis Farrakhan can both be seen behind Rockwell, and he is delivering his address to the National of NOA, this is Nation of Islam. Rockwell donated to the Nation of Islam. Malcolm X led the fundraiser that night and gladly accepted Rockwell's donation. So this is what black and white nationalists have done in the past. Okay.
If you're gonna
hold on, when Malcolm X made that, hold on. When Malcolm X made that thing, yeah, was he a Sunni Muslim at that point, or was this before he became a Sunni Muslim? Like, let us know what point in time was this statement read, because this is why I have the problem with you lot bringing Malcolm X every damn 2 seconds.
It was in 1961, and it stands. It was the Nation of Islam event that Malcolm X led, so he must be a member. But I can check.
The Nation of Islam at that point. He wasn't a Sunni Muslim at that point. Okay.
Yeah.
But the other point though is, that's in a context, isn't it? We are already at war with you people. We're already in the midst of it. So okay, so meeting was had. Marcus Mosiah Garvey met with clan members in terms of, again, in a context, because if you're going to be murdering, we're going to be murdering. But the point is that it's in a context. It's not just because. If we're talking about separation, don't bring me no example of well when there was a time we did meet. For what? For what purpose? This is what I'm saying. It's never, we are coming.
Separation means different states in the United States. That you break up, that you have your states, whole states, okay? Like say, I don't know how many states are there, 52 or something in America. So you get a specific proportion of states. Whites get a specific proportion, and probably Mexicans as well, since now there are more Mexicans.
What would it look like in Europe? What would it look like in Europe? All I was saying is just don't bring me no example of where we talk to get along.
Right now, I would say in the past, for example,
argument.
In the past, it would be much more easier for blacks and whites to find a solution, because they were basically the only population with mixed with Indians, native Indians there. But now you have the problem that you have to get the Mexicans and all the other ethnicities that they let in during that time. They want their bit of states too. So now it is not only a discussion between black and whites. Now you have to take in Mexicans, and this is what I hate so much about multiculturalism. Everyone wants to have their bit, okay, their piece of the land. And
we're talking about black and white. We're talking about black and white right now.
Yeah.
So with
but
Europe,
the thing is, though, sis, he's tried it, because what he's doing, he's saying that it's all about everyone wants to have their bit and whatever. But this is the problem: everyone doesn't want to have their bit. Right now, it's the white man. Let's be honest, Aaron, that wants to have everybody else's bit plus theirs. That's the problem. That's the problem.
He's doing all kind of shit and being dishonest. 1 minute, he agrees, so total separation, and he want to come show you an argument about when we did talk and get on. What's the
the black nationalists have changed. I don't know how it happens, if it was a psyops to break us, because there's nothing more that Antifa or all these other anti-white communists hate more than us allying, nationalists allying all around the world. They hate nothing more. This is why you see so much hatred between on UNRWA, for example. Or when we come together with some Muslims here in Germany, we had some meetings with some
what race are these people?
They were going insane.
What race are these people?
What, those Muslims?
These Antifa people.
They are white.
So isn't that a you problem?
Yes, it is a me problem, but these people, these anti-white whites, at least here in Germany, are the biggest. These are the people in power right now. At least here in Germany. In America, there's another group in power. But so we have to deal with them. But the problem is that all the minorities are uniting with Antifa and those left wing. Even Black Lives Matter is allying with
Black
Antifa.
Lives Matter ain't hold on. So we're not going to do this. You keep bringing up this Black Lives Matter thing, and I've letting it slide about five or six times. But what we're not going to do is try and play like Black Lives Matter is run by black people, and there's black people that are heading this flipping campaign organization, this campaign. We're not going to do that because us black people ain't got nothing to do with Black Lives Matter. Stop that foolishness, Elron. Stop it.
Can you repeat that?
Yes.
Big up brother as well in the chat.
You can go right to
Big
their
up the
bio.
king. Big up the king.
You can go right to their bio, right on their website. Their website has nothing to do with the black man. If you really want to go down, it really has more to do with their Rainbow Coalition, single
Brother,
mothers,
you might need to turn up your mic or something.
Oh.
It's low, yeah.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still a bit low, but yeah.
Like I was saying, Black Lives Matter, even within their bio, has nothing to do with the black man, nor the black family structure or anything.
Yeah.
So totally directed and dedicated to the propaganda of the so-called black single woman.
I would agree.
The lesbianism behind it, and another factor, but it does not represent the universal code of the black family structure. Does not.
Yes. I would agree with you. And it was a psyops from the start, but how many black people are supporting it? A lot. And they're not seeing it. Black Lives Matter was even funded by George Soros, the same guy that sponsored Antifa and the whole green agenda movements like Fridays for Future. What's the other one? Extinction Rebellion, right? He has his pot in exactly those. These organizations are basically there to create chaos.
Hey, listen, at the end of the day, if Antifa wants to infiltrate and blow down the front gates while we're behind and going after them, so be it. That's what because at the end of the day, it's like you guys were talking about power. At the end of the day, here in America, it seems like the races, because they were damn near trying to knock the gates down of the White House. So at the end of the day, it's kind of like whoever can run for that one seat to turn this into one big movie scene. Yeah, that's what everyone's running for. But it's who gets at the top, who thinks they want to tell the truth on what they will do until they get to that top. So power definitely does play a role. But at the end of the day, if Antifa wants to blow shit up here in America, which of course we have no part of as black folk, I just told myself last night, being here in America, and while I was watching things over in England and throughout the world, as I watched black people, as universal as we come together in this feeling of anger and of injustice and everything under the sort, I told myself, I'm like, if this is not the point in your life as black people where you're not at least looking toward Africa to at least think about home, to go up and build it up, no matter whether you come from the Caribbean, England, America, no matter where you be, if this is not the time for you want to unite to at least go back home, then I don't know what else. Because after that, at the end of the day, what Lady Devon said, it is going to be us versus you. So and I heard the whole separation part. I get it. But the problem is, if we separate and we become well of ourselves, could you do so well by not being jealous? Could you do so well by not feeling in a way about that? That's how Black Wall Street was destroyed, by some old rednecks on the other side feeling jealous about what we were doing because you didn't want to fuck with us. We said, cool. We got enough doctors, lawyers, firemen. We got enough to start a community. But yet, you on the other side of the track, you still didn't like it. So the question is, with the separation and with us having progress, because I really believe that we can progress on our own and police ourselves and see when we have brothers and sisters doing wrong on how we can deal with it, would you be able to understand that with our progression? That's why segregation was the best thing ever. The moment you felt like you wanted to give a fuck about us or you just really wanted to be nosy on what we were doing, it all fell apart. But it's a way deeper part. I'm just saying above the surface of what we're talking about. Anything else, I might.
Can I just say that I co-sign everything that King Naphtali has said? Everything. That, in fact, integrity. I will go as far to say integration. What's it called?
Segregation.
Yeah, like basically
integration,
our story of integration, that's the
Right.
word. Integration has been detrimental to not only myself but my people as a whole.
Totally agree.
Integration has not benefited us in any
This
way,
is
shape, or
what I
form.
would say. Do you really believe that living together is better for you than living apart from each other? Even though you might have in your head that when you are doing better than us, for example.
No, it's not in our head. It's not in our head.
Yeah, but you have in your head that we will then come and break it down again. But do you think we can't do that right now while we are living together?
It's a simple.
I thought it was a systemic oppression right now going on. So what do you have to lose?
It's as simple as this. It's as simple as this. Our hate cannot match your hate at no point.
At no point.
We have no power on.
Why do you want to live amongst whites so much? Even though you were telling me you were getting oppressed.
Hold on. Aaron, I'm not going to let that slide. What do you mean, why do we want to leave?
I'm not going to let it slide either.
Yeah, thank you, bro. Because we're not going. We were forced into this. There was no wanting.
Like I said, I'm only staying above the surface because I don't want to get too deep. But I don't mind getting that deep, Gandalf or whoever you may be from one of those mystical movie type character cats.
Just sorry, bless up everyone. I'm gone though. And bless up the brother and sister Divine. Yeah, I just let this just be an example to us, innit? This is the mindset of who we're dealing with. So just take out our pens and pencils. Do you get what I'm saying?
Definitely.
But that's it. There's nothing else from this exercise here, but an example.
If you and or Shakira could jump in later on at some point, that'd be brilliant. But if not, I understand it. You know, we've got real lives and stuff. But
yeah, I got
bless up for your input still. You held it down, Queen.
Bless up everyone.
Yeah. Damn, Lady Divine, go ahead. You go.
No, brother, I just wanted to just point out the fact that because they seem to think that we need them or we want to be amongst them, and we're like, hell no, we want to go. Like, give us back our Caribbean, give us back the Americas. We were there long before these invaders came. Give us back Africa. Stop trying to come. You lot are trying to impose yourselves on us. We are not trying to impose ourselves on anybody else. We let everybody live peacefully. We were living peacefully on our own, but they came with the gun and the gunpowder and enforce their will on everybody else. And let's be very clear on the events of history. Stop that.
Even though I agree, we came with the gunpowder and everything like that. We can't know if you would do the same if you would have the power, because you never had the power to do that. We know others. We know that other races have misused their power. For example, the Mongolians. Okay. This was, for the European, this was one of the worst times in history. Okay, they have raped, pillaged, murdered hundreds of thousands of Europeans. And during that time, hundreds of thousands of Europeans were a big number, okay? Because there weren't so much Europeans living back then.
What do you want? What do you want from that, a hug? That's all.
No, but I'm saying when you see that other people have power, they will use it. We saw it.
Bro, it still don't add up. It don't add up to the divine power. You don't even.
Yeah, but what whites have done with their power, they were with the on the peak of the power. No one could threaten whites. They could literally genocide all of Africans if they decided to. But what have we done? We have decided to not do so. We have decided. Right.
Hold on, let me ask you a question. Within as human beings, within our feeble minds, do you really believe as a race, as you were brought into this world, whether you believe in a higher being or not, do you believe that you just were plopped here and just power was just like that?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Meaning, like, do you understand that, like, what we're going through and the opportunity that you have been given to is actually, like, you know, I want you to know that, like, a time will come, like, for what you're doing, that all of this is going to come to an end for what's happening to us as a people. Like, that's the part, like, I don't want to make it boring and get biblical and get all deep with it, but understand that the seat that you sit on, that throne that you all feel of power, Understand, my friend, it will come down.
Yeah, the only thing that could happen to whites if whites decide to let it happen, okay? There's no power in the world that can threaten white people. And this is why you need to be able to have anti-whites that are working together for you, so you have your revenge. This is the point of the matter. We are not dependent on anyone. You are dependent on the goodwill of white people. That's the difference.
Who told you that?
It is just the facts.
What is that fact?
That white people are in power. They are ruling the world.
That is correct. But do you think you just did that on your own? You must have thought about it? Okay.
Yes.
Wow. I can say so. Oh, okay. You know what? Wow. But at the end of the day, like I tell a lot of people, whether you believe in the scriptures or not, damn, like God's word is really true. And you really believe that this structure that you guys think that you built, that you're going to just live out the rest of your days as if there will be no demise nor downfall for you. Wow.
I see the downfall already, but only because we let it happen.
You haven't seen anything as yet.
Oh, yes, we have. We are dying out right now. We don't have enough kids. That would be one thing. We are letting in millions of people who hate us for our past, which is insane to let someone like you in.
Who hates you that shouldn't hate you?
What?
Because you're crying victim. So
yeah, I don't hate myself. I don't hate white people. We gave the world, we created the modern world. All you enjoy, all the wealth you have, you can tell white people, yes, you have enslaved us, but also we have given you. You are now living better than all those hundreds of years back, okay? You have increased your GDP. You can now use the internet. You can use airplanes. You can use cars. Everything we gave you.
No.
You gave us nothing. Hold on, Elron. Let's just stop that. You gave us nothing.
You gave us nothing.
Your modern world was the blueprint of the first civilization ever. You got everything off your blueprint of Kemetic white lifestyle, yeah? So let's stop that. Let's stop coming like you're some genius out here that created the first civilization out here. Cut that shit out, number one. Everything you've done has come off the back of our blueprint. All you've done is just basically modernized it. Let's be very clear that we're not giving you no credit for nothing, because we are the original creditors, yeah? We gave you civilization. We gave you life. So we're not going to ever dismiss that, and we're not going to apologize for it neither. If it wasn't for us, there will be no you. Let's best believe that. Number two, you're not going to do is sit up here and try and sit down like you are. We need to be thankful. We're not thankful for nothing, because there's nothing you ain't giving us that we never gave you. We gave you. Let's be very clear.
Do you still?
The only thing why Africa is booming in population is because now you have better methods to farm, to have food. Okay, you have now a higher life expectancy because we gave you the medicine, and now you are overpopulating. Okay. You are reaching 2 billion in
no,
2
you
billion
gave us the medicine.
No,
you try to give us medicine for us to kill our children, but through the through the greatness
of sex doesn't matter. You getting older doesn't matter. All of it is
sorry. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Veli, there's people backstage trying to jump on, so I know other people want to have their opinion. I will fall back and let them have their say. If you can let them on, Veli, please. Go ahead.
Oh man. I told
so
you.
All the stats are wrong. These are just stats that white people made up, right? You're not getting older over the last decades. No way, right?
Like I said, man, you haven't given us anything.
All right. White people listen careful to this. No matter how hard you try, no matter what you get.
Can everybody hear me?
They will always say,
can you hear me?
Much love to you, Brad. We can hear you. Take over.
M.A. Brown, you can hear me?
Take over.
You
we
can
can
hear
hear
me?
you. We can hear you.
Okay, cool. I just want to make sure everybody just, they can hear me, because this is the most beautiful thing to wake up to. I just want to say peace and Black dominance. It's good to, when you realize your race is not 9.7% of the world's population, and which in 20 years, the average age of a white person is going to be 65 to 63. the fact that white women are having more babies die than they're giving birth to, and this incel on here wants to complain about white black people not taking credit for their issue, man.
That corny ass narrative, that shit is
Man, and then I just wanted one thing, bro, is as a brother who's the descendant of slaves within the Americas, I love when my history is said, but I hate when it's
Also a
spoken.
descendant of slaves.
I hate
We were
when it's,
enslaved by the Arabs.
excuse me. Thank you. Okay. I just want to say that one thing I hate is when my history is when my history is said, but I hate when it's said incorrectly. Malcolm X had nothing to do with what Elijah Muhammad wanted. Elijah Muhammad wanted to be able to facilitate the black dollar because 25% of the American economy is ran by is contributed to by 14% of its population, 13%. In the next 10 years, we're projected to be about 30% of the country's population. So we have $1 trillion in buying power. So I believe that with the separation, I believe that we could do some epic things, especially as diasporans. So I'm all for the separation. I'm never going to detract for that. I believe that we have enough, like Martin Luther King said, at the American Negro. I'm only speaking for, an ADOS or American or Black African American perspective, that if we took our technical skills from the West and went to an African country, we could make a super nation. I believe that. And the beautiful part about the diaspora today is it consists of Africans from the continent, Africans from the Caribbean. So the different experiences and viewpoints can all mold and mash together, and we can come back as one holistic group if we choose so. The beautiful part about the United States of America is that it was not intended for one group of people. The reason why its constitution states that all men were created equal is because the government knew that one day they could not hold power as white people. That's why after the Civil War, you had what's known as Reconstruction.
That the creators of these
excuse me.
Notice, Elron, when you were speaking, we kept quiet. So can you respect my
Can you
kid
mute up,
when
please?
he's speaking, please?
Oh, God,
Thank
when she says that. Alhamdulillah. All right. When the founding fathers knew that this country wasn't going to be able to stay one, what white people weren't going to be able to maintain power forever. That's why you always see an attempts to try to control and seize power here in the Americas. That's why every time you see African Americans progressing in some way, shape, or form, there was always a major pushback. And you always see that the one thing white people in America now realize, that's why in the South in America, you see that abortion is illegal because they know that white women are not having babies like they are, which Elron said, which is 1,000,000,000% true. So shout out to the white women who keeping the poom poom to themselves. So when you talk about,
you're celebrating white
I'm not speaking. I'm not done speaking. I'm not done speaking. I'm not done speaking. I'm not done speaking.
All I want to know.
I'm not done speaking. I'm not done speaking. I'm not done speaking.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. I'm not done speaking. All right, cool. All right, so I want to say shout out to the white women who are doing that. You making the job easier for us. Shout out to the white women that are just so in love with black men that you take a few of us once and that you take a few of us away. But shout out to the white women that are also turning to the LGBT community at a higher rate than black women. I don't know where that narrative came from. I think it mainly comes from black men who are part of the MGTOW, black men going their own way, which is possibly the most embarrassing group of things in the world, but whatever. Also, I wanted to make it clear that when black people become self-determined and when we move forward, we always find that the European cannot exist, knowing that there's some potential that we can become equal to them. That's why when Kwame Nkrumah was going around the world getting various resources to make Ghana a superpower and intended on trying to make the United States of Africa, they had to come in and create the AU. I love how the fact that every time Thomas Sankara decided to make Burkina Faso self-sufficient, he was betrayed by his top general. So we can see that the separation, we want to make sure it's not just on a living amongst each other. We want to make sure it's on a geopolitical level. So since you are a white nationalist and ethno-nationalist, I think you should definitely work with your people on stay the fuck out of African countries. And also you can probably talk to, because you're German. I want everybody to realize he's German. He's not from the UK. He's German. So the Windrush generation that the UK needed was because of his ancestors. So, I want to make sure, big up to the Windrush generation. You made a beautiful country. So, big up to you. Thank you, leaving your mark on history. Secondly, I want it to be known that every time that I want to make sure that you realize that the issues that you're feeling in regards to Antifa, the anti-white whites, that's definitely something you need to go on, you know, those liberal panels and have those conversations rather than talking to Black people about your issues. Okay, so, you know, having the conversation with us about what your ancestors is doing, it's like going to someone else's house and telling them you don't like their dinner. Okay, go to your own house, fix your own issues. All right. But yo, big up to everybody. Yo, revolution to my Africa, to the people. You know, I saw what y'all were doing in the UK. You know, I'm loving this. Hey, yo, anybody watching the language on TV on how they're describing this? Like, is anybody seeing white people call out white people? Because I had a bowl of cereal last night, hit a nice little split.
I said that. DC Brad King, I said that. Know the key words: thugs, gangs, what savages. Know the key word, you know. All code words for terrorism. Let's be very
but lady, this is the thing that shocks me the absolute most, my queen. Okay, my goddess. You understand something? That they are now doing this thing where they're dividing. Police chiefs are coming out in areas that Trump won, saying, we've noticed that there's a difference between the protesters and the looters. So
that's
that means
my point.
the
So
death
we
of this
demonize yet again. Us as blacks are demonized, while everybody else are peaceful protesters. We are the thugs.
But
We
no,
are
but
the
that's what I'm saying. That's the difference now is they're pointing out that white nationalist groups, white supremacist groups, and white anarchists, they're using the word white anarchist and white supremacist. When you look at the protesting film, you're seeing white cops beat up on white boys, which is making cops look horrible. The beautiful part is that I think, you know, to my brother's point, you know, I don't mean to get biblical as an African spiritualist, but you gotta give Yeshua a little credit. A kingdom against itself cannot stand. So when I'm seeing white people pop off on white people, I would say black people. You know, if you're gonna loot something, make sure the cameras ain't around. But if not, you know, let white people handle this because they're tired of being known as racist. They're tired of being known as the evil of the world. You know, everybody likes to think the evil of the world is brown with brown eyes, but when it's blonde with white, it's really when it's blonde with
and it's still going.
When it's white, brother, it's right. That's all we need to know. Long as that's sunk into our brains as melanated people across this world. If it's not white, it ain't right. Period.
Some white looters are still going back home to their parents who are going to curse them out. Timmy, what the hell did I tell you?
God damn it, George! I told you, keep the kids in the house.
Timmy, go to your room.
What you will see in Minnesota is a white flight. Okay. Your cities, the cities mostly blacks have looted. There were some white Antifa fascists going in there too, but the main damage was done by blacks, and there are thousands of videos on there
Listen now,
that
so
you
what
are
would you say
ignoring.
about the Latinos?
That white flight will cause you
What would you say
cause
then
your
about the Latinos
economic
and the
decline,
Mexicans
just as
and-
had
hold on,
been
Aaron,
in Detroit. And afterwards, you're coming to white people again and whining. We're so poor. We're so bad. White people hate us.
Aaron, what would you then say? Quick question.
Wait, Queen.
Quick
Can
question.
you hear
Hold
this?
on.
Oh, go ahead,
DC
go
Brand,
ahead,
one second.
go
I'll
ahead.
ask him a quick question.
Yeah, go ahead,
What do
baby
you
girl.
then say, Aaron, about the Latinas and the Mexicans and the Middle Eastern and the Arabs? What would you say about them? What would you say? The Asians? What do you say about them? What do you say?
About what?
Are they thugs as well? Are they gang or are they just terrorists? You just label them under the banner of terrorists. What do you do?
I don't think that in America there are a lot of Arabs, so I don't think it's a big problem with Arabs, but there's a big gang violence you are having with Hispanics as well. But yes, the most aggressive groups of all are blacks in America. The stats shows.
You hear that, black people? You see how we're easy to be demonized. No matter where.
No, it is facts. If you're saying whites are so evil, you make it out of your ass, okay?
My queen.
When we are living in the same country under the same conditions, your people are the most violent people in the world.
Okay, Aaron, 1 second. So Aaron saying, black people, I want you to hear this loud and clear. For all of you black people that think you are accepted, for all of you black people that think you have made it because you've now bridged the gap. I want you to understand what he's saying. Black Negroes, let me be clear. Negroes, you are when you're thinking you've made it and you've been accepted and because you've laid down with a white person, you're cool now. let me make sure you understand what's being said here. You are the most violent. You are the most detrimental. You are the problem. Black people, wake the fuck up. Wake up.
Yes. This is why I enjoy a conversation with them, because it's almost like I just want to
Let's prove it. You have no facts. You have just feelings. All I hear from you are feelings.
No, but you're the only one yelling.
You haven't brought me one step.
You're the only one.
I have here. I have 12 steps on that I can share to you.
You're the only one yelling and being emotional. Everyone else is at a nice model tone. And don't confuse my sister's passion, my queen's passion, for her being emotional. No. This is how the Black woman speaks. That's why we use. This is why we name every hurricane after
protesters if you celebrated white genocide. Okay, let's make that clear. And you have the audacity to tell me after you celebrated white genocide, now I can't come back on you by saying obviously that your people are the most brutal here.
Okay, wait a minute. Aren't the white people supposed to be the most civil? So can you just have this conversation as a civilized person? Because my bucket can't handle anymore. You've just given me so many white tears, bro. I just don't know what to do. I'm having a flood in my
Look, if I would celebrate black genocide, I would be in prison, my dude.
Oh, my dude. Thank you. I want everyone to realize if you ever call me white, I would never refer to another black person as my dude. It's my brother or my sister, but ending with an A. All right, so I want everyone to know something about America. Okay, multiple statistics have come out saying that black people are most overrepresented in crime. 14% of the United States population cannot be responsible for more of its crimes. Wrongful conviction. Once you get to wrongful conviction rates, okay, that overturns a lot of the statistics indicating African Americans being the most violent or the most criminal. Second, 85% of white people, obviously, that are killed in this country are killed by other white people. 85% of black people are killed in this country are killed by other black people. Communities will kill the ones that are closest to themselves. All right. Oh, so more white people.
You're making statistics up, man. Show me the statistics. You're just talking bullshit. I wasn't correcting you on telling other things.
Do I cut you off?
No, because you don't have facts. That's why you don't cut me off.
Let me finish before you can come in. Because trust me, I'm not emotional about this. My ancestors actually built the country you're talking about. So the legal system, as well as God, bro, is that your? No wonder.
I know he ain't laughing.
How many blacks were there in the UK? So in 1960s and 1968, they must be superhumans, dude.
I'm from the
right. There must be superhumans. 0.3% probably in 1968, right? Or 0.5 building the whole country. Amazing. You're superhumans, blacks.
United States.
You couldn't do it in Africa, but you surely can.
Everyone, every black person, let's just stay on code right now. When he gets emotional like this, right? I don't want anyone to retaliate the way he's retaliating, okay? Because I want people to see, if you aren't worried about white people, if you are the controllers of the world, you shouldn't be this emotional, okay? So it's funny how when I'm talking about the
Brad,
US...
We've got to touch on another thing, Brad, before we go any further, let's touch on another thing, because I don't want them to think that because, obviously we have black people in our community that are with white women or are with white men. Let's just be clear, because it happens with black women too.
You're talking about less than 5%
but we're
of the
not
overall
talking
race,
about, hold on, because I don't want, really, you know what I'm saying, bro, because we got you. We don't want our black people that don't listen. There's enough of them that lay down with white people, and they forget who the fuck they are. They forget they're black. They forget that they're facing these problems. Veli, you don't fall in nowhere near that category. So never ever underestimate yourself. Veli is very sure of who the fuck he is, and very sure of what his children are, and very sure of his cause. Veli has never faltered. So let's not ever play the game where you're going to try and separate me and my brother Veli. Veli's my brother. Let's be very clear. And I have his back all damn fucking day. 100, bro. I got you.
I swear to God, when I get my next invoice, I really need to put more money in this paper. I be coming on here all the time talking shit. I won't be even giving that man any blessings, man. So I'm gonna change that. But I want to make sure that when we talk about this and he gets emotional, let's not react the way he's reacting, okay? Secondly, everybody notice when I'm talking about the United States, he wants to go to the UK. When we talk about the UK, he wants to go to the United States. So let's just stick on one country. So Lady D, if it's okay with you, and brother, the other brother on the panel, can you say your name because I don't want to mispronounce it.
Who, Mordecai?
Mordecai, I love that. All right, cool. Mordecai, if they talk about the UK, bro, and he starts going to the United States, let's make sure M.A. Brown and big up M.A. Brown, M.A. Brown and Lady Divine. Let's make sure we back them. So if he tries to switch to the UK, we go right to if he tries to switch to the US when we're talking about the UK, we go right to the UK and defend them. So we're talking about the US, but he wants to talk about the UK now. So I want to make sure we stay on one country at one time. All right. The United States of America, its slave labor, the back of it, every major institution, its major cities were built and defended by Black people. If it wasn't for the Tuskegee Airmen, we would not have been able to bomb Berlin. By the way, my ancestors bombed your capital, bitch. No, I'm sorry. That's petty. I'm sorry. That was petty.
You
Okay.
don't have even invented the fucking wheel. Nor do you ever be capable of building a bomb.
Do you know it was? Do you know it was three Black women? You know it was. Whoa.
By the way, one debate.
Whoa, bro! You're flooding my living room with
every time
tears,
you see Brad or Fred is on the panel, he's flattering everyone. Hey, Lady Divine, my goddess, I love you. You know why he's doing that?
Because I love Black women more than anything.
No, and Mortal, such a great name and everything like that. So you have that backup, okay? So they are emotional attached to you, and don't speak about your bullshit you are making.
They're ethnically attached.
Okay,
they're ethnically attached to me.
Yeah.
Mordecai is lighter than me.
Already.
I guarantee you.
Yes.
I guarantee you that is my brother, though. I guarantee you. If I saw
and the notion of the Black people are not united. You're united on one thing, and that you have been there. You are ahead of white people the most. I think the only ethnic group that is more ethnocentric than you are Jews.
Chinese.
Only the Jews are more ethnocentric than Blacks. You all agree that you are oppressed. There's only a small portion of Blacks who think they are not getting oppressed, okay? But if you would ask if whites are oppressed here, no one would say that, okay? Only those evil ethno-nationalists will tell white people what is going on.
Can I ask you a question?
If we would think like Blacks on the oppression thing, we would won. We have won tomorrow, and it's bye every migrant.
Listen.
Think like Blacks how, Elron?
No, Melanie. But this is the thing.
Go on, DC. Go on, DC.
I just want you to understand, sis. I don't want to cut you off, so I'm so sorry, my queen, for cutting you off. It's just I want you never to respond with passion, because he's not responding with passion. This is just we took him off his rocker. I finally been able to catch a body.
What does he mean by we respond? So what
he doesn't understand that white people created our reaction. We are the cause. We are the effect to their cause. We are the aftermath to their event. So if they would have just simply traded with us and said, oh well, we brought you here as slaves, we're not gonna mistreat you, and at least have 100 years of solid non-mistreatment, then we wouldn't be having this conversation. It'd just be us chatting shit. He'd be able to list a bunch of things white people have done to rebuild and reestablish ourselves and help us repatriate, help us to geopolitically become strong, and we all become equals yet separate to ourselves. If he would have listed that, but he can't list that. That's why he always has to say that it's a white people thing. You guys don't
and
like it.
That's why
you would
I'm
ask
confused, DC Brad. That is exactly why I wanted him to elaborate, because I'm a bit confused.
You never tried to understand the Neanderthal.
No, okay, if I say understand, I never say overstand now, because it's not over my head, it's under my head. Hence why I'm trying to understand it.
That's why I said, okay, well, I would say definitely this is just an ad hominem, because usually he's more cool and collective, but now I'm chatting bullshit all the time. And I noticed when I started talking about the Tuskegee Airmen's contribution to the war, then he got triggered. But then if we also talk about African Americans' creation of modern technology in the West, then we're quiet. He won't say much about that. He won't say that things like the refrigerator, the air conditioner. Hell, the internet was done by Ebo brother. The GPS was done by a sister. It took 3 black women to get us into space. These kind of things.
That is your African bullshit, okay?
Oh, I guess so.
That is your. This is what I can't stand, okay? When you manage to teach your Black history bullshit in our schools, then the limit is reached.
I
Elron,
guess
I
say
am
it
with
one
American
more time
history.
so it sinks in for me. African what? African what? Is it
Bullshit.
bullshit?
African history
sis.
Say it
bullshit
one
in
more
our
time.
schools.
Don't get triggered.
One more
Don't
time.
get
No, one
triggered.
more time. I want it
Sis,
to sink
don't
in.
get triggered. Because if
I'm
you get
not.
triggered by
I just
him,
want
that's
it
what
to
he wants to
sink
do.
in.
Okay.
This
No,
is
I
what
just
the major said. You have to understand black space better in
African
America. This is
bullshit,
what
people.
black people tell me. You need to understand more about black history. Learn it, white dude. Learn it, white man. White woman. Learn it. Learn from us.
African what?
Everything we are telling you, if you speak out against black history bullshit, okay, and most of it is bullshit, then you are fucking racist.
Elron, I just want to make it sink in one more time. I just need it to sink in one more time, Elron.
Hey,
African
listen,
what?
I saw God of Jacob in the chat. I just want to make it clear. Shout out to God.
We
of
was
Jacob. He just called me a racist.
shit, okay?
He called no. I don't follow that narrative. I don't follow that narrative. There had to been an upper and lower class of people. So no, I don't follow that we was kings. So you're not going to get that with me. I literally have a PhD in
Brand,
Afro
let it sink in. DC Brand, King. Let me just make it sink in. One more time. African what? I want black people to hear it. African what?
Yes, he's making us stronger. I love it.
He's making it very loud and clear for all of you Negroes who don't get it. African what?
So you have to understand, Elron, you're not hurting us right now. You're really helping us right now because all the black people are trying to tell us that we need to build with you. You're acting like we're nationalists.
Yeah, do you think I want to I'm for separation. I want division. You understand that?
You shouldn't be triggered.
Integration is the worst thing. That is what I'm fighting for. I want black people to say, no, we can't live together with those white evil people. Let's fucking go back.
So I need.
I don't want you here. Do you understand
that? I need you to do me a favor because you like getting statistics. I want you to just
fucking moron.
I just want you to look up. I want you to look up. Just simply look up African Americans technological advancement.
To me for hours and hours, and you still don't get what I want.
I literally just told you. You need to listen. I know your English is no good, so I want you to listen. Okay, we are both nationalists.
I'm getting stupider by every second I'm listening to you. My IQ drops on five IQ points listening to your shit.
Gotta head into work, Elron. You finished.
Excuse me. I just wanted to be clear. All right. Oh shoot. Sorry. All right. I want you not to be triggered by me, bro. Okay, we're both nationalists here. Okay, I agree with you. I don't like how liberals move. They move very shady. Okay, I agree with you. I'm for the separation. I just want you to simply help us with pushing a narrative because we have black people who believe in the integrationists, the kumbaya-isms, the we are all one people, the human race bullshit. I don't need you triggered right now. You're talking to allies. If you're really a better ally than the liberals, then you need to chill.
You said that in the past.
You need to
humans. You are a swifting.
Who said
as
that?
Soon as you see, this panel could be on this side, so I decide to take their side.
Then fine. How about this? I'm converted.
You're a lying piece of shit, man.
Wow. So you don't want Africa for the Africans. You're for the
yes, I want that.
Then you do.
But in the past, you said. But it doesn't matter. In the past, you said, let's live all together here.
No, I have not.
When have you changed that? Yes, you have said that.
That's a damn lie. Now you're lying on me. So if you don't really want
Why should I lie? Why should I lie? Everything you are saying, you can't back up. Let's go to all the inventions you just mentioned.
Look it up then.
The computer was invented by African Americans.
You can help me.
The refrigerator.
You can help me. You can help me convert other black people. I didn't say the computer. Who said the computer was invented by African?
Or the internet. I don't know what you said. You brought up the refrigerator, the internet, I thought, and going to space you brought up. Going to space or something.
Okay, yes. Now let's look up. Let's simply look. Because I need your help here. Okay, because there are black people who still want us to integrate. There are black people who still want us to be all together and all that shit like that. And you don't want that. I don't want that. So I need you to simply look up African Americans' contribution to the technical world, to the West. That's it. And if anything I'm saying is bullshit, right? And if we don't have any abilities, I can literally tell you that if it wasn't for Benjamin Bradley, the United States Navy would not be where it is today because the first engine created for our naval vessels was done by a black man. Okay, the Gallic gun.
Is it from Black Enterprise? Should I have this side open here?
Oh well, Black Enterprise is
Black
a reputable
Enterprise.
source. It's a reputable source, but if you
Okay.
prefer not to use it, I would understand. But
No, it's
I'm
okay.
for-
I use your source and I fact check your
No,
source.
it's not my source. You can literally just look up historical technological advancements made by Black people or African Americans. Okay, we don't have to do that. Okay, relax.
Wait, historical
Yes.
African
His-
inventions, African
his-
American.
Historical. You ready? Historical, technological. You know how to spell
Yeah.
technological? Okay, good. Inventions and advancements by Black people or African Americans, whatever one suits you. Go ahead. And if there's nothing on that list, man,
And just so he's not confused, DC Brad, when he said
Yeah.
African Americans, they are me and I am them. Let's be very clear.
Oh, trust me, sis. Our history. I would not want to be in it. I would not want to be colonized. I would not want to be enslaved in the Caribbean. I would not want to be enslaved in in the Latin America. So I want everyone to understand that he's literally helping us. I don't want people to think he's our enemy. He's literally helping us. We have a common goal here. So the information he's about to pull up is why I would want Black people to realize that we are capable of doing incredible things without white people. So that's what Elron's going to help us with today. Elron, don't get triggered, okay? Are you good?
Is it NIST? When I'm Googling it, the first search result I get is NIST, and then comes Wikipedia, and then history.
No, whatever. You can fact check whatever you read, okay? So I just want you to read.
Yeah,
the list.
Can you link it to me simply? I need
I literally click the Wikipedia then, because we know that you can't just post stuff on Wikipedia without a big fact check. So go ahead. All right, man. Thank you.
Yeah, I have the names here.
Yeah. Okay, good.
All right.
Go ahead. So what do you see there?
I see African Americans that are scientists, mathematicians. But even if you have a scientist or a mathematicians,
read it. Just keep reading it, because I want you to understand something. You do know about the fact that the cotton gin, that it is rumored that the first American car, because we know that the first car in the world was actually made by Germans. Did you know that? But the first American car did you know the first real functional car in the world was made by a German?
In America, you mean?
No. I said the first car in the world was made by Germans.
Yes.
Okay, but the first American car was made by two African American brothers that were making horse carriages.
Know that.
Yeah, see, that's why I want you to just expose that, because see, if we can show Black people that they're capable of doing great things, we won't need you. And the thing is, the Black people, the reason why your skin color is so perfect for us is because they won't listen to us. They'll listen to you. See what I'm saying, white man? You have to understand, you guys are a dying resource that's going to be, I promise you, I'm going to tell my kids one day, okay, alhamdulillah, when me and Lady Divine have kids, I'm going to tell them that listen, it was this white man named Elron that showed the coons that they can do stuff without white people. Okay, so understand that you are literally going to help us in our cause. You understand me? You're like the Arabs to the Nazis, because we'll deal with them next. Trust me.
Do you mean that here with the car thing, right? Do you mean Beard Andrew? Is this his name?
Yeah, I believe it was two brothers. If it's one, then yeah. But they built their own.
Invented the car device. So what does that mean? Does that mean he invented the whole car?
No. It just means.
Or just a part of a car.
That's all I need you to do, is just simply put that there was a Black man that technologically did not need white people's help. Okay. Now also, just simply list the inventions of Black people, just so I can simply prove to Black people we don't need white people to mess with technology. That's all I need you to do. I'm not trying to get a one-upman on white people. You know what I mean? Because I will tell you this, that the U.S. after the war, the U.S. took bare Nazi scientists because you guys were, Hitler was pushing y'all intellectually. You know what I'm saying? So I want Black people to know that they can pull the same, the same educational, we can pull ourselves up from our bootstraps. You understand?
Yeah.
So go ahead. You don't have this is not a dick swinging competition, because even in that would just be bad. You know what I mean, for y'all. So let's just simply talk about. I just want Black people to know capable of doing great things too. You know what I'm saying? That's my agenda right now. So please just simply list all the inventions that Black people have done. You know what I'm saying? You get where I'm coming from now? We're on the same accord.
No, it's good that you bring to your people that they can make it and everything.
They
like
can
that.
do
but
things.
when you come up with
you being
with
white,
you brought us
yeah.
to the stars. This is an inflation of
Wait,
just
you brought us
because you
to
have
the
one
well, that's true though.
black
That's true, though.
astronaut
That's
there
true.
or something.
That's true though. No, not an astronaut. It was 3 black women that were mathematicians. There was some kind of formula that a whole industry about 2,000 to 3,000 white men couldn't handle that 3 black women were able to handle. So that just wasn't my sense.
I will look into this, okay? But
Yeah,
it is
go ahead.
statements like this. Look, no one is denying that there are black people that have invented things like this. When you go into the only reason we are in space or able to go in space is because of black people. It is statements like this that it is everyone that would listen to you would call you crazy, okay? And this is what I'm hearing from people.
No. You don't have to listen. People don't have to listen to us. People don't have to listen to us. There's literally a movie, Hidden Figures. There's a movie. Like, for example, just give you a little US back history on this. Hidden Figures wasn't done by black people. It was a movie that starred 3 black women. Hidden Figures, the United States of America had a law or prevented black people from owning patents. So a lot of our inventions we did not get credit for. So my ancestor created, as I always bring up, the naval engine. They changed his name. He didn't get his name wasn't Benjamin Bradley. They misspelled his name on purpose, so he would not get the credit. But they came back and and corrected the issue. So I don't want you to think that this is on the German people. No, our beefs are primarily with the white American, because for some reason, I don't know, man. You need to talk to your cousins over here, because a lot of them are East Germans, poor side of your country. You know what I mean? I call them PWTs for short, or poor white trash. You feel me? Because whenever my family holds a food drive, it's usually their little bad teeth and badly aged women that show up with their little Walmartian kids. So forgive me for if I have a little bit of elitist bone. I'm possibly the worst thing.
To the question of the day, you were just mentioning the film.
Excuse me. The question what is the question of the day, if you don't mind me asking? I usually just hop on because I heard such a beautiful conversation.
I have so many tabs open. Wait.
It was
question
making
of the day
comparisons between the black and the Jews, DC Brad, and how we're basically what makes us different. And I think the case of it, what Veli was trying to actually originally highlight, is the reason why there's a difference between how the blacks are seen and how the Jews are seen. And my original point, about the blacks and the Jews. So my original point was this: the reason why the Jews are not getting the same disdain or hatred that we get as black people, across the diaspora, is because we don't demand respect. We're too busy fighting for equality. We're trying to be equal to the white man.
Yes, that's done. That's done.
That's right.
See, the thing is, the reason why I would say
give a fuck about the white man. The Jews give a fuck about respect.
See, what slavery and the Windrush has brought us is that we're not going to get I always say this, and I want to make sure people understand. I used to have this thing against the ADOS about reparations, that is a waste of time and stuff like that. But I realized reparations isn't just a check. So the way I see it is that the United States.
I will come back in 1 minute, okay?
No, take your time. Take your time.
Please try to listen, though, Elron.
No. We don't want him to listen.
I know I have to go outside.
I got you. Calm down. Run. Yeah, I got you. Yeah. No. He's just a resource, okay? It's like, please we don't need him. He don't need to listen to this kind of conversation.
No, but it's we do need to listen, because you know what? Elron's not a minority. He's kind of the majority. Think about it. If you look in the perspective on how we hear a lot of the online debates and talks I had amongst white people, he's not the minority. Hence why I can sit on a panel with Jupiter. I can sit on a panel with Wendy. I want to hear them, because they are speaking for the people that don't want to speak outright, but are thinking just the same. So I love having that, and hence why I have no problem with sitting on Pussy Hole Reels panel, because I want to hear it. Because while you're saying all of this, trust and believe that people have got a voice too, and I will be that voice for the black people. You ain't coming for mine. You're not. But
this is where I love about him. Okay, because all the black people out there that are talking about, oh well, that was in the past. We got to look to the future. I believe in the human race. All that dumb shit. The thing I love about this kind of conversations with him is that literally you can look up Europeans, you can look up European global population, 9.7% of the world. Do you understand me? And the average age of them is 43. You understand? 43. You understand where the average age for us is between I think
Yeah.
it's 18 to 35. So that means because our women, you know what I mean? Like, you know, even one thing I've noticed, even with mixed race couples, especially in the UK, black men with white women ain't having like 2 to 3 kids. They're having like 5 to 6. So like even in the UK, like possibly in 100 years, it's gonna look like a bunch of Drakes and Zendanas. You know, it's gonna be like a bunch of Meghan Markles. I'm doing the laws. Oh man, this is so great, bro. I just love listening to him talk. You know, blocks.
No, I love it, and this is why I love it. You see, when you know, I know you don't really, you're not a regular over on the other channel, but I love it when you do come through because it makes it known that I'm not the only black person that thinks like this. We are the minority, but we just speak for the
We're
minority.
not the minority. We're not the minority.
Right, we are the majority.
Black people actually think like this. It's just you have to think about self-interest first.
Right,
you have to
we're
think about
more
self-interest
vocal
first.
and we're more
you know what
passionate with it. That's all it is.
Like for example, I wouldn't want okay, so Veli has his own company and he has he does his thing with boilers and things like that. I wouldn't want Veli walking into a customer's house talking about black power. Like, bro, that's gonna mess with your clientele. That's gonna mess with your money. You know what I mean? But the thing I like is that Veli's able to work right now. He's like probably doing fixing up somebody's shit right now. Making sure they have a good, making sure they get good hot water, stuff like that. But letting us facilitate this. This is why I want people to understand the contributions that you can make as a people while maintaining your self-interest. Okay, that's why I wanted him to read off the inventions, because these type black people aren't going to listen to us. They're going to they rather hear it from a white man. That's why the movies like Hidden Figures. That's why they're gonna change the name to the Land of Mulattoes. It's gonna be the land of light skins, where no one gets too dark, but no one gets too light. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
But
That's not funny. That's racist.
That's why I love it when we're over there,
That's
because
racist.
not only that, because we're more vocal. Yeah, this is what it is. Because we're more vocal and we're more passionate about our cause. Hence why I don't mind hearing other people from their, speaking from their cause. If I hear an Art speaking for Pakistanis, if I hear Elron speaking for
that racist piece of shit. Yeah.
I
can't stand him.
The thing
Fuck
is,
him,
do
bro.
your thing. My thing is, I have no problem with them speaking for behalf of their
I don't either.
Don't have a problem when I speak on behalf of mine. That's all I'm saying, innit? Why is it a problem when I speak on behalf of mine? You're not going to come for mine. You're just not.
The problem I have is that when I'm advocating for my ideas, okay? The difference is that whenever you see Muslim advocating for their case, when black people are advocating for their case, they are advocating for their ethnic enclaves and ethnocentric. So the style they're living, the religion they can do, and everything like this within my country.
Right?
They are advocating for something.
Elron, let me tell you something.
That is opposing
let me give you some. I'm gonna give you some advice. You gonna like with our own people. We find our own people that will burn us out more than they would a racist white man. Okay.
Facts.
All right.
So white people burning out me more than any of you could.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what you're gonna get. You're gonna have that opposing view within your own race, and then you're gonna get the they're gonna be white people that are gonna hop on. I'm pretty sure there's a Canadian that hops on, a Canadian Christian named Walter. He's gonna be like, "You're full of it, Brad. You're full of shit, Brad." You know what I mean? He's gonna say shit. I mean, you're gonna have white people that just gonna come out and they're not gonna be comfortable with what I'm saying. But you gotta stick to your guns. You know what I mean? Like when your ancestors was litting up the Jews and making Jew pancakes, y'all, you know what I mean? Y'all stuck to your guns. You know what I mean? You didn't get weak. You burnt them down to the last man. You know what I mean? And then even after the fact, even during the Gutenberg trials, you still like maintain your guns. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta stick to them. You know what I mean? If you believe in what you believe, because me and Lady Divine, we believe in Mordecai. Brother Mordecai, I don't want to speak for you. I mean, most likely, we agree.
I definitely believe what you believe in. Me and you've talked. We
all agree in this.
Yeah.
All right, we believe in this.
You have the right to bear arms in America too, right?
Huh?
It is not only whites that have that right. This is the second amendment
of the Constitution. Yes, we have our. You know how you heard the NRA, right? You heard of the NRA?
Yes.
Yeah, we
it
have
is,
our own organization. It's a lot longer, but it's the NAAGA, the National African American Gun Association.
Good.
All right. So if there are any
Good.
African Americans, Afro Caribbeans, because it extends to the Caribbean now. Like there's people trying to start chapters in the Caribbean to remove the figureheads that are allowing Jamaica, Haiti, various Caribbean islands to be tools for former colonial masters. You know what I mean? So there's a revolution happening. So if you, as an ethno-nationalist, right, you want Germany to last, what you guys need to be doing, rather than just focusing on the few refugees that come to your country, because you
are talking. This is what I mean. You're talking about a few.
Listen.
What do you mean with a few? No. I won't let you get away with this. It is statements like this.
Let's hear what he's got to say. Let's hear what he's got to say. Elron, what are you saying about the few?
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's hear his point. Let's hear his point.
Okay.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, I'm asking you, what do you mean when you're talking about a few?
Okay, so when I talk about few, what's her name? Your president, your former prime minister. What's her name? I don't know her.
Former prime minister.
I don't know. Is she currently the president? I thought she was retired.
Yeah, Merkel. No, she said she would retire in 2021. I think the next election.
So my apologies. I thought
she's chancellor. She's the longest chancellor since Adolf Hitler. She's already longer in office than Adolf Hitler. Imagine that.
Okay, yeah. So I would say, yeah, I agree with you, man. You don't want if I was in Ghana right now and they let a bunch of let's say during the coronavirus, right? And Ghana was letting in bare Italians and all them. I'd be mad. And I was living in Ghana, I'd be mad too, bro. You know what I mean?
They're letting in refugees from Greek islands during the coronavirus.
Wow.
While on the other side, they were saying we have to make sure that every hospital, they even got cancer patients off the list, right? And to save the hospitals from possible corona victims, so they can treat the corona victims. Meanwhile, they're importing still people. It is mind-blowing, okay? This is what I mean. They are enslaving our peoples, getting them that they have to stay at home. Meanwhile...
Everyone, listen. If you play the victim card, like, I'm going to be real. I don't really rate this dude, but I have to be real. There's sometimes he drops gems, and this guy named Captain Tazariak, okay, he made a good point. If you listen to white people and start to like hear their issues and stuff like that, you start to see them as some degree as human as you. So I don't want to, like, I just want you to know this, and I'm just being real. This, all right, this is why I say, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, no, he's an Israelite. He's in other words, if Africans were to unite and we were to and take over some, I would want to at least build some part of North Africa and give it, call it Shalomville or something like that, give them a nation. They deserve that because they've been like the Israelites, they hold on to their thing. They don't need to victim explain or anything like that. All right.
Right.
And this is how our groups act. So I'm trying to tell you, if you're really serious,
I need Elron
Israel is hardcore.
Elron, I need to understand this. As much as we have really, really, really bad problem with you guys as, I guess, white, FNAT, whatever it is that you want to call yourselves people, we also have our in-house problems. So yes, I love my Hebrew brothers and sisters without a doubt. I will ride and die for my Hebrew, but there's points where we do not agree.
That was an example. That was the example I was trying to show you.
They won't accept the African thing. Certain sects of Israelites, they just won't accept it. Certain sects will, and some of them don't actually adhere to a sect will. Some won't. So therefore, we will have an in-house problem. But that's between me and my Israelite brothers and sisters. That doesn't include anybody outside of us.
God,
that's between us. You understand?
We can try and do later.
I have more problems with you guys than I would definitely have with my Hebrew Israelite. Because regardless of what, I'm going to ride out for my Hebrew Israelite brothers and sisters. They're me and I am them, no matter what. Even though we disagree, they're still a part of me. So no matter what, even when you hear me on Reels panel, yes, I will challenge them or whatever, but it doesn't mean I ain't got their back.
Yeah,
I will also ride out for them before I ride out for anybody else. Believe that.
Can I make now? I thought we have left on the question of the day, right? I just
wanted to make sure you.
No problem. I understand. Okay. I have a lot of issues with some civic nationalists too, right? And we are fighting each other all the time. But,
That's right.
They are still my people. And
Yes, that's what you have to
even
don't
worse
get triggered by
with
them,
these
bro. Don't get
Antifa
triggered.
guys, right?
Yeah, don't get
I
triggered.
think I feel sorry for them. On the same time, I feel anger for them. It's the same thing with, for example, let me give you an extreme example. There are many ethno-nationalists out there who are talking about cases where there's, for example, this new case going on. No one has heard about it, which is quite amazing. And no mainstream media has talked about it. A Swedish girl getting beheaded in Sweden, and from her boyfriend, which is an illegal migrant from Afghanistan. Okay. He was.
Wait, I understand. You know, peace to the white girl. You know, may she rest in head.
But some people might now say, look, this is what she get in a relationship with another race or some illegal migrant. It is her fault. And I was thinking like this.
I want you to understand something, though. I want you to understand. I don't want you to escape.
Can I finish my point?
Go ahead. I'm gonna let you go.
Just 3 years ago, I would say the exact same thing because I'm furious of white traitors. Okay, but now I know this girl is taught from the beginning in our media, in the movies, that it is great to celebrate diversity. Okay, and everything like that. They are telling them there's no more violence with these guys. They're just the same. They have no other culture regarding women. They're just the same. Those extreme Muslims. And the guy she was with was, I think, he was an Afghan. Okay, and the Afghan Muslims are some of the most extreme Muslims in the world. So with the Syrian, there's different layers, right? But the Afghans have one of the most brutal Islamic religion you can imagine. Like 98% are for Sharia law in Afghanistan. Okay, these people are hardcore.
But listen.
If you would just know this fact that 98% of the Afghani people are for Sharia law, no one has told her that. She would have thought twice about it.
That's not important right now. The important thing is you need to understand your race is dying fast. Okay, did you Business Insider? I want you. I think it's called the article is known as the oldest demographic, the oldest continent right now. Okay, your race is dying out fast. You understand?
Stop it, Brad. You're just reminding me that I have to go and have 2, 3, 4, 5 more black melanated black African picnic them.
Listen. Give me about like 6 hours on the book of flight.
All right,
we'll get some rice and pea. You know what I mean? You feel me? All right, we'll chill. Hit us, you know what I mean? Why on? You know? Black power, people. Black power.
Yeah.
All right, you chill.
This is one of our biggest problems. And what is our government and what is the overall culture doing? They are further than that. We are dying out. They are still separating men and women, still teaching feminism in all the schools. Now it's not only feminism, it is intersectional feminism. It is transgender. It is
gender-based science.
Yes. So it is getting worse.
White males faster than black males. Yeah.
So they are doing everything that this will continue and in fact getting even worse. So of course these people are my main enemy here. Let's go back to the.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. The question of the day is: how does the black community get the same protection as the Jewish community? First, I'll answer that. I'll answer the question real quick. What protection? We don't even get the same protection as endangered species. What protection?
I think they mean in the case of I would ask the same thing. What exactly do they mean?
No.
The question implies, in my opinion, the question implies that blacks are getting murdered, for example, by police more, or that white people are killing black people more. This is what this question implies to me, and it probably has to do with the case of George Floyd,
The
why
thing about
this
the thing about
topic?
policing that I want you to understand something. Overrepresentation versus statistics in America are different. The reason why the statistics of 1,000 people a year is getting reported is because of the complaints goes through the court system. So if there's a police that's listed for killing an unarmed civilian, and they decide to go to court, that's what contributes to the statistic. Okay. The problem with statistics are they're the knowns and unknowns. So the number is always which most American statistics are known as, I don't know if you understand this terminology, as soft numbers, meaning that they're just guesstimates based off a series of barely asking, say about. And to anyone who wants to know, when you're being surveyed for a statistic in regards on the national sense, is you'll get a call saying that you just want a free trip to a country, to a vacation. You just have to complete a quick survey and you will be able to, move on from there. You have the various polling pools. Monmouth, it was a college I was recruited by to play football. In New York, you have I forget the other polling one, but that's one of the most popular ones. So I want you to understand that when it comes to statistics in America, there's always a political backing to it as well as a demographical backing to it. So if you want to say why are African Americans overrepresented in prisons, what they do is they take the largest prisons in America and they take the population and then they base it off that. Okay, when most of the country is white. So it's like, how could 14% of the country be the most in there when they just simply go to the places where mostly black people are? So I would tell you, I understand how you can utilize statistics to help you understand a situation, but you have to realize the political nature behind the statistic. Okay,
Yeah, you can mess with a lot of statistics.
Yeah, so I just want you to understand that's why when you talk about when you talk about black crime in America or black people committing the most crimes, black people have a high conviction rate. Okay, the reason why you have to, but what also counteracts the black crime rate is the wrongful conviction rate of black people. You understand?
Yeah, one of the most accurate
statistics. I'm so sorry.
One second, Brother Moore, is he on? Just make sure I can hear Brother Moore.
Yeah, I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry,
Orthodox. No, bigger fan. What's going on?
My bad, bro.
Much love, Brother Moore. Much love. See, now my Islamic brother.
Hey, Orthodox Moore, man. If you need a new TV, bro, I got the hook up, bro. If you need a new TV, I got the hook up, man. I went to Target yesterday.
This guy.
Yeah, once again, if Valley is out there, I want Valley to explain to us what that question exactly means. So
no, he's comparing.
I'll break down what the question means.
Elron, before we go any further, I just want to understand. Notice something. We're all black, If whether we use the word or subscribe to the word or whatever, but notice I'm red, black, and green.
Yeah, unapologetically African all day.
Who's going to represent the Moors, and he subscribes, I guess, to Islam. Then you're
I'm
going to
also
represent
North African, just like I'm also rock with the Israelite concept. So
that's right. Then you got DC Brad, who's going to also not only represent the red, black, and green, but he's going to also represent the I guess you would call them Pan-Africans. So notice our diversity, but we're all in one accord.
Yeah, I understand that. Yes,
okay.
But my question is more about the implication of the question.
It's just simply trying to compare. Valley likes to. I can see Valley laughing right now.
So this is the point of the question, right? Like, so in Chinatown, there's no Chinese issue with like Chinese police brutality, like the Chinese getting beat up by the cops. Yeah. In Little Italy, the Italians aren't getting beat up by other European cops. In Little Israel, the Jews aren't getting beat up by like Asian cops, something like this. It's not happening. You know what I'm saying? Like, so they have different communities than what we have. They have insulated communities. They have communities based off of nationality, right? Where they stick to their own, they do business with their own, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like, the difference is we're not doing that part. We're not exercising our nationality. We're not exercising
group economics.
Yeah, all that type of stuff. Like, so like when we go into an area where the people look like us majoritively, do the cops look like us? Nope. Nope.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Would you say that in black areas where mostly blacks live, they have there also more black cops or more white cops?
Yeah, I would say for my neighborhood. My neighborhood is my county where I live at, and multiple other counties like Miami-Dade, Atlanta, Georgia, where you see police being held to accountability. There is certain sections of America where you see black people, because in Ferguson, after Michael Brown and after what went down, they changed the policing of the area, start to integrate more black people into their policing force. So there is a push, but what to Orthodox Moore's point is that you see that as a what's the proper word? Macrocosm? Like you don't see it as much. You know what I mean? It's like it happens in small spurts. But
Bro, we're still at the point of getting black police chiefs is just as something that's just like some window dressing and whatnot, bro. Like we're like, so here's what I'm saying, right? Like so what the Jews are gonna do, or what the Chinese are gonna do, or whatever's gonna do in their communities, they're gonna make sure that you're not gonna oppress them. You're not gonna. They use the system to protect themselves. Like we don't use the system to protect ourselves, right? Like so we're burnt. Like I can understand people burning stuff, doing whatever, you know what I'm saying. But what we're not doing is we're not getting together to change the escalation of force policies in unison, right? That's a big problem. Like we're begging we're trying to beg the system through burning stuff right now. That's not how it works, fam. Matter of fact, they got a whole other system ready for us when that happens. They're trying to go to martial law tomorrow. You feel me? Like
that's right.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Earlier, Brother Moore, when I said earlier that we're too busy working, we're too busy fighting for being equality, when other groups are busy fighting for respect. Do you understand my point I was trying to make?
Facts. Do y'all know the term? Do y'all know the term a Chinaman's chance?
No,
do you have a Chinaman's chance? It's an American term.
Educated, please educate me.
It's an American term. Okay, so like the Chinese. Okay, when you go into the history of nationality and citizenship in this country, right? Like when they were making naturalization laws, like who can become citizens, etc. Right? For the first 100 years, I'm like, no Chinese can be citizens. In print, no Chinese. You dig? So when they came here, right, they weren't citizens. They didn't get treated like citizens, right? And when they're building railroads and whatnot, they got the shit jobs, right? They were the ones being loaded down into baskets, putting dynamite into the mountains and whatnot, and having to be pulled up before the dynamite blew up. And they weren't getting pulled up fast enough all the time. Hence, they got this term, a Chinaman's chance, right? You might have a Chinaman's chance of not getting blown up.
Oh, yes, they did.
So when the Chinese were finally able to become citizens in this country, they Chinatown, son. Fuck everybody. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And in Chinatown,
they said they'll never sell drugs on their own streets.
No, they do, but they make sure they run it. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like they make sure they pay off their cost.
Like keep it out, like what the Italians did. Like they were.
Like, you're not coming in there selling your drugs, fam. That's not happening no time.
But you see how they demanded and commanded that respect, though. They got it where we already knew our position with them.
Hold on, real quick though. When they right, they knew what it was. They're like, we're not getting no equality. They're like, no, fam, we know what it is. We got a Chinaman's chance in this country. Hence, we're going to make sure we're good. So in Chinatown, they got something called a Feng Hui, which is like, so in China, they got many different nationalities within China, right? So for instance, so most of the cooks you see doing Chinese food, they're Fukienese, right? They're from a certain province in China, right? Not all, they speak a different Chinese than everyone else does. You know what I'm saying? They got to learn a whole other Chinese just to be able to communicate with everybody, right? So they might have like 3 or 4 different pockets of Chinese or whatnot in Chinatown, right? With their own blocks set off to do whatever, you know. To us, they're all Chinese. We can't tell no difference, right? To them, they all know what time it is, right? But they have a certain portion blocked out for different people to run different things. Do you know what I'm saying? And they said, you know what? In China, we might have beefed. Here, they see us all as Chinese, bro. We better work together.
That's right. And that's
we're all gonna put 5 on it. So the Feng Hui, everyone donates money to it. They do whatever.
That's our downfall, Brother Moore. The fact that everybody else is on one accord, whereas frigate, they consider differences within their own people. Like Chinese consider differences within their own China. You understand? Asians consider differences within. We look at Asians, we just see Indians. Fact. They don't see Indians. They see Pakistani. They see Bengali. They see Hindu. They see all different sects. Whereas when we do it, we just see Africans, or we just see Americans, or we just see Black Caribbeans. Like we're not actually on one accord, and this is where our problem is with our downfall. And hence why we need to take responsibility in our own demise. Like we need Black people. Fix up Black people. You Negroes out there listening, I don't care what belief you have, I don't care what logic you have, we as a people need to accept responsibility in our downfall in our own people. Be real.
Yeah, right. I agree 100%. Because I think it was Elijah Muhammad that said it. If we unify, 90% of our problems will be over. I don't think people understand. Unifying doesn't mean we all think alike.
No,
it doesn't mean like, you know what I mean? Like I want people to understand, like to my Hebrew brothers, to my Moorish brothers, it don't mean you gotta like, all right, now drop the matzo ball soup and then pick up, the fufu. No, that don't mean that, bro. It means just like it means that in a tough situation. You know what I mean? Like, okay, the way I see it, if we got our Moors coming, make North Africa black again. Yeah, I should have said that shit. Oh my God, I'm on one today. What is wrong with me, bro? What is wrong with me, bro? This is what happens when you get high and you fall asleep listening.
I'll let you know when I come over to my TV. You know what I'm saying?
it is amazing what especially the Chinese managed to do in America. When you look at it, they have such a great system. I mean, for me, when I look at the Chinese and how they operate and behave, for me, these people are the most of what I would call machine humans. Okay, they work like ants together. And what they manage even is they smuggle in illegal Chinese and having
that's right,
child labor and everything like this.
That's right.
And the police couldn't get a handle on them because they are doing it in a way that no one.
Because the Tongs and the Triads run the ports. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, so they have a system set up on how they run stuff.
Right? They avoid taxes. They had a lot of undeclared workers. Their community is benefiting from that hugely. In Germany, we have this especially with Lebanese people. These people came here as illegals, but they got a special treatment so they can stay. And now they're here for, I don't know, 30 years or something. And they have this thing going on too. For example, they are on welfare. And on their free time, they are working like in some bars or something, right? So they are doing their own business. And police, for 2 years ago, there was a huge riots against those Lebanese clans. And but it is so tough because they have this whole structure, almost mafia-like structure. The Italians have it here to a certain degree too. They have a mafia structure, and it is very hard to break those structures up because the states want to break them up. Normally, I would say, a state would do that because they avoid taxes. They don't pay taxes into the system, right? And it is natural that people will do that, in my opinion, and that they are bound together and that they are supporting their community. But the state doesn't want something like this to happen.
You're right. See how as nationalists we can agree on things. You ain't got to get mad with us. We your friends. We got it. Well, not your friends, but we share a common goal.
I tell that to Germans too. No, don't pay taxes anymore because we're the only stupid people that don't work. In Germany, it's called Schwarzarbeit. We are so stupid. We are doing everything the state wants from us. The undeclared work, so you avoid taxes. Paying taxes to the state. We see a lot of different communities are doing that and avoiding taxes from that. And the stupid German people are paying all this taxes.
I just want you to know something. The dude Elrond doesn't realize that his country never wants to be associated with the Nazis again. So the idea of some kind of ethno revolution that's going to occur in Germany will never, ever, 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 ever happen again. So, but he is a nationalist. And
we may have to agree to disagree on that one.
But I thought
there's some people just waiting for the kickoff homo again. You did
separating DC before you were saying,
but I don't think it's going to happen though.
Saying,
I don't think it's going to happen. But it's not going to happen.
Telling me again.
No. I didn't say we're supposed to. I know English may not be your first language, but how did you get that I want to live with you by telling you that telling you about how your country reacts to its history? That's why it doesn't improve its military. You understand that? Like that's why it doesn't want everyone to be known as Nazis again. That's why it's military.
It is destroying its military.
That's what I'm saying. So I'm only stating that.
Yes, but look, this is why the AFD.
My people was already in Germany, left our name there. You know what I'm saying? I'm straight.
This is just, you can only go so far before the pendulum swings again, okay? And we're seeing it all over Europe. To really think that the German people will let that go on forever, or in that case, white Americans or other, seeing those riots and everything like this is no. The people will eventually have a counter movement to all of what is going on. The communists, if they decide to get rid of the guns and everything like that, if they push us too much.
Where communists where?
In America, they want to get rid of.
What communists exist in America?
Oh, all those communists in power. They
You talking
are
about the liberals? You talking about the liberals?
no the Democrats. The
Democrats aren't
basically
communists. The Democrats aren't communists.
Yes, they're crypto communists.
No,
They
no,
portray
no.
themselves as being
No,
Democrats.
the Democrats merely just want to create what Norway has.
No, they
want to be able
don't.
to.
Hey, stop lying. They're not on that, bro.
They want
to
get
create what
rid of
Norway
guns.
has.
Did you
No,
know?
the Democratic Socialists
very
want that.
much
Stop playing,
separated.
Brad. The Democrats don't want that. The Democrats are bailing out the corporations and shit right now. What are you talking
No,
about?
I'm talking about
But the more
I'm talking about the
That's what I said. Democratic Socialists want what you just said. Not the other people.
yeah, no, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about because you do know Joe Biden's not going to win this election, so you do know that, like,
And you do know Joe Biden ain't a fucking Democratic
Creepy
Socialist.
guy, this creepy guy.
No, I'm trying to simply state that he's once after the Trump presidency, all right, Bernie's going, or a guy like Bernie's going to be the obvious choice. That's what I'm saying. That's where the Democrat Party's going to.
But brothers, what do you not say about the statement that was made about if you don't support Biden, you're not black? What do you brothers think? Obviously, being American.
So
let me tell you something.
there's no. I got this after Brad. Go ahead, Brad.
No, you go ahead. You go ahead.
No, go through because I got a breath on this.
But this is basically what the Democrats are saying all the time. Implicit. Biden was the first
Let me
saying.
explain how Democrats.
Hold on, Elron. That question was not addressed to the German on the panel. I promise you.
Okay.
Yeah, but how the Democrats usually relate to black people is that they go on a black show. Like, they think that, like, we're sitting around waiting for Breakfast Club to turn on, and that's like our gospel. Or like Hillary Clinton one time brought her purse. She went to Breakfast Club, and because of the album Lemonade came out, there was one line in Lemonade that said "hot sauce in my bag swag," and because it was very popular, they were like, so what makes you relate to black people? So she took hot sauce out of her bag. Okay, that is nothing new for Democrats to simply think by relating to black people, you are simply taking something out of hip hop, or like, I don't know if Orthodox.
Yeah, that's
This way they're used to owning us, Brad. That's all you gotta say. They're used to owning us, bro.
Yeah. They think our vote is like, we're like the side chick vote election, like voting wise. We're like the, oh, we ain't going nowhere because you pay our bills type shit. So, you know, that's what they believe. That's why I personally agree with the ADOS. And oh my God, I can't believe. I think because I've been listening to Tone Talks a little bit more, I realized the dude actually has some
listen to Tone Talks.
Yeah, he has some points. I just don't like how he talks about Africans, but because like African American is a universal title for anyone of African descent that's an American citizen. They're actually making us look better statistically, even though they may put Nigerian.
My Nigerian fam, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they're making us look better as well as improve our numbers. So it's like, you know, 900,000 Africans from the continent, the Caribbean, and the Latin American countries are improving our numbers. So we need to invite the 2 million people in to make our numbers big. I don't understand why, if we talk reparations, the Afro-Caribbean, because the United States of America, due to the intercontinental slave trade, we talk about the continental, the transatlantic, but we don't talk about the intercontinental, where where the Americas were buying slaves, the American South were buying slaves from the Caribbean, as well as Latin American countries. So it's like the reparations conversation literally could involve everyone, because I mean, we're talking like, I agree that it shouldn't just be a check. I believe it should be like, you know, programs that act like, I would say, low interest loans, free education for African Americans with no debts, like no collegiate debts, because it's like it's almost like you're doing an affirmative action to meet various needs like academics, housing, business, and commerce, and then put the ball in. Essentially, reparations just be putting the ball in our court, and if we fuck it up, white people are absolved from their crime at that point. You know what I mean? Like, there shouldn't be more restrictions for us to get into the marijuana industry. There shouldn't be more restrictions for us to get in various fields of farming. You know, so like that's where I personally think we can honestly do it ourselves and more. I mean, because, you know, this guy, you know, talking to Elron is very entertaining, but you know, this is a good time for us to build. I personally think
facts. Let me ask you a quick question, Brad.
Yeah, go ahead.
What is Biden's nationality?
I don't know. Can somebody educate me on who Biden? You know, I'm not.
He's Irish as fuck, right?
What it is, brother Moore, you got to understand, us in the UK, like us Caribbean and West Africans in the UK, we're not foundational Black Americans. So we're kind of a bit we are connected, but we're a bit disconnected when it comes to the foundational Black Americans. Who is Biden, and what does he actually represent?
Okay, Biden's only Biden's only popular because he was the vice president of the first Black president. That's literally the only thing he has as a platform.
Brad, how did he get there?
Because
how did he get there as an Irishman?
We know the DNC.
No, how did he get there as an Irishman?
You know this history, I guess, because you're asking that particular question. I don't know.
Yeah,
All I know when it comes to Irish, the only thing I know is that they couldn't go.
So this goes back to the nationality thing, right? Like, so when the Irish first came into this country, they were not considered white. They were put into the ghettos with us, right?
Until we got to
Good.
Let's be clear. Same here in the UK. No blacks, no Irish, no dogs. Let's be very clear.
Facts.
Same here in the UK.
So
right.
Right. And so the Caribbean family understands the Irish history. There's an intermix and whatnot because like I could say certain names, y'all know why they got a Mick in them. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. Anyway, so
wait, they're Jamaicans. That
is the Anglo-Saxon past, I would say, because so many English people started the whole nation building of America. This is why they, and in America, had also this hate against the Irish people back in that day.
I appreciate that opinion. I might jump on that in a second. So going back to what I was saying, so when the Irish first came here, they were not considered white. Now you can go check out the gangs in New York and see a microcosm of what I'm about to just say right here, historically speaking, right? So when different nations came here, like they would stick together in whatever little spots they was in. The Irish would kick with the Irish, the Italians, the Swedish with the Swedish, Post with the Post, et cetera, whatnot, right? And so there was a big rivalry against the different nations. They set up shop in different states and made their states different, like mostly one nationality. So for instance, Pennsylvania used to be almost all Dutch and German and whatnot. You know what I'm saying?
And wasn't New York owned by the Dutch too at the time?
Yeah.
It was called like New Amsterdam.
Facts. No, 100%. So yeah, so when the Irish got here, again, they were one step up from being black, you know what I'm saying, in the sense to where they weren't even considered white. That's the cold part. They weren't even considered white. You know what I'm saying? But there was a group of them that, like my man just talked about with the Anglo-Saxons, they rock like so in Ireland, you have the ruling class of the Anglo-Saxons and you have the actual Irish people, right? You know what I'm saying? And so that happened here to where like you have like the concept of like the WASP, the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, you know what I'm saying? And the Irish fused in with them just to make numbers because they were like, they recognized here we don't got numbers, bro. We don't got numbers. So they literally made a pact to sell out the black people and to not live amongst them anymore, right? And their reward was to become the civil servants. They got to be the firemen and the police. Go to New York right now. They still got Irish police chiefs all over the place. That stop and frisk shit is
oh my
Irish
god, like
thing,
Boston.
Right?
Oh
yeah. Boston all day.
Is it called stop and frisk in America and over here?
And they've been doing it since Malcolm X's time.
Right.
Since Malcolm X has speeches on stop and frisk in New York. You did?
Yeah,
you know,
because that's the Knights of Columbus,
their job was to be the managers of us, staying on top of us. Do you understand what I'm saying? Keep us happy. That was their.
I want to ask you about
DC Brad. I just want to chat to understand what's going on. Literally literally the exact same thing that happened in America is happening right here in the UK. It's just different wording. Stop and frisk, i.e., stop and search. No, exact same things. It's just different wording. That's all it is. There we go, brother. Carry on.
Like so I got double insulted and whatnot because when I hear Biden, right? Like so Biden rose to power. Like his rise to power is off this whole the Irish class being put on top of us as a management class and them getting the civil service jobs as a reward. That's their thing, right? Like you can literally go back a few years and hear Chris Matthews on MSNBC getting mad. Because the Irish were becoming less of the police officers, right, or less of the firemen in New York or whatnot. He was tripping because they were the firemen from 9/11 weren't getting a certain paycheck from the government, and he was cussing out some people like, "Hey, those are our people, those are the Irish people." You know what I'm saying? Blah blah blah. And his viewers are starting going crazy. Like, what did you just focus on the Irish for? He's like, well, that's us. Historically, that's us. He just told everybody what it was, right? But it's the truth, and that's what they run, right? And so when Biden's like, yeah, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. I take that as a double insult, right? Because he's an Irish dude telling me that, right? And he knows what he's saying. He knows who he owns. Like he knows his position in the game, right? He's like, he's not supposed to be our friend. That's the whole point. He's not supposed to. He's supposed to be our man, right?
Biden's actually not foundational Black American. He's actually foundational Black Irish.
Yeah. Well.
Oh shit! There we go. There we go. Boom. Ooh. Let that sink in. Black people.
So he's the FBI. He's the
Black
FBI.
people in the UK. Let that. When we're hearing these things and we're seeing, remember, we're not in America. Black people in the UK. Let's remember, we are Black people who relate to Black Americans who are hearing this, but we're not actually making the actual connect.
Because we share the same oppressor. Like y'all have the family.
But he's Irish.
Yeah, like in the UK, y'all oppressors are merely just like the cousins who didn't leave. Like,
facts.
You know what I mean?
So in that, you are stating that it wasn't an anti-Black statement. So because he values that the Irish and Blacks have some kind of connection, it was actually addressing that when he made that statement. Or
so is more? Are you saying that there was some kind of like Berlin conference? Because I'm also wondering. Like,
yes, 100%,
practically.
Bro. Yes.
Why is it like in America?
Go
like
check out the book How the Irish Became White. It breaks the whole thing down, fam. Like
the thing that kills me, bro, is that it's like very.
But he wants to go back. Then Biden wants to go back to strengthen the bond between the Blacks and the Irish. Or
no, he wants no. He's trying to strengthen his hold over the Blacks, right? Like so again, like so. Their position in our society is to be our management class, or to kind of like keep their foot on our necks and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Hence they came up with the whole stop and frisk concept. Like again, like so Irish cops go from New York and go train cops all over the country to go do this.
Yes.
My police chiefs in Washington State are Irish from New York. How does that happen?
We know all about that quote from Biden, but did you hear what he had to say about white people?
No, what did he say?
No one knows that, right? And you can still find it on YouTube. He's sitting there with some other powerful people, and then he begins to speak about white people in America, and he was saying, white people become. It was in 2016 or something. Then he was stating in 2017, whites will be a minority, which is wrong. But he said it nonetheless. White people will be an absolute minority in the US, and that's a good thing. This is what he was stating. So it doesn't matter how much enraged you are about Biden's statement there. And let me tell you this. If you would hearing someone, some black dude, some black man or black woman would talk to you about, you are getting replaced in your in this or this country, and this is a good thing.
Yes.
What do you think about this guy?
Yes. Sorry, people. Afternoon, people. Afternoon, Papa Mo.
Oh Lord, Raph is in the house. Big up, my brother.
Cheers. Afternoon, Auntie. How are you?
I'm good. I'm glad like there's another different thought coming in.
I forgot. Raph is integrationalist. I forgot.
Yeah.
I'm to King T'Challa. I forgot to put my name in there. King T'Challa.
Oh, sure. Is this y'all king? Yeah, I was trying to come in.
You know what it is? Me and Raph disagree on so much, but we agree on so much as well. Yeah. So we disagree, but we agree to disagree, and that's what it is.
Raph don't want it.
That's my brother. That's my brother.
Raph don't want to
What's Raph saying on this? We talking about integration or what?
Wait. Where's the topic right now? Because I've just come in. I was going to ask Elron about his something, but yeah, what personally did you want to ask me about?
Well, the question is how does the black community get the same protection as the Jewish community?
Oh, of course. Like people say that we should lobby. You understand? So that's the type of I'm happy to see people lobby. I think it's it's pointless in the end of the day because you're begging the slave master for some freedom, but yeah, I don't know that.
This is what the Jews always does.
But brother, do you let me talk to Raph for a minute. 1 second, he's just come in, and brother, this is where we and you would disagree, but would agree to disagree and still be amicable. Yeah. So when you say things like we're begging for, for I guess acceptance, or we're begging to be and this is why I have a problem with it, brother, because obviously we know we've got a certain group of our people that will say that it looks like we're just begging and we're pleading and and I'll be like, we're not. We're fighting for basically, and this is where our problem, I believe, is equality. That word's a trigger word for me, but for other people it ain't. I think we're begging for equality. Do you think we're wrong in doing so?
No, I don't think you should. There's an issue with it. It's the problem is like, you know, I take from the Black Panther Party's understanding. So, you know, capitalism has to go. It has to go. Sorry, you know what I mean? You've done you did your bird. You know what I mean? Now it's to put it on the electric chair and actually kill it.
Now I can hear you, and understand what you're saying. I may not always agree with what you're saying, but I can understand and relate to it.
So yeah,
I mean,
it doesn't matter the political system, right? Like the economic system, right? Like the question is how do you put your hands on the levers of power?
Okay, so how do we put our
because when you talk about lobbying, right? Like so what we don't do, flipping a police car is not lobbying. That's literally begging asking for a change, right?
No, that's not. Yeah, that's that. I mean, it can be seen, but even then, I wouldn't like. Obviously, if we can get into politics and it does get some type of benefits from it, why not? You get me?
Yeah. It's not even get into it, it's understand politics, right? Because we got our people in politics, we don't understand how it works, right? Like, hold on.
It's like you see how you're going to be the future president, and I'm hoping that you're running for the Green Party. That's the type of politics I'm talking about, isn't it?
I might run as a green libertarian. We'll see.
A green what?
Green libertarian.
What the hell is a green libertarian?
Yo, Google it, bro.
Yes, I never heard about that too. Green libertarian. Crypto communists, man. This whole 2030 green agenda. A green libertarian.
A green libertarian. That is interesting. Let me search it up now.
Yeah, for real.
I was
on that one before Proletariat even came about.
Brothers, I've never heard of a green libertarian before, but I'm going to look it up right now.
Libertarian. What the frick? Oh, green. There's green libertarianism and green conservatism.
Yeah, facts.
Yeah,
they must be laughing as libertarians. Let's be honest. They're just calling themselves libertarians. They can't be libertarians.
Yeah, they can't be anything different. Like, what the hell is a right wing and left wing libertarianism?
Bro, we can go into another occasion, right? Because I don't want to switch the conversation on this, right? Because
get out of here, man.
So check this. Why is it that you don't see police brutality in Chinatown and in Little Israel, etc. Right? Like so.
Well, obviously, yeah.
So the reason is like, so if it did happen, right, they wouldn't be looking for a civil rights violation like we do. Like we don't understand how the whole system even works. They will press charges on men. Do you understand what I'm saying? They will sue people. It's a different thing. We sit on our hands and beg for the state to use their officials to indict people through a process that they're never going to indict them through for a civil rights violation, which is never going to happen because the cops are following escalation of force policies, right? That are legal.
And the Jews are doing that too, Orthodox more. They are doing both. They are community building. They are building.
That's my point.
They are employing their groups. Businesses. But they're also asking the state for legislation for hate speech laws against.
No, not asking the state. They're enacting through the state. They are their own politicians. They are their. You understand what I'm saying? They are their own caucus, etc. They're not begging nobody. They're making it happen themselves. And this is what I'm saying. There's 6-7 million. There's 6-7 million Jews in our country, right? There's 45 million of us. How much more hands of power on how much more hands on the levers of power do they have versus us? It doesn't make any sense. We don't participate nearly to the same extent that they do. And if we did, we could be running all kind of stuff for ourselves. You understand what I'm saying?
Overrepresentation in the judicial system and everything like that. Yeah, you should definitely check out the numbers.
So, for instance, like this is
probably like 100 times to 1 or something like
this. It's ridiculous. Like I've had debates, like proper like time debates on this where it's ridiculous, bro. So Biden. This is why I brought up Biden. Biden's from Delaware, right? How the hell is he the senator from Delaware when we make up a big portion of the population, right? In the states where we make up the majority of the population, we don't even elect ourselves. Like that's what I'm saying. Like we're shooting ourselves in the foot.
My question to you
be mad about it. You know what I'm saying? Like We just got to be greedy and participate like everyone else.
Orthodox more. Before Aaron, is that French? Aaron Moselle, that name. Before he came in, I was quoting Biden, and I want to know what you think about that quote. That he stated that it is a good thing that whites becoming a minority in America. And on the second question I have to that is, how can someone
that's a
like
great
Biden,
one.
how can
That's
someone
lovely.
like Biden, an anti-white racist like Biden, how could he achieve such
Joe Biden's anti-white.
He's not anti-white. He's a segregationist. You got to know his history. So when he's talking about it's good that they become the minority, he's talking about it's good that they consolidate power, bro. Like, so if you like what just happened right now in our country.
Brother Moore, can we do a favor? Can we do us one favor, brother? I know it's going to be frustrating, but we have to hear him. Can we hear how Elderon explains what does he mean by anti-white? That Biden's anti-white, so we actually understand his thought.
Could you imagine any black politician or another powerful people saying what Biden has said and then interpreting it like the Orthodox Moor just did? No black would say, yeah, he's saying that because of this. No, he would straight out say, this guy, he hates black people.
So in Biden's political history, you have to understand he's a segregationist, right? And so when he's talking about like it's good that they become the minority, like he's not talking. He literally go check out the quotes about his. He don't want his kids growing up in a jungle. You know what I'm saying? Go check out what he's talking about, bro. So in our country, right? A lot of people don't understand that the Federal Reserve just printed off $14 trillion and gave it to his class of people, right? Not ours, his class of people, right? The top 1%, right? That don't look like us, right?
Have you heard of concept of evil?
And so they're buying up everything right now. Everything with money we don't even understand is out there, whatnot. So they're consolidating money right now at the top. So he's like, cool. It's okay if we have to segregate ourselves at the top, and become a smaller number. We're gonna control a higher percentage of things even in that smaller number.
Okay, so have anyone heard of quantitative easing? Have you heard of it, Brother Moore?
Yeah, that's what they just did, bro. 14 trillion deep, bro.
Capital has to go, baby.
That's what they just did, bro.
I can't wait.
But that's not capitalism, though. That's fascism, bro.
I mean, you can say it another way. Capitalism, fascism, they're all the same thing to me. Get me? It has to go, baby.
I'm not mad at you, right? But like,
I'm not mad.
We'll have that conversation the other day, right? But I'm just saying, bro. Like, but why are they doing that, though, bro? Why are they doing that? Why is the quantitative easing happening, right? So they have a monetary projection from the monetary fund from a long time ago, bro. That the top bankers all know this, right? They know that in 2050. Go ahead.
Do you know? Yeah, sorry. It's the fact that I don't know if I've heard of the Zeitgeist movement, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you watch the films?
Yeah.
Did you see in the film where I know in the first film, like you got the first two conspiracy parts where they're talking about 9/11 and whatnot, but in the last bit he goes into the banks and whatnot.
Yeah.
They said what they're hoping to do is to be able to chip everyone and control everyone that way. So if someone like me comes in and even just dares to defy their system or dares to challenge the system in any way, they can just press a button and switch off my chip.
Yeah, I can dig it. Like so let's look at what's enforcing that right quick, right? Like so this goes into what I was talking about right quick. So for instance, they understand that in by 2050, right? This is their projections, their monetary fund projections, their IMF projections, all the type of stuff, right? Their World Bank projections.
Going to be on the rise, right?
That what?
That Africa's going to be on the rise.
Not just Africa, but African Asia, right? Like right now, what they've been used to for like the past, let's just say century, okay? But it's been longer than that. Is that 80% of the money in the world has been in the European countries or the white countries, and then 20% of the wealth has been in the what they call developing countries or brown countries, right? And what's going to happen is in 2020, the browner countries are going to go up by a couple of billion people or whatnot, right? And the European countries are going to stay flat in their population and whatnot. And it's going to be like a 1 to 8, you know what I'm saying, ratio in the world. You know what I'm saying? Like 1 billion European people to to 8 billion everyone else, basically, right? And so what's also going to happen is the money's going to switch from being 80 to 20 to, I believe, like something closer to like 70-30 in the opposite direction. Like a big switch. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
And like the majority of it being in Asia, to where like their middle class is going to jump up like a ridiculous amount. And same thing with Africa. Like the Africa's mean income is going to triple in that time period, right? Triple, right? So Africa's middle class is going to go through the roof as well, right?
You're talking in terms of GDP, right?
Yeah, like income per GDP, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So like China's is going to go through the roof, but Africa's going to triple. You know what I'm saying? Not as much as China, but it's still going to go up quite a bit. You know what I'm saying?
But you know what I think would be the issue with that? Because unless we're talking about a change in government in terms of the governments of Africa being more for the people and whatnot, I can't see these projections being actually coming into fruition, if you understand what I mean.
So what this is going to mean is like, so for instance, is like the French are going to have less power in 2050 than what they have right now. That in and of itself is going to precipitate political changes amongst the people as they get more power. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so they're like, as the French get less economic power, there's a vacuum that's there, right? And so like you have China as the other sucking force, create like filling the vacuum, right? Like, so we're gonna actually get a benefit in Africa of that a little bit. You know what I'm saying? In the sense for like, okay, like we can fill some of the vacuum ourselves. Does that make sense?
Okay, I hear what you're saying. So what is now? So based on all this that we know, what are you suggesting?
Well, first I'm suggesting that like the European people in our country are using this quantitative easing that you're talking about to solidify their power base right now, so they can do their best to fight off this whole monetary change happening, right? Okay. So like in our country, you know what I'm saying, like they're you got people like Biden and them who don't care about us, fam. They don't care about you and me for nothing. You sound
it makes sense what your theory on that whole thing is. I was just checking the quote. It was from 1977, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was telling that basically. And what that statement is, it is definitely anti-minorities. When he said he don't want to live in the jungle, basically.
Yeah, he came into Congress as a segregationist. Yeah.
Your theory is that since he's also anti-white, because he's saying whites becoming a minority is good. He's speaking from his class of people of power. And when he says that it is good that white people become a minority, what he means is that then these elite class can control the people better.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I see.
So look at the Frank Dodd bill, right? So the Frank Dodd bill is what allowed for the banks to do what they just did and get in the 14 trillion without even having to come to Congress, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, so they're like, yeah, we figured this game out. We're good. We can easily transfer the wealth now, and it's not, you don't even notice. You're at home playing video games, waiting on a stimulus check.
Yeah. This is something I'm always telling, that these people in power, they don't care about race. They are thinking in classes, and they don't regard
caring about race. What are you talking about?
These people in power, like the Bidens, for example, they think of themselves as not connecting to anyone else. They are thinking in classes.
But even at the top ranking class, what they do is they divide the power via nationality, and that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, that they still do it. They still do. So class, race, and I would also add other stuff in, but just specifically on class and race, they're no different in this what's going on right now. Like, they are all factors that are enabling this system to keep going. Do you understand what I mean? Like,
yes, of course.
So what their principles based off class and racial discrimination.
Yeah, but if a black man with wealth comes up, he would accept them too.
No,
just like they
have
the Jews, right? And I would say the only
that's not what happens in this country. And that's exactly what we need to do.
Ron, I'll tell you why. Say if we've got Brother Moore and you've got Ralph on here, for example. Say Ralph is the rich black man, and Moore is the poor black man. What makes them any different? Please explain to us.
Again, when Ralph is the rich black man, and what was the
But
other
they have
part?
say they have the same thought process. What makes them any different? Apart from the riches, what makes them any different? Just that one's more richer than the other, but they have the same thought process. Just to say that for example, what separates them then apart from their richnesses?
Yeah, I would say nothing. They have the same agenda
That's my point.
to enlarge their power.
That's the point.
Their
That's the
power,
point. Money talks. Yeah.
But
right, but in my opinion,
I see that. I see that not for all the elites, especially not the Jews. The Jews are very ethnocentric. In whites, I don't see it like that, really, because statements like Biden, white people would regard as anti-white. A Jew would never say something like that. What Biden said.
They'll say it different, bruh. They use different code. Like, bro, like they have no issue talking about like we were cool with consolidating power. What are you talking about?
The Jews, no, the Jews are advocating for their group. I don't see the elites advocating for the normal white group. The Jews are doing that with ADL and all those anti-hate speech organization that they are putting up. They're making laws for their group.
Right.
But, white people are doing the opposite. They may be doing it for their elite groups, but
so
not
the
to
lower
have
class of
overall
white people, the lower class, but the upper class of white people,
or even the middle class. They're destroying the middle class as well.
I still the middle class is the lower class, bro. I don't care what you're talking about. They're the management class. Like they got like they're not on the winning side either. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, definitely. The middle class. Especially here in Germany.
So for instance, like in the protests here in America right now, the majority of people out there are actually white. Like the black people.
Now in the protests, I would say the majority is black, and then then comes the white allies.
No.
Aaron, I put something in the back chat for you.
Yeah.
And yeah, just to add on to what Brother Moore said, how can they be the majority protesting when they're the minority in the country?
Because tell me what this protest is about.
So it's the idea that it's about a black person being killed. So that's why they're the majority out there. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes, of course. When there's a Muslim topic going on, and you see Muslim protests, you would expect Muslims to be the majority on the of the protests.
I hear the logic, but what you're saying is not factually backed up by what's actually going on the ground, bro.
Yeah.
Oh yes, I saw the pictures, man.
You saw the pictures of the black people, man.
Pictures from where?
From Dallas, I saw them. From Minnesota, I saw them.
Okay, have you watched any live streaming video?
Yes.
And you're saying it's all majority of black people.
The majority is black
New York,
but I don't deny that
Washington, LA.
Also a huge group of white people. By the way,
in DC, bro. Okay, in DC, we make up a very big portion of the population. I can show you very long live streaming video of people out there who are reporters or whatnot, for people like Status Quo and whatnot, where they having to run for like 30 and 40 seconds to go find black people in the crowd so they can go ask them questions, because there's more white people than anything out there.
Okay, from the live streams
in
I
DC,
saw, it was 70-30 or 80-20. And what's interesting is I don't saw Mexicans aligning with the blacks. I only saw white people.
Too,
huh?
I saw them too. Okay, we must be watching.
Yeah, but why is it that you will always find why is it that you will always find white allies when a different racial group is demonstrating? You will not see.
It's not even demonstration. Do you see the looting going on? What are you talking about?
Yes,
there's
looting as well. Yes.
There
were both. There were peaceful.
Come on, man.
There were peaceful demonstrations as well as riots.
Demonstrations. This is looting. People are going.
No, there's both going on. Right?
Yeah,
I promise you, there's both going on. There's peaceful stuff and there's looting going
on. Yeah, but let's not try and say that the
now we're doing the majority of the looting. Don't get that part twisted.
The majority of the looting is actually going down in it, and it's not just black people, there's white people, there's all kinds of
Right.
people involved, and
Yes.
majority of the country is white, so they will also heavily be involved. Come on, man, stop the nonsense, man.
Yeah, but do you think that black people would ally in a white cause and moving them to the street when
Some will.
when a white
Some will.
group goes out there? Let's say I'm
will.
going out there and
Aaron,
saying,
When the minority.
let's
Hold on,
fight
Aaron.
this anti-white
Aaron,
system. How many
Aaron,
blacks would I
Aaron,
find in America
Aaron.
that ally with me?
Aaron, stop 1 second. I hope you understand that black people have always been used to align with white causes, i.e., you got the feminist cause. They use
Yeah.
black women to do that.
Yeah,
You've got
everything
so
that white
many
people
causes.
will destroy, you will find
Oh
also
my
other
God.
races, especially Jews, by the
Brothers,
way.
I'm going to leave you lot to handle this because I don't know if
Do you
it makes
think
sense to me
feminism
trying to
was a
argue with him.
positive thing?
I suggest Elron, you see that video that I've got put in the private chat?
Yeah,
You
I have
watch
it
it,
on my
it's
chat.
called I Am Black and I'm a member of the 1%. Yeah, this is CNN doing this interview, and basically they interview billionaires who are black and they tell of their experience of racism. So being a millionaire and black doesn't exclude
But
you from
it's
being
their own
discriminated.
damn fault, bro. Check this out, right? Like, so why is it that I can go to Little Korea right now and find a Korean bank with Korean writing on it?
Yeah.
I can't go into none of our neighborhoods, right, and find none of our banks with nothing on it. I ain't
Even
seen.
if we go, even if there is one, there's always an excuse. Even me, I'm not going to say I'm not guilty of it. I've in the past said,
Hold on, you
you
said
know
even
what?
if there is
Why
one.
do I
Hold
wanna
on,
give
where
this-
is there one?
There is
But, so you're saying
Y'all got black
wait,
banks in the UK?
in the UK, I think so. Yeah, there must be. There will be black banks there, but
so you're
it's just
saying
that it will
they
never
are
be
just
on the
they are
on the
just
way.
not accepting blacks exclusively, but they will let
No,
the Koreans do that
it's,
thing.
it's the fact that they're
It has
discriminated
nothing to do with the acceptance. It has to do with exerting power. Like, so in the
Yeah.
place where I was living in Little Korea, where that bank was at, they also had a Korean mayor. They also had Koreans on the city council. They also had Korean cops that would let me go. You know what I'm saying? Where the white cop wouldn't. You know what I'm saying? Like it's about exerting power. It has nothing to do with if you're looking for acceptance. Acceptance, you're already failing. You're already losing because you're not playing the game right. You're on the sidelines. You know what I'm saying? Cheering on the game. You're not playing. You know what I'm saying? You don't wait for acceptance. You exert your power as a group. And so for instance, like typically when we get on here, we have the luxury of, or we believe we have the luxury of debating stupid shit like atheism versus God or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
100%.
Versus like, okay, like that. That's a luxurious conversation. We need to be talking about like, okay, how do we get this lobbying thing popping up to where we can change the escalation of force policies? How can we change this happening or get our money over here or money over there, whatever? You know what I'm saying? That's what we're supposed to be doing. Is talking about that. That's what, like when the Jews said never again, that's what they did after that. You know what I'm saying? When the Chinese understood the Chinaman chance, they got to America. Okay, we're not doing that again. That's not ever happening to us. Never again. We have yet to actually come together as a group and say, you know what? I don't care if you're Muslim or Christian or Israelite or atheist, whatever. Never again, fam.
Yep. 100%.
Never again.
100%.
Yeah, they also said never again about Israel. So to have a safe haven. So basically saying that living in the diaspora for Jews hasn't worked out over the hundreds of years they were living in Europe. This is why they need an own country, yet they still stay in America, which is quite fascinating.
Because that's how they get money for their country, right?
Yeah, of course.
They use the government to get all kind of funds.
Israel is dependent on America. If America isn't there, Israel is getting destroyed. This is what I mean. And this is what I mean with dual loyalty. Okay, this shouldn't be happening. This shouldn't be possible.
I don't care if it's happening because I'm about to do the same thing my damn self. What you talking about?
No, some foreign powers, and a lot of these people have dual citizenship.
This is how governments work. This is how it works, bro. You got Jews in your country doing the same shit in North Germany. You know that.
Yeah, they are different. But look, if I have
bro, you ain't getting the Jews out your country. You know that, right?
What?
You're not getting the Jews out your country. You know that, right?
Oh, in the future, we will.
On, guys. Sorry,
definitely, as well as most of the other non-German people. We'll definitely make sure.
Like Mr. Riggs in the building.
Can I pick up Riggs, man? Pick up Terry, bro.
Would be the same saying South Africa would never be able to throw out the whites. Will never happen. Of course, it will happen.
Yeah, again, it comes to the understanding of families.
It always comes to an understanding of families.
It's got nothing to do with color or race. It's families.
Yep.
What is their narratives?
Yep. But even then, you know, to a degree, the ideologies and narratives are shaped by things like class and race.
Well, it dictates it.
Yeah,
Because
that's what I'd say. It shapes
whatever family is leading, it's be their narrative. So if that family is Jewish, then the Jew community gonna get the privilege of it.
But bro, hold on, Terry. I have to second guess that. The reason being, Jewish people or Jewish clan or however you might deem them, they've never been leading as per se, you know. So therefore, how did they get from being the most tortured and put in concentration camps and all that to now being the top of the league? And how is it we as Black Africans across the diaspora have not reached that level?
Zionism.
Think about it.
Right.
They took on nationalism hard.
So it is not only about family; it's also about tribalism, which gained such power. What do you think? Let me get you this. The Jews are the only first developed
brother. I just want to hear my brother Terry's answer because I hope he can be able to help me understand. Because I want to understand how we can never reach that success, but yet every other nation can. What is wrong with our people? Why we can't?
Okay, but think about for every atrocity that's been happening in this world, where were the Jews?
I don't know. To be honest, and be fair, I actually don't know.
Okay, think it in life, right? Our main thing is food, clothing, and shelter. But we need one thing to making them things move, which is transportation. Majority of the ships, in times of even slavery, who's profiting from it?
Yeah, Jews.
Yeah, they were the insurance companies and whatnot. They were the bankers and whatnot. They were financing all that type of stuff.
Yeah, this is why because they learnt from the Romans in the perspective of, like, if you look at the Medici family were the ones running the Catholic Church. They were the financial bankers.
Man, slavery is in their scripture. They are allowed to enslave.
And usury, don't get it twisted.
Yes, it is in their scripture. So it was even before Rome that they really.
No, I know that, but what I'm saying is, you got to kind of look like they've always had money. Why do you think Hitler did what he did?
What do you mean?
Terry, brother, we're saying, hold on, let me say this, my king, quick. When we're speaking about they've always had money, then if they've always had money, how come their money never brought them out of concentration camps? I'm just trying to think of it on a ground zero base.
Because they weren't acting together when it happened. That's why Zionism was the.
They did act together.
The Jews were in different pockets, segregated from each other. The Russian Jews weren't kicking it with the German Jews. Weren't kicking it with the
one of you at a time. Can I just get all of you thought process? Because I'm a bit confused here. I just want to know how come they've managed to do it, but somehow we're still begging, not even asking. We're begging at this point why we can't do it.
It was
ownership and property.
Terry hit on it when he said that they moved. It comes down to people who you consider family. So I think another thing example Terry gave was, remember the when it was we were talking about slavery and the places that they took slaves to and where they use their machines and whatnot to do certain things, Terry. Do you remember? And you said to me that one of the places they left there, when they would make, I think you said they will make the rum or something like that in America, but the actual place where they harvest it and whatnot goes on in Jamaica, right?
Yeah.
The point is that even though they might not necessarily get along with the white people in America if there was to be ever a slave revolution or whatnot, and they were, you know, defeated. The people that would be left in power to control it would at least be the American whites, which are their cousins or their nephews or whatever you want to describe in it. So the idea is that even though they might not see them as there's themselves, to a degree there is that attachment to them. So even after let's say like now the whole thing with that maybe all Jews, they don't consider all the Jews to be their family, but in certain situations they will let them have that like leeway because of the fact that they are Jews or they share that common ancestry, if you understand what I'm saying.
No, I get it. I do understand what you're saying.
The only ancestry the Jews see to connecting to us, let me speak from a European perspective, is they see us as the main enemy of reaching world domination. This is what they regard us as. They regard us as the people that destroyed their second temple, meaning Rome, and they see America today as basically as Edom, or there's another word for it, right? So even though Edom and all this the story between Jacob and Esau, right? You know about that old story about Esau and Jacob. They view us as Esau, and they view themselves as Jacob, as descendants from Jacob.
But that's going to
this is how they view America as well. They view America as the new Rome, which is in many facts right. America has a structure which is very similar to Rome, and it is the empire of the modern world.
You're making it complicated because if you look at it in forms of just look at trade, look at who are the leaders of trade, who are the bankers of that trade.
Yes, it was Jews. And, in my opinion, they were allowed to do that because it was in their scriptures. And back in that day, the Europeans were Christians and they were reading the Old Testament. And this is why I hate Christianity so much, okay? Because we have an attachment to the Jews based on Christianity, because we think they are the chosen people or something. We have to follow.
But
the Christians, when they put them in ghettos, bro,
bringing religion into the situation.
Right, yeah.
Because they're saying that they're the chosen people. Cool, they can have that if they want to.
Right.
Hold on, but the Hebrews are also saying they're chosen people. So who's who's right and who's wrong?
Yeah,
Hebrews are literally saying Hebrew Israelites. You cannot tell them they are not the chosen people of the Most High.
Let me try to bring both stories together right quick.
I imagine
what Elron said and what
that
Mr.
was
Terry said.
what Hitler was all about, right? The whole Aryan narrative was basically adopted from Judaism. That the Aryan people are indeed the chosen people that should rule the world. The Jews have the same mindset, but if you would tell that to Jews, they would call you an anti-Semite. So they never acknowledge their mistakes. They will never acknowledge that they were part of slavery. You will not hear about that because it will destroy the views on the Jews, and they are dependent on being seen as the eternal victim. This is what Jews hold Judaism together more than Judaism itself. This eternal victimhood. The Holocaust is holding the Jewish community together like nothing else.
But brother, listen to this carefully. What is the title of this show?
How does the black community get the same protection as the Jewish community? Yes.
And we don't. And clearly we can see in today's world that we don't have the same protection. It's two different kind of protections, right?
Yeah. So we look at the path of wealth. Yeah. What do black people own from beginning of time till now? And what do the Jew people own from the beginning of time till now? And what gives them power in what they do and how they do things?
I explained to you what I would do when I would be a black man, okay? And when I'm looking at the Jews and what the Jews have done. First, the Jews have never apologized of what they have done in the past. They have denied it, okay? They have denied everything. They have denied that they are the most. It comes up during the COVID-19, right? The Jews were telling us that in the past we were blamed of doing blood rituals. So they are denying that. They're denying the involvement of slave movement. So basically deny everything that is being done from blacks that is bad, deny that, okay? And then play the eternal victim. This is where how the Jews got so powerful, being a victim. And this is what I'm saying to white people as well. Portray yourself as a victim, because in my opinion, whites are the biggest victim of racial suppression right now, of anti-whiteism. This is how the Jews basically achieved their power. 2 big steps: deny every guilt, deny and play the victim. And then you will reach power.
You've lost.
See, this is why I don't agree, Elron. I don't agree. I don't agree at all.
That's why he's getting people lost. Because as I said to you, if we go to the basics, I can use New Orleans as an example. New Orleans is a strong example where there was a lot of black people living in New Orleans. A flood came, and the people in New Orleans, the Jews protected themselves. Yeah, they protected themselves, knowing that most people are going to run away from the flood. So when the flood was over, there was empty lands, which they now took over the lands where the black people had left because they've been washed away. So now they put the prices. Now when you go to New Orleans, most of the Jews run New Orleans.
Yes, but that doesn't make wrong what I was saying. They're also ruthless in expressing.
Yes, Elron, 1 second. How do you on one brain say yes, so you get it, you understand it, but then you turn around with a but, and then you also have a
I'm not.
Because he got a narrative he's playing right now. He's playing a tape
What
over
Mr. Ricks just said, told me is not contradictory to what I'm saying. I was saying there are 2 principles which are the main principles why Jews are so powerful.
Yeah.
You can also go into Jewish culture, which means they have a high value of educating their people. They have their own schools, and basically this whole stereotype. If you
all you're
are not
saying
a lawyer,
is nationalism.
it is very similar to what the Japanese culture
All you're
is
saying
about.
is nationalism, bro.
Yeah, nationalism and also culture, what nationalism means. For example, I would tell the black people, get rid of fucking degenerate culture, just like I'm saying that to white people, right? This would be another thing that would be positive.
But degenerate culture is not being nationalistic. That's the whole point, bro. Like, I don't care, bro. We could be degenerate as long as we're national. I don't give a damn.
Rob came in saying the same thing yesterday. This is too funny, man.
But another thing that Jewish people are doing is they are preaching their people the one thing, and they're preaching over the media another thing to the goyim. This is also how they could achieve such power.
How do you get the opportunity to preach?
But you gotta get there to do that, bro.
What?
You gotta get that part. Like you no one can just go on the media and control the media, bro. You don't just do that. There's ways you put your hands on the levers of power. And that's what Terry's talking about. How did they get there, bro?
They also made specific goals. They are always working for specific goals. This is what they.
There you go. I'm with that. And that's why I kept saying the never again thing, right? They checked the box, said, okay, this is what we're gonna do to make sure this does not happen again, right? And that's it.
Exactly. So they as I said, when you go into forms of trade and you see how they've made their money talk. Money can buy a politician.
Facts.
So what do black people have? Nothing, because we are all being property.
Right.
Yeah, they have established how the Jews did it. They have not approached the public. They have approached the rich and powerful. They have basically
they own the rich and powerful. Do you understand how this works?
They lend the money. They lend the money, as well as what they also have done. When you look at the Epstein case, they have bribed them. They have gathered information about them, and then get their favors, right?
So they figured out how do we rule as a small group of people amongst a large number of people, right? And they did whatever they could to get them levers of power. It's really, really simple. It's not even difficult. It's just a simple conversation. They recognize as a minority, we're gonna get shit on. How do we how do we control the majority?
You will have it a lot tougher. It's like,
thank you.
Give you the orders.
Look, another thing why you will have it a lot tougher is that Jews appear and they play the white role very good. They portray themselves out to the outside community and to the non-Jews as being white. But,
let's bring this back to Germany. So when Hitler was talking shit about the Jews, what was he saying? He was talking about their controlling the banking system, right?
Yes, he was right.
So let's just keep it right there. Why was he focused on that?
Yeah, because he doesn't want the Jews to have control over Germany. Because they were not doing something
So
good.
what was their mechanism of control? That's what we're trying to talk about.
What again?
What was their mechanism of control, and how did they get that? That's the whole point, bro.
Yeah, how they always doing it, bribing and lending to the elites, and then getting them in their pockets, giving them special status.
It's not answering the question.
What?
It's not answering the question.
How they could? I mean, how they could?
How they could do that? How were they able to do that? How was it?
You know what it's like, you know what I'm saying? As big as you are against the Jews and you being German, you should really know their mechanisms of power. Like, you should know this way better.
What I have missed? Tell me, please.
Banks.
Yes.
Okay, let me ask you a question. What do black people have? What do black people have?
In case of power, I don't think very much.
What is noticeable that black people have? As in ownership. What do they have?
Nothing.
I can't think of anything of relevance either.
Okay, so
that means the answer is nothing, Terry. Just to clarify.
Yeah, I know. So how can you compete with someone that has nothing and someone that's got something?
Well, the Jews have done it also when they came to different. Look, they were thrown out of over 100 European countries. Okay, when they come then to the new country, they were not very rich. Okay, they built it up.
How are you arguing for the Jews and at the same time you don't even like them? And you're saying
so yeah, but they were poorer than most of the people living in that country.
Oh, tell me.
Oh, fuck. I'm 24 and I know this. Come on, man.
Even when they were on the run and they went to America, they ran with money. They transferred all their money to the States.
Even when they were 10 toes, they was with money. They had banks.
He didn't have access to banks.
Later they had banks, yeah. But now we are talking about
later.
Yes.
What are you talking about? Later, bro. Okay, so hold on, real quick. Hold on. Just hold on. Let's talk about something real quick. Just real quick. Let's intersect your Christian Jewish thing right quick. So this is how the Jews got power in Europe from the Christians, right? So the Christians put them in ghettos all over Europe, right, and didn't let them own land. They let them run the money game, bro.
Yeah.
They let them run the money game.
Yeah.
But
that was their job. So when your German fam was going on boats or whatnot, what they would go do beforehand, they couldn't go. They didn't have the money from the sales until after they actually got the products back from the shipping that they were about to go do, right? So what they would go do is go to your Jewish homies and go have them fund the initial voyage on whatever the fuck it was they were going to go get, whatever it was. So this is the same thing for the Italians, the same thing for the English, the same thing for the Dutch, the same thing for whoever. You know what I'm saying? The same thing for the Spanish, same thing for the Portuguese.
Yes, they allowed the Jews to have that, but also Europeans could do that, and there were a lot of European-owned banks in the past.
But the Europeans didn't need to worry about that if they had access to all the stuff anyway. It's the Jews.
Even looking in this perspective, the Europeans, was there Jews in the European society?
What do you mean with that?
Did Europeans have banks in European societies?
Yes.
Did Jews have banks?
Yes.
Did Hitler get to them banks?
To the Jews? No, he broke them up.
So when the Jews ran from one place to another, all they would say is transfer my money to the States.
Hitler was doing that to them. Yeah, they haven't confiscated all the money. They have transferred.
They weren't poor. They may lived poor for a couple years, but they had money.
Yes.
So what they did is establish themselves in many different industries in America.
Facts.
Yeah, I would agree on that.
So they got the whole system on the fractional reserve concept, right? To where like they took the gold at one point, right, and started giving everyone and their mom paper. So like my man saying, they could just transfer the paper like it was nothing, or transfer the amount from one account to the next like it's nothing.
Yeah, right now we are only talking about the 20th century. We are not talking of
bro. We're talking about you got to talk about the foundation, bro. Like without the foundation, you're missing the whole point.
Let me ask you a question: did they make profit from slavery?
Yes, of course.
So that's not in the 20th century.
No.
So that means they've always had money.
But for example, the African Americans made money from the slavery as well.
Okay, so oh, that's mad. What the fuck?
Hold on, brothers. But before we even go there, can we just have Elron elaborate on what does he mean by the African Americans?
That's all I want to know.
Yeah,
remember, brothers, I want you to understand what he said. He didn't say
yeah,
the
I'm gonna
white
go mute out.
Americans. He said the African Americans. So I want him to explain how they made it. Let me hear this, Elron, please. I'll give you the floor. Elron. Go on.
Africans that sold slaves to the Europeans and to the Jews, they made money from that too. So you can only ask were the Jews better at it? I would say yes.
Did you hear that? African Americans sold people to the Europeans and the Jews. What type of history are you reading?
Right, and who are these African Americans? Because last time I checked, the African Americans were taken out of the Caribbean, brought to America, and then sold on from there. So therefore, where do you get that the African Americans made money off the backs of slavery when they were taken from their Africas, brought to the Caribbean, and then transported to the Americas? Let me know.
So in truth, there actually was a small group of African Americans who did get paid off of slavery because like they actually did traffic slaves in the Northeast or whatnot, right? However, like we're talking like 0.1% of the African people who were involved in this whole joint, right? Like so
Wait.
There were black slavers. I'm not gonna lie, like they were. I can tell you all kind of fucked up history on that, right?
I've forgotten that the Black Wall Street got destroyed, and many like it got destroyed.
But that's what I want to talk about real quick, right? Like so that's the bread and butter thing, right? They got destroyed, right? Mm-hmm. But at the same point, they rebuilt themselves, and then they decided to not like. So here's the thing: in our country, in America, we only did business with each other under segregation. The moment integration happened or desegregation happened, we voluntarily stopped doing business with each other and have not done business with each other since.
Mm-hmm.
It was a voluntary thing when we stopped doing it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the code. Like we bought into the white ice is colder than black ice thing. Like that's the bit. So Jews don't do that. Jews like no, Jewish ice is colder than everything.
We bought into multicultural.
Yes.
Where
we could be part of it. We could be American too.
Yeah, exactly. That's what they bought into. So there's no money for us. We never had no money. We don't own nothing no more. And if we do own something, it's an individual.
Right. That they can manipulate and control. And he ends up getting like a brown or a white wife.
Because at the end of the day, them individuals have a bank account. That bank account, who owns it? And then you went for a black bank. You're dealing with a black bank. Who provides the black bank money?
But see, this is what I mean. Whoever buys into this multiculturalism, I don't know if black people really buys into that because they're still seeing.
They buy into it the most. That's the issue, bro.
But when I look at the statistics and everything, looking at how important race is to black people, for example, the blacks are very high up on the list. So the question becomes, how do they organize based on that? Because they clearly have right? This is more about organization. You have the black supports that you view yourself as brothers and sisters. You definitely have that. White people don't have that. Okay, we have about.
That's a lie, Elron. Stop. The same way I would. All right, let's just do this for example. The same way you got Brother Moore, Black American. Yeah, that's my brother. You got Terry, African. That's my brother. You got myself, me, African Caribbean. We are all in one and one. Same with you Europeans. You have the whether Eastern European, Western European, whatever. You all align with one. You all align that you're Europeans. Yeah. So stop it. Like let's stop. Same way we say we're all Africans.
We don't see ourselves as a group of interest that have interest. We see ourselves the whole. I'm not talking about guys like me, okay? Guys like me. If white people overall would think like me, I wouldn't have the need to do what I'm doing.
If you all had the same common goal, would you come together?
White people, I don't see that we have a common goal. Right now, the common goal of white people is replacing themselves by others.
No matter how much the English and the French hate each other, don't they still work together?
Yes, they work together. We work together also with fucking China. I think when a war starts, between, for example, I don't know, let's go with China. With China and let's say the UK has problems with them or America, yeah, then probably we would working together with them. Yeah, but it's only on geopolitical goals that the elites decide that European countries or Western countries should work together. As soon as when it comes to domestic politics, white people doesn't have a sense of unity at all.
Do you remember? Have you ever studied the Berlin Conference?
No, I haven't studied it.
Damn.
Please go and check it out.
Damn.
Yeah. I know that, for example, do you mean after the fall of the Soviet Union? When they were discussing is Germany allowed to reunite?
Type in Google Berlin Conference.
Yeah, what is it about?
Just type it in.
Yeah, type it in. Like, just type it in and check it out. But yeah, it's key to what became known as the European Union. You know, is it the European Union or?
1984. So during the Kaiserreich.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Check up what it was about and what it talked about. It's very important, brother. Because this is where we're misunderstanding what is going on.
There's typically one thing that all Europeans always agree on. You know what I'm saying? No matter what they're fighting at. Like, so for instance, like when the Moors was whooping ass in Europe at one point, they're like, you know what? How about we all just get together and agree on kicking them the hell out? They had no issue with that. No, like I'm saying, like with the Berlin Conference, they had no issue with like, you know what? How about we agree that we just divide this shit up right quick?
So now you have to go back.
You know what I'm saying? Like
40 years. You have to go back 140 years to come up with what European people decide to go along with, which is not domestic policy, but geopolitics, outside politics, right? This is not an argument. My argument is that Germans in Germany don't play into identity politics for themselves. In fact, they're doing the opposite. They're doing everything they can to destroy German culture at the moment. Or British culture.
Who heads the European Union right now?
The European Union is basically a crypto communist organization. This is what they are.
Yeah, but who heads it?
What?
Who's the main contributor to the European Union? Okay. If they don't like others, why are they contributing?
Yeah, because we have an anti-German government at the moment. And what's most funny about it is that a party is in power that labs as being conservatives. So it is not even that in America you would say the Democrats in power. In Germany it would be, or in the UK it would be like.
Someone come take my spot. Yeah, sorry guys. I'll be back though later.
Okay.
But peace out, people. Peace out.
Much love, Ralph.
Normally you would
Thank you for your
expect politics like,
T'Challa-ism.
politics right now in Germany, you would only expect from either the Green Party or a party called Die Linke, which is a former Soviet party on the between the divide of Western and Eastern Germany. There was a party has another name, but it's basically these are the same people that shooting on other German people while the wall in Berlin still was there.
So when are you ethno-nationalists getting together and making your own country, bro? When are you making the ethno-natty Israel happening for yourself?
Tell me again.
Can I say something?
When are you making your own country?
Brother Moore, just making sure you can hear national race. Oh Lord, have mercy on us now. Pray for us, God. welcome, anti-African. Wagwan.
This has been a brilliant discussion. It's just great to listen. I think it's very educational because we're watching how the subjects are brilliant. And I think everybody's skills in diplomacy are becoming more refined. So people with really different views are managing to talk together. Now, I thought this whole conversation reached a peak when you started talking about banking, and then whoosh, it's off again. But I think you was on it. You were on it, but the banking is so difficult subject to talk about that people can't last very long in that zone. But that's the core. You were right there.
Abstract, yeah.
Yeah, but the banking, you just touched it. You just touched the magic. So that's all I've got to say at the moment. I'm just listening. But the banking, you guys were saying, how does banking relate to culture, race, unity, justice? You know, it's all going to come down to the money.
Yes.
Okay. National racism. I want you to actually elaborate on that as well. But before you do that, can you just a lot of questions in the chat is asking, what do you mean by slave feet? So can you explain that first and then lead on to the banking?
No way. That that's like saying, oh, let's talk about monkey nuts. I mean, I just said, I came in and I said you were just on the height of the conversation was about banking, and now we will talk about no. Banking, that's a serious conversation.
Yes.
That's the core. Finance.
Yeah, but we talked about it before, IC3. In my opinion, and we also talked about today about the Zeitgeist movies. This was the height, the peak of an anti-banking movement. This was the peak. Right after the Zeitgeist movies, there were these Occupy Wall Street guys out there. But it only lasted for a few months. Why? Because it is too abstract for people.
Yes.
So my what is the bank? A bank is a cold soulless system, basically. And how can you... the only way I see... how you can combat this cathedral is to bring in something which is with a soul, okay? When you have, for example,
please, can I just say something, Rhonda? Can I say something? Before we go there, I think the conversation you was having where Mr. Riggs was bringing up banking and so on, and if you just leave it there, don't bring any other words, you know, like cathedral or just bank. That word.
Just look at it like
everybody goes to the bank. Everybody goes to the bank.
Listen to this carefully. There's two people. One's a Jew, one's a black man. They're both film producers. They both want to get $50 million from the bank.
Lovely. That's a nice start. Beautiful.
Mhm.
Who's going to get accepted?
And why?
Exactly.
And obviously the Jewish person is more likely. But you see, once you keep on that subject, the bank, keep on it, because after you've all exhausted the spin on the bank, and if you keep on that subject, the next question is, how do you start a bank? So,
Right.
and then once you get onto that question, how do you start a bank? Then you are on the road.
Yeah, because here's the thing about it, right? Is like the Jews don't run the entire banking industry. They run the banking industry that you attach to. Like, so they don't run the Chinese. They don't run the Chinese money. Like when in Little Korea, they don't run nothing there.
You seen the film Banker?
No.
You got need to watch it, because what banks really most majority of banks rely on is real estate. Why do you think if you have control over real estate, then you could even own the bank building? And if you own the bank building, you kind of indirectly own what's in it.
Right. But if you're gonna start a bank in this country, or like a credit union, right, you have to have so many people to like a specific amount to legally start it, right? You know what I'm saying? Like a specific amount of depositors or whatnot, right?
That's right.
It's literally like it's not a lot, right? You know what I'm saying? It's not a lot to get into, you know what I'm saying? But we used to have our own, like, again, Black Wall Street, we had our own banks. We were able to rebuild Black Wall Street when it got blown up because we had our own insurance companies, right?
Yeah.
Beautiful. Through that word money. Insurance.
Yeah, bro.
And insurance. Throw it in.
We ran our own financial industries, period. Lock, stock, and barrel.
And then you got to look at the truth of what money is. As I said, it's in all forms of loans, because it needs money to survive. Because that same money that you put into the bank is that same money he's going to invest. So then the bank might buy a whole heap of properties and then sell it to you. At the same time, you may not have the money, so it will release a mortgage. So now you're in debt in both ways.
But look at it this way too. Like, we can also have we can do it like this, where like when we're investing into the bank, right, or we're putting our money in the bank, and they're doing capital investment, right? They can be buying back our neighborhoods and employing us to fix things up, etc., etc.
Beautiful.
We've gone through this route before. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Excellent. So just to simplify, because you guys, I just want to try and break it. Try and simplify it. So, one second.
Can we just quickly if being in debt in collaterals, also being in debt in our plight, is that what we're trying to evaluate here? Because remember, our plight is different from our investment. So are we then implying that while we're in debt with collateral, we're also in debt to our plight as a people?
Beautiful thinking. I love the way you're thinking. Let me throw this in. See, a lot of people, when you say, "Oh, I'm a financial advisor, and I'll tell you how to get the best out of your money," and then they'll say, "Right, if you put it in this bank, put it in a savings account or whatever, we're not going to charge you. We're not. What's it? There's going to be no interest on your money." See that word? Interest. Magic word. Interest. It's just a current account, current currency, current flow, river. It's just a flow. You're in and out. So we're not going to pay you interest. But if you put it in one of our savings accounts, we're going to give you 5% a year. So even if you just put 1,000 in there, you're going to get, 1,050? Yeah. Correct?
Someone has to work for that 5%.
Well, we're going to get there. Let's go there slowly. I want everybody to follow this. Right. So, but if you put it in this save with us, savings account, we're going to give you 5%, and it's going to be £1,050. At the end of the year, you'd have earned £50, and you didn't have to do any work. Yeah. That money came while you were sleeping. and you think, wow, that's lovely. I'm very clever. I'm a wise investor.
And they're going to tell you that your money's insured up to a certain point as well.
There you go. Yeah, okay. And then the next level, they say, oh, if you put it, was it a deposit account? So the more you, so if you put in a deposit account, we're going to pay you 10%.
Okay, so brother, what about when we invest in an ISA? How about an ISA account?
I'm doing the most basic, because when you leave school, they say you must open a post office account. We'll get there. Hold it.
Banking, when we get in online banking, they're always trying to feed us to buy into
that's right. We're going to go there. But I just want to get to the basics. When I left school, they say, right, you open a bank account or open a post office account and put your money somewhere. So you get your first job, and you're young. You don't really know nothing about money. But you just, your parents just say, because they don't even know much about money, really. But everybody knows, well, you've got to put it somewhere safe. No. Don't put the money, your big savings and your work money in a jar. That's a good start as a child. But as you get a bit older, you must learn to put your money somewhere more safe. So, I'll put it. Go on.
Let me add a quick equation. Because
go on then.
When you as a child, when you're in university or when you finish school, you get your first account. What do they give you besides the bank account?
Don't know.
They give you an overdraft of like.
Yes, and lots of goodies. Yes.
Because they want you to spend that overdraft.
Yes, that's right. I get into debt. Anyway, but so first of all, let me make this point, because you guys are we'll get there. So let's do the basics coming from school. And so let's say you got three choices. Your current account, we're not going to pay you in interest. Your deposit account, we give you 5%. And your savings account will give you 5%. And on your deposit account, where you can't touch that money, maybe a year or 2 years, you're not allowed in. You've got to promise to that money you're going to leave with us. We give you 10%. And you think, well, I'll keep some in the deposit account. And I'm a good investor. Oh, I'm on my way to be the Wolf of Wall Street, or to be a super rich in the long run, or make investments. I'm an investor.
I saw everything.
Just make me make this point, then I'm going to finish. So the point I'm going to make is that you're putting your money into this place, and the people that are looking after your money might not be of your people. They might not be of your culture. They might not share your cultural values. You don't know who they are. All you just see is a beautiful building. And then you're working to save up, to look after your children and invest in schools and hospitals and so on, and education for your children. So you have a long, well, hopefully some of you have a long-term plan for the next 10 years or 20 years, and you hope that you want to have children and so on and so on. So you got all these plans in your head about what you want to do for yourself and your children, but where your money is, you don't know what plans they have. So it goes back to what Orthodox Moore touched on.
Facts. And what they've done with your money, right? Is
exactly.
While you're saving money, you're thinking you're saving money to invest in one of your own hospitals or buildings or whatnot. What they've done with it is they've bought their own real estate, and they've given you the interest off like something like a real estate investment trust. So they'll do something like give you pennies off the pound right quick. You know what I'm saying? Off of you funding your own oppression.
Right, and so they may think that you don't even know. You never sat down with the people who own the bank, and that they might say, well, you know what? We think all Africans are inferior, and then we're going to invest in certain things like coups, or we think that black people need to be kept down, so we're going to invest in poisons or vaccines. But they don't want to tell you where they're investing your money, are they? So you got all these plans in your head, and you don't know, you're countering yourself because you don't know what those people are doing. They could be planning to mess up your children. They're planning to mess up your family, and you're planning to improve your family, but you're giving your money in their pocket. So So some of the films where they take these bankers, they're laughing at the people. These people are idiots, but they're right. So they have every right to abuse us because you have pockets, but you're putting your money in somebody else's pockets. So what are you giving it to me for? I'm not part of your culture. I'm not part of your race or your nation or anything. I don't really care what happens to you. Anyway, that's the point.
Yeah, but
I'm listening now.
Yeah, do you see where the BCC Bank, when people drew out their money,
it crashes?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because they need that stuff to stay afloat.
So all the money that you saved in that bank account, where is it gone? That's what happens.
Here's what I'm talking about though, fam. Is like, so we just got these stimulus checks in America, right? We could have just started our own bank.
Of course.
Do you know what I'm saying? Instead, we was in line trying to buy Jordans and shit.
You know what? All it takes is 1 billion people to put $1 or £1 together, and you've got a bank.
They don't even take that, fam. So it literally, bro, it takes 2,500 people in my country, bro.
Yeah, but
to legally start one. To legally start one and get it FDIC insured, right? You know what I'm saying?
It's so simple.
Yeah, it takes nothing. And we can make our own banking practice, our own rules or whatnot.
Exactly.
That's the thing about it. Like, so, and guarantee and we can tell the people we're going to invest this money into our own communities, etc., whatnot, and the return on the investment is coming back to you. So you're going to get paid off investing in your own people. You're going to get paid off your own come up like everyone else does. We don't play the same game by the same rules.
And that's why there is no comparison between Jews and black people. We have nothing. They have something.
But we do have stuff. Like we have money. We just don't spend it with each other.
But what we should look at, and I'll say this, is the 100-meter run. 100-meter run.
Mm-hmm.
We know no matter how much we try to make ourselves try to run faster, but we know we'll never beat Usain Bolt. So why do we concentrate on Usain Bolt? When we could concentrate on ourselves. Because one day Usain Bolt will be slow, or he'll get tired. And we just run right across past him.
Attitude.
So the thing is so what do we do as the diaspora at this juncture, right? When we're in the Western countries, like, can we recognize that we need to be able to come together like Nigerians, whatever, you know what I'm saying, Afro-Caribbeans, you know what I'm saying, African Americans and whatnot, and like put the money in the same spots, like, you know what I'm saying, like in a diaspora kind of a way.
Now give it this example. If the African diaspora meets up with the African people on land, what will happen?
If our hands are empty, nothing's gonna happen positive, right? Like, here's what I'm saying. Like the diaspora, like, so the diaspora is where the money is at to actually go fix things, right?
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, if they unify, what will happen?
Oh, we're good money, bro. Like, well, first of all, like I'm saying, like, so like there's a vacuum that's going to be happening in Africa real soon, right? In terms of like the money being able to leave from Europe or whatnot, and it's coming in from Asia, etc. Whatnot. Like, so if we unify it soon enough, we can start to fill some of that vacuum, right?
Yeah, but if we're unifying, if you're an outsider looking in, and you're on the top of your game already, and
you got to protect what you make right off the top.
Security.
Yeah, you got to protect what you make right off the top.
Exactly.
That's the whole thing about the nationalistic concept is you're insulating in some way, shape, or form, saying, you know what, I've got to build inside of this and defend outside of that.
So for me to stop you from doing so or unifying, what do I create? Within the people in my vicinity, I create division. How do I destroy a nation or a community? I destroy the family.
But at the end of the day, that's still a personal choice on us, right?
Yeah, but
so we have to value ourselves enough to the points where we value our own families, or value making a family or protecting the family, right? Like, so at the end of the day, like, you can feed me whatever kind of propaganda you want to. Like, at the end of the choice is mine on what I'm gonna do, right? Like, so like we have yet collectively to come together, like, okay, to come together on this never again policy. Like, okay, so what are we gonna do as a diaspora to make sure in the diaspora we're protecting ourselves as the diaspora? Like, again, like, so the same thing the Chinese did, the Jews did, whatever. They were the minorities too at one point, facing the same pressures you're talking about. Irish, all them type of things, they were facing the same pressures. But at one point, they said, "To hell with all that. We're gonna fight and exert power."
But always remember that the Asian, especially China's were drug addicts. It's only when they come out of it that they decided that they're not going to be drug addicts again. And they never forgave the people that supplied them the drugs.
Don't disagree.
Never forget.
I don't disagree with that. They remember the whole sick man age thing, all that.
Hold on. I thought that was the Indians. I didn't realize it was the Chinese.
It was the Chinese.
Oh no, the opium game hit them hard.
The
opium game hit them hard, buddy.
By the British, by the way.
The Europeans grew their opiums in places like Afghanistan and India. So they were able to supply the Chinese as much as possible.
Yeah, people don't recognize how divided the Chinese actually are intrinsically in terms of the different national structures and whatnot within the Chinese culture and whatnot. So like they were able to put, again, like you can put control people from the outside by just dividing and conquering, and that's basically what they did with a lot of stuff.
And that's how the British got ownership of Hong Kong.
But here's what I'm trying to say: when they fought back, when the people were fighting back, for instance, like the Wool Coal pirates or whatnot, right? You had people who were Filipino, people who were Chinese, people who were Japanese, people who were Korean, all on the same boat fighting. Like they were like the way they got out of it was understanding a concept of okay, like they see us all as the same thing. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna link it where we need to and draw these lines and fend them off. Correct. Right. And so again, like whether you be Nigerian, Caribbean, whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like in the diaspora, they see us all as the same thing. Somali even, you know what I mean? Like they see us all as the same thing now, you know what I mean?
And that's why you understand why China had to lock off from the rest of the world to recoup to coming back out.
Facts.
But what I would tell you as well, I can't understand if you are talking about black power in European countries or if you're talking about black power regarding Africa as a whole. So when you have power in the foreign countries like the Jews have had many times in Europe, it also is very dangerous, okay? Because then people start getting questions if they see that an external force and alien people are controlling so much stuff. This is what the Jews are right now fearing. Okay, they fear that people see how much power they have. This is why they say it is anti-Semitism if you say that the Jews control the banks or Hollywood or something like this, because they know when you look into what Hollywood is doing and what the banks are doing, then it becomes dangerous for them. Okay, so just because you have power right now into European countries doesn't mean that you are protected or something. Okay, that was just
who protected the Jews in Israel?
The Israeli themselves mostly. From foreign forces, I would say America protects them.
The British?
And the British, yeah.
At one stage. Why would they protect the Jews in Israel?
When right now?
Why would they go out of their way and protect these people?
Yeah, because of different reasons, in my opinion.
Or is it because there's certain families within the establishments that need to protect their own families?
Of course. They are intermarried with the Rothschilds and the British aristocracy is intermingled with each other. They have good ties. They are also connected via all the other structures of the cathedral, meaning media ties. They have ties to different NGO organizations, which are very powerful.
Most organizations, they could go to each organization and say, you know what, we want a contribution of $5 million from every organization. Could they do that?
Yeah, definitely.
Now, let's look at it on the black side. Can every black organization contribute?
No, but what I'm telling you is this is dangerous. The Jews get nothing more than to reveal their real power level. Some Jews say, yeah, we should now be open about what power we are holding. The majority
Everybody knows that they run stuff. What are you talking about?
What?
Everybody knows that they got power. They ain't no hidden thing.
Well, they try to hide it, and they try also to defame people that will mention it. They will get you.
Who controls most of the real estate in America right now?
I don't know. I don't know about real estate.
Well, the truth be told, the Chinese are on the upswing like you wouldn't believe, bro.
Yeah, but
like China owns Vegas right now. Think about that.
Yeah, but I'm saying is, in properties, who are the founders for this? Most you go to Brooklyn. Who owns most of the properties?
Jewish people, as far as I understand.
Probably the Jews, but in Brooklyn especially, as well as in.
So they have resources to pull up from.
I know that the Jews were very powerful in Brooklyn.
So they've got resources to pull from, right? Then they go into the political stage. They have political power to pull from. So then, if someone is crying from Israel and they contact their family in the States, they're able to pull that power.
Yeah. But at some point, people will. Yeah. Please.
So it's starting to drift again.
I know that's right.
It's starting to drift again. See, this is war, man. I mean, how many times you need to get slapped up? You know you got to be focused. You got to stay in line. You've got to focus your mind. You know,
that's why I think it wasn't drifting because I was bringing it back.
Oh, right, you tried to. That's right. You tried.
He's trying to steal it.
But watch this. What I'm saying, drifting, you see, is that we got to banking, and then we start talking about the really good bankers. But just stick with the banking, because then you start talking about the Jews are doing this, the Jews are not doing that, the Indians are doing this, the Chinese are not doing it. You know.
Hold on. Yeah, but someone is drifting, so we have to able to do the full circle to come back to where it began.
Okay, go on then. I'll leave you to do that. I'm gonna get something to eat. I'm gonna see if you can bring it back. I'm gonna watch. Hold it. I'm gonna watch you, Captain Riggs. Captain Riggs.
No, not
I want
Riggs.
to see how you're gonna handle. I'm gonna see how you handle it.
Terry, one second, brothers, quickly, 1 second. I just want to quickly speak with national racism.
Yeah.
I know you keep harping on the banking stuff, and I wanted to know, what is it do you think we're missing when we talk about the banking? Like, is there something we're not really letting sink in, that from your perspective?
Definitely. But I want you,
Go on.
you know, it's like the movie, The Matrix. I want you to see it for yourself, and you will see it if you put the glasses on and just look in the right. You're already doing it. You're already looking in the right direction. So the conversation is flowing, and it's a beautiful conversation. But as I said, when you start talking about banking and money and finance, the air becomes very thin. You find there's lots of gaps and space as people start to their brains start to think, and you just relax and just go with the flow. And I like the way what Mr. Riggs was saying is the conversation is drifting, but he's going to try and bring it back. So you understand? It's a tough thing. It's like sailing a ship because it's all kind of winds.
Remember, for everything you buy, what do you receive when you buy something?
Beyond the receipt.
You get a receipt. Follow the money, and the money will tell you the truth.
No fact.
Now, in people trying to, if you try to stray it off, you just bring it back to the same money trail. and it will
But
go
Terry,
back.
that's the problem. This is why I have a problem with it, and this is why I think I want you lot to try to understand where I'm coming from. Whereas, you know, when we speak about the Jews, we know that they have the money, they have the capital. We, as the people of Africa or the African diaspora, we don't have money and capital. But what we do have is the actual the natural let's say the stuff that creates the money. So therefore we have the natural resources. That's the word I'm looking for. Sorry.
Okay.
So in America, we got no natural resources, but we do have money.
We've got the diamonds, we've got the gold, we've got the land, we've got the agriculture, we've got that. We might not have the capital.
We don't even have that right now, though. That's in debt to other countries right now, basically.
There we go, brother. So can we I guess national trying to tell us that we're not focusing on that. So
Yeah,
can we
okay.
focus on
I know
that?
what you're talking about, but that's what I'm saying. Okay, let's put people into categories so that we know what we're talking about, right? First, we know that, okay, Africa itself is a land of resources, yeah? So it's what we will say, it's the creation. Its replica recreation is in South America. Whatever you can grow in Africa, you can grow in South America. So we know that these are kind of places where we can get our sources from. Now, when we look at the Europeans are what we call the middlemen. They're the ones that are doing the deals from one person to the other. Then you've got the Asians, which are the replicators. Now, once we understand that they replicate everything that they see, so they will copy or follow whatever has been done. Now we have the African diaspora. What position are we in?
Watching on the sideline.
Watching on the sideline. But the funniest thing is, because we're watching on the sideline, we're not one of the players.
That's the whole point. Is we got to get on the field and start playing. Start kicking the ball around. You dig?
So when you're watching that pitch, yeah, you're observing what's coming from behind, what's going on in the front. So that means we know every single person's technique. But we're so busy on this cheerleading sideline that we've forgotten that we can be a player on the actual pitch itself.
Right. In the diaspora, fam, like a lot of us are disconnected from a like a national background in a sense. Like, so we bought into this whole like integration is the best thing that can happen to us. Right. Like trying to be accepted air quotes is the height of existence and whatnot. And nah, we got to take a half step back and go back to insulating and building for ourselves or whatnot.
Being on the sideline makes you the consumer.
Exactly, and not the producer. And we were and coming out of slavery, we were the best producers. That was the cold part. They literally in my country, they had to form unions to lock, like the union movement in my country, and it cracks me up when I see black people support unions. You know what I'm saying? They started this country to lock us out of the labor market because we were outproducing everybody.
So then when the African diaspora goes straight to the source, who needs the middleman?
Fact.
If we're getting it from the source, who needs the replicator?
Fact.
So for that, now we look at the foundations of how these Europeans got to where they are, i.e. Jews, looking at their system. Now we go back to the original financial. Who funds the people that have the resources? It's the bankers. Once we set up a bank, once we set up a community center where we can have our meetings, i.e. halls or whatever, we set up our accommodation, our food and shelter. It begins somewhere, innit?
No, you pull your currency into a bank.
Exactly.
You let the current rest on a bank. You make that joint happen.
So the profits that we make from the African people on land now becomes our investments.
And here's what I'm saying. Like, so being that Africa is in debt or doesn't have the necessary capital investment right now, which it will in the future, like I said, because their middle class is going up on the rise by 2050 and whatnot. But like right now, the money's in the diaspora, and we're not spending it. We're spending it with other nations and not with ourselves. And like the cool part, like in America, is so. For instance, when you see other people come here, that first generation, they don't try to live like high on the hog. They're frugal with theirs, and they try to make sure the next generation can live better. Right? We're stuck trying to live as high on the hog right now and not sacrificing a little bit here for the future. right? Like we're trying to be too comfortable and it's not recognized. No, we got to get our hands dirty. It ain't gonna be comfortable all the time, but it don't take much a sacrifice to make something happen.
Mm-hmm.
It don't take much at all.
Because if we look in the if we look in the diaspora region, that means that we're in other countries. The first three mottos that we need to understand is taking control of what we have, which is clothes, food, and shelter.
Facts.
Then to able to making that clothes, food, and shelter to work, we need transportation.
Yep.
Once we've established that is a system on its own.
Yep.
Then when it comes to,
this was not the Jewish way. This was more like European or Asian way.
We're not starting from when you have already got to start off. You can start the Jewish way, but right now we don't have.
But brothers, can I just quickly mention that where we're failing is obviously we see the Jews and how they've doubled up and tripled up and quadrupled up on their money. Yeah. We have yet to do so. Why are we failing as Africans globally to do so? Why are we always giving that? For instance, black women.
That's the question. Because the truth is, we're the most tribalistic people in the world, sis.
But hold on, we spend $1 billion on hair products alone as black women. Yeah.
Okay.
Let alone, we see the Chinese now taking over our African attire. They're making cute African attire, selling it on AliExpress in these places.
Okay.
We've got other companies all over Instagram, and no matter where you look, Facebook or whatever social media website you can find, selling counterfeit, not proper waxed cotton, but counterfeit African Ashanti. Different types of material all over, making attire out of our thing, and we're buying into it. Why do we never benefit our own? Like, what is our issue?
You can put it into two concepts.
Go on, Terry.
Love and lust. Lust is to take, and love is to give. We love products so much, we'll give anything for it.
Materialism is a big problem in whites too, yeah.
But they will never contain how we consume. A European can say, you know what, I don't need this. And a black person will say, you know what, I need a chain on my neck.
Okay.
So I'm going to let my kids starve.
What do you think of this? What do you think of this? Let me hear your feedback. As far as I understand, studying banking, is that the roots of a bank. See, this is where it's going to get. The air's going to get thinner now, even thinner. We're going higher. We're moving up a gear. Okay, so the foundations of a bank is actually culture. Yeah. A culture is where if you have a group of people and they're sharing certain values and flavors and enjoy certain things together, and there's different people within that culture, and everybody's doing their different bits and pieces. Some might be doing some farming, some might be making music, some might be painting, some might be working with wood. So this little, let's think of this little village as the beginning. And so you always have the village square, don't you? Or the church or temple. So basically, when the community likes to meet occasionally, and then when they meet, they talk to each other and they have a little bit of gossip and you exchange things as well across within the community. Help, doctors or whatever. So, but in that meeting of the village square, I'm saying that the village square, the center of the community, becomes a kind of temple, because it becomes a bank. It's a bank, not only of which accumulates. It's like a vessel. It's like a vessel. The village square, or it becomes the vessel that captures the gossip, the culture, even exchange, but also the values and the currency. But the currency is so it's kind of invisible. It's kind of a feeling, but that feeling is what adds value to the real things that you can see. And so, but also in that center of the village is also becomes the customs and the norms and the morals, the morals and the values and what's right and what's wrong. And then that's when you start to get the cultures. Then it starts to be codified. People start to write down. Well, we start to know that that's not a good thing to do, and that's a good thing to do, and that works, and that doesn't work. And it starts, and as the older generation start to get old, they start to say, well, we don't want the youth to forget what we have learnt, what plants to eat, what herbs, good ways of doing whatever. And so they start to write it down. And you and sometimes there's oral history as well. Well, I remember that my, so-and-so told, we just believe this because so-and-so said it along, my great-great-great-grandfather said this, or great-great-grandmother said that about this herb. But we've almost forgotten why it was good. So therefore, we're going to put it in the temple we're collecting all the jewels of the culture. And all the jewels and the values of the culture have to go into a place. Then you build your church or your temple and put those bits and pieces in the sacred writings of the great prophets and the people that died a long time ago, and things we'd like to remember. So all that value is going into a place, and that place becomes a temple or a church or whatever you want to call it. It's the same thing. And that is the bank. It's actually it's the bank. It's the beginning of it's the vessel that holds the value, the cultural value, and then the religion comes from that culture, because religion is downstream from culture. Because all it is are the codification. Sorry?
But National, that's the problem. We don't seem to have a value when it comes to the bank. Our value seems to decrease and not increase, while everybody else's seems to increase.
Because we're not banking with each other. We're banking with other people. That's the whole point.
That's right. Right. So I want to show you the good bank and the bad bank. Then I'm going to leave it and see. Listen to what you would have to say. So that is the good bank, because whoever then becomes a curator, because the museum is part of the bank. See, it's a museum. Museum is a collection of things that are valuable, and what do they say about things in a museum? Oh, that's priceless. There's certain things that say, oh, these things are priceless. So it's beyond money. So therefore, what does it mean when people say some things are priceless? That means we will not sell that at any price to any outsiders.
Facts.
Any price is priceless. Facts. You're not even allowed in there. You're not even going in there. You can't even see what's in there. That's taken a long time to develop.
And that's what I mean by the whole never again concept, right? Is because once you understand, like you have to get into the game and you have to protect yourself. What you understand, what's priceless is your own survival. You don't ever sell that out. And right now, sis, this is what we don't understand is we're buying into our own destruction by not banking with each other. Like you either bank with yourself and you survive. And survival is the name of the game. Or you bank with somebody else, and you just throw in the towel.
Okay, beautiful. Hold that point there. You're flying ahead. You're flying ahead because you're starting to sense. You can start to feel where I'm going. So you're jumping over there. But I'm going to tell you the good banks and the bad banks. So that's the good bank. So the curator of the museum is the same thing. Is the same as the person who's the head of the bank. Because whoever's the head of the bank or the people that are running the bank for the community. They obviously are of the community, and they share the same values as the community. They're saying that they share the same cultural values. So therefore, they can make investments and loans they'll always make investments and loans that will benefit the community, because they're like the priests of the temple, and they're always looking up because the community is part of them, and they're part of the community. So that's the good bank. But the bad bank, I'm going to finish now, is when you have people from outside your community and you don't know what their cultural values are. You don't know what their intentions are. You don't know what their religion is. You may think you know, but they're going to, if you're a part of their community, why should they tell you? And then you start depositing, rather than in your own bank, you're depositing with this strange bank. Because it's strange, because you don't even know who runs it. You don't even know who shareholders are. You know nothing about their values. You don't know what their religion is. You don't know what their culture is. You don't know who the names are. And so then they're going to make investments to their culture, which they should. Why are you giving them your valuables? Why are you doing that?
You know what's the most fascinating?
I'll leave it there.
National racialism. When people or foreign people can sell you that what's actually good for them is good for you, and then you have really got power handle over them. Okay, and
correct.
This is what the Jews have managed to do. Everything that is good for the Jew is good for the European. They have. When they took over Hollywood, they don't portray that it was Jewish movies or something like that. The blacks would say, yeah, this is a black movie or something like that. No, they sold us as the movies coming out, this is your culture. This is what you want. They took our fairy tales and do a little change on this, do a little bit of change of that. And bit by bit, they subverted our culture. This is the Jewish way. They are not showing their real face. They are portraying as something they are not. And this is how the Jews have managed to do that. They portray themselves also as whites, while in private they are saying, of course, we are Jews, we are not Europeans. Okay, and it was much easier because most of the Jews in America also look white because they're Ashkenazis. This would be another benefit for them, how they could manage to overtake. The Chinese have done it by culture, which we were talking about too. It is part of the Jewish culture as well, but they haven't done it by deflection. They have done it by shaming people who are not hardworking. They have still shame for not being traditional. Much like I would say even the Muslims. The Muslims have the same kind of culture. Right? They're shaming people who don't follow the rules. The Europeans still have, at least in Germany, they have some kind of working attitude. So who's not working hard, he's getting shamed. And everyone that is on social benefits, they are getting ostracized from the German community. They are looked down to, okay? This is one thing we still have. And I think the only thing why our economy still works. But we are not working together at all. We are all working as individuals. This is how groups that work together can take over parts of our cities and everything like that. Because we are, just like the blacks, we are not working on projects together within our country. Yeah. We can learn a lot from the Muslims. I would never be able to think like a Jew. Never. but we can learn.
But
for
why
example,
so, Elron? Why can't we take learning skills from the Jew? We don't have to think
Yeah.
like them, but why
Yeah.
can't we not adapt their ways?
Because most of the things how the Jews gain their power is by deception, by lying to people. Another thing would be that they are when they are preaching in their churches. What is it called again? They have their own language. Okay, so you don't have a clue what they are actually teaching people.
No,
And
but
it-
Hebrew is not their language, and Hebrew can be spoken by many.
most other people can't speak Hebrew. That's why they only this is why they fear so much that the Talmud is being translated in other languages. This is what they are.
No offense, but I'm getting kind of bored with this whole Jewish repetition thing, right? Like, so let me switch it up. Where's Ezra at? You know what I'm saying? Where's the Israelite man hooking up our banks? You know what I'm saying? Why y'all falling off?
Where's the Israelites?
But you know the part, the funny thing is,
Orthodox said it wrong. It's where's the head Hebrew Israelite in charge? Where is the GOJ? We want
Who's the head Hebrew, my nigga? You know what I'm saying?
The head Hebrew Israelite in charge. God of Jacob, where you at?
Why you man on the street corner not hooking up the bank? You know what I'm saying? What's going on?
Orthodox. In America, who was the most powerful person in 1895 as a black man?
Oh, hold on. Give me a second. Let me think. In 95, I actually couldn't tell you.
A lot of people overlook him, but he's an inspiration when you actually go into it.
Hold on. Was my dude George? Was my dude? No, I don't think. No, he wasn't doing anything then. Go ahead.
Before we can move on, Terry, before we move on any further, quickly, just before you move on, I don't want to lose my lose your train of thought, but quickly, I just want all the Negroes out there, all you black people out there, yeah, just beware. James Jones is a hater. Yeah, I tried to defend him the other day, but now I see him hating on me in the chat. James Jones is all smoke for you from today, yeah? James, I declare war as of now.
Hey, no, I actually want James on this conversation because he's all big about banking in Africa and whatnot, about taxing Europeans and whatnot. Go ahead, James.
James wants all the smoke. He's here right now. James, you hater. I hate you.
Yeah, but before James talks, I just want you to answer that question, Orthodox.
What was the question?
1895.
So I'm familiar with like the nationalism movements in '95, but like, so when you talk about power, though, I don't know who had the money then.
So who's
sorry. I was on mute. Go on, Tom.
No, I was telling him. So who's Booker T. Washington?
The wrestler.
Hold on, say that one more time.
Booker T. Washington.
So Booker T. Washington started the Tuskegee Institute in Alabama and whatnot, to where it was a school that basically, like, it was a dope spot to where you were learning academics, but you were learning trades at the same point in time. So he was putting out the highest level of everything. Like, so he also gave land for George Washington Carver to have his laboratory there, etc., whatnot. He had W.B. Du Bois teaching there at one point. They beefed, obviously. You know what I'm saying? He left because he wasn't getting paid enough. And that's what he thought, etc., whatnot. But yeah, like, no, Booker T. Big up, that's my dude right there.
And he was able to set a foundation, which if people follow.
Yeah, no, I'm big on his model. His model is fantastic. If you could have got him, like, oh man, we had all the right people doing all the right stuff and like fighting each other, doing it, like, instead of recognizing, no, we're like, you just pick up your part of the struggle right there, and I'll pick up my part, and we're good. Many hands make light work. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you mix him with Marcus Garvey and with a little bit of W.B. Du Bois, we're good money.
But that's where Marcus Garvey got his teaching from.
I'm with it.
Can I just ask a real quick question?
Yeah.
Lady D's going on mute. The haters arrived.
What? I love you, Lady D, though, man. I don't know what you're even talking
You
about.
hate me. I was defending you. You're defending your
What
honor
did I
the other
say?
day, and look how you're smoking me in the chat. You're a hater.
What did I say? I didn't say. I don't even remember. Sometimes I say crazy shit. I don't even remember what I say. But like, to be honest, yeah, big up Lady D, big up everyone on the panel. I want to say to this is serious questions. Yeah, I've been meaning to ask you, Arondo. You said you're against abortion, right? Sorry
Yes.
to move this. Just like
Yes,
quick question.
for the most part, I'm also for eugenics, so it has.
Yeah. You see, that's what I thought about too. So the logic is what is you're against abortion for all minorities in Europe, but sorry, you're against abortion for all Europeans, but you're pro-abortion for all minorities.
No, I'm for abortions for Germans as well. For example, I'm for testing before you get the child, and if you know that your child will be coming to the world with a disability, I'm for that. The parents
Oh, you're for thing that hurt to make the bloodline strong. Interesting.
Can I just elaborate on what James was saying? James, you missed out another key part, James. You missed out another key part. The other part, one quick sec, James. The other key part was that they wanted all black men to be castrated. So just remember to add that part in.
Yeah, no, don't. He's not saying that. What, and he may say that. So this is his opportunity. So all things considered, all things weighed and measured, we're saying that defects in children warrant termination. So let's assume that that's across the board. You accepted that. Now, assume the same amount of defects occur in children from German ethnicity as every other ethnicity in the world. Just assume that 0.1% or something of all childbirths end in some kind of had some kind of defect, or whatever. The child has a defect. That sounds horrible, disability or whatever, yeah? Are we saying now then that outside of that reason, even in minorities, you don't believe that they should, that you should ban abortions for minorities as well?
I would also say rape would, I would also allow rape victims to.
The point I'm getting to is if you ban abortions, aren't you, if you ban abortions, then aren't you guys going to get replaced even quicker?
I don't know about that. I think, for example, the Muslim community is not aborting at all the rates that.
No, but if you ban it, yeah, I'm saying, but if you ban it completely, then
it will definitely increase
white people.
It will increase our birth rates. Especially here in Germany, most women that will abort will be white women or German women.
Yeah, but the minorities,
most of the minorities are Muslim, so they are not aborting much babies.
But
so
they still.
That's not true. Elron, you're being disingenuous because
yeah,
you're not telling
but they
James.
still may grow.
What you're not telling James, Elron, is the truth. The truth is what you lot were actually saying on the other panel was you wanted black men to be castrated because black men have a high number of going around impregnating white women, and it's dwindling your numbers. Be truthful and tell James what you lot really think. Let's be honest.
I don't remember that I said
I
that.
remember because Braden was championing this on, and Braden was the talking point, and you lot were co-signing. I remember it all. Tell James the truth.
Damn, that's cool. He didn't believe that. He said, "I don't remember saying it." I heard that.
You have to prove that to me.
He didn't refute that shit. He said, "I don't remember saying that, huh?"
What I could remember, for example, is speaking in the past about the birth problem in Africa. You have an overpopulation problem.
But no, we're not talking about Africa.
So I would say before you are not able to feed your people anymore, I would go with a politics similar to the Chinese, what the Chinese have done. Which is a policy, and abortion could definitely help with it, as well as providing, for example, birth pills, right?
But Elron, I need to leave, so just so I understand this, and I'm happy for you. And
no, I'm not for castrating black people.
I didn't ask that. What I'm asking you, just to be clear, is you're saying that when you say ban abortions, there's absolutely no distinction you're making about race. So it's ban abortions, and the only way that abortions may be allowed is under the same conditions for every single racial or ethnic group of people in any given country.
If I would be power to decide something like this, I don't have to.
In your opinion, what you because you're
I don't have to,
when I'm in power, these people wouldn't be here. They would be remigrated to their home country.
But
So
listen, I'm not
we
asking.
don't care
Listen, I'm
about
not listen.
castrating anyone.
We're not asking you if you're in power. I'm not asking you what you would do in your first day in charge. I'm saying your idea of being a pro-abortion, being an anti-abortion eugenicist. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Your
eugenics
understanding of
for
that
all.
concept.
What I would promote for white people, they can adapt. I would
Now
say
you're saying white
eugenics,
people. Are you?
basically, eugenics would be good for every people, for any race. So I would not say no. I would put this policy on this people. No.
Yeah, I'm asking you a simple question. You're just doing a lot of talking about a simple question. Listen, I'm asking a real simple question. There's no ethnic distinction you make when you talk about anti-abortion eugenics. There's no distinction you're making about races. Anyone that's in that given country, you're fighting for their right.
Remember that I've said that in the past.
All right, cool. Say no more. Yeah. Big up everyone on the panel. I'm off in it. So.
Okay.
Big up, James. But you know what? I'm glad that he actually brought that subject up because that was a topic of discussion. If I remember, Spice was one of the ones that jumped up on the panel as well and went ham on him, and so was Nanifa. And if I remember correctly, it was Braden that was saying that he would want all black men, not a percentage, not a number, all of the black men. He had no smoke for the black women, but the black men to all be castrated. And the reason being is because the black men there's a higher number in statistics of black men going around impregnating white women, which is dwindling down the number of the white race. That was the question at hand. And I just wanted to know, what is the logics of that and what would that actually...
Last time I spoke to Braden was like 1.5 years ago or something.
Okay, so maybe it might not have been you specifically, but can you help us understand this logic then? Because I'm saying that, don't get me wrong, there is a higher number of black men going outside of the race to impregnate and whatever, but black women also do it too. We're not denying that black women do it too. So what is the significance in castrating or stopping black men from impregnating, let alone black women, much less black white women?
Yeah, just to be fair,
I don't see that.
Breaks it down pretty clearly.
Yeah, I don't see that of any importance when we discussing topics like this. You have to be empowered to decide something like this. What I would say though is on my eugenics program is I would go with because I don't want also, even if the child is very healthy, I don't want a lot of dumb people to reproduce, okay? Because then the whole society will suffer. This is why I'm for, and I could make some, how do you say it? Some sacrifices on my policy. So when I'm only getting part of it, I would be happy too. But my idea would be something that Jared Taylor was talking about, which means voluntary castration, meaning that you can take an IQ test and the government will then give out money. And I think if I remember correctly, Jared Taylor was saying that you get about $2,000 for every IQ point under 100. So someone with an IQ of 99 would get $2,000. Someone with an IQ of 80 would get $20,000 from the government to
Wait, Elron, this IQ thing, there is a whole lot of bollocks, and you know it, because even the man himself who created the IQ test knew that the IQ test was going to be used to its own detriment against what it actually stood for. So we already know this. So therefore, the fact that white supremacists, I would say, using this whole IQ test as a bullet point is a joke in itself. And the fact that you're going to try to use the IQ test in order for whether a person should or shouldn't be castrated is illiterate. That makes no sense. An IQ test ain't going to make a difference.
Yeah, I would, for example, I would do it by force. I would castrate, for example, disabled people, mentally disabled people to have children, because they are themselves are not capable of living for themselves. We should treat them the best way we can. okay, when you have a disabled child or something, then we should treat them the best way we can, but we shouldn't allow that these people become more in our population. This would be, this is not right.
Do you mind if we short story this conversation? Because this is one of the luxurious conversations I was talking about earlier that like really like we're trying to like advance our people in some way, shape, or form. Like we don't got time to really have. Like so at the end of the day, my man, you're an ethno-nationalist, right? You would prefer to have a country that looks just like you, right?
Yeah.
So if you were in a mixed country like America or England, whatever, if you were in power, you would be working to have policies that would make the country look more like you, right? And then you'd be empowering people who didn't look like you being less in power, right?
Yes.
Cool. So since that's the situation we find ourselves in now, and so what National Rationalism was talking about was, so you can either bank with people who look like you or bank with people who look like my man and think like my man, right?
Yeah.
So in that regard, like we could talk about like, hey, well, why do you think this? Why would you think? Hey, he thinks what he thinks, and he wants to be with people who look like him, right? And a lot of people think that way, and they're gonna think that way, and we're on a sideline in a game where they're playing and we're not.
Yeah.
White
people also are not, unfortunately. Yeah.
So the question is like, so the question today is like, so how do we get the same protection, right? We protect ourselves, right? And the question is like, so in the diaspora or in Africa, etc., wherever, you know what I'm saying?
I would say
how do we put down the tribalism that we have? Because again, I'll put this out there for anyone to challenge, right?
I
say Africans are the most tribalistic people in the world.
I still don't know what protection means. Means it protection from getting genocided or attacked by other groups? What from expressing your culture? What does that mean?
All of the above. How about that?
Yeah, I would say black people are totally in this current system. They can do whatever they want. They can express however they want. They can build communities however they want. When it comes to banking, I would say no. The banking system is something.
Anybody can run their own banking system. That's like, again, the Jews don't run the Chinese money.
In China or in America?
Anywhere.
I don't know about any Chinese banks in America.
Oh. So you show me what Jew runs a Chinese bank in America. You show me what Jew runs a Chinese bank anywhere in the world. I'll wait.
No, this is what I mean. So you're talking about in Africa, building a bank in Africa, not in Europe or in the Western world.
I'm talking about in America and in Africa.
Oh, so you have to show me Chinese banks in America.
There are Chinese banks. I can show you Korean banks in America.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. The Jews don't run that. I was just telling you about a Korean bank I used to live on the corner from. Has Korean lettering on that joint.
These are more like the very, very small banks that are no threat to the very powerful banks, I would guess.
Yeah, that would be a guess.
As long as you are playing,
that would be a guess.
They will let you. They will let you.
So they're connected to the bank. They're connected to the central banks in their country. You understand that?
Oh, they are?
What do you think backs them? What do you think finances them here?
It could be a community financed that they invest in this bank.
Oh, sure. Right. Cool. Like so like I said earlier, like the Chinese own Vegas right now. You know what I'm saying? They're not doing that through community banking, my dude.
The Chinese own Las Vegas?
They're buying up real estate all over the place in Vegas.
Okay, yeah. They're
not doing that through community banking, my dude.
Yes.
That's big time capital investment, right?
But
yeah, if you're trying to take over the Western money, right?
Yeah.
You're not doing it through community banking, right? You're doing it through capital investment, right? Through big moves, right? So that's what I'm saying. Like the Jews can't stop the Chinese from doing their own banking in the countries that they reside in. Like the Jews aren't going to stop the Chinese from building a bank in Africa. You understand that, right?
Yes, I would suppose so. Yeah,
that's my whole point, right? Like so you can complain about the Jews all day, but cool. At the end of the day, like they're implementing rules that everyone else can implement for themselves. Like so, again, in my country, there's 7 million strong at best. My people are 6 times their size in this country, right? We just don't bank with each other. If we did, like we used to, it would be like you wouldn't even hear about Jewish power. You'd be hearing about us running everything.
So you're telling me there's no African-owned banks in Africa?
So African countries are in debt to like the international monetary fund and the World Bank and whatnot, right? Like so their banking structures are subservient to like their banks are subservient to the other reserve banks of the world and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Like you're in a situation where like the French dollar still has power in Africa, or the French franc has power in Africa, or whatever they use.
But Germany is also in debt on other banks. Yet, we also
right.
For example, we have a big hold on America. They have to pay us back a lot.
Yeah.
We will never
America
get
got to
that.
pay everybody back. America's at the point to where America's buying their own treasury funds, i.e., that they've already solidified the fact that they're going to fall monetarily. Economically speaking, whenever a country does that, when they're like basically the main buyer of their own treasury, it's over with for them. It's
You can
like
only
they can't
get
recover.
your money back if you also have a strong military.
No,
And also this is also what you need to do in
our
Africa.
military ain't as strong as people
If
think.
you can't get a hold on your resources if you don't have a strong military.
Our
Of
military
course,
ain't as strong as
some
people think
countries
it is, bro.
probably might not invest in Africa if you have civil wars all the time. This would be something that investors are looking for, to have stable conditions.
So
But
like this is how empires fall is they cannot fund their own wars anymore. When their last move is they thrive off of the wars. They go take other resources, but when they cannot fund it anymore, they eat themselves from inside. They start watering. Like this is how Rome did it. Rome started counterfeiting its own currency and whatnot, intrinsically and whatnot. They're like we're doing the same thing at this juncture, bro. Like I said, we just printed $14 trillion. You know how much inflation that's going to cost when that actually hits the market?
Yeah.
14 trillion.
Crazy, yeah.
The amount of inflation that's going to cause is retarded. People have no clue how bad it's about to get.
This is why I'm saying a war is almost inevitable. How do you say it?
Unavoidable.
Unavoidable, right? For America this time. This is why I'm looking on the Chinese
War with who? Like there are war all over the place.
Yeah, okay, but a serious war where America will suffer for the first time and probably even have troops in their own country. When you start a war with China, this is a real possibility then.
Oh no, that's going to happen you're going to see that happening. Like in the sense, like, but it's going to look different though. It's going to be more like it's going to be a more peaceful takeover. It's not going to be truth. It's going to be private security for people and whatnot. It's going to be a whole different. It's going to be a different look, bro. We're not going to recognize that we're occupied.
If I would be a Chinese leader, I would just sit back and wait.
That's what they do. They have the long game. That's what they do. They got the water penetrating rock move that they do all day long. They just like inch by inch, step by step. They just play the waiting game. They outpopulate everybody, or they know that they're bigger than everybody, right? You know what I'm saying? And they just wait. Like that's what I'm saying. Like so for instance, right? Like I used to work for Boeing in my country, right? It's the plane manufacturer, right? And I remember while I was working there, China started and announced that they were making their own plane manufacturing company, right? And they had already stolen all kind of American designs and all kind of stuff, and they had gotten stuff legally through deals and whatnot. And I'm like, yo, this is crazy because like they have the most favorite trading nation status in my country, meaning that they get the best deals from over everybody, and it's permanent. It's permanent. The way they pass it, it's permanent, right? And not only that, like we're not going to be able to outcompete them. Like when they're not going to buy our planes pretty soon, basically, right? Mm-hmm. Like so, if we're not selling to them, you know what I'm saying, and they're competing with amongst Asia and selling to Asia. Oh, fam. Like Boeing and stuff, like Boeing's done. Boeing's already done, and people don't even understand it yet. You know what I'm saying? They won't be able to keep up with the way China can output stuff. They're already behind schedule on a lot of stuff. You know what I'm saying? And they buy stuff from China to begin with.
But I also believe that the Western world won't let that happen. That the Chinese play the long game.
What are you talking about? What are they going to do to stop it?
We are already seeing that
Their monetary projections already say it's in the fix, bro. It's done. Like again. So from now to 2050, y'all go up 100. You go up 100 million people, right? They go up. The rest of the world goes up 2 billion. Most of it in Asia, in Africa.
Wait, China has a big bubble, okay, and it is ready to burst, especially on the whole.
They own assets, bro. No, they own actual stuff, though.
Yes,
they took our American dollars and bought Africa with it.
Another thing would be if you China doesn't have really much resources.
China learned the American game, the Western game. Do you know that China China outsourced people like the American game was you get rich by outsourcing your shit to China, have them make stuff. You know what China did? They outsourced the making and manufacturing stuff to Southeast Asia now. You understand? Like they bro, we're done. Like I'm not saying we, but like the Western countries is done, bro. Like I'm saying, like if you're African, in any way, shape, or form. Hold on. Give me 2 seconds. If you're African in any way, shape, or form, understand this. Like the West understands that they're going down in the sense to where they're not going to have the 80% wealth that they used to have. That it's going to be dramatically reduced. It's going to be cut by more than half. It's going to be cut by like 60-70% what they used to run. Right. That's why they're consolidating power right now and printing off all the money they can right now. So the 1% who control stuff, they're consolidating their power right now. So like if we don't Black Wall Street it right now, we're done for in the diaspora. Understand that. We're done for. Africa's going to be cool. They already understand. Africa's going to be on the come up a little bit because there's going to be a vacuum and people in Africa are going to feel part of the vacuum. Not all of it, but part of it. But if the diaspora gets on board, we can help Africa fill a whole hell of a lot of that vacuum. Because right now, the power is changing hands from the west to the east. Like it's not going to be the Western oppressor. It's going to be the Eastern oppressor. And I promise you, fam, you really don't want that Eastern oppressor.
Yeah.
You really don't want that Chinese oppressor because they don't give a damn.
Yeah,
they really don't care.
This is what I fear also. These people are like machines, okay? I've never seen another race being with so many so less emotions. When I played poker for about 2 years professionally, and I was playing with some Chinese businessmen, and these people are emotionless. They are very the only Europeans that come close to the Chinese are maybe the Finnish people, but these people have
really okay.
Yeah. These people, you know, they don't give a shit about money, for example. They bluff a lot, right? I don't see that in Europeans. They have a total different way. They show more emotions than the Chinese. It was quite a fascinating experience playing with these Chinese people. And I feel that too. This is why I want now, maybe even, I don't know, of course they have investments outside, but if America, for example, decides that their investments that China made in America, that they are getting nationalized, for example, what should the Chinese then do? Should they start a war? Then they are to blame to start the war. I think America's strategy is much.
If you don't think China's already at war, you're not seeing the full picture. That's the whole point. They're doing the software thing
already, yes. But now, for the first time, and I don't know why the West let that happen, because look, even Germany, we let our companies to go there. I would never do that as a nationalist, okay? But we've done that. We have let them produce our antibiotics and other medical stuff. I would never allow that to happen. That they have so much pressure on us, okay? And what we need now, what the West needs now, is to make a change. Not a single country can do that to China alone. It must be a cohesive action. And that could possibly mean that China finds themselves in the same situation that Japan finds himself before the Second World War. They cut them off of trade, saying they had a blockade, basically. So no one can, what we know more or less have to Russia. Germans can't trade with Russia, for example. a similar thing the Western world could introduce to China. And what better way than to blame the whole virus thing on China? And I'm amazed that the European countries haven't done that. This would be, this was, in my opinion, the perfect opportunity to really demonize China, also to maybe say, oh, look at those black people, they are now suppressing all this racism. Look at the Muslims, they are putting in concentration camps, but they haven't done that.
So you understand Europe has no natural resources outside of Scandinavia, right?
Oh, Russia has a lot of resources.
No, but that's not what, okay, they're not, that's not you.
What? That Russia has resources?
Russia ain't Germany, bro. They're not,
yeah, Russia is part of Europe. They are Europeans.
Bruh, okay. Is Russia part of the European Union?
No.
Okay.
Because the European Union is more
so
like...
you're in a whole different political system, right? Whole different banking system, all that type of stuff, right?
Yes, but Russia is begging that they finally be part of Europe.
Okay.
I understand that the current elite...
So if they're begging for that, that means that they're hurting more than you understand, right?
Yes.
So here's what I'm saying. Like, this is how it works historically. Like, Europe don't have the natural resources. Like, well, they did have natural resources, but like other people took them at one point. But like, you know what I'm saying? Y'all don't really got natural resources like that. Like, you have to you rely on other people for their natural resources. So you're not going to cut off the people that you need. Like, hold on real quick. This is why the West is done right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, they have their run. You know what I'm saying? But there's only so much you can do with the amount of resources that you have. Right, and so the Western empire is about to fall.
Has a ton of resources. Australia has a ton of resources. So
Australia is not a European country, bro.
Yeah, but it's controlled by Europeans. As soon as
and that Elron, that touches upon the point we was making earlier about, you know, Europeans imposing their will on everybody else, but doesn't want everybody else's will imposed on them. Do you see the point?
Yeah, but what do you want?
Australia's not a European country. Give it back to the Aborigines who actually belong there. The same as America. Give it back to the Native Americans. Like, come on, stop.
You know how many Native Americans or Native Australians are still alive, and you want to give them a whole continent? What do you think will happen to that? Do you think
so basically, if we kill enough of y'all, right? If we kill enough of y'all, it's just cool then. Just as long as there's not that many of you left.
No, this is what happens in the past. And it would happen no matter if the Europeans invaded or someone else.
But see, this is why it makes no sense to bank with them.
With whom?
Anyone who's sounding, looking like, walking like, talking like you.
Yeah, I'm just simply stating facts here. What happened to these people is unfortunate, but now to think that they
nerve to say but.
Yeah, of course.
It's not even the nerve to say that, but, you know, Brother Moore, listen to what you said. What had happened to them is unfortunate. Like to say it wasn't done deliberately. Like to say it wasn't premeditated.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, so basically, he's saying it's cool if we reverse the game. Like, we should be able to just go over there and just like start just bucking off shots and calling it a day.
What happens all the time?
The point. Hold
Do
on.
I right now because Turkey has the Turkish people
have to get this point out. Elron, hold on. Let's get this point out.
So basically, like the Islamization of Europe is just unfortunate, huh?
Hold on, no, not even that. It's just the point. My point is this: to highlight the fact that these things were done intentionally. They were premeditated, but then they're going to come back and say it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. Let's say it's just something that happened by accidental, like it wasn't premeditated, like it wasn't intentionally done, like they never had royalty backing these calls and giving these ships and giving them these things to go and sell to these other lands and start a new world. Like these things was not but then when you call it out, it's oh, they are all complaining. Get over it. It's been what's in the past. Like,
and this is why I say that conversation. Hold on, real quick. Hold on, real quick, Elron. This is why I say that conversation is a luxury because, like, so why should we expect them to care?
Who? No, you can't expect other people to care for you. This is what I mean.
That's the whole reason of insulating the people is there's people like my dude who exist. You know,
people care a lot about other people. This is what I'm seeing right now. You have all those white allies. You have all those crazy white people spending.
Your only issue is your ladies don't like you. That's your only issue right now. Your issue is your ladies do not like you. Y'all need to figure that one out.
You have all the programs to help.
Your ladies are not satisfied with whatever it is that you're doing. You need to go figure that one out. Because again, in your own projections, you're not making no new people.
Look, what I'm telling you here is, for example, I would sympathize with the Tibetan.
How many kids you got, my dude?
Orthodox Mall, listen to me. Okay?
How many children do you have?
None. But I know
you're fucking up.
Huh?
You're fucking up. Go find you a lady. Good. Go get down.
Okay. Yeah. Good.
Why don't you have any kids?
Can we now go on?
Why don't you have any kids?
Because in my position and what I'm doing, I don't see myself having kids at the moment.
And bro,
I will have kids in the future, but not at the moment.
But Aaron, that sounds hypocritical. You're saying that you're not having kids at the moment, but then you sit here every day in this moment complaining about the white race dying out. Like, make it make sense.
Because you need a good environment to have the Europeans have a
don't have to make sense. That's the whole point.
Wait, Orthodox. The Europeans need special environments to have kids. This coming from we living in cold weather and everything like that, our evolution, okay? And when we see we are living in an anti-white system, in an individualistic system, Europeans don't want to have kids. And they are told
that's a
not
lie.
to
That's
have
a
kids.
cock-a-ball. Let me tell you
No,
why.
it's not.
If this environment is detrimental to anybody, it's detrimental to us as melanated beings. Yeah.
Correct.
This is your perception of
detrimental to us. We need vitamin D.
so
We
you're
need at least
saying
6
the
hours of that shit a day.
Hey, sis,
You're lucky if we
hey,
even
this is what I'm saying, right? No matter what.
Aaron, you are lucky, Aaron. You are lucky if we even get 2 hours a day in the UK. Let's be very clear about this, yeah?
No
You
matter
are lucky
what
that
his
it's
reasoning,
summer.
though,
So
sis.
why are you trying to use these strongman arguments, try and win your argument? Like, it's just pathetic that you even coming with this, Aaron. Really?
For example, I tell you what, we talked about feminism, okay? Now, if I approach a woman and I'm an honest guy,
Bro, the moment you say you're an ethno nationalist with no kids, I really didn't care what you got to say anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, but here's the point. I got to cut you off because here's the whole point. I got to talk to my sister right quick. I got to talk to my sister right quick, right? Like, so sis, here's the whole point. He can believe all that nonsense, and you can tell it's a load of rubbish because he's not having no kids, right? But yet and still, hold on. He just confirmed that no matter what, if he was in power anywhere, he will be working against you having power. Do you understand that?
Of course.
Okay, so now it becomes incumbent upon you and me to protect ourselves from people like that. So now we got to have that conversation. How do you as somebody who's Afro Caribbean in the UK and me as somebody who's African American in America? How do we deal with this? How do we work this out?
Separation.
You know what I'm saying? Because no matter what, we can talk to my man all day and reason out, but he's gonna no matter what.
Otherwise,
at the end of the day, he's going to work against us having power or protect, being able to protect ourselves.
That your people should get more power. That means less power for me, okay, for my people. So
See?
it is
Exactly.
a
Our
constant
survival
power
is
struggle.
against his survival and his whole mindset.
I don't want to murder you. I want to send you back. This is all what I want. I want Germany for the Germans. For whom else? Okay. This is all what I'm saying here. This is nothing crazy.
How do you, real quick, do me a favor? How do you pronounce the name MOHR in German?
MOHR, Moha.
And how about MHER or MAHER?
Can you write it down in the internal chat?
But are you familiar with the last name? The first one I said. Have you ever heard of that name in Germany ever?
What? Moha and Miha.
MOHR. Yeah.
Yeah, Moha.
Yeah.
This here.
Like you have people enculturating in your country that aren't even German, bro. That aren't even German.
More man,
more. This is so great, you know. When Black Africans
You have
tell
like
me
voting stance in
that,
your country. That's not German.
Germany was not. Who was this Moa guy? Tell me.
People who look like me and darker.
Oh, so European. This is what I mean. You know, if you would tell that to
Historically,
European,
you know damn well you got cultural celebrations in your country about when the Moors got kicked out.
People who
Can you
would
tell us
say
what more?
something
All
like
right,
this
Elron,
would
make
put
it
you in a
easier.
mental.
Are you familiar with Moors in Germany? That makes it a lot easier. Are you familiar with the Moor Empire in Germany and stuff like that?
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay.
But you just said our name in your language as a surname. Congratulations.
I never heard about that. You want to
Saxe-Coburg Gotha. Saxe-Coburg Gotha. Is it something like that? It's the Queen's line. and there's a black man. There's a Moor.
Yeah. Facts. My man's a German, don't know about the Berlin Conference or the
Where
war.
can I find
I'm
any
dying right
information
now.
about this?
I'm dying right now.
That the Moor people have built Germany, or were the first Germans. Where do I find these crazy informations?
I didn't say they were the first Germans. I said that there's part of your culture that's not even your culture.
Ah, okay.
But do you see how it works? You say one
And
thing,
where do I
and
find information about that?
Elron, I just want you to make sure you understand what's happening here. He made he just put out there that, are you familiar with the name? And you've automatically tied that with the name to being the first Germans. Notice how he didn't actually say that, but you
He
somehow
said that. He
calculated
said that.
He
Repeat
didn't
that.
say they were the
Scream.
first
Yes.
Germans. He did not say that.
Yes, he said that.
When did
And
he
now
say
it
that? I
comes
didn't hear
down
that.
to some kind of
No, I
cultural
didn't.
thing.
No, I didn't.
I think
I mean,
you hear
there's
what you
some of
want
y'all
to
who'll be mad if
hear.
you took a DNA test, but I ain't saying that we're the first Germans.
And this is what happens. We will say one thing. Elron, I just want you to understand. This is what happens a lot. We will say one thing on the panel, but people in the chat will hear something completely different, and then take your words and then twist it to how they want it to sound or how they perceive they've heard it, and then make it into a sentence. That's a blatant lie. That none of those words came out of our mouths.
So your argument is basically this: the English drink tea. This is not English culture, so there is no English culture. So everyone can be English. This is your point, or what is it? And what is this Moha thing about? Please explain me.
Okay, so the name comes about in your culture from a time period where my people were over where your people are also at the same time.
Please link me some information here. Where do I find information about this thing?
You can start with the name I just spelled for you.
Yeah, I couldn't find anything on Wikipedia or something.
You know what, my dude?
Here it is on Wikipedia. I'll put the link in the chat.
The cold part is my keyboard's broken right now because I would link you so
the
much
link.
shit that would make your head spin right now. Hold on. You know what? Do me a favor.
Brother DC, Brad,
Hold on. Put your email in the comment section if you could, and I will email you so much stuff because I got to get a new keyboard today anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like, so yeah, I will email you so much stuff about Germany that'll make your head spin, bro.
More. And where do I find something? Here, more
right.
surname.
So hold on. My email is theorthodoxmoor@gmail.com. My screen name just at gmail.com. Send me your email, and I promise you, I will send you so much stuff that'll make your head spin. I'll make a video just for you, bro. Put it on my channel just for you.
All right. Yeah.
Just for you, I promise.
Do you want me to subscribe to your channel, or do you want my email?
You can if you want to. It's valid. You don't have to. I'll email you the video, bro.
It's the Orthodox Moor, okay?
You probably won't like it too much if you subscribe.
So is that why you know all this stuff about the Moors?
I know about my culture, yeah. I know about my peoples and whatnot, yeah.
Okay. So I'm sure there's no
I'm shocked you don't know that much about yours.
Yeah. Okay. I will now subscribe to your channel. Okay.
That's what's up.
Yeah, I want quickly before you go as well. When you're doing your research, can you also, when you come back the next time, talk about what you discovered and how you believe the Europeans came in first contact with, I guess, melanated people, i.e. the Moors of that time, and let me know what your outcome of your research is.
Oh,
Thank you.
They was dealing with more people than just the Moors. They was dealing with Phoenicians and all kind of people and whatnot.
All right. All I can find with Germany to this point, and I hope you make a video about that. So, is that it is a German surname. This is all I can find.
I'm gonna have I promise you, on everything. I promise you, I got a video coming just for you.
Good.
My keyboard broke on me last night. I gotta go get a new one today. I would have been at, trust me, I would have been clicking my file and had it for you right quick. But no, like I said, I'll make a video just for you real soon. I promise you. It'll be my next one. Big up man like Brad, what's good, bro?
DC Brad in the house. Look at him laying back there, chilling.
Where have we left off before we were going this road?
Oh, look at him on his phone trying to get his driver in order. I see you, bro. He's like, where you at, bro? Why you late?
That business. Let him stay there.
I got a lacrosse game to get to. Where you at?
He's got us on mute. He's not here for it.
Okay, I remember where we left off. Yeah, this is what I mean. I have sympathy for people like the Tibetan that now getting colonized by the Chinese, and their culture is not allowed to. They are not allowed to express their culture anymore. Okay, I'm also sympathetic to the Indian people, and in fact, if I would be in power in Germany, I even would advocate for these people to have more power, to bring back their power, to strengthen them, even in America.
Let's make this spicy, bro. Hold on. Let's get real spicy with this. Like so.
Interrupting me again. Okay.
Yeah, I got to, bro. Because I'm getting bored with this stuff. I'm trying to keep myself entertained right now.
But the fact of the matter is, these people are dependent on other people, on more powerful people, and they can't make it on their own. That's the facts. And if we would leave America and Australia, the Indians would get taken over by other ones. And I'm not sure that they should be taken over by China or by India or by any other country, okay? Because I think the most sympathy to other people right now, having the Europeans. The Europeans have giving the most minority rules in all the world. The minorities all around the world have the best quality.
Stop. Alright, I can't let you continue. This is fuck shit now. Let me stop. You're sending my blood. You are sending my blood pressure high, and I'm gonna cuss some bad word. But before I go there, I'm gonna keep my blood pressure low, and I'm not gonna cuss no bad word. Yeah. Here's what I'm gonna say to you. This is the second time today you have made the implication that black people and people of melanated complexion, i.e., brown people, the Indians, Asians, or even the Chinese, cannot survive without the white man. So what you're doing indirectly is
the Indian would take over.
What you're telling us indirectly is without the white man and the white man's supremacy, we cannot survive as people. Even though we outnumber you globally, we outnumber you in everything we do. We gave you the blueprint for everything you have today. You're still trying to make yourself supreme. So
no, you have misunderstood.
In other words, to make yourself supreme, you have to then put others down. We're not here for that bullshit. We're not here for it. Putting people down and below you does not equal your supremacy.
Lady Divine, now you have misunderstood me, okay?
And now I've heard you very clear. It's the second time you've implemented that. The second time you've done that today.
I have stated that China is indeed, and the Chinese people are indeed even a threat to us, okay? Not only does they survive, they probably will take over huge parts of the world, okay? So they definitely can survive. What I'm telling you is,
what's up, everybody?
Greetings.
Small amounts of people of Indians living in America right now, or the Australian Aboriginals, or the Tibetan people, without any help, they will be taken over by other people. okay, because
Not
they are small in
necessarily true.
numbers, they don't
Elron,
have
that's why I know you're
military,
lying.
they have
That's not
nothing.
hold on, Elron. That's not necessarily true. Remember how you lot came and conquered America? You lot came in with the smallpox and wiped out people. When you lot came into contact with the Aboriginals, you cleaned them out with alcohol. Let's be clear on the very devilish equations you came in there with. You came in there from the Europes. And you brought in the worst of your criminals. You brought in the drunks, the rapists, the murderers, and you conquered out Australia, yeah? So if you're going to actually put that narrative out there, let's be very clear on the type of people you had to come and corrupt these lands and take over. You didn't do it. You didn't do it by just natural order. Like you just came into contact with these people and you slowly outgrew the numbers.
So why do we bank
you
with
wiped these people out intentionally and then laughed about it afterwards and talked about, oh, well, I feel sorry for them.
But they're not
you don't.
Why do we put our money in their banks?
Yeah,
We
beautiful,
have
beautiful.
given
That's the
them-
question.
We have given them protection, okay, and we didn't genocide them.
Oh, look.
Yes.
Can I say something here, please? Can I say something here? On Lady Divine's point, I'm going to put a slight twist that should bring it all together, but I don't know. I want to see what the feedback you get. You see, there's something. There's ego. See, every nation, or even every family, individual, community, has a certain level of pride. I mean, because that's health. That's part of your health. You've got to have some belief in yourself in order to do other things. So on a racial level, a national level, cultural level, you see, here's a trick. And they play the same trick on the Africans as well as the white people, as well as most people. You see, how banking works, the bankers and the financiers, they said, look, we've got these white trash, they're starving. You know, they put you in that situation where they're starving, and they say, look, we'll give you the right to call yourself white, and you can get on one of our ships and use and put on some weapons, because look, you're making nothing of yourself, and we want you to sail over there and clear that land of darkies and bring faith, Christianity to the savages, or democracy to the unorganized, and then we're going to give you the money to go and do it. So you take the money or or the investment, and you shoot off. This is the white perspective, and then you start to clear the land and feel noble. We're clearing the land for the darkies, the savages, and we're trying to civilize as much of them as we can. And then we're going to take the land. But don't forget. So all those people, all the darkies, wherever it is, if West America or Australia, whatever, they'll say they'll only know your face or the face of the white man or the Northern European. But the people, the bankers, as you were mentioning earlier, you know, they don't share the same values as a Northern European. But so when that land is conquered and you've built America or through the investments, as it were, you've conquered the darkies, subdued the darkies, then you feel, oh right, we're somebody now. It's the same trick, but and then that's where you have the American War of Independence, where they say, well, we want this land for ourselves now. We've been fighting, but the bankers are always behind the scene, whether it's America or whether it's Australia or whatever it is. So you do all the dirty work, and then you get the blame. And then it's hard. It's very hard for anybody or any nation to admit that you couldn't have done it without the bankers behind you. And so, because if you do that, then you start to lose the nation, or the people start to lose their ego. But the bankers are there quietly laughing amongst themselves, saying, we can get all you people to do whatever we want, and then you take all the blame for whatever atrocities you do. And we're still above you because none of you could build anything without my investment. I'm the one who gave you the money to buy your uniform or the guns or whatever. So quietly in the background, like for example, nobody mentions the IMF. We took the subject today is about how does the black community get the same protection as the Jewish community? So but that the real powers, they're just a kind of a logo or something. We talk about Jews and blacks and so on. Like the IMF, they just did a Greek bail-in. Have you heard of a bail-in? Anybody? A bail-in?
No, I'm not familiar. Can you help me
Wow.
out? I'm not. I'm honest. I'll hold my hand up. I'm not familiar.
Yeah. All right. You heard of bailouts? Yeah. So to bail out, you kind of help and save. You save whoever the entity.
Yeah,
But a bail-in. Yeah. Right. So you hear bailouts, but you never hear about bail-ins.
What do you want?
So to the Greeks, they had all their money in the banks, and they had a deal with the IMF. They did the same thing to the Caribbean. They have all their money in the banks, and a bail-in is when you can look it up. Is when an outside force goes into your bank account and devalues your money, or takes the money out because your community or your nation is not performing.
Yeah. Okay. Now I understand what you mean. Yeah, I heard about it. Yeah, I didn't know about the English word for that. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a bail-in. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Right.
Right,
Are we still taking the piss out of the German dude? Or are we now building?
No, we are still. But I just wanted to quickly, before national racialism goes into his stuff here, I know he's going to go deep with that. I don't want him to go too deep yet. I just wanted to deal with Aaron quickly with the whole Australian thing. Yeah. Now hold on.
My sisters got some
what he does is that he just tries to play like, oh, I'm sad that this thing happened and whatever. But what they don't ever do is take accountability, and this is where a lot of the hostility comes from.
My sister needs catharsis. Go ahead, sis.
Yes.
Go ahead.
No, what happens is Elron would not talk about when Captain William Janzores came into Australia. He won't ever talk about that. But they won't talk about when Captain Cook came and took over Australia for the fucking Great Britain. They don't talk about that.
But why are they supposed to?
That was before.
Right.
Why are you expecting to wear that?
It was just normal to do that
now
in the
it's
past.
all white and it's all right. That's what they will talk about. They won't talk about how the country was taken over.
Those people in the
that's why I asked the question. So why do we put our money in their banks?
Complete other mindset than we have today.
God.
Okay. Back then, we hadn't had the structure of sovereign nation, for example. That wasn't existent back in that day. So I don't apologize for my ancestors thinking of the way that any other people were thinking.
Why
okay?
not? No, Elron, this is the problem that we have.
Why are we talking not about Muslims who have taken over other countries?
Elron, I want you to understand.
They have done the same thing now. And why now saying Turkish people leave Turkey again? No. I'm now being pragmatic, okay? And we have taken over that country.
Oh my God.
Someone silence him because he's missing the point. The point is the reason why we still have this tension today. Yeah, that's the actual whole point. The point is because no accountability is ever be taken until Britain understands they fucking took that country by force. They sent Captain Cook over to Australia.
They understand that.
Took over that bullshit,
no one disputes that.
Wiped out the people. Fed them and pled them with fucking alcohol and gunpowder and guns, then until the accountability is taken, no, we're never going to get over it. And yes, we will always hold you accountable. We will continue to hold you accountable. And until that's happened, don't ever expect us to feel sorry. Do not ever expect us to apologize for never giving up and never stop thinking about it. Okay. Don't ever think that we're going to talk about, why are we holding whites accountable? Of course we're going to hold, because
why are we this mad putting our money in their bank?
Not even that. Whites have generationally
But you are
benefited
doing
off
it
the
right
back
now.
of
You're
other countries,
colonizing the
other
world.
cultures.
I don't see
Whites have
white people,
no,
white
Elrod.
people
Until you don't
moving in
understand, you
millions
don't have
into non-white
benefited off
countries. I
the
don't
backs
see
of
that.
other people.
But Africans
We
are
are
doing
never
it
going
right
to give
now.
it up. We're not
So
going to give it up.
coming from you, from you're doing colonizing right now
Oh,
to
shut
other
up, man.
countries. I don't have to explain anything to you guys because you are leaving your continent in the millions and colonizing other countries.
We never left our country.
You're doing it in the
Hold on.
21st century.
Whoa, 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 whoa,
Not in the ancient
Where did
century.
that immigrate
When
from?
have we taken over Australia and America? Hundreds of years ago.
Let's take it right here. Hold on.
He's taking the piss. He's
So
taking the piss.
people who look like me were 20% of the population when America first started. When they made their constitution, 20% of the population. Why don't I have the right to extract 20% of the wealth of this country?
You were
and send
never
it back to Africa?
20%. Let me see that.
More, please, bro. This dude doesn't even know how America is. Like, please, he's literally from Germany. Like,
No,
just stop.
you
keep
were
trying
talking
to
about
Country started. We were
the founding
20%
fathers
of
thinking about America being a country for everyone. You are delusional, man. You don't.
You know the
nothing
Constitution
about
actually
America.
states that all men are created equal. That's
Yeah,
why.
and with men, just like the Jews don't value you as a
stop talking
human.
about the Jews
Okay,
and
Jews
focus on
only think
America.
of themselves as human.
You know,
and the founding fathers
girl
only
was
think
Jewish,
about
he burned
white
him. That's what
people
it was,
as
bro.
humans. The founding fathers
He had a
don't
Jewish
view
girlfriend,
black,
burned her for a black dude. That's what it
people
was.
as humans. Okay, they view them as 2/3 of humans.
That's what bit them in the butt is the fact that the Constitution has those words which allowed us to
Yes,
be able
and what
to
is
where we are.
in this other document?
Stop.
In this other document, what is stating there? That is it essential to the to this document? Only white people of good character are allowed to have a normal status in America. You missed that point, right? You missed that the founding fathers hold slaves and everything like that. And just because there is
So
some
first of
kind
all,
of
if you want to
word
get
of
technical,
human,
if you want to get
you think
technical,
it was always
North Africans
created.
have
So
and are still white in this
tell
country.
me why until 1965,
Hey,
so
hold on. Check
hundreds
this
of
out, bro.
years,
Check this out.
hundreds of years, Americans
this
have
out.
only allowed
Check
European
this
migration. Tell me.
Check this
Because
out.
there were too many
So
white
North
people.
Africans have always been white consistently in the history of the law of this country. So going on to a whole nother subject, why as a person of African descent, do I not have a right to extrapolate 20% of the wealth of this nation when at the start of this nation, in terms of the colonies, we were 20% of the population?
Yes.
Yeah.
Give me your bullshit as to why we don't have the right to do that. And why we don't have the right to compete everywhere like your people try to do. Why shouldn't I go to China and compete there? Why shouldn't I go to Germany and compete there? Why shouldn't I go to the UK?
Because it's China's land. It is German
So
land.
why are you arguing for being anywhere other than Europe, bro?
Because it has happened in the
Okay,
past.
then
Just like
Game on.
before.
Game on. Get on your side of the net, son. Protect
I know that you bring that up, and you don't care about the fucking Aboriginals because now you're replacing the Aboriginals by you coming and flooding their countries in the millions. So shut the fuck up. You're dishonest. You don't care about anyone else.
If you
than
get
your
passionate
race.
with this dude, you
don't care about anyone else than your race.
It's like
don't give me this bullshit, okay? I'm not complaining about.
I'm telling you,
I'm
game
not
on, son.
complaining about the Turkish people.
I'm not
should
complaining.
remove their land.
You're complaining and you ain't
because what
go make you
that
a
has happened in the
Who doesn't
past.
know history, bro?
Go
You
make
don't
you
want
a
no
German
smoke,
baby, bro.
Aaron. Don't let me have to call Khan now to come and defend the Turkish people. Don't let me have to
Yeah,
call
you don't
them.
want that, bro.
You don't want that. Stop it.
You don't want that at all.
Don't let me
You a
call
German baby
Khan
and call
now.
it a day. You know what I'm saying?
Cool card. Oh,
Okay.
Lord.
The thing that makes it tough is this guy doesn't understand that, like, the problem with the United States is because the land was taken from the Native Americans, it is literally a country built by immigrants.
Okay, the country of Turkey was taken. Wait, the country of Turkey was taken from the Byzantine Empire.
I am not finished.
So what about that?
I am not finished. Okay. That's why this is so irritating to have this conversation with him because he has no idea literally what the fuck he's talking about. The United States of America was intended to be a place of freedom. The reason why it became contradictory, because there was slaves that were here. Okay, because we were enslaved here. They started with the Native Americans, then they brought us. Then cheap the slave labor came after that. Okay, this is what is the foundation of this country. He's trying to compare.
I thought everyone was
Oh my
human.
goodness! Like no one cuts
Everyone
him
was
off.
human. It is in the
No,
Constitution.
no.
They view everyone as the
Yeah,
same.
he gets emotional all the time.
Wasn't that their point before?
Okay, so the way America is controlled is by demographics. The reason why it is important for Black people to take local and state governments is because they can manipulate the state and local governments to their needs. That is why after the Civil War, in the South, there were more Black people in the South per capita than white people, because mostly white people were in the North.
And we ran
You
the
understand?
game. We were in the state legislature, all that type of stuff. But
Thank you. Wilmington, North Carolina.
So what do we do now?
In Wilmington, North Carolina, because there were so many Black people there, they were able to integrate into local and state government that white people had to literally destroy the union between the working class whites and Blacks there. How he sees Germany will never work here in America, because
It
the
would never
Latino.
work in Germany. What are you talking about?
I know, but he believes that it's going to be some eugenics system that's going to come back, and it's going to be Hal Elderon. I mean, come on, like this. That's what I'm saying. Like, you're engaging an emotional incel who doesn't even realize that if he wants to combat against immigration, but he doesn't have any kids, let alone a wife, he's losing the battle from there.
Yeah, it's lost, bro.
Wrong. It doesn't change one fucking bit. Look, every time I'm on a channel,
You know
the
what's
same
about
stupid, narrow-minded argument comes. What does our situation change if I would have 2 or 3 or 5 or 6 children, while in the meantime, still millions of non-Germans coming into my country? It changed nothing. This is why I'm
You're talking about an immigration policy.
1 second, Elron, 1 second.
Culture and the zeitgeist.
1 second.
This is the most important issue. Only then we can
Shut up
do
a minute, Elron. 1 second. Veli, Gotti wants to come on. If you don't mind, I don't mind swapping out for Gotti so you can have your sec. I've had a bit of a say already, and I'll wait in the back until the panel's through.
About to get retarded.
Yeah,
Watch,
I'll jump. No, you can take my spot.
Another Moorish brother is coming to school your ass, Elron.
No, he's not. He's coming to defend him. Gotti always defends him.
He can have my spot. I'll jump.
My income goes to the state.
Pick up the chat. Yeah, pick up the
Wait, and the state of those 70% I have to pay to the fucking German government, okay? 70% I have to pay for them. And what do they do with the 70%? They are funding illegals here, 50 billion euros a year, okay? So I'm paying my own demise for the destruction of my people. This has to change first.
Tell your government this. Why are you telling us this?
Because you are bringing up this stupid point about why don't you have children? Yeah, it doesn't change a fucking bit. What changes the society we are now living in is changing the culture and how German people view themselves again. This will change the country.
Hello, Brad. How you doing?
You ready to defend your German boy? Go ahead and defend him, man. Let me hear what you gotta say.
Oh no, he's speaking a bunch of hogwash bullshit.
God,
white man propaganda.
That's weird.
What I say is, at the end of the day, I always believe in this mantra about America. America's a business. It's like every other Western country here. Okay, Black people. When we got into slavery, it was a business deal, business deal that went bad. It was all about economics. We was free because economics was the matter and the fact of the whole situation. Okay, so anytime people want to have a conversation about Black people, about the country and why we don't have a position of power, just look at the situation. In the Constitution, they says the Black man and the Black woman is 3/5 human. So that perfectly honest telling you that America is telling Black people that we are not human beings, we are apes, and we have human. So how can you be acknowledged as a human being and have the same rights as white people have when your own country is telling you that you're 3/5 human being? Now, I don't know about the Europe. I don't know about what goes on in Germany or in UK, but it's the same type of racism and all these other places because westernized countries have the same mindset that they all have.
Yeah.
That's it.
But DC, Jay Watson, haven't you listened to what DC has told you? America, from the beginning, the founding fathers thought of everyone as being human. It is in the Constitution.
God damn it.
America didn't think about no black man being no human. What were you talking about? America did not think of us being no human being.
God, I swear to God, if you believe this dude, I'm gonna really pop off.
But
the American Constitution did not have black people see black people as human. That's why it became a
Thank
big problem.
Finally, someone on the panel that defends
No one said that.
on
Do you
this
understand?
bullshit
Do you
that
understand
DC is
what he's
talking
saying?
about.
I said that.
Really
I said that.
You're making a fool of yourself, DC.
This is
Of course,
retarded.
black
You guys are
people
feeding
weren't
into what this dude is saying. Okay, the American the founding fathers knew they could not maintain power.
Yeah, this is your conspiracy theory.
That's not a conspiracy theory.
So where have they stated that? Give me a
you
document.
cut me off again. Yo, Veli.
Give me a document.
Veli, can you remove this dude, please? Because I'm trying to just get a point out about the country my ancestors built. Thank you. God damn it. All right. So the reason why
I mean, at the end of the day, I'll let you go, Brad.
You sure? You sure? Because
Yeah,
I'm just like,
you can go.
this dude is literally talking about stuff he's never experienced. He's never been outside of his own country. And he's trying to talk to us about stuff that he's never even experienced. All right. First of all.
Wait. Were you living
Oh my God. You're still talking.
Are you now a time traveler? When was the Constitution written, DC? Have you lived there in that time?
Oh, I mean, for all benefits of the doubt, bro. Listen, the Constitution, whether we was not there when the Constitution was written, the Constitution to this day is used to ignore our votes. Perfect. I'll give you a perfect example. George Bush in 2000, he won his election off of ignoring the black vote. That means Electoral College do not look at black people as human beings and do not look at us vote.
Shut up. Embarrassing yourself.
Okay.
Shut up.
So at the end of the day, if you look at any type of way you want to have this conversation about what Brad is saying, I agree with what Brad is saying, but a lot of times it's propaganda that's being pushed down our people's throats, that we are equal when we are not equal. That's it. We are not equal to this country.
We know that. Got it. The goal is about power. Got it. The way European countries are ran are different from the way the U.S. is ran. So when you look at programs or movement, I said our country is ran different from theirs because we have something known as state rights. Do you understand?
We do have state rights.
They do not have state rights. They do not have state rights like we do.
Oh, I know they don't. I know they don't have.
So when he talks about American politics, he's talking from no experience or education about the thing. So if you engage him,
but you can't argue with the guy if he looking at America from looking at it by reading the newspaper or watching videos online. He's looking at it from watching and seeing things around the world. So a lot of times, people that's in Europe, they're looking at it from a different point of view as we looking at it. What I'm saying is,
you really just reiterated what I just said. You really just repeated what I just said. The reason why engaging him is dumb is because he has nothing. He has no idea what he's talking about. Okay. The reason why white America did the black laws, Jim Crow, and all those different things was because black people per capita were dominating the South. That's why the Civil Rights Movement was primarily targeted at the South. That's why after the Great Depression, that's why after slavery, we moved to the North because our laws were easier to respect. We were able to integrate easier in the North. Do you understand? Even though I personally think integration was the worst thing for us, the new African Republic, the intent of the new African Republic was meant for us to take over the South. You understand me? Do you understand?
Big trouble, Brad.
So, DC, you want to
take over the South?
From the Indians?
We were doing that
from the
anyway,
indigenous people, DC. How could you do that to the indigenous people? They should
Indigenous
rule
people
us
of
out.
what? Indigenous people of what?
Why
Did
haven't
know that
you?
by
Why
that time?
haven't you supported the
By that
indigenous
time?
people?
You know by that time the Native Americans were half wiped off right after the Revolutionary War.
No, the indigenous people is our people, though.
Oh my God! They enslaved
are our
us.
people.
They
So at
enslaved
the end
us.
of the day, at the end of the day,
Gotti, they
we
enslaved us.
are indigenous.
Gotti,
so at the end of
they
the day,
enslaved us. Gotti, stop.
Why do you keep saying indigenous people enslave us, man? You gotta
Gotti,
stop
do you know
saying
what
that.
the organized Confederate tribes are?
Okay, you gotta stop saying that, man, because
Gotti, do you know what the organized Confederate tribes are?
the
Gotti,
majority
do you know
of
what the
most
organized
indigenous
Confederate
people,
tribes are?
listen, the
Gotti,
majority
do
of
you
most.
know what the organized Confederate tribes are? Yes or no?
Well, why are we arguing about this? Because we had this
Because
conversation
you're making a dumb
the last
statement again.
time,
You
bro.
were fine, but now
All
you're
right.
making a dumb statement. You were fine. Now you're speaking out your ass.
Nobody's making a dumb statement. We are indigenous, though.
How can we be
How
indigenous
is that
yet
a
brought here?
dumb statement?
How can we be indigenous yet brought here?
A lot of us, listen. A lot of
Hey,
us, if you listen, Brad, and relax for a second, listen. A lot of us was not just brought here. Okay, you had us already here.
Elron, listen, I knew when you got on God,
At the end of the day, we already here. So what you saying is not true, bro. You can't just say that we was brought here. Yes, we was.
I'm going to tell you this one time. There was a translated.
There was more other people.
There was a translated.
Listen, bro.
No, you're saying stupid shit. There was a transatlantic slave trade than the intercontinental slave trade. Do you understand the difference between the two? One was when African Americans came.
I know about this.
Okay. So one was when the African Americans were brought here on a slave ship, few, less than 300,000. What happened during the intercontinental slave trade? Tell that history. Go ahead. Go ahead, Gotti.
Well, DC comes from
Like
the
I
same
said, Brad,
perspective.
Hold on, I'm talking to you. I'm talking to Gotti. Go ahead.
You can't, yo, Brad, you can't argue about this and try to act like that because we are African that we don't have indigenous roots.
God,
That's what you're trying to say here.
Gotti, if you don't shut, literally, you are here to derail.
Because at the end of the day, no. Because you gonna think that all indigenous people is red people. That's not true, Brad. You can't just sit there and say that. The people that was here. No, hold on, Brad. Hold on. The people that was here. Hold on.
You're embarrassing.
The people that was here. No. The people that was here when Columbus came here was dark-skinned people with dreadlocks.
They were described as
fact.
They were described as Negroes. Negro literally means black. They were described.
No, they were
African Americans do not.
You keep saying black, bro. Brad. Why do you keep saying black, bro? That's another thing. We gotta stop
Negro
saying
means. That's what Negro means.
But we're not black though. Let's keep it real.
This is why I say a public school education is the destruction of my people.
Because black is a social construct. You know that, Brad. It's a social construct. So at the end of the day, you may say black, just like I may say white to him. That's a social construct. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to say it now. When we talk about America, because he made the statement about America, I'm going to keep it real, perfectly honest. Black people do not have a voice in this country because we are at the bottom. Any way you want to look at it.
We definitely have to fight black power.
Okay? Black people's at the bottom in this country for a reason. Okay? Whether it's social ladder, whether it's whatever ladder you want to name, even politics. We at the bottom. It's no truth. It's nothing but truth about that. But at the end of the day, hold on, Brad. You want to cut me off, but hold on. But at the end of the day, I still say America is a business. It's like any other country, it's a business. Okay? We go to war because of business, because of money and influence. Simple and plain. So I don't look at things about race no more. I look at it like it's a chess.
This is not a conversation for you. This is a conversation between white nationalists versus black nationalists. And here you are disrailing the whole thing. Gracious, like the fact that you're this
loud. There's no such thing as black nationalism because you're not black.
Hold on. Now, somebody brought about the Jewish people, right? The Germans and all that, right? Perfect example. Hitler.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna be honest. Hitler when people think that Hitler killed the Jews for what they supposed to say because they were Jewish, that's misinformation. Hitler killed the Jews because the Jews was getting greedy and they was taking money. Okay, this is true facts. That's why the Jews was killed. Okay, that's why what happened to them is what happened to them. Okay, this is true facts. Now,
And
when
also, yeah, I would say, yeah, this would be one reason for Hitler's hate against the Jews, as well as Hitler. If you read Mein Kampf, Hitler stated, for example, and this should be very interesting to you guys. Hitler stated in where he's speaking about race, and there's a whole chapter about race. He told that the Jews he accused the Jews of having brought the Negro into the Rhineland. Okay, and what do you know? What we see here, there was a big gathering of Jews, and 1,800 rabbis have signed a petition to fight for more migration into America, more open borders. 1,800 rabbis. That is not a minority. This is a majority of the Jewish Orthodox, of religious people promoting one thing for America, but not but wanting to throw out African Americans and other foreigners from the state of Israel. Okay, these people have promoting one thing in America and promoting another thing in Israel. This is why
what you're saying is the truth. What you're saying is the truth. The majority of the people that's in Israel right now are not the real Jews. They're European Jews that came from Europe that basically was given that land, and it was taken from the real people of Israel. You know, the real people of Israel is the Palestinians, the Ethiopians, you know, the Moroccans, whoever was already there at that land at that time. Those are the real people of Israel. Those are the real Jews. The real people that was the real Jews of that land deserve Israel. Now, Israel was taken because of Great Britain, you know, and the help of the U.S., was given that land, and they let the Europeans that came from Poland, Russia, Germany, UK, to come there and have their own piece right there. But at the end of the day, if you really look at it, those are the fake Jews. Okay.
And whoever those people are, but yeah, I agree. But they are promoting one thing in Israel, ethnically cleanse Israel, enlarging their territory, right? When you look at the map from 1965 to now, they are ethnically cleansing the Palestinians there. And I would agree, the Palestinians, I don't know about the Ethiopians, but the Palestinians for sure are the indigenous people. They were there even before the supposed in the Bible came from Egypt. They were there before the Jews. Okay, so
yeah, but that's
see, can you mute yourself? And another thing that Hitler was accusing the Jews of was being subverting German culture and promoting all kinds of sexual degeneracy, transgenderism, and everything like that. This was going on during the Weimar Republic time. And what do you know? What we see in Western societies today, we see the same spiel being promoted all over again, that Hitler hated so much going on in the Weimar Republic about from 1918, 1920 to when Hitler came in power. They're promoting the same fucking stuff in Western societies, and they think they can get away with it again. They're making the same mistake. They're making enemies of other peoples by promoting this shit, okay? This is why Jews should speak out against Jews who promote this degenerate stuff, but instead they are protecting them. They are saying, if you point out of the Jews that are promoting transgenderism, that are promoting cultural Marxism, you're an anti-Semite.
Hey, can I ask you a question? I want to ask you a question. No, I really want to ask you a question. And I don't know if this go over the people's head, but can I ask you a question? Do you feel like that these situations, right? When we look at America, right? Like, and you looking out, I wanna bring in another country, Russia, right? For example, right? Do you believe that, you know, Russia and America have similar values?
No.
Or the same? Do you look at them as the same, right?
No, I don't think that Russia and America have the same value. Russia is much more orthodox, much more traditional than America.
Do you ever wonder? Do you ever wonder why Russia and America never fought a war?
They fought wars.
No, because it would not be beneficial to the Russian people. The Russian people do not have the military might to come to the United States.
But you gotta realize they only fought proxy wars. You ever realize that, right?
Yes.
They only fought
Russia cannot sustain a war against the United States.
So what I'm saying is that we may look at Russia and the United States different, but they're not really different.
Yes, they are.
They have the same aggression towards any country. Their thing is to take over countries by proxy and instilling their own leaders in it.
Their goal, the Russian goal, is to reestablish the Soviet Union. The United States is just maintaining geopolitical power. What are you talking about?
They're both the same. No, they're both the same.
They have ambitions to be an empire, definitely. Russians have an ambition to be an empire.
America's goal is to keep the USD the most powerful currency in the world.
Brad, listen, hold on. There's three countries. I'd like to say it's four. That's the biggest four superpowers in the world. You got Israel, you got America, you got Russia, and you got Great Britain. Okay? Those are the biggest. When you look at the world chess piece, these countries that we talk about, all these other countries, these smaller countries, are the pawns on the chessboard for those four countries. Basically honest. So that's why I tell you.
I would add China as well.
Or everybody says China, right? Everybody says China. But say if today or tomorrow, right? If America or any country gets angry with China, right, today or tomorrow, they can wipe off China off the face of the earth, and they can kill a leader if they wanted to. You see how the coronavirus came? Listen, you see how the coronavirus came to China? Just look at that. Just look at how the coronavirus came there. That was a message sent by America.
Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, it could be.
You gotta dig deeper. No. Listen. Dig deeper and look deeper. You understand what I'm saying?
I'm not putting that out of the window, but I couldn't say that for sure. There can be many.
No. I want you to look deeper, bro. Look deeper.
And what's the proof for that?
Look deep.
I know that the virus came after they had their military.
America is in debt with China, right? Listen to what I'm saying. So they put a virus there. They test the virus.
That's not enough for proving that.
No. They're not gonna tell you that. That's what they did in Africa. They put the AIDS virus there. They don't tell you what they're gonna do.
Of course.
That's how they play. That's how they play. So what I'm saying to you is that if they could do that to China, they could do that to any country if they feel like it. If they want to put a virus there and knock a whole country down, they could do that. This is true facts.
Yeah, China could do that to America as well.
No, you know, listen. If China could do that, they would have did that. America did that because they are known for doing that, creating diseases and testing it out on any country. So when I'm telling
even
you,
testing it out on their own people.
Yes,
the whole, do you know about that whole LSD CIA program?
Yeah, I know about that. I know about that.
Yeah, America
makes man-made disease.
Sick.
Okay.
America is sick.
You know, so it is what it is. I'm not going.
No, got it. That makes no sense. You know why that makes no sense? Is because America's numbers surpass China's in COVID. So why would America drop a weapon in one country for its own country to suffer without it having its own?
I just told you they tested it out. Didn't I just say they tested out?
So what would be the point of testing out a weapon to stop another country for that same weapon to turn back on your own? That makes no sense.
I would do that the same. Because no one could then say...
Hold on. They did that in the 80s. Hold on. They did that in the 80s and 90s with AIDS, bro. What are you saying? They test out diseases in every country, bro. What are you trying
Yes,
to say?
you test out diseases in another country to make sure those don't affect your own. Oh my God. Never mind. Y'all go ahead and talk. I got work to do.
If you think about it, yeah, this would be the perfect disguise if you play 4D chess to also have infected people in your country, but putting the blame then on one single country. Yeah, but I haven't seen really the rhetoric that would allow that, especially from other Western countries. So what the deal would be is not to wipe out this virus is not bad enough for a huge
listen, America,
number of people dying from this. Okay, this virus is not dangerous.
America does this. America does this. Like I told you, America does this for business purposes. Okay.
What could be the business behind this?
They knock people down because they want to keep the numbers. They want to.
You understand that manufacturing? You understand that 95% of America's manufacturing is done in China.
Bro, you can cut me off, Brad. Can you still cut me off, bro?
And there's no other replacement for it. So where else will we manufacture our goods at?
Bro, if they want to knock down China, like I just told you, if they want to do anything to China, they could do it. You don't understand. America is known for going to other countries and taking down leadership. If they feel like the leadership is
geopolitically messing with a government that has no economic value to you versus a country that literally runs most of your manufacturing, as well as your farming.
Okay, DC, the plan would be.
Wait a minute, Brad. What is that supposed to mean? What's that supposed to mean?
Look, DC, how do you bring?
You just said it was a business, right? America's a bit. Excuse me, Elderon. 2 Americans are speaking real quick. Okay.
America is a business.
Okay, so if you know that your greatest assets is a country that literally allows your markets to function, from every small thing from your laptops to literally the American flags that people wave in front of their houses are made in one country, and there's no replacement to them. Most of your agricultural districts in this country, especially in the Midwest, like soybeans, tobacco, go to the Chinese.
Any other country, listen, they can use any other small.
But they do not have any other infrastructure that will allow them. There's no other country. Excuse me. There's no other country that would allow them to work for their prices. So China will. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but Trump wants to bring back.
Brad, you just running your mouth, Brad. You just running your mouth, bro.
God,
you know what I'm saying?
Probably sitting in your. I'm literally having work. I'm literally working, running a business. Right? You're probably just sitting there on your laptop doing absolutely nothing.
It's not functional.
Don't act like we're equals.
If an empire is dependent on another
fucking idiot, Brad. You just talking idiotical.
Okay? Idiotical? You just made up a word. Come on now. And I'm an idiot. Shut up. Idiotical. Goodness.
If an empire like America is dependent on another country to produce shit, it is vulnerable. This is why Trump wants to bring back companies.
He's not doing that.
What?
He's not doing that. You keep on listening to American bloggers rather than looking at the government or the country itself. Stop doing that and then thinking you have facts about something you have no idea.
Brad. You attacking him like he knows. He doesn't know. So what are you attacking him for, Brad?
Are you backing him? Are you backing him?
Not in America.
Are you backing him?
So stop.
Are you backing him,
bro?
Are you backing him?
Stop being a fucking idiot, bro.
Are you backing him?
You being ideological with your conversation. You know he's not here in America. Stop being a fucking idiot.
He's speaking facts that are not true. So I will always address untrue facts.
He doesn't know. So of course he's going to take talking points from whatever he got that from. Why are you jumping on him like that?
Because, Gotti, why are you defending him? This has nothing to do with you.
So, wait, PC.
I'm not
you made a statement.
I'm good. Hush then.
That someone like me will never get in power in Germany. How would you know that you're not living in Germany?
Hold on for a second, Elron. Hold on for a second. Brad, you are jumping on this man that's not from America. You jumping on that man for what reason?
So is he telling the truth? Is he telling the truth? God, is he telling the truth?
But he's taking a talking point. I can't.
Is he telling the truth?
A talking point. He doesn't know.
He's not telling the truth. He's not telling the truth.
He's not in America to know this.
He's not telling the truth.
So what is you arguing with him for?
He's not telling the truth.
But argue with me. If you want to argue with somebody, argue with me. Don't argue with
you. Literally, Gotti, you bullshit. So I don't have to argue with you. I just let people look
No,
up
I
the
don't
things you say.
bullshit. No, I don't bullshit.
Right? So back to
talk
you,
the
Elderon.
facts. No.
Elderon.
I talk the facts. Hold on. I talk the facts about America. I don't bullshit. America's a business. It's not. It does not have nothing to do with any liberty, any justice for all. That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
All right,
okay,
you got that out. You feel better now?
That's bullshit. The prison
cool.
system is a business. You go to jail in America, you are working for a company, a corporation.
Oh wait,
It's
God. So you then fine. I'll talk to you then. Is it true or false? In New York City, they're closing down all privatized business, all privatized prisons. Go ahead. It's something that was passed in like literally
You're
the
not
last 2
closing them
years.
down, man.
All right.
And they still
You don't even know your own city. So that's what I'm saying. So back to you, Elderon. All right. Goodness. Your facts, Elderon.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Still gonna be open.
All right. Do you know the difference between a publicly owned prison versus a privately owned prison?
Who are you addressing?
Gotti's trying to defend your lack of knowledge of America by coming at me, and I'm just trying to end this conversation so I can come back at you, so I can just give you credible sources rather than listening to bloggers you read on YouTube.
Go ahead.
Okay. Donald Trump. Okay, a lot of retail. We were talking about this yesterday. A lot of the companies you think are coming back to America are not coming back to America. Do you understand? The things that destroyed cities, because you said earlier, the thing that destroyed Detroit. The thing that destroyed Detroit were not black people. The thing that destroyed Detroit was something called outsourcing. Do you know what outsourcing is?
Yes,
Word.
I know what that means.
Define it real quick then, please.
Outsourcing means that one company decided to go to another country
right?
or another state in the, for example, in America.
Yes. So what Donald Trump did to win votes was he went to working class states like Michigan, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, and promised the working class people that he was going to bring back these companies. He did not.
Yeah, but even this is what he publicly states, that he wants to achieve that. If it
But he
really
wasn't. He has. Have you
happens-
read his tax plan? Have you read his tax plan yet? It's
No,
500
I have
pages.
not. I have
Or his
not.
500-page tax plan has no indication of setting tariffs
You
or
read the
setting
whole
any kind
500
of tax.
Okay, you read the whole 500 pages.
I have. That's why I take advantage of it. I have. I take advantage of it. Did you know
Okay.
that you can? Did you know that if I were to?
I don't believe you.
Excuse me. If
Let's
I were to
make
take a
that clear.
trip, if I were to take a trip to Berlin right now, I could write it down as a business trip and it would be tax write-off. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Did you know that you become tax exempt if you're over 100,000?
No, I'm not interested
Okay.
in those little
That's
things.
what I'm saying. So if you're going to speak on the country that you have that literally beat you in a war, make sure you read on that country. Just don't speak on talking points. Okay?
But a tax cut or something doesn't really mean power. I'm interested in how big the American military is, for example, something like this. I'm interested in who owns the banks. I'm interested in who owns the media. What's the general culture in America? What's their view on Russia? What's their view on Germany? This is what I'm interested in, not 500 pages of boring stuff that might
Well, if
help
you know
you.
about the tax plan, you would know that the certain tax laws in America are the reason why America is going through the financial turmoil that it's been going through for years, ever since Reagan, because major companies are not taxed like smaller people. You know that, right?
Yeah, I know that, yes.
Okay. So that's why usually Chinese companies and everyone else comes to America to do business, but they don't leave their factories here. You know that, right?
That they don't leave their factories here, but they are doing what? Otherwise?
They're coming here to do like corporate business, like they're having their main offices here, but they do not do and they leave their money here. Because if you make over a certain amount, you don't get taxed. You know that, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So when it comes to making money here versus production, manufacturing, you do know it's more profitable to go to another country, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So going to another country like China, going to Central South America, some African countries, as well as Western Asian countries, you understand that's more beneficial for European major corporations than holding your money sometimes in Camden Island in individual banks that are overseas and things like that, rather than in the United States, you see how that sometimes would work, right?
Yes, also
Okay.
because of lower
So the
wages
banks are
and
owned.
everything like that.
America has what's known as America being a capitalist society, meaning that you have a great the land of opportunity. So you have a higher chance here of becoming from poor to sustainable than you do in any other part of the country, any other part of the world. You know that, right?
I don't know about that.
Okay. Well,
I would dispute that even.
all right. Well, it is it is the story of the United States. That's why a lot of people come here and flock here. You understand that, right?
This is what they portray as the American
Yes,
dream.
that is the American dream. There you go. Good. So you're growing in some knowledge on some things. I'm proud of you. Okay. Second, you do know that the United States of America is based off demographics and race, correct?
No, I don't know that.
Its markets are based off demographics and race, so they're able to break down the different buying power. You ever heard of that term, buying power?
Yes, it's GDP.
You also heard money
based,
circulation, right?
What?
Money circulation, like how long does a dollar stay within a community of a particular race?
No, I didn't hear about that concept.
These are American concepts, the way to break down the as in ways to break down the how the American people spend their money. You understand that?
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So when we tell you that this country, those may politically be started by white people. The intention of this country wasn't to stay white. It couldn't have. You know that, right?
Why?
Because the more and more people brought in, like when you have Lincoln, who said that we're ever perfecting union. Do you know what that means?
No.
It means the mistakes of yesterday will not be the mistakes of tomorrow. That's the intent.
Okay.
What Gotti said was 100% right. The United States of America is a business. Okay?
Yeah.
Like a conglomerate. And it's like each race is like a section that owns a bit of that conglomerate.
Yes.
So if you have
enterprise.
Thank you. If you have that blue passport, right? You have that U.S. stamp, social security number, you are an American citizen. Those are the first founding stocks you have in this country called America. You get that you get that, right?
Yes, but
Okay.
the simple stuff you don't have to ask. Portraying me as someone who's dumb. But go on. I'm learning something here for the first time from you, by the way.
Awesome. Good. I'm glad, because I don't really like the ad hominems about race and stuff like that. It gets kind of boring after a while. Okay. All right. So with that being stated, all right, the intent of America, like when you see the Mexicans coming in, when you see the Afro-Caribbeans, Africans from the continent, refugees from Middle Eastern countries coming in, you do understand that America is becoming a browner country. Do you get that fact, right?
Of course.
All right. You do understand that white people you understand that politics rule more than racial pride in America. You know that, right?
No, yeah, at the moment, of course.
Hey, Brad.
Where are you going with that?
Just let
Gotti.
Gotti
Hold on. Because I wasn't finished. And now, let me explain something, right? And what Brad is saying has points to it I agree with, and has points that I disagree with. And I'm going to tell you why. Okay? When you look at the black community, okay, and I give it a perfect example. The black community, it's no such thing as a black community no more. Because the real estate business and the politicians have pushed out the black community so far out of their community that it's become I basically call a business community. So there's for people to come live there because it's good for business and it's a nice area and the value goes up. In the black community, the value goes down because they look at the community as when black people come there, like Brad like to say, the black dollar. The black dollar doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything to this country. Okay, it never made anything because they always put the value down on the black community.
No.
So if you buy a house,
Brad. No, you're lying now.
Hold on, Brad. Hold on.
Finish up. Go ahead, finish up.
When you move in a community, and it's a black community, the value is down on the houses, so it's more cheaper for the people to buy it. This is true facts, Brad. You can't lie and say it's not facts and it's not true. It's true facts. Okay. So at the end of the day, after they do that, you have a big big black community. Then you have the problems that occur with that, which is the drugs, the violence. So they bring in the drugs, they bring in the guns, and basically you have these gangs, these drug crews, they beef with each other. So not knowing that they are agents for the state and that they are doing this for the people that's flooding the community with the drugs and the guns, which goes back to your government. Okay, which goes back to your government. Just like right now, when you look at the protesting that's going on right now, you have agents come in the march that basically pays off black young men to go riot and loot.
Abandoned.
That's just like what they did in the 80s and 90s when they paid young black men to go buy guns and get the drugs and flood it in the neighborhood.
Okay.
So what I'm basically trying to say
we're talking
is
about economics. When we talk about economics here,
because it all goes hand to hand, Brad. So you can't just
you're not saying
it all
anything
goes,
important.
bro,
You're not
bro,
saying
it
anything.
goes hand to hand. You can
You took
say
us somewhere else. You took us somewhere
bro,
else.
bro, this goes hand to
You're taking
hand
us
with
somewhere
what I'm
else.
saying, bro.
You're taking us
Because
somewhere
when
else.
it's all said and done, it has everything to do with the business. Everything, no, Brad, it has everything to do with business. So don't say it doesn't, because they all go hand in hand with the situation. Okay, this is like if you go back and all you have to do is go back in history. Okay, when perfect example in New York City, when the Jewish business owners wanted insurance for their company, they will pay young black and Hispanic kids to go bomb businesses so they get the money. That's just like when we talk about with the gangs now in the community. The businessmen pay these gang members to do what they do. They run roughshod in the community. Then basically they push them out. They get a gang bus. The community is back built up with businesses there. You have money, influence, new group of people come moving in, which is you get the whites, the Asians, a lot of people that's not able to come in the community before because the community was so scary and it had violence in there and they was afraid to come in that community. But now they feel safe because you have police protection. That really the police protects businesses. Let's be honest. They're not there to protect a community. They're there to protect the businesses so that the people don't destroy the money and the influence.
Yeah,
So what I'm
Jay,
trying to say,
this is what this point you just made. I made before about the Detroit and now the Minneapolis situation. I would predict that a lot of companies, a lot of companies will now leave Minneapolis because they fucking burned down that fucking city.
No. That's not what's gonna happen. That's not Elron. That's not what's gonna happen. That's not what. Let me tell you why. That's not gonna happen. What's gonna happen is they're gonna push the black people out of Minneapolis.
They
Okay?
can't
This is
push
what I'm
out
saying.
a 50% of the country. 50% of Minneapolis is
Bro,
black.
bro.
50% of the businesses there are black. You know what business insurance is?
Bro, DC, you know what I'm saying.
Do you know what business
They did that in
insurance is?
Baltimore, bro. They did that in Baltimore.
They did
Listen,
not push
Brad,
black people
Brad.
out of Baltimore. Do you understand? Oh
Yes,
my
they
God.
did. Yes, they did. When they built it up,
How are
when
you
they
going to tell me,
gentrified,
Gotti?
bro, they
How are you going to
gentrified
tell me? How are you going to tell
You're
me what
arguing.
occurred in my own state?
Are you going to argue with me or you going to
How are
listen?
you going to tell me what occurred in my own
Are
state?
you going to argue with me or you going to listen, Brad?
No,
Don't
Gotti, because you're
argue.
not saying anything intelligent. Once again,
It
bro,
is
you're talking out the
intelligent,
side
bro.
of your head.
No.
Once
Brad,
again, we're doing this all over again. Every time I give you an inch to think that maybe this time he's going to actually use an inkling of intellect, he comes
but you
in
want
here
to
and you
argue,
say,
Brad. You want
goodness,
to
you're
argue,
dumb.
but you're not listening.
I'm going to mute
You're
up.
not.
I have work to do. I'm going to mute up.
You're
You
not
just say whatever you
listening.
want.
Just listen and stop arguing. What happened in Baltimore is right now they have gentrification that's going on. Same in Philadelphia, same in New York. Okay,
Do you know
a lot of these areas
gentrification
come in
has
a mixed
gentrification
population,
only
which is
occurs
that you get
gentrification only occurs in areas that have an upkeep. Do you understand that? Like around the harbor, you will see gentrification. Have you been to Baltimore County?
bro.
Have you been to
They're
Baltimore
building up,
County? Have you
bro.
been to
When the
Baltimore
riots,
County?
bro.
Have you been to Baltimore County?
Are you gonna argue with me, or you just gonna keep? Or you're
Have
not
you
gonna
been?
listen?
No, because you're making points without any. You're making points without any proof. Have you
You
been
over here
to Baltimore
saying
County?
the same thing over and over again, bro.
Because you're
Just
not answering my questions. Have
what
you
I'm
been to
saying is
Baltimore
the
County?
truth, Brad. What I'm saying is the truth.
It's
It's
not the
whatever you want to
truth.
look at.
I'm
So
gonna ask
okay,
you again. Have you been to
so in
Baltimore
DC,
County?
okay, so
I'm
perfect
gonna ask you
example
again.
in DC. Okay,
In
since you
DC,
want to bring up,
yeah.
if you want to bring up Maryland, and I'll bring up DC. Okay, what's
Yeah.
going on in DC? Is it DC
Berry
gentrified?
Farms, Lynch
Is it
Mob.
DC?
I'm
Hold on.
naming you the hoods right now. I'm
No,
naming you the hoods right now. Surgeon's
Not the hood,
Quarters,
bro.
Surgeon's
The hood
Quarters,
is no more. It's no
Surgeon's
more
Quarters,
hood.
Berry
Listen,
Farms.
come on, man.
Sir, I'm naming you the gentrified areas of DC right now. Surgeon's
Berry Farms
Quarters,
is a black community, bro.
Surgeon's Quarters, Berry
That was a black
Farms.
drug infested community.
Surgeon Quarters and Berry Farms were high communities that had public assistance. They
Those
moved the
communities
black
had
people.
drugs.
They
Those
moved
had
the
Berry
black
Farms.
people. They moved. I'm telling you about my own community, and you're trying to say, hold on.
Can you listen to me, bro? Can you listen? Those were Berry Farms in the 80s and 90s was high drug and violence communities. Okay.
And what? And what else? What else? What else? Got it. What else was there? No, what else was there?
It was black people.
What else was there? No. What else? No, what else was there?
What do you mean? What else was there? I just told
Section
you.
8, which means the land was already owned by the land was already owned by the state, by the city, not the people.
I know it's owned by the
so
state.
You can't compare. You cannot compare. You cannot compare people who are 84% on public assistance in one area. They got
All
that
right,
moved.
guys, I
moved.
have to leave now. I have to prepare a video. Something I watched, no one else noticed. I don't know. Have you seen that guy with the sword in the riot being attacked with stones and everything?
Yeah, he tried to attack a black kid. Yeah.
Yeah, this
and I
is the
seen it. Those are
narrative.
paid
Yeah.
protesters.
Yeah.
Listen, Elron, those are paid.
I saw that whole video. It's the other way.
Hey,
No,
Elron,
he
what
thought
happened
the
in
black
Europe?
kid was trying to rob his store. He was
Of
thought
course
the
not.
black kid was trying to rob his store.
No,
and he
it was
chased
a
him with the
bunch-
sword.
Not only this skateboard kid. Have you watched only that small part?
Aaron,
of the video?
once again,
Wait,
you're
DC,
not
have you
listening,
watched only that 15-second clip you were just
No,
talking about?
no.
Okay, so
No.
you watched the same video and came to another conclusion. By the way, to another conclusion as the police as well. They were that guy that showed that video, right? He was saying the same thing. And if you scroll through his Twitter timeline, you see that other stores has been looted already. Bank stores, they try to break
but
in
you gotta
the
understand.
cash
Listen,
store.
let me tell you
Okay,
something.
but the
Elron,
point
can I tell you
no
something,
one
Elron?
has shown is that this white Antifa guy who also beat this guy.
Elron, Antifa. Listen, hold on, bro. Elron, hold on. Relax.
That's what I know,
Elron. I just want to jump in here to tell you, Antifa and Black Lives Matter are paid groups. They are paid to agitate and basically paid to do these riots. They're being paid to do this. Okay. All you have to look at it's the same people that's behind those two groups. See, Antifa's a white group. It's a white organization. Yeah. But Black Lives Matter is a black organization.
No,
but both of those work hand. Yes, they are. Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter was not started by black people. Black Lives
I know
Matter
it wasn't started by. If you let me,
so how can
please,
it be a black organization and wasn't created by black people? God, shut up.
Hold on. If you allow me to talk,
God, you're an embarrassment to our race.
You're not even allowing me to talk, bro. Just shut the fuck up and let me talk.
You're an embarrassment.
Relax. Antifa and Black Lives Matter is two different groups, okay? But they're funded by the same
dude.
If you allow me to talk, I'm trying to say they're funded by the same person, bro. Damn.
No, I said started by the same dude.
They are. George Soros started Black Lives Matter and Antifa.
So how can it be a black group if it's started by a white man?
Bro, they have a black face on Black Lives Matter. The person that leads Black Lives Matter is a black face. Okay, it's two black women, but they're paid by the same people that Antifa's paid by. They're both owned by Antifa. So what I'm saying is Antifa and Black Lives Matter is by George Soros. George Soros funded both groups, but he has one group is a white person, I think it's a white woman or a white man that leads Antifa. Just like Black Lives Matter is led by two black women. But they're funded by George Soros. That's what I'm saying. So they're there to start shit up. That means they're there to start up riots. They're there to start up other type of looting and all this type of stuff when they come to these, because they put them there perfectly in the community just to start up shit. That's it. See, Antifa, when they first came in effect in 2010, 2009, during the Occupy Wall Street. You know about Occupy Wall Street, Elron?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so when that was going on, Antifa, that's when Antifa first came in effect. That's when they first started. That was the first march they ever had. That was in 2010, 2009. That was like the end of 2009 going into 2010, okay, with Occupy Wall Street. From that, Antifa's been back and forth, going to marches, and they've been a lot of times they've been to these black marches. So they've aligned themselves, or they've been aligned themselves with Black Lives Matter because they're the same funded group. Okay.
Many black people would deny the connection between Antifa and Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, I know people. I know people that's marched with Antifa. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, they're a funded group by George Soros. People don't know that. You know what I'm saying? That both groups are funded by George
And
Soros.
if Trump would have balls, he wouldn't only judge Antifa as a terrorist organization, but also Black Lives Matter.
You know what people don't understand is, right, George Soros, right, he basically paid these people to do this. So like I tell people, like, people been saying that George Soros paid Antifa and Black Lives Matter. That's old information. People are just finding out now. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know.
They just finding out now. See, in the UK, right, they had the big riot in the UK. What was it, 2011 or something, right? When they had that, when they tore down the whole country, they had a UK version of Antifa. They had a UK version of Black Lives Matter out here. It's the same thing. Even in Europe, they got that. You know what I'm saying? So
in Germany, Antifa is the strongest.
Yeah, they got the Germany Antifa. They got the German. Listen, they are a national wide group right now. Antifa, Black Lives Matter.
International. They're an international, not national.
I know that.
International.
Hold on, Brad. You always like to cut me off. Please.
You're saying dumb stuff.
I know,
all the time.
bro. I know. Just mute up, please. They're international groups. Like, what people don't understand is, and what Brad will come and say that yeah, they're funded. They're the same group, and they're funded by a white guy. I know they're funded by George Soros, bro.
He's a Jew, by the way.
That's been exposed since.
He's not a white guy. He's a Jew.
Yeah, I know he's a Jew. That's been exposed since 2013, Brad. That's nothing new to me. I knew that. Now, to the people that's watching, that might be new to them, but that's not new to me. I've been new that since 2012, 2000.
What is your point? For the love of God, what is your point?
But at the end of the day, like I said, these.
No, he's cutting off. But I think his point is that Black Lives Matter don't.
What's going on with the riots right now?
Fuck, he's back.
To tear it down. This is what I tell people. You got to be careful when you go in March, because they're being paid to start a whole racial war.
And you know, they've explained that too.
Happen.
They've exposed that
and it's
too.
Gonna
you have
happen
police
worldwide.
officers, you have police sheriffs, you have people exposing that right now, that most of these people are not here to protest the death of Gregory Floyd. It's people here to take advantage. That's why they're divided. I just
Brad,
literally be quiet and let me finish. Be quiet and let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish, and I will let you finish, because you're not telling the truth.
Can you relax?
Okay.
Can you relax?
Currently, right now, with the protest, as well as the riots, the police chiefs, as well as many other high-ranking police officers, as well as social media, is exposing.
Bro, this is nothing new, bro. Stop saying that this is new, bro. They've been had people. They come from different states to these cities. They plant them there, bro. It's nothing new.
Why does he exist?
So why do you keep bringing up a story that we already know? This is something we already know. They've been saying this since Ferguson, bro. When they first had the big riot. Okay, I just told you. Antifa been around.
What was before Ferguson? What was before Ferguson?
There was no big riot before Ferguson.
Yes, there was.
Unless it was Occupy Wall Street, if that's what you're talking about.
You think Occupy Wall Street was just as impactful as what occurred in Florida when Trayvon Martin died?
They did not have a riot in Florida when Trayvon Martin died.
Never mind. See,
Brad.
now this is why I say, you know what? I need to really
They did
mute
not
up. 'Cause I
have
just
a
need to
riot.
let you talk.
No,
Gotti, go ahead and
no,
talk.
no,
Go ahead
they
and
did not
talk.
have a riot in
Gotti, go
Florida,
talk.
bro.
Go talk. Go talk. Go talk. You have
No,
no idea what you're talking about. Go
no,
talk.
what you're saying is not true, Brad. They did not have a riot in Florida. The biggest riot they had in around that time in 2014 was the Ferguson riots, bro. And then after the Ferguson riots, you had Baltimore. Okay, there was no other riot after that. Before that either.
So
Let's
Rodney King wasn't a riot.
That's 1992, bro.
But you said there was nothing before that. You just said it. This is what I'm saying. You have no idea what you're talking about.
No, you said Florida. Hold
You know
on.
what?
You
Never
said
mind.
Florida.
We do this
You
every
said
time.
Florida.
We do this every time. No, we do
Brett,
this every
you
time.
said Florida, bro. You said
There
Florida.
was
There was
riots
no riot
throughout Florida.
What
There was
riot?
riots.
What riot? What
When
riot?
Trayvon Martin's, when George Zimmerman got off, there was no riots.
They did not riot then.
Okay. All right. Cool. All right. Cool. And then
Now,
on top of that, Eric Gardner doesn't mean anything to you either, right?
They didn't. They had protests. They did not have a riot though, bro.
God, Gotti, never mind. You're good. You're good. You know what, Gotti? Say every dumb thing you want to say out your mouth. I literally got work to do. I keep saying it's just because I can't take when. Never mind. Finish everything you want to say.
What I'm saying is, Brad, I'm not saying that Rodney King did not happen. There was Rodney King. There was Crown Heights riots. Yes, those things happened, but that was the 90s, bro. What I'm trying to explain to you is, bro, is that there was no riot. See, the Ferguson riots and all these other riots that happened after that was an example of starting a racial war. They started during when Obama was president. They was beginning to start a racial war.
How do you start a race war? How do you start a race war when there's multiple races rioting over the same cause? Go ahead. Explain.
Bro, who are they protesting against? Ain't they protesting against white
Against
people?
the police.
Okay.
They're protesting against the police.
A lot of those protests is not because of police. They're about white police officers, bro.
They're protesting against the police because you have with the Freddie Gray case. The Freddie Gray case consists of 3 black officers.
Brad, chill. Aren't they talking about white supremacy?
Got it. Talk to Elron. I can't engage with you.
Aren't they talking about white supremacy in all these protests?
Talking about police brutality. So what are you even looking at? Where have you been?
Brad.
Where have you been?
Brad.
You're literally in New York City right now.
George Zimmerman wasn't a cop. George Zimmerman wasn't a cop, Brad.
Where? Okay, we can go to Eric Gardner.
Okay.
We can go to Eric Gardner. Do you want to go to Eric Gardner?
Do you deny that they protest?
Do you know who's head of internal affairs in New York City? It's a black man.
Wait.
Eric Gardner, that case is closed. Hold on, Elron. That case is closed with Eric Gardner. So that's never going to see a light of day.
Do you understand? How do you start a race war when you have multiple races protesting the police? Go ahead.
Multiple races.
Yeah, because they're all anti-white. That's why. Antifa
You can't start a race war. You can't start a race war.
Bro.
Yes,
you can't start a race war utilizing the same race against each other.
Brad, let me explain something, okay?
The whole point is to have different races fight each other.
Let me explain something. If you could relax for a second, let me explain something, okay, Brad? Let me explain something, okay? Right now, what's going on, right, bro? You can say whatever you want to say, Brad, but at the end of the day, when Obama was president, okay, when he was elected for presidency, right, the rise when the whole recession has happened, right, in America, we were in a big recession in 2008, going in 2009 and 2010. He was in a big recession. Okay. During that time of the recession, okay, people don't really acknowledge this, but it was a rise of people joining hate groups. Whether it was black hate groups or white hate groups, there was a rise of people joining hate groups in 2008, 2009, 2010. This was a case study, okay? White supremacist groups like the neo-Nazis, the KKK, had a surging rise of membership. That's just like the black hate groups, black nationalist groups.
This happens often in history when you have a depression. Yeah. I haven't seen the studies, but I believe that. Yeah.
My head hurts.
He's cutting out again.
Yeah, he'll
But
come
DC, do you
Yeah, so
just
during
say?
Oh my God, man! Just.
Are you saying they are protesting police brutality only, or is there something else going on, DC?
the time,
Just let him finish. He's when he gets his internet, he's
Try
on
to
dial-up.
rejoin Jay Watson.
When you get public
Join
assistant
Watson.
Wi-Fi, this is what you get. So give him a minute until he comes back. Oh man, I'm gonna take a nap around 3.
I have to produce a video right now to. Yeah, he's not coming through.
He'll come back, but you can go ahead and go because he's most likely just trying to talk just to talk. So I'll
Yeah,
entertain it.
but his point was they are. So you were denying that they protest white supremacy, right, DC? You're trying to make an argument for that all they are protesting is police brutality.
No, what I really want you to learn. Like, no, I'm not saying that at all.
Good.
All right, so it's good talking to you. Let's do this again. Bounce.
Okay.
All right.
See you.
See you, man. Stuff a white gin and a New York gin. What the hell?
Now.
Oh, not you. No. You know, I think I hate you. I hate you because you remind me of a college professor I had that just like, oh my God. The man drove me up a wall, bro. Oh my God.
How do I do that?
Because it's like, we used to have conversations. This was during like the Black Lives Matter, like police brutality rallies. And we always said that we were fighting against police brutality. And he literally asked the question, how can police be brutal? And I was just, I lost it.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
Oh God, it's like you see what's going on. Like, why are you why are you trying to intellectualize this, man?
Because I'm trying to use the model
What's up,
of
Ultra?
Yeah, Ultra. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been listening to you guys argue for hours, and it's been making me sick.
Bro, how do you think my head feels being part of the argument, man? Come on now.
Oh Lord, have mercy.
Share my pain, bro.
You know what I mean?
War's painful
I felt
thing.
like it was just crazy. It was like you're just arguing for just arguing's sake now. It's just
It
like,
is because Gotti does that. Like when I say a point, Gotti literally hops on just to make a point that counteracts it, having no evidence, and then he just wants to tell me, Brad make a point, but Brad don't know what he's talking about. See, I know what I'm talking about. America's a business. So he starts off by saying America's a business. The African American dollar has no value, but yet we have $1 trillion of buying power. That if we were to take our money out of the economy, that's 25% of the economy that would be affected. The racial housing. God, I'm so done. Then he was trying to explain to me what gentrification is. You can't gentrify a neighborhood that is not owned by the people of that neighborhood. Okay, you just move those people from one section to another. So he's trying to tell me how DC is and how Baltimore is. It's like, do you never heard of Section 8? The dude is just, he's so irritating. Like intellectually, it's just like he tries to tell me we had the same upbringing, but it's like, I guess you invested more in clothes than in education. Goodness, so frustrating.
Yeah.
But you're developing your diplomatic skills.
Could we like circle back to question of the day?
Please.
Yeah. So national.
Please don't start with him because I can see him. What is what and what is protection? What is Jew and what is? Can we define is, please? Goodness, what is the question that needs an answer? But then what is an answer that might need a question? Like,
national racialism. Are you London based?
Yeah, 100%.
Do you know about like Stamford Hill and Stoke Newington?
Oh yeah, very well. I know them very well.
Right. So when you've got areas like that, yeah, and they've got their own security, their own places
Schooling,
of worships, and like, and they specifically own the area.
Yeah.
Right. How do we get similar, if not the same thing?
Okay. We have to, in order to organize effectively, you have to clarify one's identity. And then you can go, you can build on that from a very small community bank to a very large one. Does that make sense?
So you're saying we need fiscal institutions owned by us.
Oh, no, I think we all know that, but I'm talking about how do we get the fiscal institutions, and the work. That's why with Brad, I'm clashing with Brad, but it's that we've got to look at the world like a court. You see, that's why I'm so very fussy about the words. You see, you have to clarify identity.
What is clarify and what is court? Now, stop. Let me.
Okay, so when you go to court, you can't be just shouting and screaming at the judge. You've got to put your case, and if you can't put your case, you have to pay someone to put a case for you, who can speak clearly, calmly, and
precisely.
And precise. Yes, court, because court, they're not going to tolerate any nonsense. It's not like having a chat down with your friends. Yeah, no, you can't come. Well, you all know. You know that already. You can't go into court with the attitude. So you've got to live like you're in a court 24/7. And if you're in a court 24/7, when as soon as somebody says we or our, they will say, well, who are the we? See, so the Jews have clarified their identity. It's tight, and then they have the everything to support that. Once you have your identity, it's just like if you've got a gang, even from the smallest. If you've got even gangsters, they say, you in or you out? Are you in or you out? Are you with us or not? Clarify. What is your position? Right, before we do any work, before we go anywhere, before we do anything, are you in with us or are you out?
I disagree. I disagree.
Okay, go on then.
I disagree. At the end of the day, when you look at your position in any country, whether you look at it as you in the UK or in America, there's no positioning for a person that has a melanin skin tone. You cannot fit it. You have to understand. You have to adapt to what this society tells you to adapt. That's why we adapt to the capitalism society or the communism society, whatever society we want to adapt to, because you have to be a part of this. We sometimes could be a puppet. We sometimes could be against and rebel. I don't think we should rebel. I think that we should just look at it like this. We have to be a part of the system to learn the system. And then when you learn the system, then you could take over the system. That's the way you do it.
No.
Why you say what's the problem with being a part of the system?
Why can't I have my own system?
Because how can you have your own system? Hold on. How can you have your own system? How you could have your own system when you are not, how you say, in power? You can't have your own system if you're not in power. So you have to learn from the white. If we talk about the white supremacist system, we have to learn from his system and take from his system, and then teach our people how to basically take over his system.
Hey, Mr. Riggs, do you know who Hassan Campbell is?
Huh?
You know who Hassan Campbell is?
Go on.
Yeah, this is his little brother you're speaking to. So, like, just
that's okay, that's fine. Does he know what Booker T. Washington is?
I know who Booker T. Washington is, bro. Okay.
Then you know that you could create a society within a society.
That's true.
That's right.
But,
Thank
but,
you.
but listen, Booker
I
T.
don't need to
Washington
speak.
failed on that. Booker T. Washington, just like W.E.B. Boys, failed. They both failed on how they felt about the system.
No. Booker T never failed. It was the people that failed.
So you saying what Booker T. Washington, not to saying what he was saying was wrong to black people, but at the end of the day, how can we do this when basically we are not in power? We are not the dominant society, bro. We are not.
Oh, wait.
Who are the we?
Wait. Why
You
can't we
mentioned
do something in silence without making noise?
Who's the dominant? You saying who's the dominant society?
I said, why do we have to make noise in creating what we're trying to create?
We don't have to make noise.
Exactly. So if like me and you get together and we say, yeah, you know what, we're gonna go into real estate. Let's buy a couple of houses. Is there anyone to stop us from buying the houses?
No, that's not going to stop us from buying the houses.
Okay, no. So now we've got 5 houses there. 5 houses. We've got 5 families. Is that not a community?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
That community, we now say, you know what, we're going to put all together. We're now going to buy. We're going to now buy a building to have a community center. Is anyone going to stop us?
No, that's not going to stop us. But
okay.
I mean,
so then once we've done that, once we've built this community, we now start to build businesses and start employing some of our own. Is anybody going to stop us from doing that?
No, it's not going to stop us. But what I'm trying to say is, even though we try to build our own, you know, that to the dominant society, which is white supremacy, they have a problem with us building our own.
Yeah,
That's why every time we build our own, they destroy it.
Okay, so
they
now,
have our own people destroy it.
Hold on. Now we've got our businesses and we've got our things rolling. We've got a bit of money. Can we buy a politician?
Yes, we could buy a politician.
Okay,
I mean,
so then when the politician is going in forefront for us and trying to get a narrative in on the local level, wouldn't he try to do his best so that he knows that he gets paid?
Yes, he would. He would.
Okay, so now we're now creating a form of a society that is developing and starting to make a maneuver.
Yes, you absolutely right. But what I'm saying is a lot of times our people don't have that mindset when it comes to that. I think we do need to get political. I think we need to get our people mobilized into getting into politics, because every other race group is into politics but our race. So I agree. But I just think that it scares our people. We don't have a trust in politicians, man.
Then from once we've got these families and we've got this business and we've got this politician, now wouldn't it be safe to say that we should reach out to someone abroad?
Yeah, I agree.
So then reaching out abroad will now start to able to show replications of what we've got in other places.
Yeah, now, stronger political ties across seas. Yes, I agree with that.
So now we've got this whole little unit now in 5 different countries. Would that give us power within that community?
Yes, it would. It would give us power, because we got our people mobilized throughout cross seas, not just in America and wherever else we at. We got our people across the border that's mobilized, and we now got a power unit.
Okay, can I say, Mr. Rick, can I come in?
Yeah, go on.
It's beautiful. I think the way you built it from the small, getting together and buying one house. And then I think anybody, well, most people should be able to see the flow that you were describing there. Who's going to disagree with you? It's just plain straightforward. It just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. So what I noticed, that as I was listening to you both speak, you mentioned the we. Now here's a question. I know most of you might disagree, but let's see what you're going to say. I am saying that identity comes first in order to effectively organize. Other people usually disagree with me and they say, no, let's get together first, get the money together, on organized on a financial basis.
Wait, I have to stop you. What's the point coming together under in what was the first criteria you said? I forgot.
Yeah. So these are
Identity,
the two
was it?
camps.
Identity.
Exactly.
Yes.
Good.
No. Sorry.
Yeah.
What is the reason we need to come together under a similar identity first? What is the reason behind that?
Right. Good. Because, like Mr. Riggs was describing, that most black organizations, they seem to reach to they grow to a certain level, and then they hit this kind of glass ceiling. And for example, let me simplify it. If you know, people say, "Oh, look, money has no color. Let's go greenbacks or whatever." Yes, we get together and let's make some money and let's do what Mr. Riggs is saying. It's money. Money is what we need. Good.
Yeah, money is. It is.
Good.
I agree with you.
Okay, well, I'm going to drop something on you. Right. So you all start working. You work together. You put your money together and start building up. This is based on money. This organization is based on money. We're doing business together, and so on and so on and so on. Now, once it gets to a certain level, right, certain alarm bells start going off amongst the enemy. And I say, wait a minute, this group, how are they organized? Who's in charge of what? Oh, right, they're all focusing on money, right? So what they'll do, they'll look for an individual or group of individuals, and they say, well, how much are them lot paying you? I noticed that you've got wonderful business. You black, I don't know if you want to call yourselves a black or Moors or what do you call it? Whatever. Anyway, you're trying to make money. So you're not really concerned about a title for yourselves. You just it's a focus is money. Well, seeing that the focus is money, I can come as an outsider and say, "Well, are you all trying to make money?" Yes, okay. And then what I'll do, I'll wait, and then try and siphon off two of you, and I say, "How much money are they paying you?" I'll pay you some more. Then what basis has that person got to say no? And say, look, we'll pay you because we want to know how you're doing it.
They disrupt them. They make them disrupt the situation.
No, there's a problem I have with this theory.
Go on,
basically, all this money that you're talking about,
yes,
it comes from them. The only way we can make bread is if we've got something to export that they need, not what they want.
No. But
they
hold on, Ultra.
need. Let me explain something to you. For instance, the Arabs, they got oil coming out of their fucking ears.
Okay.
It's something that's needed. It's not something that they want. It's needed. So
who are they? Who's are they you're talking about?
Anyone whose system we're trying to break free from. Them.
All right, go on then.
No, but Ultra.
So no. Hold on, Bullet. I'm saying all this money that we're meant to get together and pool is from their system. If we've got nothing to bargain with, it's just a matter of time before that shit collapses.
But you know something. I kind of agree with Nash on what he's saying. You know, and Ultra, I get what you're saying. You know, we need something to bargain with to come to the conversation. But I believe in this. If you want freedom and you want to get, you know, your people mobilized and get them right, you gotta have money. Money is everything in this world. I don't care what nobody says. This is how we get shit done. This is how wars is fought. Everything revolves around money. Even slavery revolved it around money. Everything revolves around money and influence. So at the end of the day, black people need to realize we want to rebel against this capitalism system and we don't want money. Listen, we could fight all we want, but at the end of the day, what is that going to do for us
as a people if we don't mobilize and get the money and build up our community, get us economically right, and get us in a position where we have a voice. Right now, we do not have a voice. This is why our voices is not respected. I'm just being honest when it comes to these conversations. Other groups is respected because they have a voice and they have money and influence behind them. So they have their people in pocket. When you look at the Asian community, okay, I don't care if they're Chinese, Indian, whatever, they have a politician that looks just like them in power. So they're going to speak for their community. Our community, when we have a politician in power, they don't speak for our community. They speak for their pockets and what we settle for. That means we settle for less. So at the end of the day, nothing with National and Mr. Riggs is saying is wrong. What they're saying is get in pocket, get the politician you want in pocket, and get your people mobilized. See, a lot of times we got this slave mentality, okay? And I always say the slave mentality got us lost as a people. You know what I mean? They got us lost as a people that we are scared to go and think beyond a certain type of system. See, we are caught in this matrix that we got to sit at the bottom and not look at it that we need to get some resources. We need to get some money behind us and get to what we got to get to. That's the problem.
Yeah, but
everybody is scared.
Bullets, at this point, that's just rhetoric. Like, you're saying things and they sound great. But when you said we got to get money behind us to get to where we're getting to, for me, that's vapor. You need to tell me what the fuck is going on, what we're trying to do, and what the end goal is. Otherwise, it's just yeah.
Yeah, I understand. So let me say this. I'm gonna keep putting my side and hear how you respond or how the disagreements makes it interesting. So I'm saying that why I said identity, it comes first, because if you don't have a clear identity, you will not be able to control the money. You'll start to lose it after a while. You need a vessel. You need a vessel to hold, and that vessel is your identity. You have to agree on one identity, one title, and then that is the bowl. And then you can build from there. Because if you don't have the identity, once money once you start getting millions and billions of pounds, the more the money goes up, people start losing their heads.
But what is the identity you would suggest we would pick?
I'd love to. That's the discussion. That's the highest level.
No, the reason why I say it,
I can't go there now.
The reason why I say that is because
that's the question. You got it.
If we were to take the pound and the USD, the amount of business we could.
Hello.
Let me say this.
Currencies in the world.
What, can you start again? Can you start again, Brad? Because I think you cut off and missed what you was going to say.
You know something, National. I agree with what you're saying. You know, I think that we need to start doing for self and start getting into economics as we could do what we got to do for our people. Because at the end of the day, we could cry about what the system's doing for us. We the only ones that's crying. Like, stop with all this slavery talk and let's get to which is get the money. That's it. Every other nationality knows this. The Chinese knows this. Why our race don't know this?
Oh, okay.
You know, we try to adapt.
Yes, I understand. So, but what is this is the debate. Brad brought out a good point. You know, what would be the name or title or identity in which all of us could unite? But we'll leave that. First of all, we've got to discuss which comes first: identity first, or do you make the money first? And we had this. I this debate with some brothers, and he's very good, very good. Had me thinking, but he says, which is more important? If you start a music band, I don't know how many of you. Well, I think we love music, yeah. But a group, which is more important? Is it the skills of the musicians and them getting together and jamming and bringing out a music title, or does it kick off when that group makes a name for themselves? What is it that then brings in the money? Is it the title because the group has now found a good name, or is it just because they're good musicians? And so he was saying, no, forget the name of the group. It doesn't matter as long as you've got good musicians. And I'm saying, no. That group cannot start to really hit it until they have a name and an identity with which to hold. So those are the two sides of the camp. I've told you my side. Is anybody else on the other side of the camp?
I agree. I agree with you saying. I do believe that we
which
need
side,
an
though?
identity.
No. Oh, right. Okay. So
We
are
do
you
need
saying
an
then?
identity.
Are you saying that if once the group of musicians or whatever cooks have a shared common identity, that's the beginning of their success? So it's not just their skill. Are you saying yes or no?
I say yes.
Okay. Anybody want to say no to that? Has everybody gone silent? Maybe we're just listening.
But I agree. You know me, I agree. I think we do need an identity, and then we could get to the money after the identity. You know, that's the way I look at it.
Yeah, that's it. So I'd like to hear anybody with opposites. But the reason I'm saying identity comes first, because I've been studying the banks, the black banks, black banking. I mean, real black banking, not banks, black banks that just call themselves black and have black faces, but they're underwritten by the racists, by the white supremacists. I'm talking the old black banks where it was just Negroes and they were just a small little group, and some of those banks, they started with somebody's house. You know what I mean? And then from the house they actually bought a building.
Yeah, they did. They did in the 40s, in the 30s, in the 50s, and even the 60s and 70s. You had strong black banks that was about the black dollar. Yes. I think now in today's society, our people is not really don't want to deal with the bank and all this type of thing. They just so much erased from that. But what they got to understand, without money and influence, you have no real power in these countries. In westernized countries, you need power and influence.
So
you
we got money, bro. What are you saying? You acting like we ain't got money, bro. We got dough.
No, we got dough, but it's the other. Listen, our people gotta mobilize when it comes to that. We got dough. Don't get it twisted. We got dough.
Right. So check this out though. Like so what happened is when the moment we got money real good during segregation because we had no choice but to spend money with ourselves. The moment we got the option to not do that, we voluntarily, so again, I heard you talk about like Black Wall Street, like if we build something, they'll destroy it. Yes, no, so when they destroyed Black Wall Street, I said this earlier, you know what I'm saying? We rebuilt Black Wall Street because we ensured it with ourselves. You know what I'm saying? Yep. We rebuilt it. And then once we got the chance to desegregate, we did so. We voluntarily bought into the white ISIS colder than black ISIS concept. You know what I'm saying? Like, again, we got to confront the fact that we're like we got a real tribalistic issue amongst ourselves as African descent people and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? And so like when we're not in Africa, people see us all as the same and we don't act like that. You know what I'm saying? And that's the so we don't need like one name, like we all need to be one nationality. No, we need to understand like when we're in the diaspora, we are Africans in the diaspora. You know what I'm saying? And we need to act as such. Do you know what I'm saying?
But did you hear the question then? So you're in the other camp then. I'm saying that identity comes first.
No, I'm with you on that. No, I'm with you. Like so here's what I'm saying. Like so I'm like you might be a Nigerian, you might be from wherever, right? You might be Afro-Caribbean, you might be African American, etc. You know what I'm saying? Like so when we're away from Africa, right?
Yeah.
The whole world sees us as the same thing.
Of course.
right?
Right.
So we just need to understand when we're in the diaspora that we need to act like we're like of one thing, right? And
Exactly. Beautiful.
and
Beautiful.
support, and like, so I need to be able to support my Nigerian homies and them supporting Nigeria, right? And they need to be able to support me and me support my people here. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. So right. So what you're saying is perfectly correct. But there's a lot of people who don't really understand what you've just said there. It's very heavy. What you just said there. So you don't realize the magnitude of that. So I've been studying a lot of the original black banks, which you never hardly anybody would have heard of,
right?
Because it didn't really last that long.
It didn't.
Right. Yeah. But there's been quite a few attempts in the past, and I've been studying the patterns. And what I noticed that when they all started, when somebody said, "Oh, we're gonna need to start a black bank," all the originals, they were all shocked. What? A black bank? I mean, we're going way back, the darkest times. They said, what? They were shocked because their head had never conceived of the possibility of a true black bank. And then when they started to realize it could work, they started to build it, and it worked. And then as the bank grew and grew in power, then the alarm bells went off. And you started to get the white people started to come in and start saying, you better watch out. These Negroes will start having their own banks now. And I don't, and half the white people are saying, well, Negroes shouldn't have their own banks because you can't keep an eye on them. And then the other half are saying, oh, let them do what they want to do. So there's trouble starting amongst the white people about whether black people should have banks or not.
Right.
Yes, but the black people just quietly getting on with it and trying to get bank training and moving
doing really well when they had the chance to.
Exactly, because those banks must have come first before you had all the Black Wall Street.
Yeah,
because the investment would come from there.
It's what financed the whole thing.
Exactly. So I've been studying now how they seem to fail, and it always works out this way: is that you can't touch the originals, because they suffered a lot of things, and when they had their little pennies together to start their little bank or whatever they could, they're hardcore. They know who they are. Their identity is clear.
Exactly. You can't shake them. Yeah, exactly.
You can't fool them. You come with all the chatting, but they know. No. They knew what
they say. Never again. They draw that line. Say no. We're protecting.
Can I interject one small point then?
Well,
before we start talking about identity, right? Should the focus? Because I agree with Moore in the sense that, like, from the way it sounds, that if we were segregated and then we work on the identity, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like it'd be more easier. So I feel like segregation first, then identity.
Here's the cold part: is we're already segregated in front, like we're not.
Right. And identity is what makes the line of segregation clear. So you can put that word in, but as soon as you put the identity, then it's not just a physical thing; it's a mental, spiritual thing. It's the whole. Do you understand? Identity.
Like the difference between like a Little China, right, versus like when you get a whole bunch of Chinese people together, that's Little China, right? With us,
correct.
It's the hood.
Exactly. That's right.
Okay.
But it's still. But that's right.
But the hood.
We don't got national pride in the hood like that. You know what I'm saying? We're like,
right.
We let other people come in. Like, it's been proven that if you can open up a business in the hood, right? Like, you're guaranteed, and you're another nation, you're not black, you're guaranteed a profit within the first year. That's crazy.
I heard a guy that opened up a simple corner store. He was making $150,000 every 6 months.
Bro, do you understand? It used to be like, you know what I'm saying, like a Korean crew would come through and like hold down a shop. Like, I could see one family for a few set of years or whatnot, right? And get to know them and whatnot. Bro, they're turning them out like one every like 6-7 months now. I'm like, well, who's that? Like, it's a new set of Korean people coming through in the same store. Like, it's cool, bro. Don't even worry about it. We're just checking money right now. Just checking money.
Yeah, and the black people were doing that, and they
exactly.
That's the problem. You see, they got to slap the black people down early because the speed of progress it's going to be like lightning. It's going to be like a Maserati or you know, Lamborghini.
Right.
So you got to nip the black people in the bud, because if they get half a chance, they're going to be like a jet. So let me finish.
Finish my point.
Yeah, about the destruction, how black banks were destructed. So the first wave, they're saying never again, because they're the old timers.
Right.
They started the bank and they knew what life was like before the bank. And then as it starts to expand, they say they have one bank, then the other black people in other areas and other states, they start screaming and say, wait a minute, you guys got a bank? Even if it's a small little thing, they just say, what? It doesn't have to be big. It's just like, wait a minute, they've got a real black bank.
Yeah.
And there's no white people allowed in there. What? I mean, in the ownership,
no white
or the
clientele,
control,
you mean, right?
Yeah, they can't control. They've got no controlling interest, nothing at all.
Yeah.
It's real. They're not. It's the bank is even insuring itself.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So there's no white people insuring it. Right.
So, like in
that's
modern
how it
terms,
started off.
though, if we talk about identity, do you think you probably disagree with me.
Let him
finish
this part.
Because I'm trying to show how I'm trying to show you the pattern that I have seen on how black banks are destroyed.
My apologies. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the first wave, because black women start black women that started the banks and black fraternity. They call it a fraternity of black, but banks also started black banks by black women that were looking after the guys that come from the wars, you know, and so on. Anyway, and they put their little money together to help the wounded and stuff, and that's the start of their banks. So the first wave is that hardcore wave. You cannot touch them; they're not going to listen. You can't fool them. But when they die off, you get the second wave. And then the second wave, there's more than one bank now, and the banks are starting to spread out. And then you've got the management issues. And then they've got the management issues, and they struggle with that because now it's not just one bank. You know, there might be about 6 or 7. And plus, that's in the phase 2. And the old timers are gone now. But they try and leave advice, you know, that these are the principles. But they do okay. Phase 2 is okay. But then phase 3 comes when the white supremacists say, whoa. You know, something's got to be done about this. We don't know what they're planning. We don't know where the money's going. Are they using to buy arms? What are they doing? You know, what are they going to do? And so what they do, then they say, oh, right. Then they arrive. Maybe in stages 3 or 4, then the white supremacists arrive and they say, oh, what you've got going here is really great, and so on. Wow. And your rate of growth is amazing.
Yeah.
I want to get involved. I want to invest, or, you know, is anything, you know, I want to invest. I mean, this is business. Is it business? Are you running a business? You running a bank? Yeah. Okay. We want to invest. We're going to put in a whole heap of money. But you've got to give us a seat on the board. And then, so to cut long story short, by stages 4, 5, they start getting shares in the bank. They increase their wedge, and then the disorder starts coming in the bank. Things start going wrong. Becomes disorganized, and then that's it. But does that make sense?
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, so like we would voluntarily integrate when it's not when it's not necessary. But here's another issue, right? Is like, so in the cities where you're talking about where that happened, like we would stop at. We were really good at taking over certain financial sectors and other things and whatnot, but we were really lackadaisical in taking over, of doing that simultaneously with taking over the security sector and also the political sector. Like we would take over like individual ones in certain cities, but not all 3 at the same time, right? So like we could get really big on the money sector, right, but not have the security to protect it, right?
Yes,
that's a big issue. Like so we wouldn't be the sheriff. Like so, for instance, like we weren't the sheriff in the city that we got bombed in. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, that's right.
That's a problem. Like if you're gonna get dough, right? Like you gotta have you can't make nothing that you don't want to protect, right? That's just what that is. You gotta do what I call fractal steps, where you take a step in multiple directions at the same time. You know what I'm saying? We gotta understand that it's not just one move. It's multi-layers of chess, and we gotta make multiple moves at the same time. We gotta take this over while taking this over while taking that over.
Yes, multiple moves at the same time. So it's just like a military operation. You know, the communications has got to be there, but it still bases on identity, because because the principle could be, listen, no matter what happens, no matter how big this bank gets, only black people can be on the board who believe in these certain values.
But that can be reinforced, though, right? Are we saying it can't, or are we agreeing that it can?
What's that? The board?
Yeah. Black people, only allowing black people on the board. Because I do. Because the next question I would have is that, like, we know how in modern society today we have our banks are insured by either the FDIC, or there's like industries that would allow certain government agencies that would allow, like, if a bank was stealing people's money or something like that, you know, the government would hold them to account.
Of course. Yes.
Yeah. So are we asking, because we have, a lot of our people have this anti-government sentiment. If you build a bank into modern today, would you be advocating for that?
It's the only way. Yeah, you'd have to. You see, if you can, it's just like the individual. The bank is just an extension. So if you go from the individual to a family, to a community, to a nation, and so on. So it's the same model for a bank. So if you have discipline for yourself and codification, right? If you could control in yourself, then it's very difficult for people from outside to feel that they need to come in and control you. It's a very difficult thing. So if you're regulating, because I think you guys know this more than me, that, there's always this challenge. Say, well, we can regulate ourselves. And then they say, well, we don't know. We might have to, you guys are becoming a monopoly, or you guys are starting to impact the nation. Your business is so big, so successful, that we're starting to question whether you should not come under regulations. And they say, no, leave us. We'll self-regulate. And then they set up their own regulation, and then the government backs off for a while. And just wait and sits there waiting, or the outsiders will sit there waiting until there's some disorder. Then they're going to come in and say, "Oh, we'll haul you up before the court. Can you answer this?" I mean, it's the same thing happened with Facebook. Am I correct? Same thing happened with Facebook. Are they getting too big? Are they getting too powerful? Was it Mark Zuckerberg was in court for? Is that the same thing, or am I losing track? And they started giving him all these questions.
It was Mark Zuckerberg on Facebook. You're right.
Right. So that's the point I'm
taking
making.
Them small sips of water.
Sorry?
Taking them really small sips of water in front of Congress.
It made me think he was a robot, bro. I literally thought
Man, he is a robot. What are you talking about?
Yeah. So the point I'm trying to address Brad's question, I'm saying if you regulate yourselves effectively, others have no reason or no excuse, reason or excuse to come and interfere with you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, like, so for instance, like in the town, like, so in Little Korea in Federal, Washington, right? I used to live right around the corner from there, right? Where they have Korean mayor, Korean city council, majority Korean city council. They had Korean cops. They had a big Korean grocery store that all the Asian people came and shopped at. They sold all the Asian goods, from Chinese to Japanese, whatever, you know what I'm saying? Live fish, all them type of things in the shop and whatnot, you know what I'm saying? And right next to it, they have the Korean bank. Wasn't no one bothering them.
That's right.
People still ain't bothering them. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah. So I'm making a statement, and then maybe somebody can disagree with me, and then we can have it out. I'm saying, if you have tight regulation of your affairs, then there's no excuse or reason for any outside forces to come in and say, well, we think we need to, you need help.
Yeah, agreed.
So what
100%.
help do we need? Have we treated anybody?
Here's the difference though now too. Like, so back in the day, the issue was, fam, was like, so we were just coming out of slavery in the Americas, etc., whatnot, right? Like, so now we're not just the descendants of slaves in this country. Now we're people in this country from Somalia, from Nigeria, from Ethiopia, from other places in Africa, whatnot, who are also coming here now, right?
Right.
So we're like, so like, we're literally a full on, like, we represent the whole diaspora now in these countries that we're in now. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And so that's what I'm saying. Like even on like an African Union status, like they see us as our own separate zone, as a diaspora, right? Like, so we need to start functioning like that. You know what I'm saying? Like we need to start getting our diaspora dollar together and start working this thing together. Like, so it's easy to oppress one of us, right? It's hard to oppress all of us when we decide, hey, you know what? We're all gonna work together and like support each other and being each other's nationalities within the diasporic thing and whatnot. For instance, like our hoods need to become Little Africa.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Right. So, but here's a challenge. So some people might disagree with me now. Might upset some people. Right. I'll try and use fiction to soften it down. I'm saying that the people of the diaspora, not even that, even tighter than that. There's the people of the African diaspora. Yes. But in that group of the African diaspora, there's a group that are descendants of slaves. So they're the diaspora of the diaspora. Does that make sense?
Okay.
I'm saying that Africa can only be saved by that diaspora of the diaspora.
I don't disagree with that.
Wait,
what? You agree?
Wait.
That's a Killmonger.
No, I agree with you.
Killmonger versus T'Challa. I'm sorry.
First of all, national racism. I'm going to correct you on something.
Because
most of the diaspora
we have the ability to funnel the
Mbako.
wealth from the west to Africa.
Sorry?
We have the ability to funnel the wealth from the west to Africa.
That's what I was saying. Like, if we work on diasporans, like if we take the pound plus the USD and we do business together and then bring the African, like I would say, based on where we come from, if we work on just West and Central Africa, like from let's say Senegal to DRC, that's our responsibility as primarily where we come from. Oh, right. Sorry. And then we help the Moors get North Africa back. You know what I mean? Big up to the Moors. You know what I mean?
I hate you, bro.
Big help. We help them get that back. I don't see why we couldn't. Because the resources are there. You're talking about the cocoa. You know what I mean? We start buying up cocoa fields. We start buying up the minerals and things like that. Then on top of that,
we link up the people in Brazil, Jamaica, West Africa.
That too. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
All them things. You feel me?
Yeah.
There's 100+ million of us in the Americas.
Bro, so, more than that. They exactly. But yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, I don't think I don't think it's hit you yet. I'm just trying to soften it down because I don't want people to jump on me, man. But I'm trying to soften. I'm going to take my time, because it hasn't hit you yet. I said to you that the people that are going to save Africa,
I agree,
and the African diaspora,
I heard you the first time.
Are the diaspora.
Yeah, we agree with you. We agree with you. Why would we disagree with that? That's,
and then I jumped off to the same because we have the ability to funnel the wealth from the West to Africa.
Yeah, and then on top of that, I'll give you one better. Bro. I'll give you one better.
1 minute. Let racism explain himself once again. I want to hear the full entirety of what you just said.
They're not hearing. It hasn't hit them. I tell you, there's a bullets fly once they fully catch where I'm going. But
Oh God.
See, there's Africa. There's African diaspora.
Yeah.
But there's a diaspora of the diaspora. That's in separate group, and those are those who are the descendants of slaves, Brazil, well, Caribbean, Americas, and so on. I'm saying that there are different. What's the words? There are different class of people because of the particular kind of pain that they went through, and they have a better understanding of white supremacy than anyone else. And that's why I tried to bring in the Killmonger and the Killmonger and the T'Challa thing.
Right. So the thing
Killmonger versus the T'Challa. That's why Killmonger has got all those scars on him. You see, they've got a different kind of attitude. It comes in the blood. It's in the blood of.
But on top of that, like the kind of unity it would take for us to get on top of this country, we got to kill the tribalism.
Hold on. Before we open the can of worms, I just want to know.
Can of worms. Now you understand, Mr. Riggs, where I'm going. You start to smell it.
So what happened to the mother that lost her child?
Right.
See,
but the
that's true
understanding.
too.
But listen, the understanding. The mother lost the child, but the mother never really understood where the child went and what happened and why that child got lost. They don't understand. They're both searching for each other, but they don't understand. They can't fully understand. You've got to have seen. You've got to have seen.
Hold on. Imagine this. Someone steals your child and you never even get to see the child's body again.
Exactly.
What kind of pain is that?
You gotta go. Now you're at war the moment the child gets taken from you, right? You don't even get a chance to mourn properly.
Exactly. So then why are we differentiating each other? Why don't we just say we are family and we are black? I'm done.
No, not as simple as that. No. Because I've had not as simple as that.
If
it was
Asian, you're living a time of kind of worms.
Say it again.
Get some. We're trying to complete.
Your voice is cutting off. Your voice is cutting off. I can't hear.
You can't hear?
Repeat. Yeah, repeat. Please say it all again because I missed.
Hear me carefully. Wouldn't it be best for all of us to unite to build in a building before we have a discussion?
Ooh. Discussion about what exactly?
If you want to separate, but at least we've got a building that we've already built. And
So you've already separated it.
But you are already separating before we even go into war. So that means two parties are going into war and you're splitting the division. We're going to get
okay,
caught.
hold it. Right. Good. Beautiful point.
He's fucking up now. So, yeah.
Good point, Mr. Riggs. Right. So here we go. 1-1 now. you hold your side, Mr. Riggs. I'll hold my side. And let's see we go here. Now, did you know that I think, correct me if I'm trying to remember. Yeah, so Alexander the Great. I'm not just saying that the Greeks are an example. I'm just talking about war now and power. I'm just about talking about power now. So, Alexander the Great's father, he wanted to fight with Persia. But he knew he couldn't. His country, his Macedonia, could not take on the might of Persia. So he needed to unite the Greeks, all of the Greeks, in order before he could go. And that's how Alexander ended up, defeating Persia. But so what he did. Oh, this is a bit. there's all kind of war and challenges, political, because there's different groups, different factions within the Greek area, and there's fights amongst them. And there's bloody fights. But what he did, he organized his army. He went down. He won a fight. He won. This is Greeks fighting Greeks now. He went down, won the war, and then you know what he did?
What?
He left everybody and retreated. And what happened as a result? Because he won, he could have just oppressed all the people, or not oppressed, and say, "Look, I'm the leader of Greece now," and he could have killed off some of the other leaders that were against him. But what he did, he just gave them a good lick and then ran back home. And then later on, he came back, and then he was elected. To cut a long story short, then all of the Greeks come together. Then that's what he was wanting. That was what he was planning from the beginning. So while all the Greeks are squabbling amongst each other, he just come and take out a few. He didn't even take them out. He slapped them, and then left them, and went back home. And then when he came back, they were ready to because they were alive, and they said, why didn't you do what is usually done? Why did he let us off so lightly? The reason he let them off so lightly because he wanted all of them to build an army to go up against Persia. Does that make sense? So the divisions between the Africa, the motherland, then there's a diaspora, which are Africans that are away from the motherland, and they're living in Europe and different parts of the world and all over the place, and so they have their own descendants, but they're not the same as the slave. They're enslaved descendants.
Let me ask you this question.
There's three groups there.
Hold on. Let me ask you this question.
Good.
My father's a descendant of the slaves, and my mum's 100% African. Where do I stand?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Okay. Yes. So the descendants of slaves. I'm saying that the blood stock of the descendants of slaves, they have something in them. It's basically they have a kind of power that is. I have to watch for words. Yes, they have something that will enable them to do what everybody else of the African diaspora cannot do. That's a stance.
I get it. I get what you mean.
They're the only ones who are. They're the only ones that can do what needs to be done. I'm sorry. The descendants of slaves are the only ones that can do what needs to be done.
Hold on. Now,
I like that.
You create a form of an understanding, right? Now, I can tell you one person, that is of a descendant of slavery and a descendant of the African, which now they're making more moves than an individual person that is a slave from the African diaspora.
Yeah. And they're making more moves to do what? What are they doing?
That's something I can't really say. But
my man.
Yeah, no, I don't want the details. No. I don't want the details of what they're actually doing. I just want the overall.
Listen carefully. If we're building an empire, like how the Americans had to find to them ways to coming together to fighting against so-called Germany, they came as a collective.
Yes.
So why don't we come as a collective to build an empire, right? And then you can say, you know what? I want to build my empire within this empire.
Okay, beautiful. I had got that. Why? That's the question. It goes back to what I said in the beginning of the discussion. identity first.
An empire is
Nothing.
identity, though. Like, so that's the thing, right? Is you like, so within an empirical concept, like, so I rep the concept of an empire, right? The Moorish Empire, right? Like, so within that concept, you can have your own nation underneath that. You know what I'm saying? Like, even with Rome,
Correct.
you know what I'm saying? You can have your own nation within the empire and tribe within the nation.
Yes, that's right.
Okay,
So,
before we go there, why do you think the Moroccans couldn't get into West Africa?
At what time period?
What protected West Africa?
At what time period are you talking about?
We're talking and even in the times of the Moorish period, till let's say the 1800s, 1800s. What protected them before the Moroccans? What did the Moroccans have to do?
Oh, the environment, the mosquitoes and stuff like that.
No, it's got nothing to do with mosquitoes. Because there was one big empire that was able to protect him the rest of West Africa. What empire was that?
The Dahomey. No. Oya? No.
The Songhai Empire. The reason why they could never penetrate into Nigeria, Ghana, all these other tribes was because the first of all, the Moroccans had to go through the Berbers, then they had to go through the Songhai Empire. And then
Okay, that's why I asked you what time period, because you're talking about Moroccans that aren't Berbers. Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying, right?
So looking at the overall, the mother hub was Mali Timbuktu. This is where all the African people traded. So it was protected by the Songhai Empire.
Okay.
The Moroccans could not infiltrate into that. So they needed to create an alliance with somebody so that they're able to come back when that Songhai Empire was weak for them to able to infiltrate.
So how did the Songhai Empire become weak then? How did it infiltrate?
The one thing that exposed them was one man showing off his gold.
Oh, there, hold that point there. Bling. So it's just like showing off his gold. So why would you want to take your gold? There's loads of mines, and you got the beautiful. Why travel around throwing it all over the place, causing other places to sink, and then you think they're going to love you? That's the T'Challa. That's the T'Challa spirit. You need a Killmonger just to drop some whatever's necessary.
Well, everyone keeps thinking though. But one second though. The one misconception I think people have about the diaspora is that we're all like Killmonger. In all reality, because we've been taught about Sankofa and all that, I think we're more M'Baku than just Killmonger. I think we're a mixture of both. Like M'Baku.
But the Killmonger comes out the diaspora, is what he's saying.
Yeah,
but no, I mean, you know.
But what you got to understand is, regardless of which one is which, we're under one roof. Let's work and do what we need to do.
What's the name of that roof? What is the name of the roof?
No, facts. Because if we don't, here's the thing: if we don't, like, and some of us build and the other ones don't, it's gonna be like with Hannibal and whatnot, the Punic Wars or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? To where, like, at that juncture, like when they're taking on Rome and whatnot, you have the Barcid family who built up their own wealth. You got Carthage that's popping off, and you got the Barcid family popping off in Spain. They're getting all kind of money with silver and tin, all kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
And so when they take on Rome, like, you man Hannibal he goes all the way around the Mediterranean, and everywhere he goes, he's picking up people from different nations, and he's telling them, you know what, you do what you specialize in. You know what I'm saying? You do what you do best. And so your man operates at a 90, nobody's dying when he fights.
Right, that's right.
No one's dying,
and that's why they want you to join.
Elephants through the Alps and all kind of, like, cool. Yes. But he brings Rome to their knees and whatnot, and he doesn't kill them off, cool, whatever, you know what I'm saying? But how do they fall off? They fall off.
Are you more agreeing with Mr.
Let me finish the statement real quick. How do they fall off? They fall off by the Numidians, right? It's like the Numidians sell them out to the Romans and whatnot. The Numidians are in between Carthage and Spain, right? So they're watching. Right. They're sitting the whole time watching this wealth of Carthage built up, right? And they feel like, man, like
Yes.
we could have had that. You know what I'm saying? We've been
Yeah,
stuck
that's
on it.
right,
We could have
yeah.
had that. And Rome was
Right.
like, hey man, you know, if you let us come through, you know,
Yeah,
we'll give you their spot.
Yes, that's
You
right.
know what
But
I'm saying?
not
And then
realizing
Rome came through like,
that
you know,
Rome-
we're not gonna give you their spot. Damn that.
Exactly. We're gonna wipe the whole lot of it. You're all darkins, whatever. Wipe them all out. That's
Yeah.
right. That's right. So that's the trick, and that trick's been working for thousands and thousands. It's the same trick.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's why Terry's right in the sense that's why Terry's right in the sense we got to come up together, right? Because if we
But
don't,
Hannibal was unique.
Hold on this for a second. Now, if you create that form of the African Killmonger diaspora, right? What would you think the Europeans would do?
But that's the thing about Killmonger. He knows them inside out. He knows before they move. Because he
Now,
knows.
hold on. What will happen? Listen, then the European will say to himself, okay, if they having their little squabble, you see them African diaspora Killmongers, you know what? We'll give them reparations.
That's not going to trick the Killmonger type. Because they've had all the tricks. They've been there.
No, I've seen to trick some of them. Like, but here's the thing. Like, so like, there's ones of us that are very comfortable. So the main trick that we get from the West is you can be one of us too.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's
I'll
that.
give you the land. I'll give you some money. You can chill out, and when we need you, you can come back.
That's right. Like even during the
So
even during
are we the
slavery.
Numidians or are we the Carthaginians? You know what I'm saying?
Right. But do you think that somebody the Romans could have spoken to Hannibal and said, look, we're gonna give you some money. You know, you're a great battler. You know, why don't you join us? We'll give you something. Do you think you could have said that to Hannibal? You think the Romans could have talked to Hannibal like that?
No, but see, right. Hannibal's father made Hannibal take a blood oath. No, you're going against the Romans to the death, son.
That's true.
Exactly. So Hannibal's of a different class altogether. You can't mess with him. Sorry?
So then we're moving to death as one family because we're all intertwined and interconnected.
Right.
So
And
we're
that's
not
why I agree
segregated.
1000%.
So once we're all together in what we need to do, F the other people, let's build our empire and let's finish what we need to do. Done.
Right.
Period. But when we start to grovel in what this and I want that and because I'm better than this one, it doesn't matter who's
Nobody's
good.
better than nobody. That's the whole point.
Exactly.
The issue is like, so what position can we all play on the field right now?
Yeah.
Right. That's right. And we've got to agree that we've got to play to our strengths. Yes.
Yeah, but we just got to be cool with it. Like, so we got to so friends. Let's say this was a track meet, right? We already know, like, okay, the fastest people are going to be from West Africa, Jamaica, and America, right? Like, so you know what I'm saying? My East African homies, y'all got the long distance one on that one. You know what I'm saying? We're not going to fight over. You know what I'm saying? Let's not front.
That's right.
Let's not front.
That's the attitude, man.
You know
That's
what?
the attitude.
I'm gonna go to West Africa. I'm gonna go to West Africa to get my wrestlers and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? And my top people, all of you. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
As you know,
and not play.
As you know,
that's
as
right.
You know,
you got it, man.
The power we have, as I said, if Asia are replicators, Europe is middlemen, Africa's got the resources. African diaspora are who out of them all? They're every single one of them.
No, that's what I'm
African
saying.
diaspora can be a middleman. African diaspora can be a replicator. African diaspora can able to get the resources.
But we're sitting on our hands right now.
So
why don't we have a diaspora bank right now?
Yeah, so if we have the bank, Africa has the resources, who can touch us?
Exactly.
Now you're
That's
starting to
the whole
think.
point.
Yeah, I like the way you're thinking. But it's still slightly finer, more difficult. There's Africa and the African diaspora, but the diaspora has to be its strengths and weaknesses, and the different groups within the diaspora have to be organized. It's not just the diaspora.
Wait. But to your point,
No.
National.
Yeah.
To your point, this is where I think the African diaspora become very important to us because the reintegration tool of like, you know, the whole what does it mean? Like I'm not gonna lie, learning that I'm Yoruba, it was Yoruba here that I had my neighbors, the people I do business with, that kind of, you know, integrated me into like, okay, taking that Western mindset, but then finding that African ground to it. You know what I mean?
Yes,
so I think that like the one thing the African diaspora could do to the, you know, the Caribbean or the ones in the, or us in the Americas is say, keep your anger, keep your rage, but here's your end goal. Like they can kind of like, you know, direct that flame rather than us just being like a wildfire in a dry field.
Yes, very good point, Brad. Yes, that's right. You see, so you're starting to understand, but even the way we're thinking and talking, we're starting to size each other up. Whilst before just talking, we starting to look at us more in a more detailed fashion. Just like a military. You say, well, you know, these people can do the Navy, these people can do the Army, this will be good for the Air Force, and then within the Air Force is different divisions. So you're starting to size up. That's what they do, don't they?
Oh, then why
when they're building an army?
Why, instead of making a segregation, why don't we just see ourselves as family?
You can't keep just throwing this family. It doesn't. We've gone beyond that now. Yeah, we're all family. Yeah. Okay, right. Put that to one side. Now we know we're all family. Right. What's to be done now? How are we gonna organize ourselves?
Hold on. Families marry into families, don't they?
Yes.
So there's always a doctor. There's always somebody that is good in whatever they do as a form of family. So I'm not going to shun off my family. But if I am a Muslim or a Christian, there is a possibility that we're going to be able to shun each other off.
Yeah.
Because we have conflict of interest.
Yeah.
So the ones that like be like that, I feel like are going to want to stay within the system that we're in now, and not want to separate from it. You know what I'm saying?
Like in Nigeria, I'll give you an example. In Nigeria, it's only the Yorubas that have Christianity and Islam. Why?
I don't know.
Because aren't we like a very inclusive group?
The culture is about family. I don't care what you are.
Like if you contribute, you're welcome. If you don't, you're banished.
Yes, but we're not talking social. We're not talking social here.
The reason why I'm talking that, it makes things easier.
No,
because we've already created blockages, within a system of, this one's light skin, that one's dark skin, this one's Muslim, this one's Christian, this one's a Moor, this one's this one, and we're creating conflicts amongst themselves, division.
Yes, but one army, a single army has lots of divisions, but they're an army.
Right. This is why I touched on the Hannibal thing, where he's like, all you men do what you do best, right? Hannibal didn't go try to change the country he was joining with. He didn't try to say, you know what, practice a little. Don't do this. Like, no. He's like, do what you do best, and when we do that together, we'll be the best of what we do.
Yeah, but that's why I'm not going to use divisions. I want to use departments.
Oh, right, okay. We're using a different word then. I'll accept that. We can change the word with departments. Yeah, okay. I like that. That kind of has a nice softer tone to it. I like that. Yeah. Maybe I'm a bit too hard, man. Yeah, but I like that. Yeah, department. Yeah.
No, but that's basically what Hannibal did. He's all right, cool. Are you the best archers in the game? You run the archer department. Cool.
Yeah.
You're the best horseman in the game. Okay, you run the cavalry department. Great.
Yes. Okay, that's a nice softer word.
I want my track coach to be Jamaican. You understand what I'm
saying? Yeah. And can I say this as well, to add this to it? Once you're clear in your identity and you're sharp in your purpose, right? Then you can then allies will arrive who are not of your identity, but they can work with you. And they can only work with you effectively because they know who you are, what your intentions are, and so they decide to join you. And they maintain. When I say join, I shouldn't say join. Work with you because there's a common goal, so they become allies, and then they hope when the war is won, then they'll run off and go and do their own thing, and then you go off.
Well,
You
who
said
we
you
got?
said a trigger word for me. You said ally.
Hold
You know
on.
what I'm saying?
Who
Is
is
that a good word or a bad word? How would you see that?
That's a
The-
trigger word. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Sorry?
Depending on who they are and what is their goals. So far as I'm concerned,
You're right though. It's just a hard one for me to swallow. You're right though. I can't complain. You're right. It's
Look,
just a
what
trigger
happened to
word for me.
Hannibal? Orthodox Moor. What happened to Hannibal? Hannibal, when he had his own army, they were all tight. He had everything he needed.
Yeah.
He started traveling through the Alps, and then the weather and all kinds of things were bad, and then plus the people, when they saw him coming through, other tribes or other groups, they started to attack Hannibal and
They
mess him
started
up.
joining him too, though. They were joining him everywhere he went.
No. Let's slow down. Let me slow down. They started to attack Hannibal. So by the time he ended up outside, coming to the other side of the Alps, he lost nearly half his troops. Yes, and so he's arriving in Rome with a depleted army. And so he said, "Look, we've just come out of this mess. Lost half my men. I'm gonna have to win something." And so, then, as soon as he
Comes
won
out
the
the
first
Alps
battle,
doing work though, bro.
Sorry?
They come out the Alps doing work though. Like I'm saying, like they like so. The issue was when he got to Rome, right? He lost the faith of his men because he didn't sack Rome, right?
No.
He had the ability to sack
that.
Rome. He was like he's like, you know what? He
No,
treated him
no.
like a gentleman, right?
Hold on. You're too far ahead.
Okay.
I'm talking about when Hannibal
In between
only
the
just
Alps and the
finished.
swamps. I got you.
Yeah, exactly. No,
I got you.
not there. He's not there yet. Not there.
That's what
that
in between
area.
the
I'm
Alps and
saying
swamps.
he's
Okay.
just got out of the mountains,
Right.
of the Alps.
Mm-hmm.
He hasn't even. It hasn't started yet. I understand what you're talking about, but this is I'm going way back even earlier.
I got you. Okay.
It's only just come out. It's just arrived.
Hold on, let me ask you a question.
And he lost. Hold it. I've got to finish this point. So he lost people on just getting there. They haven't even started the war yet. You know, but the people kept messing up his people on the mountain passes. He hadn't arrived in Rome yet, and the people there were people trying to mess him up, and they were throwing rocks down on his army and his supplies and his elephants.
That's lack.
Sorry,
but that's half of lack of information. That's
right.
half of lack of information.
Exactly.
But
So that's
hold on. What gave Hannibal his drive?
Right. He had a clear identity, and his mission was clear from the beginning.
It was a clear us them thing.
So
for
where
real.
did that drive? Where did he get that drive from?
He got it from Pops. He didn't in the cult. He didn't have it as much as Dad did, but like he got it from Dad.
He stood on his father's principles.
Yes. Okay. That's right. Principles come from identity, isn't it? You're part of something, and you take the principles. It's all encapsulated in identity. That
Exactly. So if we're creating our principles of order, yes,
right.
No matter who you are, where you're coming from within the African diaspora,
right.
Everyone knows that, okay, this is the principles that we have to follow, and this is the principles we've agreed upon. What's the problem?
No issue, because there's common culture and custom amongst all of us.
Right. Good. That's good. That means that's just a basic. That means you got your army in order. But I'm saying once your army is in order, then the march begins. The travel, and you can lose half your army just in the journey to the beginning of the battle. That you can get on the bus. You don't really get in trouble with the bus.
I don't really see that happen in this situation, though. You know what I'm saying?
Sorry? What'd you say? What's that?
I don't see that really happening in this situation, though, because again,
no.
when we're talking about developing a monetary system or whatnot or anything like that, like it's
the same principle. It's the same principle.
What I'm trying to explain, what I was trying to explain is what he's saying is he's using the Killmonger and what's his name? T'Challa, yeah? But T'Challa is the African boy, Killmonger is the American boy. But the African diaspora, which one is it?
Now, Killmonger is a descendant of slaves.
No, it's the African diaspora.
Yeah,
No,
because his father was the prince.
Yeah,
The
I'll take that.
diaspora is not enough. It is there's splits in diaspora.
He wasn't a slave.
His father was the brother of the king. Yeah, it was his mother that was the descendant of the slave.
Oh my God. Exactly. And that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Who? Say again. Say that again.
So
no. Killmonger's mother was the descendant of a slave. His father was the king of Wakanda's brother.
Right. So that's the same. That all the descent, all the Caribbean, the South America, all the slaves, all of them have royal blood in there, of the tribes that were defeated one way or the other. So you should all mix.
But you're not getting it. Yes, but you're not getting it. What I'm saying is that Killmonger himself is half and half.
With it, hello, Mr. Riggs. Or I can call you Killmonger, can I? You're it. You're the essence then, because as you said before.
But what I'm trying to explain to you is that there's two parts. There's the Killmonger and the King's son, T'Challa. Yeah.
In
now,
one.
The African diaspora. African diaspora is the Killmonger side. Yeah. The African people on land is T'Challa. Now we have to unify them brothers, because they used to unify them two cousins to make it a better place.
100%, because they should have never been fighting. I couldn't support the movie because of the whole concept.
You see that film to create division.
That's what I don't like about the ADOS movement. I'm like, yo, y'all tripping way too much. Y'all doing too much. Like,
yeah. So, but how? The healing of that division, right? So I accept what you're saying, right? But it's not that the if you want to break the division and create unity, what is the basis of that unity?
The basis of that unity is that Africans have got the source and we have the knowledge.
Yeah,
that's an insult. That's where the fight's gonna come in.
Yeah, that sounds like Liberia right there. That sounded like Liberia right there.
Thank you. I was at Liberia. You got it, man. You got it. That's where the
reason why Liberia was in its situation was because the people that went to Liberia or Sierra Leone was that they still had the European concept. So now they brought the European concept on the traditional people, which they didn't understand or want to even embrace the European concept because they had their own ideology. So now you're coming to suppress them. But one thing you understand about African people is that they will still trade regardless of the situation, because that's what we do. We trade, no matter who you are.
We got resources on both sides, and we got to understand what that is. So we got knowledge and resources on both sides.
Yes, but trade is not enough, because you can't just say trade. Trade is not enough, because you could not trade with Hannibal. He's coming to take out Rome. There's nothing to trade.
No. But for Hannibal to go to war, that means trade must have been successful. Yes.
Oh yeah. Trade was
Carthage was Carthage was on top of trade. They were running the whole Mediterranean on that level.
Think about it. So think about it. They have funding to pay the army and the forces.
Facts.
Yes.
Yeah, you could afford it to screw wrong because you can rock with Carthage. Yeah, 100%.
So on the basis of that, you still need collateral or some source to able to make you maneuver to what you need to do.
Right.
Beautiful. Good. But can I say this? You made a good point, Mr. Riggs. But what I'm saying now is when you're out on the road, you have to just live off the land. When you're out, when the battle, it's great if you can get supplies from home. Because that's because many people, many of the Carthaginians were trying to send ships to support Hannibal, and then the people, those that were trying to support Hannibal, they couldn't handle because the Romans got the Greek ship skills. They got people that were good at ships and navigation, and they got the Greeks. The Romans got the Greeks to the specialists. People to come
the
and
Phoenicians
help
were
them.
better though.
Sorry?
The Phoenicians were better though.
Yeah, but they lost, and Rome took all their ships, and all those ships were the support ships for Hannibal. So he didn't get any supplies from the homeland, and they were loaded with food and weapons, everything that he needed, but they could not manage to beat. They just lost the ships. They lost the ships. So the people that were in control of the ships weren't as good as Hannibal. If you had a Hannibal of the sea and a Hannibal of the land, then that would have been it.
It still didn't matter though, because like
they were too cowardly.
He still got to the gates of Rome, and he they were still messed. Like he basically had him on the chopping block. He just didn't chop the head off. That's all that was. He still got to the gates of Rome.
Yes, but he didn't get his supplies. Yes, but he had to. He did it the rough way. There was no supplies coming from home, so you got to be prepared. And part of the weakness. I don't want to go into the details, but part of the weakness was that a lot of them. It's true what Mr. Riggs is saying, that you need the wealth and the supplies and trade, but it was a trading block that were almost against Hannibal. That were against Hannibal. Say, look, there's no need to fight Rome. If we talk to Rome, we could trade. We must be able to split up we must be able to split up the Mediterranean between us. Come on, let's trade. We love trade,
Hence, they're part of the sellout crew. I'm with that.
Thank you. And then Rome just said, "Oh yes."
And this is where Hannibal. When Hannibal got to Rome, he had a choice.
All those traders. Rome wiped them all out.
Because when he didn't have the supplies, right, he had the choice of, okay, I can just sack Rome and take their supplies, right?
And
or he didn't take Rome though. You know what I'm saying? Like so the issue is like he had the option. Like at that point, he had two options only: either you take Rome and make it part of the Carthaginian Empire.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Because because at that juncture, there's no just sacking it and then giving it back to him. Either you sack it and take the damn thing.
Yes, and you can't sack it and take it if you got no support from home, because the people.
No, he couldn't. No, so this is where his troops got pissed, because they're like, no, we could have took Rome, and you could have just used their supplies.
Of course they could.
No, but that's what their issue was.
Yes, if Hannibal wasn't dealing with the traders who
he was too civilized. He thought that they would submit because he recognized that they got beat like handily militarily. Like they got
right.
They got smacked up.
So amazing! I can't believe it. I've been studying.
He thought that they would know their place, and they were like, "Nah, bro. Like we can't let a threat like that live."
It's the same old thing, and I think that's part of the curse of Ham, going way, way, way back. These Africans, they have to be crushed. That's it, because they're a subspecies, and that's how Rome was looking at it.
No,
no. And they were saying there was a saying, I can't remember the name of the guy. He was saying when they used to greet each other in the morning,
good morning, yeah,
Carthage must be burned. Yeah, Carthage was
good day, Roman citizen, Carthage must fall.
Exactly. So it's not about trade. They've already decided.
It was not. No, I'm with you. And their mindset is like that German homie we was talking to earlier, right?
Yeah.
It ain't gonna be nothing rational. It's just you just got to go down, because bottom line,
that's right.
It's us against you.
Exactly, because it's not trade. It's beyond trade.
Right.
Yeah. So how are you going to make the rest accept that what you just said?
Yeah, but what you're not understanding, when I say trade.
Sorry?
I'm talking in forms of collateral, in forms of able to feed in your army, in forms of able to survive.
Yes.
So if you're not trading at home and you don't have nothing, then your army has nothing. Your army will starve.
No.
Now
they didn't.
Yes.
They didn't. They had nothing coming from home.
Yes, exactly. They had
And they
nothing
didn't
from
starve.
home. So, but they did starve in the end.
No, and they starved when they got home because of the traders were too weak.
Exactly. If the traders weren't
Hannibal
weak,
died in Africa.
Yes. What did Rome do after? They said, then this is never going to happen again. So what did they do? They did exactly what Hannibal did and went to Carthage and took over.
Exactly. But Hannibal knew that was going to happen. But the traders, you have to try and convince the traders, and they're not listening. They say, look, all this war business is no good. There's no, stop the fighting, will you?
Right, because it was easier for them to say that when he didn't sack Rome, though, too. They were like, look, bro, you just stirred up the hornet's nest and left. What's going on?
Exactly. But he was smart. I think he was smart not to attack Rome because his brothers or his family back home, they should have been there ready coming on from the other side. They should have been coming from the sea. But he had no backup. So what else could he do? He's not stupid.
Hannibal's father was turning in his grave, son.
Of course.
Hannibal's father was like, no, you take Rome, homie. Sack that joint. At the cost of your own life, you sack that joint.
Yeah.
And that's because he was so adamant into that lifestyle that he wanted to conquer Rome so badly.
He knew his enemy too. He knew what Rome could have. Like, so he was trying to snuff out Rome before Rome became Rome.
Thank you.
Rome didn't become Rome until after it took out Carthage. People don't really get that in history.
Exactly.
Like that was its thing. Like, and they took over the Mediterranean because Carthage was running the Mediterranean, and Rome took that over. All anyway. It breaks like that one story breaks my heart just because like like that's like, so to me, that's our failing in the banking situation or whatever you try to build or whatnot. It's not that we don't recognize the purpose of being together, whatnot, is we underestimate the lack of morality of some of our potential enemies, not all of them, but some of them. Because some people are just ruthless. Some people just don't care, and so you got to have that. You got to have the I don't care contingency.
Hey, thank you. And plus, I think it's you actually made me think of something there. Orthodox more is that going back to what we were talking about protection and banking for the Black community. You see, the founders. Or the forefathers of the Black people, the descendants of slaves that set up the first banks, right? They're a bit more like Hannibal. You know, they knew what they had to do and what the real competition was. But they're setting up the bank because Black people had to be looked after. But in a few years down the line, a few generations down the line, people forget what the Black Bank is. They think Black Bank, Black Bank, Red Bank, Green Bank, Yellow Bank, White Bank. Well, it's all the same. We're all banks. And then the white supremacists say, yeah, we're all banks. Can I have some shares in your bank? Yeah. Can I have some shares in your bank? Yeah. And then just wipe your bank off the map. That's why there's none today. Because they think it's just trade. Banks is for trade, of course. But they don't understand the deeper values and the deeper meaning of the bank. So you think you can put shareholders from here, there, and everywhere in your bank? That's what.
Hold on. And in effect, that's what Hannibal did, though. He got shareholders from around the Mediterranean to help him fight Rome, right? The issue was like so. No. Stakeholders, not shareholders.
I got you. They had a stake in Hannibal's victory.
But but they were also doing trade with Carthage as well. Like, so in Carthage, like I'm saying, like monetarily, like
See, this is very subtle gray.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, so, like,
you got to cut it. You got to cut it. You got to make it clear, or otherwise you'll be wiped out. Because the trade is not the be all and end all.
No, I agree. No, that's what I'm saying. Like, so
and they don't understand. Yes, but people, they don't understand.
So Hannibal thought that he had the superior model, right? And that in competition, people would choose to do business with him over Rome. Long story short, you know what I'm saying?
Exactly. And to amplify it, because of Hannibal's success, right? All the areas that Rome was dominating, they started to rebel. They just heard that. Wait a minute.
Yeah, but that Camelot Shining City on a Hill shit don't work. Like, so, like, that. So Hannibal thought he was gonna get like, so he thought he was like superior in morals and all type of stuff where people just recognize, okay, we're better than Rome, right? But no, that whole Camelot Shining City on the Hill shit, it don't work. Like, you gotta like. People aren't going to look up to you and then just submit because you're more superior in morality. Nah, you got like, there's some people who don't care about morality.
Okay, I accept that. But Rome's empire started to crumble just because of Hannibal's successes.
Agreed, 100%.
That's it. It's amazing. See, and he's not even fighting. He doesn't have to fight there. He doesn't have to fight. All he has to do is be clear about his identity, clear about who his people are, clear about what his purpose is.
He did have to fight. So this is why the Numidians sold them out, though. Is because they fought, like you said, right? They got to the Alps, they lost people, etc., whatnot. So you have people taking losses, right? And then once he gets to Rome, everyone's assuming that they're going to sack Rome, and then he says, "No, we're going to go home," right? Like, so he loses the faith of a lot of people because they understand he's a military leader like par excellence, right? They know that, like, okay, this dude is the dude.
Yeah, but that would have been suicide. Hannibal
wouldn't. How? He committed suicide.
Oh, well, this is a trick. It's a big debate. This is a big debate. But I would have thought, I would expect backing from the homeland. Just like if we just break down today, day to day, you know. You go for a job.
He was supposed to go lick down the Romans and then go lick down the Numidians and call it a day.
Hold it.
He was supposed to go lick one man down and go lick down the next man for not getting down.
but you see, I'm trying to say that what it is, sometimes you need to be sure that you have backing. He had backing, but was the homeland in order?
Yes, and no.
What? Well, they lost their ships to Rome.
I don't.
I mean, but the same thing is like when if you go for a job. I'm trying to break down to day to day. So you go for your first job as a black guy.
If you took a poll in all of the Mediterranean as to whether or not they thought that Hannibal was going to sack Rome once he got to the gates, right? Everyone would the poll would have been like majority, yeah, he's going to sack that joint. When he didn't, they were all like, huh?
Yeah, because he's not an idiot. There must have been a very good reason. Must have been. Come on, he must have had a very, very good reason. What it is, I don't know.
He said the same thing you said. I think we can just do peaceful trade.
Are you telling me Hannibal said? What did he say?
Bro, go check it out. Bro, they did not. He thought they could come to terms and have like some kind of peace. That's why he did not sack it. Like he only had two options at this juncture, and he decided to try to strike a peace with them. You know what I'm saying? And like in mercy, like he thought like it was like I'll offer you something. You know what I'm saying? Not like he took something from me. He offered like no. Like we obviously could have squashed you. Like so back in the day, right? There's a concept of like a humiliating loss, right? So like you're humiliated to the point where like it's understood that you know what I'm saying, you're gonna just submit to us and trade. Like we could have just wiped you out. He gave him one of them kind of honorable losses and whatnot, and they were like, oh, we'll take that and just right up your back with that joint. That's all they did, bro. He messed up. He thought he had too much prestige. He got caught up in his own story. That's what I'm saying.
Possibly, but I doubt it.
His father was the generation you're talking about. Where like they're like never again. His father. That's why his father like, no, you take the blood oath, doc. You know what I'm saying? Like he didn't fulfill the oath. That was the whole issue. He was like, hey, maybe we could do a little bit extra. Nah, he was supposed to go lick down the Romans and then go lick down the Numidians and call it a day.
And lick down the Numidians as well,
bro. They licked him down, like, bro. He committed suicide. Like, I ain't gonna let you kill me. Like, come on, bro. Like, bro. Like, they were the ones who did him in.
Okay, to put it in today's language, so that maybe some people didn't study don't look into war. In today's language, how would you put it in day-to-day activities?
So,
I was thinking. Go on.
So just in basic tactics. So he was running out of supplies, like you're talking about, right? Rome had everything he needed in terms of like supply line. He didn't want to occupy Rome. That was the issue. He didn't want to be that guy. He wasn't trying to be like some foreign ruler dude, because you would have to occupy Rome and made it a Carthaginian satellite, right? He wasn't trying to do all that.
You think he could have done that by himself?
He would have had to commit with the. Here's what I'm saying. He would have had to commit with the forces he had to being that governing force there, and he didn't want to do that. He could have done it, and they were.
Are you sure? No, I don't think that could happen. You think he could have done that without backing?
He takes out the Roman army which ain't shit to him. What do they do then? What do they do? His men were like, let's just go. We've been knocking them down. Can we go knock down the rest, please? He was like, no, we're good. We're good. They were like, what? What are you talking about? All he had to go do was just go knock the rest down. We're the only army in town. Thank you very much. You know what I'm saying? And it's a proper, like, this is ours now. Not like it. And the cold part is not like it wasn't not like it wasn't Phoenician before it was Roman, but that's a whole nother conversation.
Right. Yeah, that's right.
But here's all I'm saying, right? It's like so I agree with Terry in the sense where we got to make the diaspora and the continent work together in peace and esteem together, right? Like so where there's the natural resources in the continent and whatnot, we have the financial resources outside of the continent, and we got to do like every other nation does when somebody leaves their country and comes to America, they take the money from here and send it back home.
Okay. Let me throw this out. Let's see what anybody has to say about this. This just came to me as a result. We were thinking as we were talking. I'm thinking, and this idea just came to me. So, what if I was to say to you, the issue of claiming reparations is like the war issue. And then the other side of just trade, not war, but trade, is like, oh, forget reparations. Let's just get over it. Let's just do trade. So I'm saying that you got one black faction will say, oh, let's just get over it and let's get into business. And forget what happened, slavery. Forget all these reparations. You're not going to get it because you're starting up a load of trouble. Basically, the word reparations is another word for war of some kind. And the other faction will be saying, yes, no, we've got to fight for reparations. So for me,
national.
Yeah.
I want to. Sorry for cutting.
Go on then.
You all, but
hello.
He cut you off when I'm mute.
For reparations, right?
Sorry.
And I agree with that.
Start again.
A lot of us that come to diaspora,
sorry. Your voice. Hold it.
Colonies, which is America, Jamaica,
right?
Trinidad,
yeah.
All those colonies that we would. I said. When we
no, we're missing what you're saying. I can't hear you. No. Start again. And
do you hear me, National, or is it? Or
now? Start from the beginning right now, because you were cutting off. Cutting off. So I want to hear what you have to say. Start again. All right.
I was
Okay.
gonna go.
Yes. Yeah. So I'm saying those who want to go for reparations are like the Hannibals of Africa, and those who say, "Oh, forget reparations, let's just do trade," they're the traders, and they're the ones who don't realize that the getting of reparations will capture. I don't know what it's not just the money, because then the traders will say, "Oh, it's just money, reparations. We don't need it. It's money." No, the battle for reparations has a certain charge on it. It has a certain flavor. It's not just about the money. It has because if you just go for trade, you'll be wiped out, just like what Rome did to Carthage. All the traders there thought we can trade. No. The battle has to happen over reparations. Has to be done. The reparations war has to be won, or else trade will not be sustained. Cannot be sustained. That's the statement. Anybody disagree with that?
I only agree in the sense that the only way reparations could be successful is if we unify to a greater extent than what we currently are, and that unification in and of itself, not the reparations, but the unification would pay the dividends that you're talking about. I personally don't like. So for me, like, I don't worry about the reparations concept because I'm watching the West go down. So for me, the likelihood of getting that money is not that big. However, I don't discourage the fight. And I'm of the sense to where, like, I'm trying to come up with the contingency plans for just in case we don't get it. You know what I'm saying?
No, okay. I'm going to throw this out. Let's see who comes back against me. I'm saying, if you do not win the reparations fight, this is the statement. If you do not win the reparations fight as a principle, not as a quantity, as a quality, trade can never be sustained. It's not. Well, if we don't get reparations, no. If you don't get reparations, finished. We're finished.
So break that down for me.
Okay.
Why is that?
Because the battle for reparations will set. To win the battle of reparations will give Africans of the diaspora, blacks, value. It's a kind of value that is not related to trade. It's just like a self value. It's I can't even. I'm got words. Can't really had this.
No, I got you. It's a cause to play for. I got you.
It's more than that. That is the cause, because that's the head on. That's like Carthage and Rome. The issue of reparations, because what it is, reparations is more than just the money. What it is, it's not. It's more than the West itself. Because the banking oligarchy, they'll waste America and then move somewhere else. So if you think about getting reparations from America or this or that, no, it won't work like that, because this is a separate entity. For example, when Barings Bank was going bust or went bust, another bank. ING bought the bank. So therefore, and so the records that Barings holds that we haven't seen about the enslavement and the trafficking and the insurance and the whole history of our experience is in those archives.
So break down.
Bank went down. Sorry?
No, break down real quick what you think, or let me say this, whom you're trying to collect away reparations from.
Beautiful. Right. I'm saying the reparations had to be collected from the banking oligarchy, who are the true power of the world, and they'll trash America and they'll move on. Just like in the old days when Rome was falling, the rich just jumped on their yachts and then went somewhere else. So if you just focus on Rome,
do you leave Rome out or no?
No, these people are above nations. They're the ones. The reparations war.
Who gave the order? Like, so who started the whole thing? In terms of
same
like
entity. It's the same people. It's the same entity.
So Rome put out
oligarchy.
them papal bulls, right? Starting the slave trade.
Oh, right. Oh, I understand from the angle you're saying. Yes. Okay. But either way it goes.
I'm trying to figure out like what like are you trying to get like the Spanish, the Portuguese, the English, Dutch, the American, like what's going on?
All of them, and more.
Are you trying to get Ghana in there too? What's going on?
Everything.
Hey, national. Now, national. Like, I got cut off my connection. I don't know my connection on my thing. But what I was saying was about reparations. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna be honest about it. Like, we've been fighting for reparations for a long time. And at the end of the day, I don't think we're gonna ever get it unless we go to the UN. You know what I mean? Because if we really look at it,
slow down. What did you say?
I said, what I'm saying is, if we go to the UN, which is who owes us, the world, all these countries that we were in colonies as slaves and enslaved, when we talk about Jamaica or the West Indies and America,
South America,
South America, all these colonies that was British, French, you name them, these countries owe us reparations. So at the end of the day, if we just look at it from a state level, look at what America owes us in America, no, we got to look at it internationally, what all these countries owe us internationally with reparations. That's the way. That's why when I have this conversation with people when it comes to the ADOS movement, I don't agree with them, because you cannot talk about a country, America, just owe you reparations when the whole doggone, we all come from the African diaspora. So if we come from the African diaspora, we come from West Africa, where we all was, where the transatlantic slave trade comes from, and basically we go into all these places, Jamaica and Trinidad and Grenada, and then America, and then when we go to America, then you got the UK. You got to look at it that these places owe us money.
Right.
They owe us money.
Right, but hold up point there. Go on.
Yeah, so what we have to do and what we have to look at it, if we don't go to the UN and tell them, listen, you owe us African Americans money, then I don't know what to say.
All right. Okay. So to address that point, yes, you're perfectly right, but the target is cannot be named. It's not the United Nations. The United Nations is just a tool of the banking oligarchy. So all the reparations from all these nations and all these places, the central hub, just like that's like Rome itself, is the banking oligarchy. So rather than go try once you head there for the banking oligarchy, it's like dominoes. The reparations will fly from Italy, Spain, wherever, Brazil, Caribbean, all of CARICOM, wherever. Rather than focusing on all these different places, you just got to focus on the real power. And the real power is that banking oligarchy. And if you start focusing on countries, they'll just keep moving because they have the records. The banks have the records, and in the records, in each bank, Lloyd's, Barclays, if you get a chance to read those archives, which is the battle, the reparations battle, is to read those archives, and then those archives will start to uncover the evidences. And the
I'm gonna be honest. Slavery was a billion, maybe $1 trillion business.
Yeah.
For these Europeans. Okay, these our ancestors was basically making no money You hear what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
these slave masters, these Europeans, that's getting trillions off of what black people done built.
Yeah,
We built all these institutions.
Of course. So
Off
they've
of
got to be
our
dealt with.
backs, and they make trillions of dollars off of black backs, man.
Yes.
This is what people don't understand.
That's right. That's right. So the reparations fight has to happen.
Yeah.
There's no way. So anybody who comes to me, you know, if you're opposite, if you disagree with me, then I like to hear what you've got to say. But I'm saying,
here's what I'm saying: like, you can't do it by itself. It's got to be, if you're gonna do the reparations, then you have to do it along with building your own stuff simultaneously. Because if not,
correct.
If not,
Correct.
you're gonna get strung out, and they're gonna understand. Oh, you got no money. We can just not pay you for as long as we can hold out for. You know what I'm saying?
Let me throw this at you. Let's see if we can get some feedback on this. I am saying, I'm gonna switch into cold business robot mode now. Okay. So, Negro, enslaved Africans equal Negroes. Negroes equal black people. Therefore, blackness must have a value. So the reparations is directly linked to blackness. So therefore, blackness is a commodity.
It is a commodity. National. It's a commodity because if we really look at it today, till this day, our dollar means a lot to these businesses. The black dollar means a lot to all these clothing companies, to these car companies, to anything you name. The black dollar means a lot. So that means that blackness is a gold mine to these Europeans. It's a gold mine. So what people don't understand and what they don't realize, and what our people don't not realize, that we are a gold mine to Europeans. With us not being their gold mine and us thinking about what we need to do for our community, then they will stop believing in this authoritarian mindset where they have the supreme mindset that they are the dominant factor, because we are making them the dominant factor, because we are their gold mine. We are their resource.
Right. Okay. So therefore, we see the seriousness of the reparations issue. It's just not about getting a check.
Yeah.
Because if you get a chance, if you were allowed down into the Lloyd's archives of the days of slavery, there's a team of us, and we're part of the Black National Party, and we're part of a black bank, and we get some leverage, and as a result, say, look, okay, part of this, if you want this, one of the things you have to give us is access to your archives. Once you start reading that stuff down there, that stuff belongs in a black museum.
It does. It does belong in a black museum, and we need to start saying, this is another thing. This is why I say that our museums, just look at the museums that's owned and that's dealing with black culture. Europeans is the one that's owning these museums with our culture.
Correct.
So they know our culture more than us, and they're profiting off of our culture.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? And this is why I try to tell people, the black, just us and our identity, is a gold mine for Europeans.
Beautiful. I like that. That is the ultimate. Just hold on. No, free. I'm gonna have to discover. I'm gonna talk over you, man, because you're speeding away, and that's so beautiful what you just said there. I just want to freeze on that point.
Yeah.
Just us and our identity is a gold mine. Is that what you just said? That you didn't even mention money.
Yeah,
that's what I've been on about. That's what I've been trying to get across. But you just encapsulated it.
And this is why when we have this argument, we got to realize and like you said, National, our identity is the gold mine for these people.
That's what you said. That is brilliant.
No, I know it's brilliant.
But it's not light. It's something you have to think about. A lot of people are just thinking money, and they've got bills to pay, and so on. That sounds like pie in the sky.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
but you have to meditate on that statement and realize the magnitude
Yeah, I'm doing a video. I'm going to do a video about this, National. I'm definitely going to do a video about,
magnitude of what you just said. And if you
Yes.
missed it, because they're going to think it's money, but you didn't even mention money. There's no mention of money there.
It's not. We are the money. That's what we need to realize, that we are the money to the Europeans. We are the money to the oppressors. We are the money to them. You know what I mean? Just our identity is the money. That's why I said we are the gold mine.
So therefore, so if once people start to see that blackness itself is a commodity, then a group of us representing a bank, you can then sit at the table. Are we talking commodities here?
Mm-hmm.
You sit at the table, and it could be a white supremacist, racist. People hate you on this other side of the table, but we're doing business.
We're doing business.
We do business.
So real quick, are you saying reparations comes before the bank?
Oh, beautiful question. Beautiful question. Here, now I'm going to move up a gear. I am saying that the bank is reparations in the simplest term. The claim for reparations creates the bank, because if you go back a bit, what we said earlier, if black identity or blackness is a commodity, then that is the basis of your bank. It's more than gold, isn't it? That's the gold. That's your you lend from that and you buy from that.
Yeah, that's very much true. That National, that's very much true. That is very much true. I look at it like this, right? Just this is what I always say. I look at business like this, right? When you look at like a commercial, or you look at like a brand, like say if a Nike, for example, right? Like if you look at the brand, who do they use to push their brand? The black face, the black athlete, the black musician. This is what they use to push brands, because they need the black business. They need the black dollar. They need black people to support. Without us supporting these companies and our face on these companies, we're not going to support the companies. But if you show a LeBron James or you show a Jay-Z on a commercial, we are going to support, because he looked just like us.
That's right.
That's what we don't understand, that we are gold mine. We are gold mine to these businesses.
Yes, that's right. So let's throw this out. Tell me what you think of this.
So why wait to make the bank if they need our money now?
Okay, what's this? What do you think of this? What's the best way to put this? Right. Here we go. Branding, and marketing. So, would any of you disagree with me if I was to say that the whole world knows that black people have been mistreated?
Yeah.
The whole world. Yeah. Okay. We go step by step. Right. Yeah. The whole world. And that's not our marketing. Yeah. So with the black race has been marketed as the abused race.
Yes.
And I don't think there's anywhere in the world you could go and say, if you ask the people, do you believe black people have been mistreated and robbed and their wealth? They'd say, "Oh yeah, I understand. I feel you people. I feel what you've been through." Oh, okay, thank you. Number two, do you believe that black people are owed? Listen to the word owed something for this injustice, some kind of compensation or reparation for this justice. the majority of the world would say, "Oh yeah, yes, of course, you black people, you suffered so much. And I feel, man, I feel your ways. I feel some, and you know what? You black people are still suffering in my country. I know all about the yeah, okay. I've seen the movies as well from Hollywood.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, National, what you saying is true. We are the most abused and the most oppressed.
Everywhere,
So
throughout the world. Right, good.
throughout
But
the
watch
world.
this. I'm moving now to the next level. So point number 3. So point number 2, yes, you agree that black people deserve something, some kind of compensation. Yes, right. So if the whole world sees that blackness represents what the injustice, and it's loaded, that so the vast majority of the world would see that something is owed. So therefore, if the marketing for the bank is done already. I don't know if you're catching where I'm going with this. I'm just putting a justified word. The marketing for the bank, for the original or true black bank, is already been done. It's been advertised. Who's going to disagree? That is a claim. Now the question is, they'll say, "Well, but how are you going to get reputations?" That's another question. How are you going to get your reparations and compensation? Oh, I don't think you'll ever be paid. Oh, I don't know how. Everybody throws up their hands and says, "Oh, we don't know. We don't know. We don't know." But don't worry. We can leave that. Number 3. I got no way of number 3. Yeah, there's a way for number 3. But as long as you first, so for example, you have to acknowledge that there's a debt or something is owed before you start sending out the debt collectors, correct? The paperwork has to be crisp. Okay. So therefore, if the whole world knows, thanks to the marketing of the white supremacists, that the world owes a debt to us, the black people, then it's time for the debt collectors.
Yeah. And we are the debt collectors. We are the collectors of the debt.
Okay.
The white supremacists owe us. We need to collect our debt.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So
you're either taking somebody to court in their country or you're having them pass voluntary legislation in their country.
No. Simpler than that. That's the direction most people took. This is what I'm going to drop on you now is a strange twist. I am saying, what if I was to say to you,
I got a hunch you're going to say Santa Claus in some way, shape, or form.
Watch this. I'm saying that, listen, if the word is put out that black people have a bank and it's called a reparations bank, and that black bank is offering rewards to anybody from anywhere who can provide us with documents and archives and material to aid the reparations collection, and that we would pay them a huge sum for their assistance in helping us gather reparations evidence. We're not gathering. See, the gathering of evidence is not just the evidence has a value in itself, because that's the stuff that can go into the museum.
So you just said who has the records. The banks have the records, right?
Exactly. Yes.
So why would the banks voluntarily So you're gonna pay the banks from their own money?
Whoa. Yeah. You start to move there. I'm just trying to get my words right now. So but the way you're thinking is good. So what I'm saying is that the banks are going to say will not
No,
well, I
you're
doubt
not going to
it.
finance
This is
your own
what-
downfall.
yeah, exactly.
No.
But hear what I'm saying. Once people hear, just like Hannibal, you know about Hannibal. Once people hear that there's a black bank, that is a bank built on reparations, and that is owned by black people, and it's owned by black people who are willing to pay handsomely for any evidence that can be provided from wherever. Yes, you bring us, we look after you. So therefore,
is this real money or monopoly money that you're offering? So how is the money in the bank?
Watch.
Where's the money in the bank coming from? Where's the money?
Okay, beautiful question. That's right. I want you to ask that question. Good. Now, once that word gets out, there'll be people working in places like will work in different banks all around the world. Once they hear about that, whatever their salary is, look, if you bring us some material, you won't need to work again. The kind of things we can give you, as a result of a successful reparations claim, it's like when you make a claim, if somebody brings you pay rewards to people that are bringing evidence.
You've
correct?
got me confused, so I need you to clear something up. Like, so are you saying we've already received reparations at this point?
No. It goes back to what you said earlier.
So my initial question, so my initial question still stands.
Exactly.
Where is this money coming from to pay for this?
Hold it. Good. All right, hold that point there. So I want to go back to a point you said earlier, where the banking and the reparations has to be something happening at the same time. Right. So the question is, well, where's the money? Where's the money? But listen, if somebody brings something real and tangible, then you see the whole thing. It then moves into how can I explain? It moves into the word promise. We understand that all the money in the world is all based on promises, isn't it? I promise to pay the bearer. So if that bank, that blank bank, was issuing promises that as the reparations assets and money and things are coming in.
You talking about paying him in IOUs?
Thank you. Yes, basically that's it. We pay anybody that can provide evidence that
IOUs.
In IOUs.
Like what? So I'm glad you pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today. Once I get reparations, I'll pay you back.
That's right. And yes, and that is the basis of the bank. And may not even pay you back. I can promise you won't have to work again.
So
whatever job you're doing, whatever salary
you work on that project, I might start working on the whole commodity bank concept, to where like we're actually dealing with like raising capital in investing in ourselves and whatnot.
Say it again.
I said in the meantime, like while you're working on that kind of, or man, like you're working on that kind of concept, I would take the practical step and complement that work by trying to work on some kind of capital investment bank and commodity bank for ourselves to invest, raise capital within ourselves and invest within ourselves.
Right? Can you see it starting to roll? So your mind is starting to roll now.
No, I'd be doing that first. Is what I'm saying. Like I would be doing that irrespective of whatever this whole thing you're talking about is with the.
Yeah. So basically, there'll be people that might be earning a high salary, and they might have access to the archives, and then all of a sudden they come out with a whole bunch of stuff from the archives, and they give it to us, and then security in that bank finds out that this member of staff has taken out a whole bunch of stuff from the archives.
So here's what I'm trying to understand. Like, so in a court case kind of a concept, you have like the concept of discovery, right?
Yes.
So
you
get access to that same information anyway.
Explain. Expand on it. Yeah, go on.
Just long story short, if I'm suing you over that concept, right? I have to at a certain point in the case, we have the right to look into your information on that.
Right. You got it. You got it. You got it. And we got the information because that bank employee left that bank with a whole stack of stuff from the archives that we're not allowed to. And it was a white employee. There's come a whole crate of stuff from the archives, brings that crate to us, and she says, well, I'm going to lose my job. I said, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. We can look after you. You might have to say whatever you need to do, do what you got to do. But we will compensate you for this wonderful stack of material which our specialists will go through with a fine-tooth comb. Yes. So it's how can I describe what's happening? Is a whole twist in the value of money, currency, people. There's a whole lot of things going on. Just the sound when the word gets out. There's the Black Bank, specifically based on reparations, and they're looking to reward handsomely people that can get artifacts or archive information that could help that will help the reparation case. Just that alone. People start coming out of the woodwork.
I don't know about the paying somebody in the IOUs part, right? You know what I'm saying? Because
but that's what
because there's no guarantee on that. They might have to wait a long time for a payoff and can't guarantee what the payoff is, right?
Oh, but don't forget, as we discussed earlier, that as soon as black people get a little bit of an opportunity, the rate of progress is so fast, it's blinding. So, and see this IOU, all of us are living on IOU anyway. How many of you got real money?
No, but you're living on IOUs that can be exchanged at this exact moment.
Oh, thank you very much. IOUs that can be exchanged.
So basically, like you're not offering them a liquid IOU or an IOU they can make liquid.
Yeah, well, it's the same principles of what you're saying. So somebody might do that.
How do they make it liquid though? That's what I'm saying. How do they get value out of it?
Right, but don't forget the whole world knows.
So okay, so you gave me like I'm gonna give you 100 billion IOUs. How do I spend them?
Right. Okay. So therefore, then I'm saying that a new kind of market will start coming up from nowhere. See, it's a creation of market. All of a sudden, the material sitting in the archives, deep in the archives and the museums, that's not directly that value. Hold it. Let me try and explain. That once if somebody comes out with that material, right? That's a whole heap of value. It's a huge amount of value.
Got you. Here's what I'm saying. Like okay, so appreciate that. That could be. They got the smoking gun, right? They're bringing us the smoking gun.
Okay, right.
Okay, so we give them 100 billion diaspora dollars.
Okay.
So now they're the only person in the world with that. They're the only person in the world who got a pocket full of diaspora dollars. Where do they go spend them? Because the only people who they could spend them with would be people who would want to take interest in the diaspora dollars themselves.
Thank you. Very correct. So therefore, then there's becomes this diaspora dollar, as you want to call it, this diaspora dollar. It becomes an entity, just like Bitcoin. When I think they said when Bitcoin came out, it was only about £2. Sorry, 2 cents or whatever. That people were throwing them away. So I feel it's the same kind of thing is going to happen with this diaspora dollar. You know, people will laugh at first, say, "What's that? Reparation dollar from a black bank? It's a joke." But I'm telling you, as time goes on, and stuff starts coming out from the archives, and collections start appearing from the museum. There's going to be I haven't really got the language, so I'm just trying to well, I haven't got the financial. I know there's proper words for everything that I'm saying. Oh yeah, have you heard about collateralized debt obligation?
Yeah.
Collateralized debt obligation.
Mm-hmm.
So they're collateralizing the debt. So what if you could collateralize the debt that is owed to black people?
How in the hell would you collateralize it?
Well, this is where all the financial people come in, who will be able to, because I'm not an expert in the word, but I'm saying that there's a value. We already established there's a value in blackness. So therefore,
CDO,
we have to get some finance people.
Hold on, real quick. So a CDO is like when you package mortgages together, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you allow people to invest. Like, so I'm one bank, right?
Yeah.
I'm saying I got a bunch of mortgages right here.
Yeah.
Who wants them?
Okay.
Who wants a piece of these mortgages? These are prime mortgages. Who wants a piece of these?
Right.
And I sell you a piece of somebody else's debt that I already own.
Right.
But it's based upon collateral. If they don't pay me, I keep that house. So if they don't pay you, they keep that house. Like there's property switching hands from the people at the bottom if they don't pay. That's the collateral part, right? So it's not just a debt obligation; it's a collateralized debt obligation, right? Somebody's going to lose something.
Yes.
So who do I convince to lose something over these IOUs?
Right. Okay. So as quite a few people were saying earlier on, I think Jahi Watson was saying, he just said that if the black face is not in the products, or you know, they're not going to be able to sell their trainers as much as they could. Am I correct? So therefore, the black face itself, or blackness, has a value. So it's all about understanding. You know, that's when the specialists like yourself who know about finance and so on, I would say, well, that's your department. How do you collateralize? Do you know what I mean?
I would tell you, I don't know how to do it, bro.
Yeah, but I'll come to you and I say, look, we got this. I'm telling you.
I don't know how to convince somebody to be happy about something that they can't get paid off on right quick. You know what I'm saying? Like, so there is no direct. So if I was going to grade that investment, right, that would be a highly volatile investment.
Of course.
So I would so first of all, I'd be expecting the highest reward back if it paid off, right? But I'd also be understanding that there's a 50-50. It could not pay off, right? So you're not going to get a whole bunch of money running towards that.
At first, that's right.
Well, not even at first, just period. Because
yeah,
so it would have to show some rate of paying off for any safe money to run into it.
Okay, so
for any smart, well, they call it smart money.
Of course. So okay. Let me ask you this: which comes first, the collateral or the debt, or do they come at the same time?
So
what's the relationship? What's the relationship with collateral and debt?
So there's a person who has collateral who wants more than what they currently have, right? And so they put that collateral up for debt, or in this situation, like with the mortgage, right? What they were going in debt for was what they're fooled into believing they have collateral. They don't.
Oh, interesting.
They really don't. They don't own the house. It's a promise to own the house.
Okay.
So if at any point in time, that's why if they can't keep up with the mortgage, the bank takes it back. Cool. All right, it's ours. No worries.
Okay.
For the bank, it's a win-win. They either get the money or the house.
Yeah, but I'm asking you this question.
In a lot of cases, they get both.
Sorry? What did you say?
In a lot of situations, they get both.
So you're saying collateral and debt move in parallel. Is that what you're saying?
Sometimes. Yeah.
What's that word? Sometimes. Show. Okay. Well,
So
there's there's three scenarios here. Collateral first.
Because I can have my own collateral without the debt involved, right?
Explain that.
So, for instance, I can go to a pawn shop, right, and have my own physical object that I'm pawning to get money for, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that pawn is like, okay, I'm trading, like it's a trading, but I'm gonna come back and get that.
Yeah. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? When I come back and get that, I gotta pay you this, sometimes plus a little bit extra. You know what I'm saying? Like it just is what it is, right?
Yeah.
So like I'm coming back for that at one point, right? However, like I might not have anything. So when I'm coming to the bank to get the house, I don't own the house. I'm trying to get the house, and I'm saying I don't have the money for the house.
Yeah.
So if I don't pay my mortgage, I don't get sued by the bank for the rest of the money of the house. They just like, all right, cool, we'll just keep the house. We bought the house, like we got the house, bro. We're good. That's us.
Right. So you're telling me that you can go to a bank with nothing, and based on what is said, you could end up with a house where that's a roof over your head.
I'm not gonna say nothing, but like I have to have what they would at least consider to be good faith on some level, right? So
good faith. Oh, I love this language.
So in the sense where like I'm not going to get the loan unless. So they're going to check certain incomes I have, certain whatever to see if they can at least get a portion of what they're trying to loan you back, right? They can make some return on it, right? And if they can't, they're like, yeah, you don't qualify. But if they can at least get a little bit, they're like, yeah, we'll take some of your money and keep the house when you can't pay it. Go ahead.
Okay, so therefore, is it possible that there are people that are purchasing houses with no money, and somehow, as you said, good faith that there'll be money coming in the future that will be able to pay off for the house and make the bank happy?
Yeah, but we're not them.
No, I'm just about the principles. So you're telling me that good faith is so powerful, a person can walk into a bank.
No, it's not powerful. That's the whole point. It's not powerful. That's the whole point.
Where's the power?
It's smoke. It's smoke and mirrors. The power is in the ability to collect on the debt.
Yeah, but until the collection on the debt, the person's got a house to live in. Is that correct?
They have a fantasy, yes.
No, they're actually given keys, and they actually have a real house to live in.
They're upkeeping the bank's house until they pay it. It's the bank's house until they pay off that last mortgage.
Right. So the bottom line, yeah. So
so they'll say, "Oh, this is my house." No, that's what I'm saying. It's an illusion. It's the bank's house until you pay off that last mortgage, if you pay it off.
Correct. So
and it's a collateralized debt obligation.
Right. So therefore, the principle remains that an individual with no money but good faith, or who convinces the bank that the money is going to come in from somewhere at some time to pay off that debt, could end up with a house to live in, even though that house belongs to the bank until the debt is paid. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the moment they don't pay that joint for a little bit, the bank can say, all right, now we can go somewhere else.
So therefore, it's possible that a group of black people who can generate good faith and convince people that if they bring evidence or evidence towards a successful reparations claim, that 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 group of black people collecting this evidence could then promise at some future date, based on what's happened to black people, to be able to pay the debt that is owed not to the bank but to those people that brought stuff from the museums, archives, or whatever, or wherever they from their private collections.
But hold on,
as a result, hold it. And as a result, that group of black people who had nothing but good faith could end up in a building that is owned by the people who brought the reparations evidence, which is what will be used to pay off for the building that they're occupying. Does that make sense?
Not quite. I'll try to explain why.
Okay.
So, in the situation of good faith in the previous situation, that's based upon some ability to pay right now. Like where I'm trying to go to a bank for a mortgage or whatnot. They're like, no, so the good faith is on my ability to pay a portion, like right now.
No, that doesn't make sense, because you said that this person came in to get that loan and they didn't have any money. So they only had talk.
No, you said nothing. I said, okay, they're going to check for standards, right? Like they got lending standards. So they're going to check your income is what I said.
Right, but so let's say there's no income now, but the bank is convinced that there's going to be
I have
income.
Yet to see that kind of like. So again, like I've tried this before. Like I went into a bank, like just having started a business, like with no money in the bank and whatnot. Right, I hadn't had any sales or whatnot. I couldn't tell them my projected sales, none of that type of stuff. I just started up. I couldn't get nothing done with them.
All right, good. Okay, continue.
I didn't meet their standards. I didn't meet their requirements. It was too risky to do such for them.
Right. So is there any difference in a venture capitalist? Is it venture capitalists?
So a venture capitalist is they're going to scrutinize even harder than a regular bank, because they want guaranteed return on their investment. They don't want to lose the money, right?
Right.
So they're going to say like we want a guaranteed 4, 5, 10%, whatever. You know what I'm saying? So therefore, you know what I'm saying, like you better. We're going to have an agreement with this. So, because if you don't pay up, we're going to sue you, or you're going to get some money in court or something. Like we're going to get something. We're going to assets or something. We're not going to come back empty-handed.
Fair enough. That's not a problem. That's not a problem. So you want a higher percentage because it's a high risk situation, correct? I mean,
that's what I said the first time. Is like, so like it would be like if I was going to rate this, it would have to be a volatile investment, right?
Of course, it's a volatile. I mean, black people's lives are volatile.
Investment.
Yeah, but black people's lives are volatile.
But like, so the issue is though, like, so like the good faith aspect of being able to pay out a little bit in the here and now though. So if I gotta wait until you get paid for me to get paid, like what's the point? Like, all right, there's no money in nobody's hands yet. You need me in order for you to get paid.
Right. So
and you might need me for a long like what's the guarantee? Like how long I gotta wait to get paid? Right? Like there's no guarantee that you're gonna get reparations in no time soon.
Okay. So but this scenario, there are people in the financial world, but because of their reputation, because of their contacts, if they say you're going to get paid, it means you're going to get paid.
So somebody's fronting you the money then?
No. There's people that just on their word. You know this. We're not talking about just me. We're not talking about on our level. There's higher level people that they just have to say something or sign something.
Right, but it's so again, but there's an obligation. If they sign something with system, there's an obligation, right? So they're fronting the money otherwise.
Of course, yes, yeah.
Okay,
right.
so now you're saying you're going to somebody in the financial world to get the money to pay people now for something in the future. So at that juncture, why don't we just be our own bank?
Yeah, but I'm saying good. But I'm saying that is the collateral. That is the value that
a promise. A promise can't be collateral.
Oh, sorry. So not the collateral.
The promise is something like a collateral, is something tangible in case.
Yeah. Sorry. Wrong language. I'm not a financial expert.
No, you're good. You're good. Neither am I. I just looking at stuff.
Yeah. Well, that's good. Good specialist. It's good. So just a signature on the piece of paper. Let me paint this scenario.
So somebody's got to be like that. Signature's got to be worth the money we're signing
for. I'm saying there's a group of black people who have decided to call themselves something, and they're going to set up a reparations bank, and they're going to sign a piece of paper, and then get. And this is the promise of that group of black people. That's their promise that whoever brings them material for reparations, they will get a share or get paid handsomely. Paid handsomely for their contribution to the reparations fight. I mean, if we go back even what do you think of that? And so they could end up with a building. I mean, for example, watch this. Let me throw this. There are some people that they own houses, they got buildings, and they're just sitting there empty. And they also have access. They also could have access to material that would be very good for the reparations cause. And it could be that they say, look, you can have that building, not have it, but you can set up in that building, and to help. I want to let you set up your bank in that building, free of charge, not free, no, in that building, because I believe that when my friends bring some reparations information that you would be valuable, you'll be able to pay me and pay my friends for all the information and stuff that they've brought to you, and pay for the building that is mine as a result of the magnitude of the amount of money you're going to get for reparations. Does that make sense?
No.
That they have confidence in this group of black people that if they get a chance to do what they need to do, they will be able to pay for the building that they're currently in and pay for the material that have been provided. Does that make sense?
Not quite, because again, but I'm gonna have to disagree on this, right? This is what I'm saying. I'll let man's like you go build that one, right? And then simultaneously, I'm gonna go work on the whole the capital, So it sounds like you would need my bank for the capital investment for what you're talking about, to back what you're talking about. It sounds like you would need me to front for you, right? You're talking about people in the financial industry to be like, okay, I'm sign your name on this, and it'd be at the ready. Yeah, it sounds like you need.
Hold this point. Let me see if I think I understand what you're saying, but I'm trying to start from nothing. I'm trying to give the worst scenario. The worst scenario. You get nothing. Just a group of black people with a plan. I'm making the argument.
I know a bunch of them, and they ain't got a loan yet.
Okay, that's right, because the plan's not good enough.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. Like
the plan's not good enough. Once the plan is tight and the idea is clear, and it's
if you build it, they will come. Not if you tell them they will come.
Right. Good. But that building, if you build it, does not necessarily have to be.
So check this out. Let me say it like this. So you got the finest girl you've ever seen, staring you dead in your eyes, bro. You're wearing like a wife beater with holes in it, some dirty pants, some hot some socks with holes in it. You know what I'm saying? Different shoes on the wrong feet. You feel me? Hair all messed up. You talking about baby. In 10 years, I'm gonna be the richest, cleanest dude in the game. You better know about it. You know what I'm saying? You need to get with me right now, because in 10 years, I'm gonna be hot.
Yeah. I know. This is
She's gonna look you up and I'm like, oh, okay, whatever. But if you roll up with the clean suit, with the fly rod, talking about this is how I get money all the time.
Yeah, that's right. Good.
This is what I already have right now.
I understand. That's the standard model. I understand. That's the standard model. But there are some people, even in my experience, I've built. Let me give you an example from my experience. I try to speed through it really quickly. I started. There was about 4 or 5 of us. When video games, Mortal Kombat and stuff was first coming out.
Mm-hmm.
And during the summer holidays, I was studying to be a teacher, and during the summer holidays, I thought, wow, look at these graphics system, because I wasn't really into video games or anything, but I just thought, wow, look how technology is. I was just amazed at how that field had progressed since I was a child. And I would be talking to, I'm looking at it and talking to other people. Anyway, we used to play a few games and talk. A few of us used to gather, about 5, 6 of us come together and play some games and then go off. And then even more people came, and there's about 12 of us. We used to meet and talk to each other, and just play video games. Wow, what a waste! What a waste, man! What a waste, man! Is the Negroes playing video games with these people? So about 12 of us. Then back at that time, the Sign Organizer had come out. So sometime before that, the Sign Organizer had come out. It's like a little handheld computer. And I thought, the computers are going to be something for the future. So I better start learning what I can. And I used my Sign Organizer to start to track who was beating who on how many games and what game and so on. So, but just a few of us, just for fun. And then the boss of the arcade where we was playing the video games, I was showing him all these the stats. I did a little spreadsheet of how many games were played and so on. And I thought, well, maybe we'll get a little discount. We seem to be regulars. We all know each other, and we all come to meet and talk, and maybe he'll give us a discount. So I showed him the spreadsheet I've got everybody's names and all the games we're playing against each other. And who's the best? Because it's just for fun. We want to know who's the best, fighter, virtual fighter. Anyway, when the boss
virtual fighter, when that joint came, I remember when that came out.
Virtual. Yeah, so we was playing virtual fighter, and then the boss of the arcade, he said, "Oh, I can't give you a discount, but it's very interesting what you're doing." Then I didn't hear anything more. Anyway, cut long story short, next thing he said, he came down. He said, "What?" Oh, it's not the end of the story. But he said, "Why don't you do a few other games? Because we were just playing Virtual Fighter." And he said, "Why don't you do your little spreadsheet on all the other games? Sorry, not all that, just on 1 or 2 other games." I said, "Well, we don't really play those games." He said, "Oh, just do it." So I started to do it, and then other people started coming. So the crowd now went up to about 25 people. So we started about 5, 6 people. Then went to about 12, 15. Then it jumped up because other games were being featured, and people were playing Street Fighter, and I was logging down all the names of the Street Fighter. I was building up a little system, but it was all fun. Next thing, playing Capcom games, and then SNK, and the Sega, and then Namco games, and I thought, why do we do all these games? And the next thing, he went, right. He invited me to a trade show. Because he said, "Well, I see what you're all doing down there. You're all playing and having fun playing video games. They invited me to the video game trade show. I went to the video game trade show. I thought, whoa, this is interesting. Yeah, see all these different games. Anyway, cut a long story short, he introduced me to some of the sales directors of all the games. So the sales director of Sega, sales director of Namco, sales director of SNK, sales director of Capcom, and so on and so on. Because obviously they're all he buys machines from all these companies. And they said, "Oh look, they got this little guy here. He does video games. So tell him what you do." I said, "Yeah, we just do video games." So laugh anyway. Anyway, cut long story. The next thing, Capcom. I said, "Well, what?" Then they said, "What do you want? What do you want?" I said, "What?" I said, "Well, can we help you out?" I thought, "Oh, I don't know, mate. Give us a few prizes, I suppose. You know, we all meet on a Sunday and we play games, and yeah, a few little Capcom." Next thing, the guy was sending SNK was sending special collectibles to give out as prizes for my competitions. Yes, and Capcom was sending jackets and Capcom special branded Capcom jackets and posters, and Sega was sending stuff. And I thought, yeah, okay, we give these out. You know, so thanks, prize. Next thing, the guy gave me a laptop. He says he saw me on the little Zion. I mean, I didn't even ask for these people. I didn't ask for these things because I wasn't taking it seriously. I didn't know what was going on. Next thing, the guy gives me a laptop. I got a laptop from Capcom. He says, "Oh yeah, look, here's a laptop." A laptop back in those days, a top quality laptop, was like, whoa. He said, "Well, you got a laptop?" It's like we haven't even seen stuff like that back in those days. I got top quality laptop. He says, "Yeah, take it. Yeah, use this." Where's the security? It was a company laptop, a very expensive laptop, and he gave it to me to help run the system to improve the competition systems. And I was, wow, and now I can learn about computers. I got a little laptop, corporation laptop. I said all kinds of people trying to watch me on the streets to steal it. I didn't even realize back then. And then I was invited to I was introduced to some of the other people that at the trade show. But so eventually it came to a head, where I said, well, this has all been fun. We've had a great summer playing video games, and I've got lots of Capcom goodies, and the following had gone up to about 50, 60 people by then. And I was going to say, bye-bye, or I'm going back to university to continue to learn teaching.
Said Capcom. Who
Sorry?
said Capcom?
Yeah. Yeah.
That was my childhood.
Exactly, man. So Capcom was giving us all this stuff, and I said, "Well, goodbye." And then they said, just before you went, that some of the top people, I was going to give them back all their stuff. They said, "How would you like a job?" So don't forget, I got nothing. I've invested in nothing. It's just the people and the way that the people were coming together. And long story short, I end up with a job as marketing manager and games marketing manager for a chain of gaming. Because not only did they have, in those days over here, they didn't only just sell, the arcades. The arcades had video games, but they also had those slot machines. So I was introduced to all the gambling people, the casinos, all these people as well, and they said, why don't you come, work for, what you do the teaching? I thought, wow, what's my how can we do this video games nonsense, man? This is just summer fun. I've got to get back to some serious education and stuff like that, and but the kind of money they offered, I thought, whoa, my head was spinning. I thought, what should I do? I thought, no, this money's too good, man. I got my wife, and I got, and I hope to have children. I want to buy property. I thought, whoa, I'm gonna go for money here. But and then try and progress up the gaming world. And then I started to become promotions manager and marketing manager for this company, this corporation, and then I moved up and up and up and up and up, just based on this video game club. It was almost like a joke, like a waste man thing, it's just a summer fun. And then I was end up at the desk right next to the managing director of the entire chain, and then and then there were some political problems there, and then I got offered a job moving from there to Namco. Then I became European product development manager for the whole of Europe. So there was only four of us: one for the Americas, which is North and South America; one for Europe, which is me; one for the China and those areas, and then one specifically for Japan. And so all that, the point I'm trying to make is all that money came in. I didn't even realize. I thought it was just a joke or something stupid. But there's some serious money and serious knowledge I got from that as European product for the entire Europe. So they said, well, obviously, and then from that, I'll start to do larger gaming compositions, which we had maybe 2,000, 3,000 people. And then as you...
Wait, what game was you playing?
Well, I wasn't playing games by then, but I was in management. I was in promotion and what because all the big game companies were thinking. Well, even if this guy has his little club that had grown to about by then maybe about 100 people, he must know something about the games, about the products. I wasn't thinking about that, but they were thinking about that. They're looking at me, and their head is they're not telling me. And they say, why do you do this? And why the little suggestions? And so they think, well, this guy's got authority on products. So when I say, no, that's not good, that is good, they're going to have to believe me because I've got the people behind me. I've got all these young people following me, and they're all players and all they're a member of my club.
Yeah, I was probably one of them. I was probably one of them. Oh my god!
Yeah, so
I'm not gonna lie. Listen, I spent my life in video arcades, man. Like, and this is the thing. It was good, clean, wholesome fun.
Right.
Like, when I'm telling you, listen, when I was spending my 20p's and my 50p's in the arcade machines, nobody was being stabbed.
Right, thank you. There you go. See,
there was no postcode wars.
Nothing.
There was no gang rivalries. Do you know?
Right.
You know what the rivalry was? The rivalry was I want to beat the person that's the best.
Exactly on the game. That's right.
That's
We're
it.
all having fun, man. We're just having fun. No drugs, nothing. And the club grew and grew and grew, and lots of young people, and there's loads of people, older people, young people. They're all coming, but you got these strange characters starting to watch. But I didn't understand what was going on. It's like a vortex. You're just being sucked up into this thing, and you because I don't know nothing about the business. I'm just trying to learn teaching.
Do you know what the funniest thing is? I'll tell you the truth, right? People don't realize at the time that shit was like chess. It was like chess.
Yes,
like, and
you got it.
You had to press the right button at the right time. You had to count frames. It was madness.
You got it, man. You fully understand.
Listen, I was there, man.
You was there, man. I fully understand. And it just grew. It grew to a certain level, and then
home consoles killed the arcade.
Exactly, that's right. So just before the home consoles,
But it didn't kill gaming and gaming competitions, though.
Exactly.
No. Do you know what's funny? I remember my first one in HMB in Oxford Street, right? There's a guy called what's his name? Is it Van? No. Is it Van? Some fucking pussy old Vietnamese don who just happened to be one of the best in the UK. And he was my preliminary. I got kicked open, but I loved every second of it.
Okay, right. That's right. That's right. So as product development, that's right. You got it, man. So as product development manager, they started to invite me to Japan. I was flying over to Japan twice a year.
Fucking hell.
And all this was from a little video club.
Bro, I need to hire you. Let's do video games. I'm trying to get made and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Like
yeah. So I was flying over to Japan twice a year, and guiding the development team. And then this is what So it got to. I keep hitting this glass ceiling. So I got to a level where I was doing a presentation. Do you know Eddie Gordo, by the way? Just
that's what I would like everybody up.
Capoeira.
I would like everybody up.
I'm responsible for Eddie Gordo in Tekken. I'm the one who told the Japanese that you need.
You are my new favorite person.
I hate Tekken.
Yeah,
but I love Eddie.
I rock with Tekken. Tekken's my joint.
That's right. It's funny though, but as soon as I got into a position, I'm thinking, why don't you have some more black fighters? Why isn't there some more black martial arts? I didn't even know about black martial arts.
I definitely need to talk then.
Yeah, I didn't even know about black martial arts. So I started to research. I got to find some black martial arts. I got to find some black martial artists.
And then I came across put your email in the private chat, right? Because I need to get it to you.
Yeah, that came across Eddie Gordo, which is his name wasn't Eddie Gordo. It was Eddie something else, but he was a real person, and he was a capoeira artist in Brazil. And I never met him or anything like that, but I was watching the videos in my research, and then I suggested that to this Japanese. I said, "Look, have you heard of capoeira?" And they said no, they didn't know what it was. And I started showing videos of what capoeira is and showing them the black people doing this. I said, it's a black martial art. And they said, okay, we're going to put Eddie Gordo in the game. So what I'm trying to say that, because don't forget, I'm not losing track. I'm staying very focused on the beginning of this conversation and the banking and so on. Is that ideas are so powerful that they can generate things coming towards you that where you're not even putting. I never spent any money, but all of that just came. But all
you were providing value as you went along. That was the whole point.
Sorry,
you were providing value as you went along. That was the whole point.
Right. But the only value I kept was I was looking after the people. That all the young people
right off the top. Right? So when they do it, like, hey, I need you to do this analysis on another game right quick. Like, oh, now the eight people turned to 25. You said, right? Like, that's like
exactly.
So your man got instant value. That's what I'm saying.
Right, but now I'm going to throw the race situation into you. So I came up with Tekken, and then they did Tekken, and then I thought of a new idea of a game because they had all these skiing games and horse riding games. I thought it would be great to have Ben-Hur. You know Ben-Hur, the movie Ben-Hur, with the chariots and the horses.
Judah Ben-Hur, yeah.
So I drew out a whole plan of a horse chariot race around the Colosseum of Rome, out into the streets of Rome, and then the horses are galloping and it's all kind of shaky. You know what I mean? Then you come back into the Colosseum. So because also they had Daytona, which is a racing car game. Which is very popular.
Oh shit! Alright, listen. What's funny? I put Daytona in my WhatsApp status about 3 days ago. Oh my God. Oh,
so Daytona was there, so I was trying to think of something, because that was very popular.
Yeah, Daytona.
Got to do a racing game. So I thought rather than race cars, let's race horses. And I drew up all the plan and so on, and I was going to do a presentation. I did a presentation in Japan. So this is where the racism kicks in. So when I told all the Americans and the people of the American market, the South American market, the British market, the European market, they all knew when I said Ben-Hur and a race based around, like Daytona, but based around horses and chariots. And the whole European market, America's market, everywhere was interested in that side. But when I told the Japanese about Ben-Hur, they said, what? What's Ben-Hur? I said, you know Ben-Hur? They said, no, we don't know nothing about Ben-Hur. This chariot race. No, we don't know. And so I did a presentation, and because they couldn't understand the whole concept, because they'd never seen the movie. So so I did a presentation in America showing them clips from the movie and how the race is going to work, and I wrote all the documents out and so on.
So wait, how responsible are you for Daytona?
No, I was for the fighting games. I was just I was.
So wait a minute, hold on a second. How
Yeah.
responsible are you for Street Fighter 2 Turbo?
When did that come out?
I think
See, the most I put in, the most. they'd let me-
19.
I can't remember if that come after Virtual Fighter.
Yeah,
and
it did.
Tekken.
No, did it? No, Street Fighter 2 Turbo was way before Tekken.
But is it
way?
Yeah, we're talking like the mid '90s. Yeah, late 90s.
Early 90s.
Right. Well, Mortal Kombat was what kicked me off. So if it's before Mortal Kombat,
yeah, it's
no, that's before my time. I went. It was there. It was all playing it, you know. But I wasn't in. I was just a video game club at that time. It was a video game club. So I wasn't in as a product development at that time. I just ran the club. So when I went to Japan and did this presentation about Ben-Hur, Mr. Nakamura, he's the head. I think he's dead now, of Namco. I was doing a presentation and everybody's watching because it's a massive, it was a world conference, international conference of everybody from all departments of the world of Namco were there. It's a global meeting. I was doing my presentation for everybody, and Mr. Nakamura and his head honchos were there. And next thing, Mr. Nakamura, the head of the company, Namco, just got up and just walked out and slammed the door. Boom! Right in the middle of my presentation. I thought, whoa, I wonder if I said something wrong. You know, for the head man of Namco to walk out, I started getting hot. You know, when his armpits start getting hot and he started to sweat. I thought, what have I done? But everybody was quiet. Anyway, later on in the evening, because they were going for drinks and food and stuff like that, I said, what did I do? What did I do? Cut long story short. He said, Mr. Nakamura was upset because he's got 300 people working in game development. And he's upset that somebody like you should come from somewhere else to come to Japan.
Kokujin, yeah, for real.
And come up with the idea. Why is he paying 300 game developers to come up with new ideas and new games? And you've got this stranger who's not even one of us. You know, it didn't say all that, but I got the gist. I got the gist. So he walked out in the middle of my presentation, and that's when my head started to spin. It took me a long while. A few years later, I started to understand. I started to observe things that, hey, money is not the ultimate thing. You know, I thought, well, if we're all here to make money, it should be great. But no. Face. You're not part of the race. You should not be standing in front of the entire corporation giving this presentation, because you're causing the whole 300 people to lose face. Then I started to realize, wow, it's not just about ideas. It's not just about, it's about who comes with the idea. It's not just about money. It's about who is holding the money.
Yeah, we need to talk, you know what I'm saying, in the back chat or stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm one of them who's trying to see like an African Nintendo or Namco or Capcom before 2050 pops up, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so but you see, I'm still trying to stay focused. I'm just trying to say, I've said that all to say.
I know.
2 points. One, nothing. So in the same way, a group of black people could come together with an idea for a reparations bank, and if they start talking with that focus, things will come to them from nowhere.
So
things will come to
I
them.
hear what you're saying, but we'll have to agree to disagree in that concept. Because, like I said at the outset, you were providing value every step of the way. It wasn't just like, okay, you have to wait for the value to show up later. The value was already in hand for the people. Because you represented current numbers that increased their business sales, etc. Whatnot.
Okay, but would you say a group of black people coming together to talk about setting up a reparations bank and then setting up the systems of how the bank will be run is not a value in itself?
No. Not until it starts paying. Not until there's proof of concept. So what you showed the man at the beginning was proof of concept. Like, oh, people show up because I make this list or whatever, blah blah blah, whoop doo, and then people start trying to win out and trying to be the best, and I keep track of this and until like, so you already had proof of concept at step one. So he's like, oh, increase your proof of concept. How about you do this for other games or whatnot? Blah 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 blah. And so so you started marketing that. You started building off of your initial proof of concept. So what I'm saying is there, like, the proof of concept shows the value that can be earned along the way with the instant value. It's not an IOU.
Right, but black people that come together with a particular identity and plan, they can then produce the so-called necessary proof of concept. It just comes. Also, mysiosis. It comes with the clarity of focus. It's the intent that produces the proof of concept. Proof of concept follows it clear intent. So I could not have organized those. Okay, let's go even further. After fell out with Namco and all these things, then all I had was all those gamers because they were still members of my club, and there's a place called Piccadilly Circus in London, and you might have heard of it. And there used to be a Burger King there. It's now Barclays Bank. Funny enough, Barclays Bank now. But anybody in London will know that Piccadilly Circus, there's a massive Barclays Bank, and before that there was a Burger King. But the club, the members of the club had grown so much, about 1,000 people, young people, that we couldn't go to the arcades anymore.
No, it's right, and that's the instant value of every step you're going. You're bringing more and more numbers, right? Like, and they're paying customers. They're not just deadhead. You know?
Exactly. And then so what we started to buy is these cheap televisions, and then people would bring and some consoles. We'd have about 3 PlayStations, 3 Xboxes. We'd have all these Nintendos, all these games, and then and some cheap televisions, and then I tried to do a deal with the guy who was running the Burger King at Piccadilly Circus. Imagine the price of that. I said, I've got all these young people as members. Got young people. Some of the girls are starting to join now because the girls have seen all the guys. And can we use your basement? And because I think that some of these people, if they get hungry or drink, they might take a snack or something, And cut long story short, he gave me the whole basement of Burger King in Piccadilly Circus every Sunday, free of charge. So I understand what you're saying because it's people, but I suppose it's a bit too
paying customers. It wasn't just people; it was money in his pocket.
Yeah, but I understand from what you're saying, and I see how he was seeing it. Yes, I can see how he was seeing it from a business point of view, but I couldn't.
I see how you're seeing it too. I'm with it.
Exactly.
I see how you're seeing it.
Yeah, I couldn't think like the way you're thinking because I was just thinking about the people and the club, and I wanted everybody to be happy and enjoy. And I'm just focusing on the people.
You kind of just showed it. You're like, hey, let me see if I can use your basement. And some of these people might want to grab a snack on the way to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I wasn't really. That's right.
You already knew what it was. You were marketing. You were marketing the money right then.
Yeah, but I wasn't coming as a business person. I was coming as I've got all these people, all these young people What am I gonna do? How can I make sure that we'll meet together?
You knew that him hearing like, yeah, these extra heads might come through. Like somebody's bound to spend some money with you. You're like,
yeah. But that's right. But I didn't know I didn't have any business plan or calculation or anything like that. I just knew that I got a whole bunch of people and we need space. So I'm just saying all of that to say, but I suppose maybe that's how. You need some of the business head who's doing the calculations like yourself.
You had a better business model than what you recognized. That's all.
Yeah, I didn't know. That's right. And I suppose if I did know, it would have messed me up.
So here's what I'm saying. In the model that you just described versus the one you were talking about concerning the reparations bank, what you did with the video gaming, that was a very solid return on investment. It wasn't a volatile return. It was a very, very solid return. So I didn't have to invest. I was getting paid to begin with. Come through for free. So typically people got to pay to rent out space. You're like, oh, I'm making money because you're here. Yeah, come on through.
Yeah, but I mean the price in Piccadilly Circus. I mean, there's no way I would have gone there. I was just desperate to find a place for the people. But if I started to think about business and money at that time, there's no way I would have thought of going to Burger King, because in terms of square, the cost of renting,
right?
You mean you can't rent space in Piccadilly Circus? It's huge amount of money. That's top real estate. But if I started to think about the fact that it was top real estate, I would never have gone there. I was just thinking of a space where all the young people will be comfortable, and we had space to move. But if I started to think about, I would have been frightened off the place. I wouldn't have asked. I wouldn't have gone there.
Yeah, but you had you didn't come with the volatile offers, which was I'm trying to get you to understand. Is you came with a very solid return on investment offer. People are like, oh yeah, I'll jump on that. But you know what I'm saying? With that, I gotta jump off the line and handle some other stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
Before I do though, I want to tell you a very personal thank you in the sense I used to spend a lot of hours playing Tekken and playing the particular character of Eddie Gordo. And my late father and I used to play that game, and he used to particularly love that character. So I appreciate your ignition in the creation of that character that allowed me and my father to have some good times together before you.
Okay, thanks a lot, man. Give thanks to the Brazilians and to Angola for the roots of capoeira.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
But yeah, I definitely want to build with you on the side about what you're talking about on both sides, on the banking side and on some video game stuff.
Yeah, we'll talk further. Don't worry.
100%.
Don't worry. Sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Fam. Y'all, we're going to big up Vel every time. You know what I'm saying? Big up the chat. Y'all, we're going, fam. Peace.
Yeah. Have a good evening.